Suyu, after a unanimous vote by all members of the school team, it has been decided that you are no longer suitable to remain on the team. For everyone's sake, to save face, you'd better leave the team voluntarily. That way, we all look good. In the activity room of Jiangnan High School's team, Lin Qingqing stared expressionlessly at Suyu. Suyu, standing in the corner, looked up at her, his face eerily calm, his lips curling into a mocking smile. So, now that you don't need me, you're just kicking me out? Lin Qingqing frowned slightly. This is a collective decision by all members. You're only at the first level of qi and blood cultivation. Have you seen any high school team in Jiangnan City with a member at the first level of qi and blood? If you stay on the team, it won't just bring disgrace to Jiangnan High School, but you'll also hold us back. We're doing this for the honor and benefit of the team. You need to consider the bigger picture. I couldn't care less. Suyu sneered, pulling out a chair and sitting down heavily. He slammed his legs onto the table and pointed at Lin Qingqing, shouting angrily. If it weren't for me enhancing your ability, you'd be nothing better than a waste with an awakened sea-level ability. And you, Raymond, your sea-level lightning ability, didn't I enhance it 3 times to make it a B-level thunderstorm? You! Raymond's burly figure froze, a flash of anger and helplessness crossing his eyes, as if his secret had been exposed. The other team members frowned upon hearing this. A short figure hiding in the shadows couldn't help but speak. Suyu, saying things like that is just wrong. Wrong? Of course, it's wrong. If I hadn't said it, you thought I was just making it up? Suyu stared unflinchingly at the short figure. Zhao Tiangang, don't think that B-level sword aura on you came out of nowhere. You know very well where it came from. Need me to remind you? Zhao Tiangang immediately shut his mouth, avoiding Suyu's gaze with a guilty look. Seeing this, Suyu smirked internally, feeling even more triumphant. Half a year ago, Suyu had awakened an A-level ability, enhancement, which could boost the strength of any ability, though the number of uses was limited just 10 times. Even so, this was an extremely rare skill, and the school team had naturally wanted to keep him. Suyu still vividly remembered how these people had practically begged him on their knees to join the team back then. Lin Qingqing, being his childhood friend, had appeared sweet and innocent at the time, and that had convinced him to agree. Over the past 6 months, Suyu had used his enhancement ability 9 times, raising every team member's abilities to at least B-level. And now, seeing that his enhancement uses were nearly exhausted, they wanted to kick him out. What kind of nonsense was this? Suyu! Lin Qingqing slammed the table, her face filled with anger. You're being too much. We've treated you well enough. Aren't you a man? How can you be so petty? Suyu crossed his legs, his expression calm. Petty? Why don't you show me how I'm petty? Stop trying to change the subject. You just want to kick me out and hog the rewards from yesterday's Jiangnan City High School competition simulation. If you want me to leave, no problem, return my share of the rewards and my remaining enhancement uses, and I'll leave immediately. Faced with Lin Qingqing and the others' threats, Suyu remained unfazed. Whether or not he left the team was up to the team's supervising teacher, not these few people. As soon as he said this, Lin Qingqing and the others' expressions changed immediately. Suyu had seen through their true intentions at a glance. Lin Qingqing's expression softened slightly, taking on a pitiful look. Suyu, if not for the school, at least think about me. I need these resources, and the team needs good results. Not my problem. Suyu sneered. You need them, and I don't? Who's going to pamper you? Lin Qingqing's face froze instantly, her eyes filled with disbelief. In the past, whenever she said something like this to Suyu, he would unhesitatingly agree to anything she wanted. But now, it was as if Suyu had become a completely different person. With a tone of grievance, Lin Qingqing said, Suyu, you've changed. You used to care about my feelings and everyone's feelings. How could you become like this? As she spoke, there was even a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. But faced with her seemingly innocent and delicate words, Suyu remained indifferent. I've changed. Stop pretending to be pure in front of me. All this talk is just to make me quit the team, isn't it? My stance remains the same. You want me gone? Not a chance. Try it if you dare. Suyu, don't be so confrontational. Raymond, now furious, grabbed Suyu by the collar, glaring at him. Raymond was at the first level of blood refining with a B-level thunderstorm ability and considered himself no match for Suyu. But Suyu still stared back at him calmly. Jiangnan High School rules prohibit fighting on campus. Even if you're part of the school team, that's no exception. If you don't let go, I'll count to 3 and immediately call the law enforcement hall of the Martial Alliance. Once you have a record, let's see how you plan to take the college entrance exam. Raymond's face changed, and he immediately released Suyu and stepped back a few paces. Suyu, don't be so selfish. Team resources should naturally go to the strongest. There's no need for you to act this way, Lin Qingqing sighed, her tone as if she were advising him for his own good. Stop pretending to be a saint in front of me. Resources for the strongest? You all, don't think for a second that I'll let you take what's mine. Feelings? Suyu retorted without mercy. Lin Qingqing was momentarily speechless. If you refuse to resolve this properly, don't blame me for being unkind. Lin Qingqing's gaze towards Suyu grew colder, filled with resentment. She whispered to Raymond and the others, "Let's go." Raymond and the other team members nodded, their eyes turning icy as they glared at Suyu. In no time, the school team members left the activity room, leaving Suyu standing there alone. Watching their departing figures, Suyu let out a cold laugh. Thinking you can toss me aside after using me? It's not that easy. Leaving the team involved his personal interests, and Suyu certainly wouldn't agree to it so easily. Just as he was about to leave, a notification sound suddenly came from his phone. Suyu frowned, pulled out his phone, and unlocked it. A post labeled "Breaking News" popped up on the screen, instantly catching his eye. A blood-soaked accusation. The truth behind the school team's stagnation. And the true black sheep in the team. Seeing the post, Suyu felt a surge of unease. He clicked on it, and a name appeared on the screen. Author, Lin Qingqing. Hello, everyone. I am Lin Qingqing, the captain of Jiangnan High School's team. Just now, after a serious discussion among the team members, we decided to ask Suyu to voluntarily leave the team. I know many of you might not understand. After all, our school team just made it into the top 3 in Jiangnan City's rankings. Why would we ask Suyu to leave? Suyu and I grew up together. When he awakened the enhancement ability, I gave him a helping hand. Though it's merely a supportive ability, it's rare, and I thought it could bring unexpected advantages to our team. I believed this would motivate Suyu to work hard. But who would have thought that he, relying on his enhancement ability, completely disregarded the team's performance and instead became a burden to us? We've tried to persuade him many times, but he still does whatever he wants. With only a month left until the next Jiangnan High School competition, we must aim for better results, and we can't let him hold us back any longer. But he has disappointed us all. He even used the enhancement effect he applied on us to threaten us, demanding that we help him achieve good results in the college entrance exams and also repay him for the number of times he used enhancement. We can no longer tolerate this and have no choice but to make this public so everyone can see the true black sheep in our team. As soon as Lin Qingqing posted this, team members Raymond and Zhao Tiangang quickly added their support in the comments. Everything Captain Lin said is true. Suyu is utterly despicable. Not only did he threaten us, but he also insulted us and tried to control us. Just listen to how he cursed at us in the meeting room. Zhao Tiangang uploaded an audio clip of Suyu's retorts during the meeting. Although it was clearly edited, nobody cared. They immediately started attacking Suyu. After all, Jiangnan High School's team had recently achieved a prestigious 3rd place in a citywide simulation competition, bringing honor to the entire school. Lin Qingqing's post instantly pushed Suyu into the eye of the storm. Black sheep. He doesn't deserve to stay on the school team. I used to respect Suyu, but now I see he's not even as good as a first-level martial artist like me. Why should he stay on the team? Leech. He's nothing but a parasite on Jiangnan High School. Expel him. People like him must be expelled immediately. Underneath the post, Jiangnan High School students were outraged, eager to kick Suyu out of the team on the spot. In the activity room, Suyu stared at the post, his eyes growing colder. As expected, a hypocrite. Can't force me out of the team, so now you're using public opinion against me? Ridiculous. Suyu let out a cold laugh, shoved his phone into his bag, and walked out of the activity room. As soon as he stepped outside, a young man approached him. Well, isn't this my dear brother Su? The young man walked up to Suyu with a cheeky grin, though his smile was laced with mockery. Suyu frowned and recognized him as Chu Ming, a reserve member of the school team. Chu Ming used to be his follower, obeying his commands and showing him great respect. Suyu had even once used enhancement to boost Chu Ming's abilities. Because of this, Suyu had a favorable impression of him, but now the person before him seemed completely different. Brother Su, take my advice, you definitely won't be able to stay on the team anymore. Stop hogging the spot if you're not going to contribute. Chu Ming arrogantly adjusted Suyu's clothes and smirked. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, Captain Lin and the others have decided to make me an official team member. You? Stop thinking so highly of yourself. Suyu sneered. So even a dog dares to bite me now? Chu Ming's face darkened. What did you just say? Let me remind you, Lin Qingqing still doesn't have the power to kick me out. Whether you become an official member is still up in the air. Xu Ming's pupils contracted, his expression turning ugly. At that moment, Suyu's phone rang. It was a call from Zhao Wuji, the teacher in charge of the school team. Suyu felt a pang of anxiety but still answered the call. Zhao Wuji's furious voice roared from the other end, "Suyu, do you know how much damage the current public opinion is causing?" Suyu was about to explain, but Zhao Wuji didn't give him the chance. "Don't bother. You're no longer fit to be an official team member. I've already discussed it with Director Wang, and we've decided to erase your identity and get out of the school team immediately." Zhao Wuji's voice was so loud that even Xu Ming, standing nearby, could hear it. The gloom on Xu Ming's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a gloating smile. "Now, your position is mine," Xu Ming said with a smirk. "Don't think you're still the person you used to be. Now you're just a dog that's been thrown out of its home. While I'm in a good mood, hurry up and get lost." Xu Ming stood at the activity room's doorway, mocking like a new master ridiculing the old one. Xu Ming's despicable behavior was on full display. Suyu's face showed no expression. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. At the same time, Xu Ming's mocking voice echoed in his ears. By all rights, Suyu should have been infuriated, but instead, he was unusually calm. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his lips. "Very well. You want me to leave the team? Then don't blame me for playing some tricks." Suyu slowly walked out of the corridor of the activity room and onto the school streets. In the distance, faint mocking voices echoed in his ears. "Trash. A man living off others. Shameless. A tumor. Just a tumor." Ignoring these voices entirely, Suyu walked straight home. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, his face turned icy cold. With a single thought, an illusory panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Character, Suyu. Ability, Enhancement, remaining enhancement count, 1, Enhancement Support, consumes chi and blood energy to enhance the combat power and cultivation speed of oneself and all connected targets. Cultivation level, chi and blood stage, 8%. Martial arts, 8 extremities fist. Technique, Primal Chaos Technique. This was the enhancement system that appeared when Suyu awakened his abilities. Everyone, including his school team members, thought Suyu only had the enhancement ability. In reality, he had another ability, Enhancement Support. Was it really the team's own strength that allowed Jiangnan First High's team to place in the top 3 during the mock competition in Jiangnan City? No, it wasn't. Without Suyu secretly using Enhancement Support to boost their combat power, they wouldn't have even come close to the top 3. Before Suyu joined the team, Jiangnan First High's highest rank was only 8th in Jiangnan City, a bottom-tier position. Though Suyu had appeared unremarkable, he had been silently maintaining the effects of enhancement support. No wonder his cultivation level had always remained at the first layer of the chi and blood stage. Now that Suyu had been expelled from the school team, he stared coldly at the enhancement support on the panel, his eyes icy. "Cancel the enhancement support link." As soon as the words fell, system subtitles rapidly appeared. "Do you wish to cancel the enhancement support links with Lin Qingqing, Lei Meng, Zhao Tiangang, and Wu Tian? Once cancelled, the links cannot be re-established. Confirm. Enhancement support links successfully cancelled." At the very moment Suyu cancelled the links, in a martial arts hall at Jiangnan First High, Lin Qingqing and the others suddenly felt a shiver run through their bodies. "Ha! I feel like my chi and blood circulation has slowed down?" Lin Qingqing frowned, a vague sense of loss welling up inside her. Lei Meng also voiced his confusion. "Same here. When I was practicing just now, I felt like my efficiency dropped a lot." Zhao Tiangang and Wu Tian nodded, indicating they had noticed something unusual as well. Lin Qingqing pondered for a moment before saying, "We've all broken through the chi and blood stage and entered the blood refining stage. It's normal for our cultivation speed to slow down a bit. Besides, our abilities are all B rank. We've just broken through, and our foundations haven't stabilized yet. With our talents, we'll recover our previous speed in no time." Hearing her explanation, Lei Meng and the others nodded in agreement. Lei Meng chuckled, "That piece of trash, Suyu, was expelled by Teacher Zhao, and all his resources have been transferred to us. We've already used the enhancement attempts. Even if there's one left, it doesn't matter. Without the support of the school team, an auxiliary ability like his won't ever reach the blood refining stage in his lifetime." Zhao Tiangang sneered, "Forget about him being stuck at the first layer of the chi and blood stage, give him 10 years, and he might not even reach the second layer." "Ha ha ha." The group laughed uproariously. Lin Qingqing smiled faintly, perfect timing. "Now that Suyu is gone, I plan to have Chu Ming take his place. With Chu Ming joining us, we're sure to defeat Chiming High School in next month's competition and take first place. By then, bonus points for our college entrance exams will be in the bag. Hearing this, everyone's eyes burned with determination as they returned to their practice with renewed vigor. None of them realized that their slower cultivation speed was a direct result of Suyu canceling the links. Suyu stared at the panel, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. The enhancement ability can strengthen all other abilities. Previously, those who awakened enhancement treated it as a mere auxiliary ability. But no one has ever tried using enhancement to enhance enhancement itself. I still have one last enhancement attempt left. A confident smile appeared on his lips. Enhance the enhancement ability. Suyu extended his hand, his fingertips glowing with a blue light. Instantly, the light transformed into a crystal of pure blue, merging into the center of his forehead. A cool sensation filled his mind as system subtitles suddenly appeared in the void. Enhancement successful. Enhancement upgraded to Enhancement Master. Enhancement Master doubles the effects of all abilities. Enhancement count increased up to 18 times. Upon seeing the subtitles, Suyu's eyes burst with a sharp brilliance. As expected, he thought excitedly, confirming his earlier hypothesis. If it can be enhanced once, it can be enhanced countless times. Based on this theory, my ability could even reach the top SSS level. A raging fire ignited in Suyu's eyes. In the entire Great Xia, warriors who could awaken abilities were already rare, let alone those with top-tier SSS level abilities. Finding even one within a decade would be difficult. Keep enhancing. Without hesitation, he used all the enhancement opportunities on himself. Enhancer upgraded to Infinite Ability Enhancer. Infinite Ability Enhancer advanced to Ability Empowerer. The subtitles flashed by, and one final line sent waves of excitement through Suyu's heart. Ability upgraded to SSS level ability Primal Creator. Primal Creator, 3 enhancement opportunities per day. Each enhancement effect lasts for varying durations, with a 10-fold increase in enhancement potency. It really upgraded to an SSS level ability. Suyu's eyes gleamed with sharp light, but he quickly noticed a problem. Wait, only 3 chances a day, and the effects are time limited? Suyu sank into deep thought. The new SSS level ability was indeed powerful. The enhancement effects were increased tenfold, and this time, it wasn't limited to enhancing abilities. Anything could be enhanced. Whether it was techniques, martial arts, weapons, or even rare materials, everything could be made stronger. However, what was frustrating was the limitation on the number of uses and the duration of the effects. This was practically a joke. Previously, the B-level enhancer had 9 enhancement opportunities, but the effects were permanent. How could an SSS level ability be so useless? Suyu stared at the ability description in confusion. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. No, this ability is actually very strong. For example, if I enhance luck, stacking all 3 enhancements on it, the effect would be 1,000-fold. Although it only lasts for a limited time, 1,000-fold luck is insanely strong. Even if the appearance probability of a rare item is only 1 in 1,000, after 3 enhancements, the probability becomes 100%. In that case, the time limit isn't an issue. I'm guaranteed to obtain what I want during that time. Suyu's eyes lit up as he grasped the key point. Let's give it a try. He stood up, his fingers glowing with a faint blue light. Enhance training speed times 3. After applying the training speed enhancement 3 times in succession, Suyu sat down cross-legged and began circulating his cultivation technique. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged madly into his body. Under the operation of the primal technique, the spiritual energy rapidly transformed into a torrent of vital energy, washing over his entire body. Soon, his aura began to soar at an astonishing speed. 2 hours later, Suyu's cultivation level skyrocketed from the first level of vital energy to the 4th level. He slowly opened his eyes, filled with disbelief. Is this the effect of 3 stacked enhancements? His excitement was palpable. Previously, breaking through one level took Suyu at least 10 days. Even when Lin Qingqing and others were enhanced to B-level abilities, it still took them 1 to 2 months to rise from the 1st to the 4th level of vital energy. But he had done it in just 2 hours. At this rate, I'll soon surpass Lin Qingqing and the others by a wide margin. A cold, determined light flashed in Suyu's eyes. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. Being expelled from the school team wasn't just about losing resources, more importantly, it meant losing the bonus points for the college entrance exam. Hundreds of years ago, after the spiritual energy of Blue Star awakened, the nourishment of this energy gave rise to ferocious beasts, becoming humanity's greatest threat. Fortunately, warriors emerged as the only weapon to resist these beasts. After hundreds of years of development, while the threat of ferocious beasts had been eliminated, technology and martial arts advanced rapidly. Blue Star ventured beyond the solar system, stepping onto the path of interstellar exploration. Now, humans on Blue Star had discovered multiple habitable planets, where the spiritual energy was even denser. Some of the higher status human population had already moved to these planets. Those with weaker talents were left on Blue Star, creating a stratified society among humans. In terms of resources and living conditions, planets rich in spiritual energy were undeniably better. More importantly, in the interstellar era, humanity faced threats not only from native dangers but also from alien races. To counter these threats, humanity relied not only on top-tier experts but also on a vast human army. Where did these soldiers come from? Naturally, they were selected from within humanity. Currently, Blue Star implemented universal conscription. Once individuals reached a certain age, if they failed to demonstrate enough talent to gain recognition, they would be drafted into the military. To put it nicely, it was conscription. To put it bluntly, it was being sent as cannon fodder. Those who remained on Blue Star generally received far fewer resources and benefits compared to the inhabitants of other colonized planets. Most conscripted soldiers were natives of Blue Star. If I get drafted, with my current strength, it's a death sentence. To avoid conscription, I must achieve excellent results in the college entrance exams. Getting good results requires not only strength and talent but also bonus points. The Jiangnan City High School Tournament is one of those bonus opportunities. Although the first place only grants 20 bonus points, the competition for the college entrance exams intense. These next 20 minutes can decide victory or defeat, impacting the fate of countless lives. The school team only got third place in the simulation match. The real competition is still a month away. Although I was kicked off the school team, the competition rules state that as long as you form a team, you can participate. The school team is just the strongest team in Jiangnan First High School. There are other teams too. But now, Lin Qingqing has completely ruined my reputation with public opinion. I reckon no one would want to take me in now. Suyu's eyes were cold, his resolve growing stronger. However, there's no limit to the number of people required to form a team. As long as I successfully form a team, it counts. I can form a team by myself. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Breaking the rules, Suyu was no longer afraid. I'm going to the school now to apply for team formation. He stood up, quickly freshened up, and headed toward the school. With only a month left until the Jiangnan City University competition, the earlier he formed a team, the better. Waiting until the last minute, only to fail to form a team, would be a real problem. At Jiangnan First High School's logistics office, Director Wang Gang looked at Suyu with a complicated expression. You want to apply to form a team? The uproar caused by Lin Qingqing's post not only sparked widespread discussions among the students but also caught the attention of the teachers. Wang Gang's gaze toward Suyu had changed as well. Yes. The school rules state that anyone can apply to form a team. Suyu replied calmly. Wang Gang hesitated for a moment but still opened the team formation application portal. A virtual light screen appeared in front of Suyu. Fill out the information, Wang Gang pointed at the panel, only to notice that the doorway was already crowded with curious onlookers, all craning their necks to see what was going on inside. Impatiently, Wang Gang waved his hand and snapped, "Move along. There's nothing to see here." The students quickly dispersed from the doorway. However, not long after, a few more figures entered the logistics office. Why are they back again? Wang Gang muttered irritably, looking up, only to see Lin Qingqing leading a group of school team members. His annoyance instantly turned into a smile. Oh, it's Qingqing. What brings you here? The school team had just brought great honor to Jiangnan First High School by securing third place in the simulation match for the university competition. Naturally, Wang Gang's attitude toward them softened considerably. Lin Qingqing smiled gently. Director Wang, our school team is preparing to promote the reserve member Chu Ming to an official member. Teacher Zhao Wuji has already approved it, and we're here to get your signature. Wang Gang chuckled. Couldn't you have just sent a message? Coming all the way here wastes your training time. It'd be better to practice more and aim for first place for Jiangnan First High School, huh? Lin Qingqing smiled faintly, clearly not here just for Chu Ming's promotion. The news of Suyu applying to form a team had already caused a sensation on Jiangnan First High School's forum. Naturally, she came in person to witness it. Suyu was someone she had personally crushed, and she would never allow him any chance to rise again. She didn't say much but glanced over at Suyu. However, Suyu was completely focused on filling out his application and didn't even notice her arrival. This made Lin Qingqing feel slightly annoyed. In the past, whenever Suyu saw her, he would always treat her kindly. Though not overly flattering, he was definitely warm and considerate. But now, he was like a completely different person. Although their relationship had fractured, in Lin Qingqing's view, Suyu should still fawn over her. Director Wang, is someone applying to form a team? Lin Qingqing brushed her hair aside, feigning ignorance. Wang Gang looked a bit awkward. With Suyu and the school team standing together, anyone could see the tension between them. Director Wang, I'm done. Suyu broke the awkward silence, standing up without so much as glancing at Lin Qingqing as if the school team members didn't even exist. Wang Gang nodded, staring at the information Suyu had filled out. Team name, school team? Did you make a mistake? Wang Gang was stunned, and Lin Qingqing, along with the others, frowned at Suyu. Suyu's expression remained calm. Is there a problem? As far as I know, there's no team in the school named school team. Indeed, although Lin Qingqing and her team were known as the school team, that was merely a title for the school's key training group. Their official team name was something else. No one had ever used the name school team before. The moment Suyu finished speaking, Lin Qingqing and her team's expressions darkened. Well, Wang Gang's face was complicated as he looked at the screen. Wait a minute, the team application only lists you, alone? Is that a problem? The school rules don't say anything against forming a team alone. Suyu remained calm. Wang Gang was left speechless, unable to come up with a solution for the moment. Just then, Lin Qingqing suddenly spoke up. Director Wang, if I remember correctly, didn't the school revise the rules 3 days ago? A team now requires at least 3 members to form. Ha? Wang Gang looked at Lin Qingqing in surprise. Lin Qingqing gave him a knowing glance, her voice echoing in his ear. Director Wang, although there's no restriction on team applications, if someone like Suyu forms a team and causes trouble, it would tarnish Jiangnan First High School's reputation, wouldn't it? You know why Suyu was kicked out of the school team. Even I couldn't tolerate him, which says something about his character. Director Wang, surely you don't want Jiangnan First High School to gain a bad name because of someone like him, do you? Wang Gang felt a pang of hesitation. Clearing his throat, he spoke. Right, Lin Qingqing's reminder is on point. The principal mentioned it during the meeting 3 days ago. To prevent random team formations, each team must fill at least 3 slots and must pass the challenge of the 4th floor of the virtual star tower. Wang Gang had already been persuaded. Lin Qingqing was the captain of the school team and the most outstanding student at Jiangnan High School. As merely a logistics director, it was in his best interest to curry favor with her. However, he also set up a challenge for Suyu. The virtual star tower was a unique virtual space at Jiangnan High, consisting of 18 levels corresponding to cultivation realms from blood qi level 1 to blood refining level 9. To pass through the virtual star tower, one needed to reach at least blood qi level 4. In Wang Gang's view, Suyu, who was merely at blood qi level 1, would undoubtedly be stopped by the requirement. As expected, upon hearing Wang Gang's words, Suyu frowned slightly. The rules changed? Why wasn't I informed? Any school rule changes should be posted on the Jiangnan High School forum for students to see. I didn't notice any such notification, Suyu responded as he scanned the room. He noticed Lin Qingqing and the others looking at him with mocking expressions. This is clearly an attempt to completely crush me. Suyu sneered coldly. Director Wang, let me suggest something. In the future, don't allow just anyone to apply for team formation. Why not hang a sign at the entrance that says, trash not allowed? Ha ha ha. Chu Ming taunted Suyu, his gaze provocative. Raymond and others joined in the laughter, and even Lin Qingqing crossed her arms, watching Suyu with amusement. Suyu ignored them and continued swiftly filling out the team application form. 3 slots? That's enough. Wang Gang froze, looking at the information displayed on the screen. Besides Suyu, the names Xiao Huang and De Hua appeared. Xiao Huang? Da Hua? Are there students with these names at Jiangnan High? Wang Gang questioned, confused. Suyu smiled. Director, you only mentioned that 3 slots were required. You didn't specify they had to be humans. As soon as he said this, Wang Gang and Lin Qingqing's expressions changed dramatically. As for Xiao Huang and De Hua, one is my pet dog, and the other is a big sow from my hometown village. Suyu continued with a bright smile. Moreover, I've decided to make the sow the captain. His words were calm, but his gaze was fixed firmly on Lin Qingqing when he said, make the sow the captain. At that moment, Lin Qingqing erupted in a furious roar. Suyu! Her face turned extremely unpleasant. Not only her, but the entire school team's expressions darkened immediately. A sow as captain? A dog as a teammate? This was outright humiliation. The school team members glared at Suyu with eyes blazing like fire. Unbothered, Suyu chuckled lightly and waved at Wang Gang. Director Wang, I still need to pass the 4th floor of the virtual star tower, right? Ha? Yes. Wang Gang was taken aback but nodded nonetheless. However, looking at Suyu's confident smile, Wang Gang felt an ominous premonition. Without saying much else, Suyu turned and left the logistics office. Captain. Wu Tian and the others stared at Lin Xingqing, their faces grim. Lin Xingqing's expression twisted with rage and malice. He actually plans to enter the virtual star tower? Humph. A guy stuck at Blood Chi level 1 dares to dream of clearing the 4th floor? Who does he think he is? Just because he awakened an auxiliary ability and lacks any cultivation talent, does he think he can conquer the virtual star tower? Lin Xingqing stated coldly. Let's go. I want to see how this trash plans to clear the virtual star tower. Lin Xingqing strode out with determination. Raymond and the others exchanged glances before quickly following her. Completely unaware that he was being followed, Suyu walked alone toward the virtual star tower. The virtual star tower was a special simulated environment personally constructed by Zhongnan Hai's first principal. It could accurately measure a person's combat power. Those who managed to clear the final level could even obtain a unique opportunity. However, since its establishment, no one had ever succeeded in clearing the last level. Not even Lin Xingqing and her team had managed that feat. Before long, Suyu arrived at the virtual cabin area of Zhongnan High School. Since it was a virtual space, individuals needed to first enter a virtual cabin to verify their identity before accessing the virtual star tower. Suyu casually chose a virtual cabin and lay down inside. As soon as he did, a group of figures suddenly flooded into the cabin room. Leading them was Lin Xingqing and her school team members. Others in the group were students from Zhongnan High as well. After all, word about Suyu forming a team had spread like wildfire. Despite Wang Gang's earlier reprimand, the news of Suyu attempting to challenge the virtual star tower had quickly gone viral. This guy has some guts. At Blood Chi level 1, he couldn't even hold his own during inter-school team matches and had to hide in corners. Yet he dares come to the virtual star tower? I don't think he's ever attempted the virtual star tower before, has he? Who knows? Maybe he failed to form a team and lost his mind out of frustration, someone sneered mockingly. Ha, if he actually manages to clear the 4th floor, I'll eat my words on the spot, another student jeered. Lin Xingqing and her team stood emotionlessly, their eyes fixed on the large screen inside the virtual cabin room. On the screen, an ancient stone tower stood silently in the middle of a vast expanse of land, grand and imposing. Around the stone tower, a few figures could be seen, other students from Zhongnan High preparing to challenge the virtual star tower. However, Lin Xingqing and her team paid no attention to them. Their gazes were locked firmly on the figure who had just appeared. Outside the virtual star tower, Suyu stood quietly. That guy, he's entered the virtual star tower, someone behind him couldn't help but exclaim. Captain, watch closely. Within 30 seconds, that trash will definitely be kicked out of the virtual star tower. Xu Ming sneered, his tone filled with disdain. There are so many students at Zhongnan First High School. Even the first-year students with blood energy at the first level are better than him. He's a third year, been in the school team for half a year, enjoyed resources for nothing, and is still stuck at the first level. Do you really think this waste can pass the 4th level? Ha! Even the first level will be a struggle. Zhao Tiangang, standing in a corner, spoke in a hoarse, mocking voice. Lin Xingqing remained silent, her eyes fixed on the screen showing Suyu, filled with venomous resentment. I want to see how you look when you're thrown out of the virtual star tower. She roared internally, her face showing a trace of satisfaction, as if she had already envisioned Suyu's humiliation. You're nothing more than my dog. Since you're a dog, why couldn't you just obediently wag your tail in front of me? Hatred simmered in Lin Xingqing's heart. Meanwhile, outside the virtual star tower, Suyu gazed at the ancient stone tower before him, his brows slightly furrowed. So this is the virtual space? It's so incredibly realistic. I can even feel the flow of blood energy inside me. And Suyu silently activated his blood energy, discovering that the virtual space was identical to reality. He pinched a piece of flesh on his arm and could actually feel the pain. It feels too real. If I didn't already know this was virtual, it would be so easy to get lost in it. Suyu marveled, his eyes falling on the virtual star tower, a hint of curiosity flashing in his gaze. The virtual star tower, huh? Just as Lin Xingqing and the others had said, this was indeed Suyu's first time entering the virtual star tower. He had previously been too preoccupied with school team matters and Lin Qingqing. Now, he had finally stepped into this place. The 4th level requires blood energy at the 4th level. I'm exactly at the 4th level now, and with that enhanced assistance boost, passing the 4th level shouldn't be a problem. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's lips. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he strode toward the virtual star tower. As he reached the entrance of the tower, a white light flashed, enveloping him, and he was instantly transported to the 1st level of the virtual star tower. It was a spacious platform, roughly the size of 2 or 3 large basketball courts. In the center of the platform stood a black figure, standing silently. This was the guardian of the 1st level of the virtual star tower. If Suyu wanted to advance to the 2nd level, he first had to defeat this guardian in front of him. Aside from the guardian, the moment Suyu entered the virtual star tower, the screen of the virtual pod behind him displayed a set of data. Character, Suyu. Win rate, 100%. What? 100% win rate? As soon as the predictive data for Suyu's performance on the 1st level appeared, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The virtual star tower, as a virtual system, had an AI that generated win rate predictions for every student entering it. While the predictions could occasionally be inaccurate, they were generally reliable. Particularly when the win rate exceeded 90%, failure was almost unheard of. What Lin Qingqing and the others hadn't anticipated was, the AI had calculated a 100% win rate for Suyu on the 1st level. Isn't this guy only at the 1st level of blood energy? How could his win rate be 100%? Don't be surprised. The 1st level is pretty easy, nearly 70 to 80% of first-year students can pass it. If Suyu couldn't even pass the 1st level, then he'd truly be trash. After their initial shock, the crowd quickly returned to a more composed state. Laming crossed his arms over his chest, sneering, passing the 1st level is nothing. Don't forget, even if his win rate for the 1st level is 100%, it'll definitely drop below 10% when he reaches the 2nd. Mark my words. As soon as he spoke, the others nodded in agreement, breaking into laughter. Ha, this trash isn't too bad. At least he has the abilities of a first-year student. He's in his 3rd year, though. Still far behind. The interstellar college entrance exam is coming up, and he only barely matches a 1st year's level. Exactly. The crowd's laughter echoed in the real world, while inside the virtual star tower, Suyu stared at the black figure in front of him. Without a word, his figure suddenly disappeared as he lunged forward. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black figure shattered. One hit. Instant kill. Suyu stood still, casually flexing his wrists, his face calm. Given that he was at the 4th level of blood energy, if he couldn't instantly take down a 1st level guardian, he might as well quit trying altogether. After defeating the 1st level guardian, a white light flashed, and Suyu instantly appeared on the 2nd level. The guardian was still a black figure, but its aura had grown significantly stronger. Blood energy at the 2nd level. Suyu smiled and stepped forward. At the same moment in the real world, the virtual AI displayed updated data. Character, Suyu. 2nd level win rate, 100%. Ha! He's already on the 2nd level? And his win rate is still 100%? He's at blood energy level 1, and yet he's achieving a perfect score against a 2nd level challenge? The crowd couldn't see Suyu's actual fight, they could only view the predictive data. If it weren't for the 2nd level label, they would have assumed he was still stuck on the 1st. How is this possible? Can someone tell me how a person at blood energy level 1 can have a 100% win rate against a level 2 challenge? Wait, could it be that Suyu has broken through? Laming's expression darkened immediately. Earlier, he had confidently declared that Suyu's 2nd level win rate wouldn't surpass 10%. Less than 10%? Stayed on the school team for half a year without making progress, but broke through after leaving the team? A low murmur arose from the crowd, and the atmosphere grew strange as everyone turned to look at Lin Qingqing and her group. Lin Qingqing's face darkened, and she snorted coldly, enjoying the school team's resources for half a year. What's strange about breaking through to the 2nd level? The crowd suddenly understood. True, the school team's resources are incomparable to what ordinary students have. Even a pig could break through after enjoying the benefits of the school team for half a year. This guy was just lucky. Many people shook their heads. Suyu. Hearing the shift in opinions, Lin Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, when her gaze returned to the screen, her eyes grew colder. Suyu's sudden breakthrough had caught her off guard. But soon, she regained her arrogance. So what if he's at the 2nd level of chi and blood? He's still trash in front of me, and even among first-year students, he's no big deal. The captain is right, he just got lucky and had a fluke breakthrough. Shu Ming quickly chimed in. As soon as the words left his mouth, the data on the virtual screen changed again. Character, Su Yu 3rd level win rate, 100%. A perfect score at the 3rd level too? Wait, he's reached the 3rd level? What's going on here? Inside the virtual cabin, the students who had been mocking Su Yu were all stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be a 1st level Qi and blood loser? How could he have suddenly broken through to the 3rd level? A perfect win rate to boot? Was he really just 1st level Qi and blood? Many people's minds were in chaos, while Lin Qingqing and her friends were left dumbfounded. Although the 3rd level wasn't difficult for them. Hadn't Su Yu just been expelled from the school team yesterday as a 1st level Qi and blood? How could he suddenly become so strong today? The atmosphere grew unnervingly silent and oppressive. Time ticked by in this heavy silence, and after just 30 seconds, the data on the virtual screen changed once more. Character, Su Yu 4th level win rate, 85%. The win rate changed. 85%, someone exclaimed, but their expression quickly turned peculiar. Generally, if the win rate exceeds 60%, it means that person has the strength of that level. Su Yu's 4th level win rate is as high as 85%. Does that mean he's already at the 4th level of Qi and blood? Impossible. He was at the 1st level just yesterday, how could he possibly reach the 4th level today? What kind of training did he do? Surprised voices echoed through the virtual cabin, and everyone's faces were filled with shock. Lin Qingqing and her group's expressions became even darker. First, Su Yu humiliated them by comparing them to dogs and pigs and naming them the school team mockingly. Now, he had suddenly skyrocketed to the 4th level of Qi and blood in one leap. It felt like a series of relentless slaps to their faces, sharp and deeply humiliating. Humph. He must have taken a crooked path. This guy dared to practice forbidden martial arts techniques. It seems it was a wise decision to kick him out of the school team. The cabin fell silent, and everyone's gaze shifted to Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing shook her head, her tone filled with regret and disappointment. Su Yu never took training seriously when he was on the school team. He relied on his enhancement ability to slack off and never put in any effort. We never saw him train properly even once. That's why we couldn't tolerate it anymore and expelled him from the team. Moreover, Su Yu's talent wasn't particularly strong to begin with. He never managed to break through while on the school team. Now that he's left, he must be harboring resentment and has chosen the wrong path. Forbidden martial arts techniques. While they can quickly boost one's strength, they utterly ruin one's foundation. Su Yu has made the wrong choice. Lin Qingqing said slowly, her eyes full of pity, as if she truly mourned the ruin of Su Yu's future. So that's it. I was wondering how Su Yu's Qi and blood could suddenly jump from the 1st level to the 4th level after leaving the team. Turns out he's been practicing forbidden martial arts techniques. I thought there was something off about it. He was stuck at the 1st level on the school team but suddenly soared to the 4th level. It's definitely unnatural. This guy has moral issues. How dare he practice forbidden martial arts techniques? As Lin Qingqing finished speaking, the crowd suddenly came to a realization, their gazes now tinged with disdain. Forbidden martial arts techniques were banned for good reason. While they offered rapid progress, they often destroyed the practitioner's physical foundation. He was trouble even when he was on the school team. Now that he's been expelled, his true colors are showing. He even dared to touch forbidden martial arts techniques. Lei Mang sneered coldly. Good thing we kicked him out. Otherwise, keeping him around would have ruined both our school teams and Jiangnan High's reputation. Amid the continuous chatter, Lin Qingqing's lips curled into a slight smirk, her gaze full of disdain. In her eyes, someone like Su Yu could never achieve such progress without resorting to forbidden martial arts techniques. The crowd's voices rose and fell, and the virtual screen once again updated with Su Yu's data. Character, Su Yu 5th level win rate, 45%. He actually cleared the 4th level and earned team qualification. But someone practicing forbidden martial arts techniques, his future ends here. Even if he successfully joins a team, those who practice forbidden martial arts techniques have limited potential. At most, they can only train to the peak of Qi and blood, and that's it. Watching the latest data, the crowd murmured dismissively. The data revealed indifference, and the contempt in his heart for Su Yu grew deeper. Just as the crowd was engaged in heated discussions, the virtual pod slowly opened, and Su Yu stepped out. For Su Yu, if he used the enhanced assistance, it wouldn't be difficult for him to pass the 5th level. But he had no need for that. The virtual star tower was merely a place to test one's strength. If it weren't for the team qualification being forcibly shoved upon him by Wang Gang, he wouldn't have bothered coming at all. As soon as he emerged, a crisp voice rang out, Su Yu, you've really disappointed me. Just to spite me, you even resorted to practicing martial path forbidden techniques. Suyu froze on the spot. Martial path forbidden techniques? Following the voice, he saw Lin Qingqing standing at the forefront of the crowd, arms crossed, looking down at him with a condescending expression. I know you're upset about being kicked off the school team, but that's your own fault. If you think relying on team qualification or practicing martial path forbidden techniques will earn my attention, let me tell you. I, Lin Qingqing, despise nothing more than people who practice martial path forbidden techniques and destroy their own foundations. Suyu remains silent. Seeing his lack of reaction, Shuming couldn't hold back his laughter. Captain's eyes are sharp. She saw through his tricks at a glance. Suyu, don't think that practicing martial path forbidden techniques will change the fact that you were kicked off the school team. Not saying anything? Looks like you're admitting it. Captain's right, isn't she? Suyu raised his head, glanced at Shuming, and shook his head. A trace of pity flickered in his eyes. I really think something is wrong with your brains. Martial path forbidden techniques? You actually thought of something so ridiculous? How laughably stupid. Suyu was speechless at their absurd assumptions. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave the virtual pod room. Staying here made him feel as though his intelligence was being insulted. As he turned to leave, his gaze swept across the giant virtual screen and caught sight of his own data. Ha! A 45% success rate for passing the 5th level? A subtle thought stirred in his mind. Clever as he was, Suyu immediately came up with a new idea. Before he had time to dwell on it, Lin Qingqing's voice sounded again. Whether or not you've practiced martial path forbidden techniques, we'll know if we test it. Suyu frowned and looked at Lin Qingqing. This woman, what was she scheming this time? His eyes were filled with annoyance. Lin Qingqing noticed the look in his eyes, and her chest tightened. Shuming picked up where she left off, sneering, if you want to find out whether he's practiced martial path forbidden techniques, just have him spar with a student at the same level. Those who practice martial path forbidden techniques may improve quickly, but their vitality is always unstable compared to peers of the same level. Virtual Star Tower only simulates guards, its challenges can't compare to a real warrior's strength. Suyu, do you dare to accept our challenge? Shuming's gaze locked directly onto Suyu, the provocation in his eyes unmistakable. To him, Suyu must have practiced martial path forbidden techniques but absolutely wouldn't dare accept the challenge. Once exposed, he would be utterly finished. I've never seen someone so eager to shove their face in front of me for a slap. Since you're so insistent. Suyu twisted his neck and flashed a toothy grin. Then I'll give you a slap and let you feel the sting firsthand. For Suyu, ignoring their unreasonable demands was an option. But they had gone as far as to slander him for practicing martial path forbidden techniques. If he didn't respond today, the trouble would only pile up in the future. Might as well settle it once and for all and teach a few people a harsh lesson while he was at it. Plus, why not gain a little benefit in the process? It was a win-win. Shuming didn't notice the smile on Suyu's face. The moment Suyu agreed, Shuming's gaze instantly shifted towards someone in the crowd. That person immediately understood and stepped forward with a smile. Allow me to test Senior Suyu's strength. Shuming gave a faint smile to the members of the school team and said, this is a cousin of mine. He just started his first year of high school but is already a 4th-layer blood vitality warrior. Among first-year students, he's considered a genius. Half a month ago, he passed the 4th level of the Virtual Star Tower. He'll definitely defeat Suyu. When that happens, regardless of whether Suyu practiced martial path forbidden techniques or not, we'll completely discredit him and the techniques. The guy will be under our thumb from then on. Shuming's words made the school team members' eyes light up. They wouldn't miss an opportunity to stomp on Suyu. First-year student Chu Feng, humbly requesting guidance from Senior. Chu Feng gave Suyu a slight smile and performed an exaggerated bow. Chu Feng is one of the top 10 geniuses among first years. Half a month ago, he cleared the 4th level of the Virtual Star Tower and is reportedly preparing to challenge the 5th. If Suyu has practiced martial path forbidden techniques, he definitely won't be a match for Chu Feng. Chu Feng's appearance sparked a wave of chatter among the onlookers. Clearly, he was quite famous at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. But just as the murmurs began, Suyu had already disappeared from where he stood. Chu Feng's pupils slightly contracted. Before he could react, Suyu was already in front of him. In the next moment, Chu Feng's vision was filled with Suyu's rapidly enlarging fist. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Chu Feng flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, the entire virtual pod room fell into an eerie silence. How is this possible? After a brief silence, Shuming screamed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Suyu. This can't be true. How could you possibly defeat Chu Feng? You must have cheated. You definitely cheated. Ming couldn't believe that his cousin, Feng, couldn't even withstand a single move against Yu. Feng was one of the top 10 geniuses in their grade and a promising future core member of the school team, yet he was defeated by Yu in an instant? Facing Ming's sharp accusations, Yu casually cleaned his ear, glanced at the fallen Feng, and grinned. Next time, send someone stronger. This is completely boring. With that, Yu leisurely left the virtual cabin. Everyone watched Yu's departing figure, their expressions beginning to shift. Shu Ming's eyes were filled with resentment. The other school team members' faces also turned gloomy. Today, they had been utterly humiliated in front of Yu. This guy. Lin Xingqing trembled in anger. Yu's transformation made her former pride seem laughable. Do you think that this will make me change my mind? She thought to herself. You'll be nothing but a failure for the rest of your life. In Lin Xingqing's view, everything Yu did, whether it was provoking the school team or clearing the levels of the virtual star tower, was just to get her attention. After all, she had once been Yu's childhood sweetheart and first love. Humph. Lin Xingqing let out a cold snort and left the virtual cabin with the school team members in tow. At the logistics office, Wang Gang stared at the documents Yu had submitted, remaining silent. You've really cleared the 4th level of the virtual star tower? Wang Gang asked, lifting his head, his eyes full of shock. To be honest, he had designed these challenges to make things difficult for Yu and Lin Xingqing's group. He never expected Yu to actually succeed. Is there a problem? Check the school's records yourself, Yu replied flatly, his tone tinged with impatience. If Wang Gang continued to press further, Yu wouldn't bother holding back. Sensing Yu's demeanor, Wang Gang swallowed hard. Although he was the head of the logistics office, he was just an ordinary martial artist who had gotten his position through connections. After a moment of silence, Wang Gang eventually approved Yu's request to join the school team. After obtaining the approval, Yu left the logistics office without hesitation. Walking along the school path, he recalled the data on his virtual screen. The AI in the virtual star tower can predict my success rate. If I apply tomorrow's 3 enhancements to the success rate, could I exploit this loophole? Yu's mind worked quickly. If there's a success rate mechanism, then by enhancing it, wouldn't I easily clear the virtual star tower, even the final level? The virtual star tower was merely a place in Jiangnan High School to test one's strength. However, clearing all 18 levels could earn the ultimate reward left by the school's founding principle. If my current success rate for the 18th level is 0.1%, applying 3 enhancements would increase it to 100%. Although there's a time limit, 100% success means I'm guaranteed to clear the 18th level as long as I enter. And what about the other levels? If the 18th level is at 100%, wouldn't the earlier levels also become 100%? Yu's eyes lit up. For instance, the probability of breaking through to Blood Qi level 6 is currently 0.1%. After 3 enhancements, it becomes 100%. As long as I attempt the breakthrough, I'm certain to succeed. From Blood Qi level 5 to 6, it's a guaranteed success. Exactly. The same logic applies to the virtual star tower. It's rumored that the final level of the virtual star tower holds an unimaginable opportunity. No one knows what the founding principle left behind, but it's definitely extraordinary. Maybe I should try it tomorrow. Even if I fail, the only thing I'd lose is a day's worth of 3 enhancements. And they reset the next day. With this thought in mind, Yu had already made up his mind. He hurried home to start cultivating. While his enhancement chances were used up, Yu never wasted an opportunity to train. Previously, he had exhausted his blood qi by using the enhancement assist ability on others to help the school team. But now, without the blood qi consumption, even without the enhancements, his cultivation speed was still not slow. The next morning, as sunlight bathed Jiangnan City, Yu opened his eyes. A surge of vigorous blood qi coursed through his body. Hoo! He exhaled deeply, a faint smile on his lips. Without enhancement effects, as long as I follow my training plan, I'll definitely break through to Blood Qi level 5 within 3 days. In a month, even without enhancements, I can reach Blood Qi level 7. With enhancements, the blood refinement realm is merely an entry-level stage for me. Feeling his current state, Yu quickly washed up and headed straight for Jiangnan High School. Due to the resurgence of martial arts, Jiangnan High's curriculum was highly flexible. Most of the time was reserved for students to train, with cultural classes only held once or twice a week. Upon arriving at school, Yu went straight to the virtual cabin room. Perhaps because it was still early, the room was empty. Yu casually picked a cabin and lay inside. His consciousness entered the virtual star tower. Looking at the virtual star tower before him, Suyu's heart stirred. Enhance my success rate for clearing the 18th level. Times 3. As this thought echoed in his mind, you felt a strange aura enveloping his body, as if he were crowned with a radiant halo. A surge of fighting spirit ignited within him as he stepped into the virtual star tower, instantly arriving on the 5th floor. Facing the overwhelming presence of the Guardian, Suyu hesitated for a moment but pressed forward regardless. The moment he approached, the Guardian suddenly faltered in its step, leaving a glaring weakness exposed before Suyu's eyes. His gaze lit up, and he delivered a powerful punch. 8 Extremes Fist Dragon descends. His fist roared like a divine dragon descending to earth, crashing down with ferocity. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed, and the 5th floor Guardian disintegrated into dust, vanishing from the platform. Success! Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. In a flash, the scene shifted, and he found himself on the 6th floor. Yesterday, my chances of clearing the 5th floor were only 45%. I never expected it to be this easy after the enhancement. Overwhelmed with joy, he charged toward the 6th floor Guardian without hesitation. Before long, the number of floors he cleared climbed steadily. The 7th floor, the 8th floor, the 9th floor, all the way to the 17th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Suyu had already reached the 17th floor. Standing on the 18th floor, facing the Guardian at the 9th level of blood refining, Suyu could feel the weight of his own breath. A master at the 9th level of blood refining is an incredibly rare existence, not just in Jiangnan First High School, but among all 36 high schools in Jiangnan City, he remarked, a confident smile tugging at his lips. But now, my chances of defeating you have increased 1,000-fold. With a leap, Suyu lunged fiercely at his opponent. At this moment, if someone outside the virtual pod were watching the screen, they would see Suyu's stats clearly displayed. Character, Suyu. 18th floor success rate, 96%. 96% success rate. The probability boost from the skill primordial creator had even influenced the virtual AI's predictions and calculations. This was the true power of an extraordinary ability, everything could be enhanced. Inside the virtual star tower's 18th floor, a peculiar scene unfolded. Despite being a guardian at the 9th level of blood refining, a realm belonging to the 2nd level of martial arts, the opponent inexplicably exposed weaknesses repeatedly due to some mysterious force. While the blood refining realm still tied one to the mortal body, it was an entirely different story against those in the higher visceral refining realm. Against such opponents, even if they stood still, Suyu wouldn't be able to budge them an inch, no matter the number of enhancements. Of course, if he shifted his enhancements to other areas, like increasing the probability of the opponent's sudden death, the outcome might be unpredictable. After 5 minutes of relentless pressure from an invisible force, the 18th floor Guardian finally crumbled, its form dissipating into nothingness. The 18th floor challenge completed. As the Guardian vanished, a radiant white halo appeared on the platform. Ha! Suyu stood on the platform of the 18th floor, gasping heavily for air. Even with the 3 probability enhancements from Primordial Creator, defeating the Guardian of the 18th floor had been no small feat after all. His opponent was at the 9th level of blood refining, a formidable strength that spoke for itself. It was akin to asking a child to use a knife to slaughter a tied-up pig. Even though the pig couldn't fight back, the child would still need to exert all their strength, and success still wouldn't be certain. In the end, it all comes down to luck, Suyu muttered with a wry smile. His gaze quickly fell upon the white halo suspended in the air on the platform. Is this the legendary opportunity left behind by the first principal of Jiangnan First High School? Staring at the glowing light, a spark of excitement ignited in Suyu's eyes. Since the founding of Jiangnan First High School, no one had ever claimed this opportunity. Of course, when the old principal left this legacy, he likely never expected it to be claimed by a relatively unknown student. Smiling, Suyu extended his hand slowly toward the halo. In the next instant, a crystal-clear pill, resembling a piece of white jade, appeared before his eyes. This is... Suyu's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the pill. The evolutionary ability pill, he exclaimed uncontrollably. The evolutionary ability pill was an extraordinarily rare elixir. Not just in Jiangnan First High School, but even across Jiangnan City, or all 6 major cities of Blue Star combined, it was nearly impossible to come by. Its effects were simple yet domineering. For awakened ability users, consuming it could directly enhance the level of their ability, potentially even causing a mutation. At the very least, it guaranteed a 1-level increase. For those who hadn't yet awakened an ability, taking the pill would instantly awaken a B-level or higher ability. Abilities were incredibly crucial for martial artists. Among those of the same rank, the gap between those with an ability and those without was unimaginably vast. Although my primary ability, Primordial Creator, is already at SSS level, my secondary ability, Supportive Enhancement, is only at B level. After consuming the evolutionary ability pill, Supportive Enhancement will at least rise to A level, and it might even mutate. Fixating on the pill in his hand, Suyu's eyes burned with fierce determination. Indeed, this is the heaven-defying opportunity left by the old principal. Well, I guess I have no choice but to accept it, with tears in my eyes. Suyu grinned broadly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Without hesitation, he exited the virtual star tower. The opportunity had been seized, there was no reason to linger any longer. Shortly after, another student from Jiangnan First High School entered the virtual pod, ready to test their strength in the virtual star tower. As they turned, their gaze fell upon a line of data displayed on the screen. Highest record, 18th floor. Ha? 18th floor? When did the highest record change? They murmured in surprise. The expression on his face was one of confusion, but he quickly reacted, becoming instantly alert. Wait, the 18th floor? Impossible, the 18th floor, he shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the virtual cabin. This outburst drew more and more students from Jiangnan High School into the virtual cabin, where they saw the record displayed on the screen. What? Someone actually cleared the 18th floor? How is that possible? I remember the best in the school team only made it to the 11th or 12th floor. Who could it be? How could someone break through the 18th floor? Exclamations of disbelief rang out one after another, and the students were all utterly shocked. Since the establishment of the virtual star tower, no one had ever cleared the 18th floor. The previous highest record was the 15th floor, and the person who set that record later gained admission to one of the top 10 star academies during the interstellar college entrance exams, becoming a legend of Jiangnan High School. And now, someone had surpassed the 18th floor. What did this mean? The record had been shattered, and even the special opportunity left behind by the old principal had been claimed. What is going on here? A group of people gradually gathered inside the virtual cabin. They were none other than the members of the school team, led by Lin Qingqing. Although Lin Qingqing remained composed, her pupils contracted sharply when she saw the record displayed on the screen. Impossible, she cried out in shock. She wasn't the only one. Raymond, Shuming, Zhao Tiangang, and the others all wore expressions of disbelief. How could anyone break through the 18th floor? Raymond said in a low voice. Zhao Tiangang's face was grim. Could it be that Jiangnan High School is hiding a genius we didn't know about? That's impossible. If there really were such a person, they would have joined the school team already. As they spoke, the school team members exchanged glances. A single thought arose in their minds: they had to find this prodigy and invite them to join the school team. Let's go find the principal. Lin Qingqing took a deep breath, her voice tinged with excitement. Although they had only placed third in the Jiangnan City high school simulation competition, that was because several strong schools hadn't participated. When it came to the actual high school championship, they might not even maintain that ranking. However, if they could recruit this person who had conquered the virtual star tower, a top expert at the 9th level of blood refinement, then they might genuinely have a shot at the top 3, or even first place. This would mean everything to them. Before long, Lin Qingqing and her team arrived at the principal's office. Once a challenger stopped their attempt in the virtual star tower, the information would soon disappear from the virtual screen, and only the principal had the authority to find out who had cleared the 18th floor. Principal, can you check for us who it was that cleared the 18th floor? Lin Qingqing looked at Principal Yuan Feng of Jiangnan High School with great anticipation. Yuan Feng, sitting in his chair, froze for a moment before abruptly standing up. Someone cleared the 18th floor of the virtual star tower? Lin Qingqing and the others nodded. Yuan Feng's face immediately flushed with excitement, his grin spreading wide. Ah, I can't believe it. Our Jiangnan High School has produced someone capable of clearing the 18th floor. Let's see who this genius is, he said, eagerly activating his administrative privileges to access the virtual star tower's internal data. Lin Qingqing and her team watched the screen in front of Yuan Feng with bated breath. As the permissions were unlocked, a name quickly appeared on the screen. Highest record, 18th floor. Challenger, Suyu. The moment they saw the name, Lin Qingqing and her team's expressions froze. Suyu? Impossible. How could it be Suyu? Shuming shook his head wildly, disbelief written all over his face. He had never imagined that the person who cleared the 18th floor would be the very individual he had always looked down on as useless. Suyu? That name sounds really familiar. Yuan Feng said, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the screen. Lin Qingqing and the others suddenly looked awkward. Familiar? Of course, they knew him well. After all, they had gone out of their way to smear Suyu's reputation on the school forum, trying to get him expelled. Lin Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. It can't be that guy. He must have cheated. He definitely cheated to get through the 18th floor, she reassured herself, her eyes lighting up. Principal, you might not know this, but Suyu is. Lin Qingqing quickly recounted every detail of their prior accusations against Suyu to Yuan Feng. After hearing it all, Yuan Feng frowned deeply, unable to reconcile the image of the Suyu they described with someone capable of conquering the 18th floor. Could there be some kind of mistake? Yuan Feng asked hesitantly. Lin Qingqing was overflowing with confidence. Principal, we would never slander a fellow student without reason. Suyu has been enjoying school team resources for so long, yet he's remained stuck at the first level of chi and blood refinement. Just yesterday, he was stuck on the 4th floor of the virtual star tower, and now he's suddenly cleared the 18th floor. Isn't that suspicious? This guy, he must have cheated. Hearing her argument, Yuan Feng began to lean toward believing her. However, he still found the notion of cheating in the virtual star tower hard to fathom. Seeing Yuan Feng's hesitation, Lin Qingqing smiled slightly and spoke softly. Principal, whether he cheated or not is no longer the key issue. The important thing is, Suyu has claimed the special opportunity left behind by the old principal. Oh? Yuan Feng's curiosity was piqued. Looking at Lin Qingqing, she smoothed her hair by her ear and said, Principal, don't you think it's a waste for Suyu to have this opportunity? If we could use it on our school team. In the college competition a month from now, our school team could absolutely help Jiangnan First High take first place. By then, the school's reputation would skyrocket, the Martial Alliance's support for Jiangnan First High would strengthen, and more outstanding students would choose our school. After hearing Lin Qingqing's words, Raymond and the others immediately realized her point, their eyes blazing with excitement. Indeed, this was the precious opportunity left by the old principal. If they could obtain this opportunity, their strength and potential would undergo a tremendous transformation. That's right, Principal. Don't let that useless Suyu take the old principal's opportunity. It should go to our school team instead. Not only for the college competition but also for the upcoming interstellar entrance exams. Our school team can bring glory to the school. Thinking about this miraculous opportunity, Raymond and the others grew restless, joining Lin Qingqing in persuading Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, giving Lin Qingqing and the others a deep look before smiling faintly. Although I am the principal, the opportunity left by the old principal has already been taken by Suyu. But, Lin Qingqing frowned, trying to argue further, but Yuan Feng interrupted her before she could finish. No buts. I won't interfere in this matter. Of course, if Suyu is willing to give it to you, I won't object. Alright, I have other matters to attend to. Off you go now. Yuan Feng directly issued an order for them to leave. Though unwilling, Lin Qingqing and her group could only leave the principal's office with dejected expressions. After they left, Yuan Feng turned his gaze to the display screen, pulling up Suyu's profile. Enhanced abilities. Chi and blood at level 1? A liability? Yuan Feng looked at Suyu's information and sneered. As the principal, how could he fail to see the flaws in the rumors circulating on the forums? Interesting. Under such immense pressure, he still stands firm and even actively applied to form a team. He even passed the virtual Star Tower challenge left by the old principal. This kid has some skill. Yuan Feng gave the profile a long look, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Captain, what do we do? The principal refused our request. Are we really going to let that useless Suyu have the miraculous opportunity? Outside the principal's office, Xu Ming was filled with indignation. He was unconvinced and felt that Suyu was unworthy of obtaining the old principal's opportunity, no matter how he looked at it. Lin Qingqing and the others also wore grim expressions. After a moment of silence, Lin Qingqing finally spoke up. Leave it to me. I'll personally go find Suyu. He will definitely hand over the opportunity to me. Hearing this, Xi Ming and the others burst into laughter. Of course, Suyu has always been head over heels for you, Captain. As long as you step in, he's bound to obediently hand over the opportunity. Exactly, only you can handle this, Captain. With the old principal's opportunity, our combat strength can leap several levels. The number 1 spot in the Jiangnan College competition will be within reach. Everyone chimed in one after another, as if the opportunity was already in their hands. Suyu left the virtual cabin and returned home to begin cultivating He didn't plan to consume the fortune ability pill today but decided to wait until the reinforcement count refreshed tomorrow before using it. After all, the fortune ability pill had a small chance of upgrading abilities by several levels or even causing a mutation. With 3 reinforcements, the probability of success would increase significantly. By then, even if it mutated into an A-grade ability, it would be enough for Suyu's strength to skyrocket. The most important thing now is to improve my cultivation. With my cultivation up, I'll have the qualifications to stand on the stage of the college competition a month from now. Determination flashed in Suyu's eyes. He was a solo participant, which meant he would face challenges from entire teams. The difficulty was immense. Not only did he need strong cultivation but also formidable combat strength. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Suyu operated the primordial essence technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, immersing himself fully in cultivation. However, he hadn't been cultivating for long when there was a knock at the door. Suyu frowned, puzzled as to who would visit him at this hour. He got up and opened the door, only to see Lin Qingqing standing there. "What are you doing here?" Suyu frowned deeply. After all, they had grown up together. It wasn't unusual for Lin Qingqing to know where he lived. Lin Qingqing looked at Suyu, deliberately putting on a pitiful expression. "Suyu, could you give me the opportunity left by the old principal? You know, the college competition is approaching, and I truly need that chance. Even though there's been some unpleasantness between us, I know you still care about me in your heart. Don't you want to see me become better? I'm begging you, please give me the opportunity." Her voice was soft and weak, but every word was calculated. Hearing her words, Suyu couldn't help but laugh. This girl was unbelievably foolish, always. At this moment, she still thought he would obediently hand over the opportunity to her. Was he destined to be her lackey for life? A meaningful smile played on the corners of his lips. "It's not impossible to give you the opportunity," he said. Lin Qingqing's eyes lit up immediately. "What do you want?" Suyu spread his hands, toying with his fingers as he spoke. "First, return the enhancement chances I gave you. Then, give back the resources that belong to me." Lin Qingqing froze, her expression shifting slightly as she grew anxious. "Suyu, you know as well as I do that even if I wanted to return the enhancement chances to you, it's not something I can do. How about this? I'll return the resources that belong to you, and in exchange, you hand over the opportunity left by the old principal to me. How about that?" To Lin Qingqing, the resources in Suyu's possession were nothing compared to the opportunity left behind by the old principal. Suyu smiled faintly. "Don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet. You." Lin Qingqing gritted her teeth and glared at Suyu. "Speak." The smile on Suyu's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. "Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Suyu." Lin Qingqing screamed, her gaze no longer soft and weak as it was before, but instead filled with madness. "You're deliberately making things difficult for me. Wow, you're so smart. You guessed it right." Suyu leaned against the doorframe, grinning as he looked at her, even clapping his hands. Lin Qingqing's gaze turned vicious. "Fine. Since you refuse to hand it over, I have my ways to make you give it up. Let's see about that." She snorted coldly, turned around, and walked away without looking back. As he watched her retreating figure, Suyu chuckled lightly. "What a fool." With that, he closed the door and resumed his cultivation. Lin Qingqing walked out of the residential area, where Raymond and the others were already waiting for her. Seeing her come out, everyone immediately surrounded her. "Captain, how did it go?" they asked eagerly, but upon seeing the dark expression on Lin Qingqing's face, their hearts sank. Lin Qingqing turned to glance at Suyu's apartment building, her eyes filled with resentment. "Refusing to hand it over? The same methods we used to get him out of the school team can make him give up the opportunity." She snorted coldly and left with the school team. The next day, Suyu sat cross-legged on his bed, slowly opening his eyes and exhaling deeply. "Not bad, the 5th level of Qi and blood is getting closer. Now, I can enhance my second ability." He waved his hand, and a crystal-clear pill appeared in his palm. The creation ability pill. This was a treasure so rare that even the 6 major cities on Blue Star found it hard to come by. Suyu couldn't even fathom how the old principal had left it behind. Gazing at the creation ability pill in his hand, Suyu smiled and focused his mind. "Enhance the mutation and upgrade chances of my abilities using the creation ability pill, ×3. As his thought echoed, a mysterious power instantly descended, linking the creation ability pill to Suyu's body. Without hesitation, Suyu swallowed the pill in one gulp. In an instant, the pill transformed into a refreshing energy that coursed through his body. There was no discomfort, but a few lines of text quietly appeared in his field of vision. Enhanced Auxiliary upgraded to A-level ability, Enhancement Aura. Enhancement Aura upgraded to S-level ability, Enhancement Domain. Enhancement Domain mutated to SS-level ability, Amplification Law. Amplification Law, no side effects, enhances linked target's combat power and cultivation speed by 4 times. Can be further enhanced by consuming resources, the more consumed, the greater the amplification. Seeing these lines of text, Suyu's eyes instantly burned with excitement. Mutated into an SS-level ability, the Amplification Law. 4-fold amplification, and it has no side effects. In other words, as long as I link this ability to myself, my cultivation speed can directly increase 4-fold. This is truly a monstrous SS-level ability. Suyu revealed a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with the mutated amplification law. And this is just the stable 4-fold enhancement under normal conditions. If additional resources are consumed, the effect will be even stronger. 4-fold, 8-fold, even 16-fold, or more. This is essentially an amplification ability without any limits. Suyu's eyes sparkled as he prepared to test it out when suddenly his phone chimed with a string of notifications. Suyu frowned, unlocking his phone to find that the back end of the Jiangnan High School forum was flooded with countless private messages, all filled with furious insults. Someone who cheated to get an opportunity dares to claim the old principal's legacy? Suyu, if you have any integrity, hand over the opportunity to the school team. You can't handle this kind of chance. By giving up the opportunity, our school team can perform well in the university competition, allowing Jiangnan High School students to hold their heads high wherever they go. Don't you want to see such glory? Trash, hand it over already. The back-end messages had exploded with over 99 plus notifications in a short time. Suyu's expression grew colder and colder. As expected, this is another one of Lin Qingqing's tricks. They couldn't get the creation ability pill from me directly, so now they're trying to pressure me through the forum? Suyu sneered and clicked on the forum. On the homepage, a pinned post stood out prominently. I really don't get it, why doesn't a bottom-ranked student who got an opportunity by cheating hand it over to the school team? The post was authored by Lin Qingqing. Exactly what I thought. Suyu didn't even bother clicking on it. He knew perfectly well that this was just another typical attempt to accuse him of cheating to seize an opportunity, trying to pressure him into handing over the precious pill by weaponizing public opinion. However, Suyu had no intention of giving it up so easily. He skillfully opened the post creation page, typing a title, "Idiot." The content was simple: stay away from me. Once posted, he immediately turned off his phone. Ever since Lin Qingqing and her group had first defamed him on the forum, Suyu's reputation had been ruined. To put it bluntly, these repeated tactics were nothing more than little raindrops to him at this point, insignificant and ineffective. Not long after he had turned off his phone, it rang again. The call was from Zhao Wuji, the teacher in charge of the school team. Suyu frowned slightly but still answered the phone. "Mr. Zhao, what's the matter?" Suyu asked. On the other end of the call, a voice filled with impatience came through. "Suyu, the school team is about to compete in the university tournament. Hand over the opportunity left by the old principal immediately." Listening to Zhao Wuji's words, Suyu chuckled coldly. As expected, after the public opinion ploy by Lin Qingqing and her group, Zhao Wuji was now calling to threaten him. If this didn't work, the next step would probably be to expel him unilaterally. Now, they were using both public opinion and direct pressure to force him to surrender the opportunity. Suyu smiled lightly. "Mr. Zhao, is that an order?" There was a brief silence on the other end, as if Zhao Wuji was surprised by Suyu's sudden defiance. But soon, Zhao Wuji spoke again. "I don't have time to waste on nonsense. By tomorrow, I must see you hand over the opportunity, or else." "Or else what?" Suyu interrupted with a chuckle, cutting him off directly. Zhao Wuji's face darkened on the other end of the call, and his voice grew even more impatient. "Suyu, do you even remember that you're a student? I'm your teacher. Do you think you can defy me?" Suyu paused for a moment before responding with a burst of profanity. "I won't listen to you at all. What are you going to do about it? Calling you a teacher is already respectful enough. Do you really think you're someone important? Why should I hand over my stuff to you? Who the hell do you think you are? And you call yourself the school team's responsible teacher? Get lost." With that, Suyu hung up the phone without giving Zhao Wuji a chance to respond. To Suyu, Zhao Wuji was no threat at all. Times had changed. Even though martial artists held high status, Suyu himself was a martial artist now. If Zhao Wuji dared to resort to violence, Suyu could report him to the disciplinary hall, and Zhao Wuji would have to face punishment obediently. Besides, Suyu had listened to him before only because he was still under the school team's jurisdiction. Now that he had quit the team, why should he take orders from such a minor figure? What a joke! Suyu sneered. Let's try cultivating at 4 times the speed. Throwing all these annoying matters out of his mind, he activated the amplification laws and bound them to himself. Instantly, he felt his entire being enter a unique state. Without hesitation, he began operating the Hunyuan technique. In an instant, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body, transforming into qi and blood under the guidance of the Hunyuan technique, flowing through his limbs and bones. Meanwhile, in the school team's activity room at Jiangnan High School, Zhao Wuji's expression was dark as he stared at his phone. Beside him, Lin Qingqing and her accomplices anxiously asked, "Mr. Zhao, how did it go?" If the forum's public opinion was their first move, then Zhao Wuji was their second. They believed that using both tactics together would force Suyu to comply. But seeing Zhao Wuji's grim face, everyone felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. He refused. Zhao Wuji finally spoke, his tone filled with disbelief. And he even insulted me. What? The faces of Lei Meng and the others changed instantly. They hadn't expected that even with Zhao Wuji personally stepping in, Suyu would still refuse to cooperate. Is this still the same Suyu as before? It was as if a realization dawned upon them. The current Suyu seemed like a completely different person. Could it be, there's really no way anymore, someone muttered. That was the opportunity left by the old principal. Lin Qingqing's face was filled with reluctance. She desperately desired that opportunity, but Suyu simply wouldn't budge. This is your problem to deal with, Zhao Wuji finally said, feeling that his dignity had been trampled on. Standing up abruptly, he left the activity room. Though he didn't want to involve himself further, the thought of how Suyu had insulted him on the phone only made Zhao Wuji's face grow darker. A piece of trash, dares to insult me. As the teacher in charge of the school team, Zhao Wuji's strength was among the top at Jiangnan High School. His status was high, not only students but even other teachers had to show him respect. Now, Suyu had stomped on his pride, and Zhao Wuji was seething with anger. Humph! Don't blame me for not giving you another chance. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes as he turned and left. For a moment, the activity room fell silent. Lin Qingqing, Lei Meng, Zhao Tiangang, Wu Tian, and Chu Ming all remained speechless. After a while, Chu Ming's eyes flickered as he glanced at the others. Actually, we still have a chance. The group turned to look at Chu Ming. Chu Ming smirked confidently. Dee laughed, if Suyu is unwilling to hand it over, why don't we just take it ourselves? The group was shocked. Chu Ming confidently said, at most, Suyu is just a 4th-layer blood chi martial artist. Tonight, I'll go to his house and quietly take away what the old principal left behind. But, Lin Qingqing frowned, breaking into someone else's house without permission, if discovered, could lead to punishment by the enforcement hall. Chu Ming smiled faintly, don't forget what my special ability is. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Chu Ming used to be one of Suyu's followers and had awakened a C-level ability called Shadow, which specialized in assassination. Later, Suyu enhanced his ability, upgrading Shadow to a B-level ability, Shadow Stealth. This greatly improved his ability to conceal his presence, making him responsible for assassination tasks in the school team. That's right, Raymond clapped and laughed. Although Chu Ming is only at the 9th layer of blood chi, once he activates Shadow Stealth, even a blood refining expert would find it hard to detect him. If Chu Ming takes action, he will surely be able to retrieve the opportunity from Suyu. Everyone nodded in agreement and praised him. Lin Qingqing cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Ming. Then, we'll have to trouble Chu Ming for this. Her soft, sweet voice made Chu Ming feel weak all over. Don't worry, Captain. Against a loser like him, I can easily retrieve the item. Chu Ming's posture relaxed, but his tone was unusually firm, and his eyes were filled with ambiguous affection for Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing shyly smiled. Although she didn't say much, Chu Ming's heart was already ablaze with passion. A girl like Lin Qingqing can only be worthy of someone like me, Chu Ming. Suyu, that loser, doesn't deserve her. Once I obtain the opportunity, I will become the #1 in Jiangnan High School. Once I obtain the opportunity, Lin Qingqing will be mine. In an instant, Chu Ming's heart surged with ambition. The setting sun gradually sank, and its orange-red glow bathed the entire Jiangnan city. Suyu sat cross-legged on his bed, radiating a powerful wave of blood chi. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body, being refined by the Hunyuan technique and converted into his blood chi strength. Faint crimson threads seemed to wrap around his body. No one knew how much time had passed when a strong wave of energy suddenly erupted from within him. In the next moment, Suyu opened his eyes. Fifth layer of blood chi. Feeling the powerful energy within him, Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile. In just 2 days, he had jumped from the first layer of blood chi directly to the fifth layer. A leap of 4 minor realms. Looking across the entire Jiangnan city, no one could cultivate faster than him. The quadruple enhancement rule is truly amazing. At this rate, I can reach the 7th layer of blood chi within a week. By the time of the high school tournament next month, I can at least reach the blood refining realm. And this is without utilizing the 3 daily enhancement effects. Suyu calculated silently in his heart. But cultivation alone isn't enough. Resources, techniques, and martial arts are the keys to improving strength. No matter how great one's talent, it was difficult to break through without good resources. Techniques and martial arts enabled a martial artist to unleash their full power. This was evident from Lin Qingqing and the others trying to kick out Suyu and seize resources. They had already become top talents at Jiangnan High School after their enhancements, but to grow stronger, they still relied on resources. Even though Suyu possessed the abilities of the Hunyuan Creator and Amplification Rule, resources were still indispensable. After pondering for a moment, Suyu took out his phone to check his account balance. Balance, 6,380. Seeing the meager 6,000 or so yuan, he smiled bitterly. He was an orphan, and this money had been saved up through part-time jobs and frugal living. I need to find a way to make money. Only by making money can I buy cultivation resources, stronger martial arts, and techniques. Suyu mused aloud. For him, earning money wasn't particularly difficult, as long as he made good use of the enhancement ability of the Hunyuan Creator. The enhancement won't refresh for a few more hours. I need to think carefully about how to use it to make money. He began to deliberate. Through his experimentation, Suyu had discovered that the Hunyuan Creator's enhancement effect could amplify luck and cultivation speed. But he hadn't yet tried using it to earn money. Actually, this isn't about quantity enhancement, it's more like quality improvement. It's impossible to directly use enhancement to multiply money. It's like a piece of paper, enhancement turns it into paper with 10 times the quality, not 10 pieces of paper, Suyu murmured to himself, shaking his head. Forget it, I'll think about it tomorrow. For now, I should focus on cultivation. He calmed himself and resumed his practice. Time passed bit by bit. The sun had completely set, and moonlight enveloped Jiangnan City. Suddenly, a shadow silently infiltrated Suyu's home. Ming stood on the balcony, his eyes locked on Suyu's bedroom, and a smile appeared on his lips. As expected, still a 4th layer blood chi loser. I didn't even use my full power for shadow stealth, and he can't sense me. The opportunity left by the old principal is not something a loser like you can possess. Ming shook his head, exuding an air of superiority as he walked toward Suyu's bedroom. Shadow stealth allowed him to hide within the shadows, making it impossible to detect him even if he stood right in front of someone. This ability was extremely effective for assassinations. But just as Ming approached, Suyu's eyelids twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes a crack. The quadruple enhancement of the amplification rule had significantly boosted Suyu's combat power and perception. It was precisely because of this heightened sense that, as Ming approached, Suyu sensed something unusual. Someone broke into my house? His brows slightly furrowed, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. For someone to barge into his home so recklessly, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, it had already crossed his bottom line. I'd like to see what exactly you're up to. With a cold snort in his heart, Suyu closed his eyes again. Creak! The bedroom door was gently pushed open. From the shadows, Ming stood, glancing at Suyu, who was still cultivating. A smug smile played on his lips. As expected, a useless piece of trash. Even with me standing right in front of him, he still doesn't notice. Ming scrutinized Suyu carefully, a sudden surge of murderous intent arising within him, though he quickly suppressed it. Killing Suyu now would indeed be easy, especially with his shadow stealth, allowing him to conceal his presence. However, the people from the law enforcement hall were not to be trifled with. Shadow stealth could deceive most martial artists, even experts at the blood refining realm would struggle to detect it. But the law enforcement hall housed numerous strong individuals who could see through such techniques at a glance. Killing Suyu would not be worth the risk. I need to hurry and find the opportunity this guy has hidden. With this thought, Ming began searching Suyu's bedroom for the treasure. However, after rummaging through the cabinets and drawers, he found nothing, and his frustration grew. Damn it! Where the hell did this guy hide the opportunity? Could it be he's already absorbed it? Staring at the empty cabinets, Ming's face turned grim. If Suyu had truly refined the treasure, all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Where is it? Xu Ming grew more and more agitated. Why don't you check deeper inside? Someone reminded him. Xu Ming immediately nodded. You're right. Thanks for the tip. Smiling, he started searching deeper into the cabinets. Soon, a black box came into view. Upon seeing the concealed box, Xu Ming's eyes lit up. Could it be that the opportunity is in here? The smile on his face grew wider. Just as he was about to pick up the box and stand up, his entire body suddenly froze, his expression stiffening. Xu Ming spun around abruptly, shocked to see Suyu already standing right behind him, smiling faintly. Suyu! Xu Ming exclaimed in horror, his pupils contracting sharply. You? When did you get here? He looked as if he'd seen a ghost, utterly unprepared for Suyu's sudden appearance behind him. Could it be his shadow stealth had been discovered? Impossible. Xu Ming shook his head frantically. His shadow stealth was not something an ordinary martial artist at the Qi and Blood realm could see through, but the current situation left him completely bewildered. Suyu sneered, his Qi and Blood surging instantly into his fist. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. In an instant, Suyu threw a fierce punch, his Qi and Blood condensing on his fist, the amplification laws, granting a fourfold boost erupting in full force. Bang! With a loud crash, Xu Ming was struck as if by a heavy blow, his entire body violently flung into the wall. You! Xu Ming's body slammed into the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Suyu in terror. He was a formidable martial artist at the 9th level of Qi and Blood, yet he had been defeated by a single move from Suyu. How was this even possible? What Xu Ming didn't know was that although Suyu was only at the 5th level of Qi and Blood, the fourfold boost from his amplification laws made his attack power so overwhelming that even an expert at the 8th level of Qi and Blood wouldn't dare take it head-on. Xu Ming's greatest strength was his shadow stealth, so he had always focused on enhancing his offensive power, neglecting his defense. After all, for an assassin, lethality was the priority. Thus, under Suyu's sudden assault, Xu Ming was defeated in one strike, completely losing the ability to fight. Suyu slowly walked toward Xu Ming. The latter swallowed nervously, memories of his days as Suyu's subordinate surfacing in his mind. Back then, although Suyu was only at the 1st level of Qi and Blood, he exuded a natural aura of leadership. Suyu, let me explain. Xu Ming panicked. But Suyu gave him no chance. He delivered a swift kick to Xu Ming's abdomen, the force making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Crouching down, Suyu grabbed Xu Ming's hair, lifting him up with a grin. Now, I'll give you 3 choices. First, hand over all your resources and money to me. Second, I'll send you to the law enforcement hall. Third, I'll kill you on the spot. According to the Martial Alliance's rules, trespassing into someone else's residence grants the homeowner the right to kill on the spot. If I send you to the law enforcement hall, you'll have to pay at least 100,000 in mental damage compensation and be imprisoned for 6 months. Suyu's grin was wicked. Smart people know which option to choose. Xu Ming's pupils shrank, staring at Suyu in terror. I'll give it all. Although Suyu's demand was exorbitant, Xu Ming had no room to resist. The second option seemed like the least costly, but being detained for 6 months would mean missing the interstellar entrance exams, a consequence Xu Ming absolutely couldn't accept. Suyu appeared to offer a choice, but, in essence, this was coercing Xu Ming to hand over his money in exchange for the right to continue taking the exams. Xu Ming felt deeply aggrieved. But at this moment, he had no strength to resist. He had been crippled by Suyu's punch, and more importantly, he was indeed in the wrong. Helpless, he pulled out his phone, glanced at his balance, and gave a bitter smile. This is all I have left. Suyu took a look. Xu Ming's account only had a little over 80,000. Suyu frowned. 80,000 wasn't enough. Seeing this, Xu Ming hurriedly added, I also have a blood refining pill on me. How about I give that to you? As he spoke, blood was flowing from his body. This blood refining pill was something Xu Ming had spent all his savings on, even pooling together the resources allotted to Suyu. He had originally planned to use it to break through the blood refining realm. Unexpectedly, it had fallen into Suyu's hands. A blood refining pill? Suyu raised an eyebrow and looked intrigued. This item was not cheap in the black market. It would fetch at least 100,000, and in legitimate markets, it could even sell for up to 150,000. Hand over the blood refining pill and transfer the 80,000 in your account to me. Remember to note it as a voluntary transfer. Suyu extended his hand. Xu Ming, feeling both frustrated and helpless, could only hand over the blood refining pill and transfer the money to Suyu. Now, can you let me go? Xu Ming squatted on the ground, trembling as he looked at Suyu. Suyu toyed with the blood refining pill, a smile appearing on his face. Of course. But Chu Ming immediately felt something was off. Boom! Suyu delivered a punch to his face, and Chu Ming was instantly knocked unconscious. After finishing, Suyu stripped off Chu Ming's clothes, carried him, and under the cover of night, left him at the school gates of Jiangnan High School. Patting his hands, Suyu smiled in satisfaction. Consider this an advance on the interest. With that, he left without giving a second thought to Chu Ming's fate and went home directly. Looking at the extra 90,000 in his account and holding the blood refining pill, Suyu fell into contemplation. Enhancing the blood refining pill might actually be a good idea. Even within the realm of blood refining pills, the price varies greatly depending on quality. Chu Ming's pill is roughly grade 2, 3 stars. If enhanced, a thought struck Suyu. Enhance the blood refining pill. With the thought, a faint blood-colored glow enveloped the pill. In the next moment, Suyu felt a surge of immense power emanating from it. It worked! The enhancement by the primordial creator ability primarily boosts quality. Now, this blood refining pill is top tier, even in all of Jiangnan City. Staring at the pill in his hand, Suyu's mind filled with thoughts of making money, refining its quality further and selling it at a premium price. Licking his lips, he placed the enhanced blood refining pill back into his pocket and resumed his cultivation. The next day, at the gates of Jiangnan High School, the glaring sunlight caused Chu Ming to squint and slowly open his eyes. As he regained consciousness, he immediately heard murmurs from the surrounding students. Isn't that Chu Ming? Why is he sleeping naked at the school gate? Is this how the school team behaves? How embarrassing. He has no face left to show. Chu Ming's mind was still hazy when, suddenly, a cold voice snapped him back to reality. Chu Ming, what on earth are you doing? He turned his head in panic and saw Lin Qingqing standing not far away. She had one hand covering her eyes, her face flushed as she scolded him. How did I end up here? The murmurs around him grew louder, and Chu Ming looked down, realizing he was completely naked. Shame and fury surged through him instantly. Suyu! Chu Ming roared in his mind, filled with resentment. With no time to think, he grabbed a jacket from a nearby student, barely covering himself, and fled from the scene in embarrassment. Being seen like this by so many people, Chu Ming wished he could crawl into a hole and disappear. Finally managing to get home, he quickly put on some clothes, and only then did the shame subside slightly. But just as he began to calm down, a notification popped up on his phone. Chu Ming, after a vote by the school team members and teacher Zhao Wuji, it has been decided that you are no longer suitable to stay on the team. The message was from Lin Qingqing. Chu Ming stared at the words, utterly stunned. He had been expelled? Immediately after, Lin Qingqing sent another message, her tone like that of issuing an order. Did you get the opportunity from Suyu or not? If you did, bring it to us immediately. Staring at the two messages, Chu Ming suddenly understood how Suyu must have felt back then. He let out a bitter laugh. Lin Qingqing, you're truly ruthless. Back then, Suyu was treated this way, and now it's my turn. His expression twisted into one of rage. If that's the case, I'll just let you all tear each other apart with Suyu. Recalling the immense strength Suyu displayed last night, Chu Ming felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. That guy Suyu is no pushover. Lin Qingqing, just you wait. The humiliation I endured today, you will all experience it sooner or later. Chu Ming growled under his breath, like a wild beast on the verge of losing control. And Suyu? He took several deep breaths to calm himself down. After a long silence, Chu Ming picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, brother. I want to transfer schools. Ah. Suyu woke up early from his cultivation, stretched lazily, and felt the flow of qi and blood within his body. A faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. The fourfold cultivation speed is indeed amazing. In just one night, not only has my 5th level of qi and blood stabilized, but it has also progressed. Today, I need to quickly sell the blood refinement pill and then use the abilities of the primordial creator to strengthen myself while earning a bit of profit. Having said that, Suyu got out of bed, freshened up briefly, and walked out of his residential area, heading toward the city center of Jiangnan. The place he was heading to was called the Commerce Alliance. Jiangnan City was one of the 6 major cities on Blue Star, naturally affluent and luxurious. Although the center of the human race was no longer on Blue Star, there were still many powerful human forces on Blue Star, all of which had branches in these 6 major cities. Speaking of the largest force on Blue Star, it was undoubtedly the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance was the sole official organization on Blue Star after the resurgence of spiritual energy, controlling all human martial artists. Whether on Blue Star or other planets inhabited by humans, the Martial Alliance was the undisputed leading power. Below the Martial Alliance were several private forces, among which the Commerce Alliance was one. Unlike the Martial Alliance, which focused on martial artists, the Commerce Alliance primarily dealt in business and could be said to be the wealthiest force among the human race. The Commerce Alliance controlled at least 80 to 90% of the market for human cultivation resources, martial techniques, and weaponry. It was evident just how astonishing the financial power of the Commerce Alliance was. Suyu was visiting the Commerce Alliance this time to sell a blood refinement pill. As he walked along the streets of Jiangnan City, he glanced down at his phone, browsing the Jiangnan High School forum. The forum was currently filled with photos of Chu Ming lying naked at the school gate, with someone even uploading a video. Apart from that, there was an announcement from the school team, posted by Lin Qingqing, stating that Chu Ming had been expelled from the team and that his actions had nothing to do with the team. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. That guy is still as selfish as ever. Chu Ming transferred schools? Besides the school team announcement, a post about Chu Ming's school transfer had also been pinned to the top. Jiangnan City, being a large city, had many high schools, and school transfers were common. Suyu didn't take much notice of it. While browsing the forum and admiring his work from last night, he gradually arrived at the towering, 100-story skyscraper of the Commerce Alliance. The building pierced the clouds, with mist swirling around its summit, as though it were about to pierce through the sky. With advanced technology on Blue Star, constructing a 100-story skyscraper was no longer a challenge. Suyu smiled as he entered the Commerce Alliance building. The Commerce Alliance was massive in scale. The reception hall on the first floor alone was as large as 2 football fields, not to mention the 100-plus floors above. This wasn't Suyu's first visit to the Commerce Alliance. Almost everyone who purchased resources preferred this place because it was reliable. He skillfully took the elevator to the 18th floor, the level designated for pill recovery within the Commerce Alliance. Suyu approached the pill counter and took out the blood refinement pill. Could you assess how much this blood refinement pill is worth? Behind the counter sat an elderly man with a short stature, lounging on a rattan chair. Upon hearing Suyu's request, he frowned slightly and reached out to take the pill. Suyu paid no mind to the man's attitude. After all, those responsible for pill recovery were usually individuals with substantial expertise. He was confident in the quality of his enhanced blood refinement pill. Sure enough, as soon as the old man received the pill, he sniffed it lightly, and his expression immediately changed. He stood up from his rattan chair in astonishment, staring intently at the blood refinement pill. The quality of this blood refinement pill is incredible. He quickly retrieved a device from the counter, carefully placed the pill on it, and anxiously awaited the test results. With a beep, the device sounded, and the old man jumped up in excitement. 9-star. It's actually a 9-star, perfect grade blood refinement pill. My goodness, I've worked at the Commerce Alliance for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen a 9-star grade blood refinement pill. His face was filled with excitement as he turned to look at Suyu. All traces of his earlier indifference were gone, replaced by fervor. Young man, where on earth did you get this blood refinement pill? Suyu frowned slightly, knowing that pills were graded from 1 star to 9 stars, with 9 stars being the highest. As the saying goes, good medicine has 3 parts poison. The higher the pill's quality, the fewer impurities and toxins it contained. A 9-star rating meant it was free of any impurities or toxins. Not just in Jiangnan City, but even across the entire Blue Star, no one could guarantee producing a flawless blood refinement pill with absolute certainty. This is none of your concern, Suyu replied with a smile. The old man was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered, smiling as he said, "It seems I was a bit too eager. Please wait a moment, young man. A 9-star pill is incredibly precious. I need to report this. If approved, this blood refinement pill might even be auctioned at the Commerce Alliance's auction." Auction? Suyu was taken aback. He had heard of the Commerce Alliance's regular auctions but hadn't expected to encounter one today. The old man retrieved a Commerce Alliance communicator, spoke a few words into it, then smiled at Suyu. "Young man, please have a seat. Someone will come shortly to take you to the auction." With that, he enthusiastically brought out refreshments from behind the counter. Handed the food to Suyu. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over. Upon seeing Suyu, his eyes lit up, and he extended his hand for a handshake. "Mr. Suyu, correct? Mr. Zhang has already informed me of the situation. I am Wang Jia, the manager of the Jiangnan branch of the Commerce Alliance. I've heard you have a 9-star blood refining pill?" Hearing the introduction, a flicker of surprise crossed Suyu's eyes. The manager of the Jiangnan branch of the Commerce Alliance, this position was no small matter. At the very least, he would rank among the top 20 figures within the branch. Even someone like Zhao Wuji, a teacher from Jiangnan First High School's school team, would be insignificant in his presence. Likely, only the principal of Jiangnan First High School would be worthy of a personal reception from him. Su Yu nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the elder beside him. Wang Jie also looked over, and the elder immediately handed the instrument and the blood refining pill to Wang Jie. Wang Jie examined the data on the instrument, a trace of astonishment flashing across his face. Although the blood refining pill was merely a second-grade pill, mainly targeted at the wealthy in the blood refining or qi and blood stages, a single pill that was pure, free of impurities, and non-toxic was enough to drive the martial families of Jiangnan City into a frenzy. After all, it was the best way to establish a solid foundation. Thinking of this, Wang Jie's expression grew serious. He quickly addressed Su Yu. Mr. Su, this blood refining pill fully meets the standards of our auction, and I can even decide to place it as the finale item. But I would like to know, does Mr. Su have more of these high-quality blood refining pills on hand? Wang Jie's tone carried urgency. If Su Yu had more, their commerce alliance could make a fortune. However, Su Yu naturally wouldn't reveal his cards so easily. He simply smiled and responded, Manager Wang, it seems you enjoy prying into others' secrets. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Wang Jie's face, and he hurriedly explained, Mr. Su, you misunderstand. Our commerce alliance has always been honest in our dealings and never intrudes on our customers' privacy. Sir, please follow me. I'll take you to the VIP room for our auction. I also need to inform them to place your blood refining pill in the finale slot. Hearing this, Su Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. He was intrigued by the Commerce Alliance's auction but was even more eager to see how much his blood refining pill could fetch. Su Yu followed Wang Jie into the elevator, which took them directly to the 99th floor. As they walked, Wang Jie introduced, this time, the Commerce Alliance's auction has been in preparation for a full month. It not only includes various rare resources and top-tier martial arts manuals but also features peerless weapons crafted by masters. And, even interstellar slaves are up for auction. As Wang Jie mentioned this, his face brimmed with pride. Interstellar slaves? Su Yu raised an eyebrow, a trace of surprise flashing across his face. Interstellar slaves were those captured from alien races after humanity entered the era of interstellar travel. Through special means, indelible marks were placed on them, ensuring their eternal loyalty. This made them ideal bodyguards or servants. However, they were exorbitantly expensive. Su Yu had only ever seen related information on forums and had never encountered a real interstellar slave in person. At this moment, his curiosity was fully piqued by Wang Jie, and he began engaging him in a discussion about the auction details. As they conversed, Wang Jie led Su Yu toward the auction venue. What Su Yu didn't know, however, was that the moment they entered the venue, a pair of eyes were fixed on him. That silhouette, why does it look so much like Su Yu? Not far from the auction venue, members of Jiangnan First High School's school team, led by Zhao Wuji, had also arrived at the Commerce Alliance's auction. Lin Qingqing stared at Su Yu, who was entering the venue with Wang Jie, her gaze filled with uncertainty. Today is the Commerce Alliance's monthly auction. I've brought you here mainly to broaden your horizons. Although you are the most outstanding talents from Jiangnan First High School, there are plenty of experts in Jiangnan City. Keep your eyes wide open. When we enter the auction, don't offend anyone. If you disgrace me, I won't show mercy. Zhao Wuji addressed the school team, his tone calm yet firm. As the coach of the team, being invited to the Commerce Alliance's auction was naturally a source of pride for him. Understood, the group responded in unison, though Lin Qingqing couldn't help but steal another glance at Su Yu and Wang Jie in the distance, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Su Yu? Could that figure really be him earlier? Impossible. He's a nobody. How could he show up at such a high-end auction? With these thoughts, Lin Qingqing followed the group into the auction venue. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji greeted someone respectfully, Manager Wang. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Wang Jie walking out after seating Su Yu in the VIP section. Ji quickly laughed and said, let these kids see the power of the trade alliance, so they won't be like frogs at the bottom of a well. Wang Jie nodded faintly. To him, Zhao Wuji and the school team students were of no help at all, so he had no interest in paying them attention. The school team sounded impressive, but in reality, they were just a group of immature boys. Su Yu, on the other hand, was different. A single 9-star quality blood refining pill was already extraordinarily valuable. This was the client Wang Jie truly valued. Aren't you going to greet him? Zhao Wuji urged the school team. Hello, Manager Wang. Lin Qingqing and the others responded respectfully. Wang Jie, as one of the trade alliance managers, was a significant figure in their eyes. However, as Lin Qingqing looked at Wang Jia, she was even more puzzled. That person who looked very much like Suyu just now seemed to have been personally escorted in by manager Wang. For a trade alliance manager to personally lead the way, that person's status must be incredibly high. Lin Qingqing was shocked in her heart and became even more certain that the person was not Suyu. After all, she and Suyu were childhood friends, and she knew his family was poor, even poorer than hers. To know someone like that is not bad at all. Lin Qingqing suddenly became deeply intrigued by the figure who resembled Suyu. With my looks, I should have a chance to catch his attention, right? Lin Qingqing thought to herself. By this time, Wang Jia had already left, leaving only Zhao Wuji boasting, "Did you see that? That was a trade alliance manager. Ordinary people can't even dream of talking to him, let alone meeting him. If you follow me, you might get to see figures like that." Hearing this, Raymond and the others looked full of admiration. As expected of teacher Zhao, to actually know such an important figure as a trade alliance manager. Zhao Wuji laughed proudly and waved his hand, leading everyone towards the general area. Meanwhile, inside the VIP room, Suyu sat on a leather sofa. On the table in front of him were an array of expensive wines and delicacies. The room also had two stunningly beautiful maids attending to him. Through the glass, he could clearly see the stage below. At the moment, the stage was empty, and below it were the seats for the general audience. Sitting there, Suyu felt a bit uneasy. But as time passed, an elderly figure appeared on the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, I will be hosting today's auction. If I fail to meet your expectations, I ask for your understanding." The elderly man smiled and bowed. From the audience below, someone laughed and said, "I didn't expect this auction to be hosted by Old Kong. It seems the items up for auction today are extraordinary." That's right. Old Kong is the most senior auctioneer of the Jiangnan branch of the Trade Alliance. With him presiding, this is bound to be special. I'm starting to look forward to today's auction. The crowd expressed their anticipation one after another. Even Suyu, watching the stage, felt a growing sense of excitement. Enough with the small talk, let's get to the main event. Please take a look at the first auction item. Old Kong clapped his hands with a smile. Several staff members carried a mysterious item covered with a red cloth onto the stage. Old Kong unveiled the red cloth, revealing a bottle of milky white spiritual liquid to the crowd. Second-grade Qi and Blood spiritual liquid, 5-star quality, starting price, 50,000. Each bid must increase by no less than 3,000. Please, make your bids. Old Kong's voice spread throughout the venue, and bidding began immediately. 53,000. 56,000. What's 3,000? This is a 9-star quality Qi and Blood spiritual liquid. I bid 66,000. In an instant, the price of the second-grade Qi and Blood spiritual liquid skyrocketed to 120,000. Watching this scene, so you couldn't help but take a deep breath. The first auction item is already a second-grade 5-star spiritual liquid. This is no ordinary event. A second-grade Qi and Blood spiritual liquid with just 5-star quality can fetch such a high price. My blood refining pill. Suyu licked his dry lips, suddenly realizing that he had underestimated the value of his blood refining pill. His gaze returned to the center of the stage. 153,000, going once, going twice. Old Kong's voice rang out again, tinged with excitement. With the first auction item selling for such a high price, the auction had gotten off to an excellent start. As time ticked by, Old Kong finally declared, 153,000, sold. Congratulations to the guest in VIP seat number 3 for successfully acquiring this bottle of second-grade 5-star Qi and Blood spiritual liquid. The gavel fell, sealing the deal. The second-grade Qi and Blood spiritual liquid finally had its owner. The staff removed the Qi and Blood spiritual liquid and then brought in another item covered with a red cloth. Everyone, please take a look at the second auction item. Old Kong's voice rang out again, drawing everyone's attention. A third-grade 5 viscera pill, 4-star quality, starting price, 200,000. Each bid must increase by no less than 10,000. As soon as Old Kong finished speaking, the auction hall became lively once more. Seeing the second item being unveiled, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Suyu's eyes. The price of third-grade pills is clearly much higher. If I buy some lower-quality ones and use the primordial creator to enhance them, I could definitely make a huge profit. For Suyu, this way of earning through price differences would cost him at most a day or two of his rapid advancement time. But with the chance to make more money, the time loss could be easily compensated for. Joining this trade alliance auction, Suyu immediately came up with a clear plan to make money. As time went on, multiple auction items were brought out one after another. Second realm martial skill, Gale Poem. Third realm cultivation technique, eternal evergreen technique. A spatial storage ring with a capacity of 20 square meters. The dense array of items dazzled Suyu, and he couldn't resist purchasing 3 items, 1 second realm martial skill, 1 second realm cultivation technique, and that storage ring. With a 20 square meter capacity. However, Suyu didn't have the money on hand at the moment. He planned to cover the cost once his 9-star blood refining pill was auctioned off. Time continued to pass. Ladies and gentlemen. Elder Kong's voice rang out once more, this time carrying a tone of mystery. The next auction item is the grand finale treasure of our Jiangnan City Commerce Alliance. As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to Elder Kong. Everyone knew that as an auction progressed, the items became increasingly precious, and the prices escalated. However, when the staff brought out a small box, many people showed puzzled expressions. The confusion deepened when Elder Kong opened the box to reveal a single blood refining pill. What's going on? A blood refining pill is the grand finale item? And it's just one pill? What's so special about this blood refining pill? Everyone murmured among themselves, full of doubt. Facing the crowd's confusion, Elder Kong merely smiled faintly and said slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, you should all be familiar with the effects of a blood refining pill, so I won't elaborate. But I will say just one thing about this pill. This blood refining pill, after being tested by our Commerce Alliance, has been confirmed to be of 9-star quality." As soon as the words fell, the previously buzzing auction hall suddenly fell silent. Someone gulped audibly, and a moment later, an uproar erupted, instantly electrifying the entire venue. What? A 9-star quality blood refining pill? I've only ever heard of such high-grade pills online, never seen one in real life, someone exclaimed in shock. Exactly. Not just blood refining pills, I've never even seen a 9-star quality vitality pill. The Commerce Alliance is truly impressive to bring out such a top-tier item, another person marveled. 200,000. I'll pay 200,000 for this blood refining pill, someone immediately shouted a bid. Amid the clamor of bids, Elder Kong simply smiled faintly. Ladies and gentlemen, this treasure has no starting price, but each bid increment must be no less than 10,000. 210,000. I'll bid 230,000. 280,000. This 9-star blood refining pill is the target of our Xiao family. The auction hall instantly buzzed with excitement, the bidding voices overlapping in waves. Even the members of Jiangnan First High School's team were stunned. Lin Qingqing widened her eyes. It's actually a 9-star blood refining pill. This quality of blood refining pill is not only pure and free of impurities but also has an extremely high conversion efficiency. One pill is equivalent to several 8-star blood refining pills, someone explained. What kind of background must one have to produce such a treasure? The school team members, even Zhao Wuji, were dumbfounded. Suyu, seated in the VIP section, was even more excited. The higher the price of the pill, the happier he felt. As time passed, the price of this 9-star blood refining pill soared to 500,000. Although it was only a second-grade pill, it was the only 9-star pill in Jiangnan City. The value of rare items naturally skyrocketed, far exceeding their original worth. In the end, the Xia family acquired the pill for 540,000. Although others were unwilling, they dared not compete further due to the Xia family's strength. 540,000. After deducting the cost of martial arts techniques and the storage spirit ring I bought, I still have 140,000 left. Suyu calculated secretly, his heart filled with joy. After Suyu's blood refining pill was sold, the final auction item appeared. He focused his gaze and saw a robot-like object locked in a specially made iron cage. This is soul metal. Suyu's eyes flashed with surprise. Soul metal was a powerful material from alien races in the universe. Unexpectedly, the Commerce Alliance could enslave such an existence and auction it off as an interstellar servant. Even more impressive, the soul metal's strength had reached the peak of the organ refining stage, making it a top-tier existence in Jiangnan City. Ultimately, a martial arts family purchased it for a high price of 8 million. Watching all this, Suyu was filled with emotion. After settling his accounts, he exchanged the remaining tens of thousands for cultivation resources and prepared to leave. At that moment, Wang Jia appeared again. Mr. Suyu, this is the Commerce Alliance's Platinum Card, only given to clients with assets exceeding 100 million. Cardholders can enjoy a 20% discount at all Commerce Alliance shops. Additionally, the Platinum Card can be used to purchase our special services, such as assassination. Mr. Su, you possess a 9-star blood refining pill. Our Commerce Alliance hopes to obtain more good items from you in the future. Wang Jia smiled as he handed over the Platinum Card. Suyu was startled. The Commerce Alliance even accepted assassination orders. It seemed they were indeed one of the top forces among humans. After expressing his gratitude, Suyu took the card and left the Commerce Alliance. After seeing Suyu off, Wang Jie's figure disappeared and reappeared at the top floor of the Commerce Alliance. A knock sounded, and a lazy, cold voice came from inside. "Come in." Wang Jie immediately became respectful and entered. On the sofa lay a seductive middle-aged woman with smooth, fair thighs and an alluring gaze. "President Bai, the platinum card has been handed to Suyu as instructed. But, does this guy really deserve it?" Wang Jie was somewhat doubtful. He hadn't told Suyu about the deeper tests behind the platinum card. A single 9-star blood refining pill was far from enough to earn the Commerce Alliance's attention. Bai Jingjing lay on the sofa, and a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of her, displaying Suyu's detailed information. For the Commerce Alliance, obtaining Suyu's information was effortless. "Do you think someone who has only awakened the strengthening ability can cultivate to the 5th level of qi and blood in just 2 days? Bai Jingjing smiled faintly. After Suyu joined Jiangnan No. 1 High School's team, his cultivation showed no improvement. Instead, those useless teammates progressed rapidly, their combat power far exceeding expectations. "Do you think this is merely the effect of the strengthening ability?" Bai Jingjing's words shocked Wang Jie, his eyes filled with fear. "President Bai, are you suggesting this boy has awakened 2 abilities?" Wang Jie exclaimed. As a manager of the Commerce Alliance, he knew that the top geniuses among humans often awaken more than 1 ability, with some possessing 2 or even more. The more abilities one had, the greater their future achievements. Bai Jingjing smiled faintly. Not only that, this little guy, despite being only at the qi and blood stage, managed to obtain the opportunity left behind by the old principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. "Do you think this is just a coincidence?" As she spoke, Bai Jingjing stretched lazily, her figure even more alluring, stirring the blood of those who saw her. "So, this person is worth our investment." Wang Jie took a deep breath, his face once again showing respect. "I understand." Suyu slowly walked out of the Merchant Alliance, took out his spirit ring, and checked the cultivation resources inside, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "With these resources, I don't have to worry about cultivation materials for a while. If I run out of money in the future, I can just exchange 9-star quality pills for cash. However, I still need to be cautious about this. Although the Merchant Alliance hasn't shown any hostility, no one wants trouble, and holding valuable items always requires attention to safety. Now that I have the resources, the amplification law can also enhance its effects by absorbing resources. Coupled with 3 daily enhancements, this time I'll use the enhancement to improve resource absorption efficiency. The faster the resources are absorbed, the faster the cultivation speed. Even if 2 people use the same resources, the one with higher absorption efficiency will undoubtedly progress faster. 1 enhancement to improve resource absorption, 1 to enhance comprehension, and the last one to strengthen the amplification law. This way, my cultivation speed can reach its peak. Suyu had already calculated how to use the 3 daily enhancements to maximize his cultivation speed. Thinking of this, Suyu quickened his pace to return home. Soon, he was back home and wasted no time, immediately taking out the cultivation resources to begin training. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Suyu sat cross-legged on the bed, his entire body surging with vigorous energy and blood, the fluctuations intensely radiating and continuously erupting from within. The entire room was enveloped in a sense of pressure. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble erupted from within Suyu's body. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes. Energy and blood have reached their peak. Suyu smiled, and with a thought, the system panel appeared before him. Character: Suyu, abilities, primordial creator, amplification law. Cultivation, energy and blood realm, 99%, martial arts, 8 extremes fist LV5, max level, mountain shaking fist LV3, 19%, techniques, Xiantan breathing technique. LV3, 58%. Over the past 2 days, in addition to improving his cultivation, Suyu had successfully trained the first realm martial art and technique he bought at the auction, both reaching level 3 mastery. After all, for martial artists, the levels of techniques and martial arts are just as crucial as cultivation. However, whether it's techniques or martial arts, advancing their levels is extremely difficult. Yet, he had reached mastery in just 2 days. Now, even without the 4-fold boost from the amplification law, based on my foundation alone, I can stand out among most peak energy and blood realm martial artists. With the amplification law, I can even take on martial artists in the blood refining realm. Feeling the power within him, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to relax and take a break, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Opening it, he saw an announcement. From the school. All senior students of Jiangnan High School are required to attend the send-off ceremony for the intercollegiate competition tomorrow in the school auditorium. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The send-off ceremony for the intercollegiate competition? Although the intercollegiate competition officially starts in a month, that's actually the time for the finals. Before the finals, there are the preliminary and semifinal rounds. The preliminaries are open to all high schools in Jiangnan City with official teams, with an overwhelming number of participating teams. In the end, only 20 teams will advance to the semifinals. From the semifinals, only 4 teams will make it to the finals. These final 4 teams will compete for the ultimate victory in a month. Judging by the timeline, there are only 3 days left until the preliminaries, so it's time for the send-off ceremony. Suyu glanced at the calendar, quickly freshened up, and headed toward Jiangnan High School. Jiangnan High School Auditorium. Suyu sat in a corner, yawning under the spotlight. Perhaps due to his poor reputation at school, almost no one sat near him. Suyu was happy to enjoy the peace and quiet. However, even though he was just sitting quietly, many people around him still cast strange glances his way. Those gazes were like black dots on white paper, impossible to ignore. I didn't expect Suyu to attend the send-off ceremony too. Who told him to team up with a dog and a pig? But I have to admit, Suyu's strength is decent. He actually managed to defeat a first-year student, ha ha ha. The mocking laughter around him grew louder than usual. Even a pig can be the captain of Suyu's team, and he's still so proud of it. He's just a heartless guy who cheated to take the old principal's opportunity. He should give up his spot to the school team. That way, Jiangnan No. 1 High School might have a chance to make it into the top 3. These voices crashed over Suyu like waves, but he remained expressionless, showing no reaction at all. To him, these taunts were like stray dogs barking on the roadside. Who would bother arguing with dogs? The laughter didn't last long before it was replaced by exclamations of surprise. Lin Qingqing and her team are here. The Jiangnan No. 1 High School team is here. I heard they were taken to a business association auction by teacher Zhao a few days ago. That's a place only the top tycoons of Jiangnan City can enter. Captain Lin Qingqing just broke through to the 4th level of blood refining yesterday. Looking at the history of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, she's one of the top 3 experts. With them here, our Jiangnan No. 1 High School is sure to make it into the top 3 this time. Many students stared at Lin Qingqing and her team with admiration in their eyes, as if they were seeing idols. Lin Qingqing, Raymond, Zhao Tiangang, and Wu Tian walked slowly into the auditorium, heading in a specific direction. As they passed Suyu, Wu Tian suddenly grinned. Isn't this Suyu? Today is the send-off ceremony for Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Why didn't you bring your dog and pig along? Are your 2 mighty warriors absent today? Wu Tian's sarcastic tone immediately drew more laughter. Suyu teaming up with a dog and a pig had already become a campus joke. Wu Tian's comment directly embarrassed Suyu. But Suyu just lazily dug his ear, looked at Wu Tian, and grinned. Why haven't I seen your teammate who likes to sleep naked in public? Is he still not undressed and ready to go on stage? Or, he glanced around as if searching for something. Is he hiding somewhere to undress and get ready to enter? These words made Wu Tian's face stiffen, and even Lin Qingqing and the others turned cold. The surrounding noise suddenly quieted down, and everyone started looking at the school team members. That guy isn't part of our school team. Raymond clenched his fists, his face slightly red. Oh, is that so? Suyu took out his phone, searched for something, and grinned as he displayed the information on the screen. Didn't you say Chu Ming was part of the school team? Now you're denying it? I still remember, Lin Qingqing, you personally posted that Chu Ming was a member of your school team. Enough! Lin Qingqing glared at Suyu, her eyes fixed on him. Suyu, I'm completely disappointed in you. Chu Ming was expelled long ago. Suyu revealed a toothy grin. TSK, the school team captain sure loves expelling people. A little bit of power, and you start kicking out teammates. Is this the specialty of your school team? These words immediately changed the perception of those who had a favorable impression of the school team. Yeah, the school team had only been formed for a few days, and they'd already expelled 2 people. Could it really be as Suyu said? You think that by provoking me, I'll pay attention to you? Lin Qingqing's chest heaved violently. Suyu glanced at her sideways, full of disdain. Stop pretending. A useless person heaving like that. Are you trying to fly? Raymond, don't you like shooting things down? If she really flies, make sure to shoot her down. You. Raymond looked as if he'd been publicly humiliated, his anger instantly ignited. Lin Qingqing's gaze towards Suyu grew colder and colder. Suyu, is all you know how to do just talk? I'm telling you, no matter what you say or do, I won't care. Trying to get my attention this way? Keep dreaming. After speaking, Lin Qingqing didn't want to waste any more time with Suyu. She was afraid her blood pressure would skyrocket from anger. As Lin Qingqing left, Raymond and the others naturally followed, but Raymond still waved his fist at Suyu, making a threatening gesture. Suyu sat back in his seat, his expression somewhat complicated. This woman's way of thinking is really incomprehensible. Could she actually be a fool? Suyu fell into deep thought. With Suyu's commotion, the entire auditorium instantly quieted down. When Zhao Wuji walked in, he was a bit surprised to see the calm scene. As the head of the school team, Zhao Wuji held a high position at Jiangnan No. 1 High School, almost equivalent to the Dean of Students. This time, the send-off ceremony for Jiangnan No. 1 High School was, of course, hosted by him. Now, let the send-off ceremony for Jiangnan No. 1 High School begin. Zhao Wuji took his seat on the podium, his gaze sweeping over the students. However, when he looked at Suyu, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Because Suyu had insulted him on his phone before, Zhao Wuji still harbored some resentment. However, now was not the time to trouble Suyu. Zhao Wuji cleared his throat and said to everyone, "Students, you should know that there are only 3 days left until the preliminary round of the high school competition." As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes focused on Zhao Wuji. According to past practices, the preliminary round allows all high school teams to participate, but you all know that Jiangnan City invests heavily in the high school competition every year. Therefore, in light of this situation, the Jiangnan City Martial Alliance has decided that this year's preliminary round will adopt a ladder model. What does the ladder model mean? It means that only the top 10 ranked teams from each school can participate in this year's high school competition preliminary round. This way, the number of participating teams will be greatly reduced, saving more resources, and these resources will be prioritized for teams that achieve good results in the high school competition. As soon as Zhao Wuji finished speaking, the auditorium immediately erupted. What? Only the top 10 can participate in the preliminary round? Why wasn't this announced earlier? If I had known earlier, I could have worked on improving my ranking sooner. Now there are only 3 days left until the preliminary round. How can I catch up? Yeah, even though it's just the preliminary round, the competition takes place in a secret realm in Jiangnan City. Even if you don't place, you can still gain a lot of opportunities. Now, with this change, we don't even have the chance to gain those opportunities. The students in the auditorium immediately started arguing. In the corner, Suyu listened to Zhao Wuji's words, his brows slightly furrowed. The sudden rule change was indeed unexpected. He looked around at the people, his eyes flickering. Wait, this matter. Something's not right. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze quickly scanned the entire auditorium. Besides the students who were loudly complaining, there was another group of students who appeared unusually calm. They showed no surprise at the news, as if they had known about it all along. And these calm students all came from the top 10 ranked teams. Suyu's heart sank immediately. Could it be they already knew about the ladder model being implemented? Otherwise, even the top 10 ranked teams should be shocked by such a major change. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. If the ladder model was truly implemented, he would have no chance of entering the preliminary round of the high school competition. Although he had formed a team, his team had never participated in any competitions or faced other teams. Their strength and performance were at the bottom of Jiangnan No. 1 High School's rankings. This new rule essentially blocked him from the high school competition entirely. Silence. Zhao Wuji's voice suddenly rang out in the auditorium, carrying a strong aura that instantly silenced the still arguing students. As the head of the school team, Zhao Wuji himself was a martial artist at the peak of the third realm, the Viscera refinement stage, just one step away from a higher realm. I know you're all upset hearing this news, but this is the reality. Normally, I don't see you all practicing seriously, but now you're all making a fuss. You should have done this earlier. Although his words were harsh, Zhao Wuji's tone softened afterward. However, if you think you have the strength to make it into the top 10, you can challenge any of the top 10 teams. As long as you successfully defeat one of the top 10 teams before the preliminary round, you can represent Jiangnan No. 1 High School in the college competition preliminaries. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you can seize it depends on yourselves. Zhao Wuji's words slightly eased the atmosphere in the auditorium. However, despite this opportunity, many students still looked grim. The members of the top 10 teams were even more indifferent, confident they could maintain their positions within 3 days, feeling no pressure from the challenges. Listening to Zhao Wuji's words, Suyu let out a long breath. Luckily, it's not a complete loss. As long as I defeat one of the top 10 teams, I can still participate in the preliminaries. He smiled, his whole body relaxing. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Mr. Zhao, I think there's a problem with this. Suyu frowned, thinking this woman must have bad intentions. Sure enough, in a corner of the auditorium, Lin Qingqing stood up. Her words surprised everyone, even Zhao Wuji hadn't expected it. Lin Qingqing, do you have something to say? Zhao Wuji asked, puzzled. Lin Qingqing replied indifferently, the college competition represents the face of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. It's not just about strength, the team's image must also meet certain standards. If other schools see our team in disarray, with some members behaving like they have no manners, wouldn't that be embarrassing? As a student of Jiangnan No. 1 High School and the captain of the school team, I think the school should impose some restrictions. As soon as she spoke, all eyes immediately turned to Suyu. Zhao Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly, a mocking smile appearing on his lips as he also stared at Suyu. It was clear that Lin Qingqing's words were aimed at Suyu. I think Lin Qingqing makes a valid point. After all, participating in the college competition represents Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Zhao Wuji stroked his chin, pretending to ponder. Then it's decided. Some teams shouldn't participate in this college competition. As he said this, his gaze was fixed firmly on Suyu. Lin Qingqing smiled upon hearing this. Although it was impossible for Suyu to break into the top 10 with his strength, humiliating him a bit made her feel delighted. Beside her, Raymond, Zhao Tiangang, and Wu Tian lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly, clearly unable to hold back their laughter. Suyu sat in the corner, locked in by countless gazes, and finally his eyes met Zhao Wuji's. What? Suyu, do you have any questions? Zhao Wuji asked mockingly. Suyu shook his head, slowly extended his hand, folded 4 fingers, and left only his middle finger raised. In an instant, everyone's gaze froze. Even Zhao Wuji's face turned ugly, his mouth twitching, his cheeks reddening. Suyu, what do you mean? How dare you insult me? Zhao Wuji slammed the table in anger, his aura at the peak of the visceral realm surging like a tide. This pressure was something ordinary blood energy realm martial artists couldn't withstand. However, when Zhao Wuji's oppressive force fell on Suyu, Suyu remained unaffected, sitting quietly in his chair. With his peak blood energy and 4-fold combat power boost, Zhao Wuji's pressure didn't faze him at all. Facing Zhao Wuji's furious roar, Suyu simply shook his head and sneered, insult you? You're mistaken. I wouldn't waste my time insulting someone brainless. Someone like you, qualified to be a teacher? Do you really think you're something special? Calling you teacher is me giving you face. If I don't give you face, what can you do? And you dare say I can't participate in the college competition? Who do you think you are? Are the rules set by you? Stop pretending. Suyu leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and sneered continuously. Zhao Wuji's face instantly darkened, while Lin Qingqing angrily shouted at Suyu, Suyu, do you know what you're saying? Apologize to Mr. Zhao immediately. Mr. Zhao is our teacher. You've grown up, but don't you understand the importance of respecting teachers? Suyu slightly raised his eyelids. Wasn't it you, you annoying woman, babbling nonsense over there? I insulted him, not you, yet. You insist on coming to me for attention? Get lost. His tone was full of impatience. Suyu's words shocked all the students in the auditorium. He's gone mad. Suyu has completely lost it. Not only did he insult Lin Qingqing, but he also dared to curse Teacher Zhao. Isn't he afraid of having no future? Exactly, Teacher Zhao is a master at the peak of qi and blood. Who dares to insult him like this? Suyu is doomed. Expel him. People like him must be expelled. Voices rose and fell throughout the auditorium. Zhao Wuji suddenly stood up, gritting his teeth and said, Suyu. Very well. Just for what you said today, don't even think about participating in the college competition. For the rest of your life. Forget the college competition, you won't even be able to take this year's interstellar entrance exam. Just wait for the Martial Alliance to recruit you. Zhao Wuji's anger erupted completely. Cough, cough. Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? At that moment, a cough came from outside the auditorium, and Yuan Feng walked in with a cheerful smile. Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly upon seeing Yuan Feng. Principal. Zhao Wuji immediately responded, and the other students also greeted Yuan Feng. Suyu squinted slightly. Although he didn't know why Yuan Feng had come at this moment, it seemed he wouldn't need to reveal his trump card just yet. Yuan Feng glanced around and said with a smile, "At Jiangnan First High School, we have always valued democracy. Teacher Zhao, you can't just dismiss a student with one sentence. And canceling the interstellar entrance exam. Qualification, isn't that a bit excessive?" Zhao Wuji's expression kept changing, and he stammered in front of Yuan Feng, unable to say a word. "How about this? Let's resolve it with a ranking challenge. After all, the college competition is about strength. We can't let one student or teacher dictate everything," Yuan Feng casually suggested, instantly dispelling all of Zhao Wuji's accusations against Suyu. Zhao Wuji was very unwilling, but in front of Yuan Feng, he had no right to refute. Whether in terms of status or strength, he was far inferior to Yuan Feng. "Suyu, what do you think?" Yuan Feng asked with a smile. Suyu was somewhat surprised by Yuan Feng's attitude toward him but still nodded. For him, as long as everything was fair and just, it was fine, and Yuan Feng had given him the fairness he wanted. "Then it's settled. Tomorrow, at Jiangnan First High School's martial arts training hall, we will hold the team ranking competition. Only the top 10 teams will represent Jiangnan First High School in the college competition." Yuan Feng finalized the decision and then turned to leave. The auditorium remained silent. Suyu slowly stood up and walked out. He had already gotten what he wanted, so there was no need to stay any longer. As he passed Zhao Wuji, Suyu smiled and said, "Teacher Zhao, you should get your liver checked sometime. Anger is bad for the liver." After saying this, he ignored Zhao Wuji's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and left the auditorium under everyone's gaze. In an instant, only Zhao Wuji, whose face was gloomy, and Lin Qingqing and the others, who looked awkward, were left in the hall. They had originally planned to completely block Suyu's path, but they hadn't expected Yuan Feng to suddenly appear and effortlessly dissolve their scheme. This guy really has incredible luck. Zhao Tiangang and the others thought bitterly. Why would the principal appear at this time? Could it be that he came specifically for Suyu? Wu Tian asked in confusion. Impossible. The principal is a four-realm bone refining expert, one of the top figures in Jiangnan City. Why would he come specifically for Suyu? Raymond refuted. The principal has always valued rules. He probably didn't want Suyu to go around bad-mouthing Jiangnan First High School after being blocked by Teacher Zhao, damaging the school's reputation. Zhao Tiangang hesitated and said, "Exactly. Suyu's reputation is already ruined. The principal must have foreseen that if Teacher Zhao completely blocked him, he would badmouth Jiangnan First High School everywhere. That's why Principal Yuan stepped in." The more they discussed, the more they felt this explanation made sense. Only Lin Qingqing frowned, sensing that something was off. Zhao Wuji took several deep breaths to suppress his inner anger, then swept his gaze around and coldly said, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and sprint, don't blame me later for not giving you a chance." As soon as the words fell, many students quickly left the auditorium, not daring to offend Zhao Wuji at this moment. Only Zhao Wuji, the school team, and the top 10 squads of Jiangnan No. 1 High School remained in the hall. "I absolutely won't allow Suyu to have a chance to participate in the intercollegiate competition," Zhao Wuji said coldly. "Mr. Zhao is right. If Suyu participates in the intercollegiate competition, it might ruin the reputation of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, which would be bad for the school." Lin Qingqing echoed. "Don't worry, with me here, Suyu definitely won't make it into the top 10. A young man smiled at Lin Qingqing, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. He was Zhang Lanyu, the captain of the Blue Rain Squad, ranked 10th in Jiangnan No. 1 High School, and considered quite strong within the school. "That trash Suyu has no chance of getting past me," Zhang Lanyu said, carelessly with a laugh. Seeing Zhang Lanyu's confidence, Zhao Wuji's expression softened slightly, and he nodded, saying, "Then I'll count on you tomorrow." Zhang Lanyu smiled confidently, "With me here, Suyu has no chance." Back home, Suyu sat cross-legged on his bed, reflecting on the day's events. Although I don't know why Principal Yuan suddenly intervened, it saved me from having to use my precious 9-star elixir to ask the Commerce Alliance for help against Zhao Wuji. The 9-star elixir was extremely rare, using 1 or 2 occasionally was fine, but using too many could easily attract trouble. After all, he was just an orphan, and offending a powerful force like the Commerce Alliance would have unimaginable consequences. Since the principal has stepped in, I need to prepare well for the intercollegiate competition. Suyu took a deep breath, set aside the day's events, and began to focus on the challenges ahead. Tomorrow, the school will hold the squad ranking competition, and 3 days later is the intercollegiate competition's preliminary round. If I want to gain extra points for the interstellar college entrance exam through the intercollegiate competition, I must make it through the preliminary round. And the first step to entering the preliminary round is to break into the top 10 in the squad ranking competition. Break into the top 10. Suyu said, pulling out his phone and opening the Jiangnan No. 1 high school squad rankings, his gaze fixed on the top 10 names. 10th place, Blue Rain Squad. 9th place, Maple Fire Squad. 8th place, Tiangang Squad. 1st place, Morning Light Squad, school team. Looking at the names of the squads, Suyu clicked on the introduction of the Blue Rain Squad. Blue Rain Squad, ranked 10th in Jiangnan No. 1 high school. Captain Zhang Lanyu is a martial artist at the 8th level of Vital Energy, and the 4 team members are all peak martial artists at the 7th level of Vital Energy. The information wasn't extensive, but Suyu already had a general understanding of the Blue Rain Squad's strength. This data was updated half a month ago. Even if Zhang Lanyu has broken through to the 9th level of Vital Energy, the team members would at most have improved to around the 8th level. The Blue Rain Squad was a veteran team with well-coordinated members. Although they didn't have any experts in the blood refining realm, their teamwork allowed them to put up a fight against a martial artist who had just entered the blood refining realm. Therefore, they could be treated as opponents in the blood refining realm. Suyu silently analyzed, then took out the remaining cultivation resources. With my current strength, facing the Blue Rain Squad, my winning probability is about 99%. But that's not enough. As long as it's not 100%, there's still a chance of losing. So, I need to break through to the blood refining realm. Suyu grinned, revealing his white teeth. With a flip of his hand, a strengthened blood refining pill appeared in his palm, and he swallowed it without hesitation. The powerful medicinal energy surged through his body instantly. Suyu quickly activated the Xiantan breathing technique to refine this energy. Time flew by as he cultivated. No one knew how much time had passed. Suyu sat cross-legged on the bed, emitting an extremely powerful aura. The vital energy fluctuations around him resembled red ribbons, exuding an overwhelming sense of deterrence. Suddenly, Suyu opened his tightly closed eyes. Boom! The vital energy within his body surged like a raging river, rushing through his limbs and bones, strengthening his physique. His eyes glowed with a crimson brilliance. Blood refining level 1, success. Suyu's voice slowly faded, and the storm of blood and energy within him suddenly erupted, causing the entire room to tremble. Is this the feeling of the blood refining realm? Although it's just a breakthrough from the peak of blood and energy to the blood refining realm, my combat power has increased by several times at least. Honestly, even without the fourfold boost, I feel like I could defeat the peak blood and energy version of myself with the fourfold boost. Suyu felt the powerful blood and energy within him and the toughness of his body, unable to help but marvel. The first stage of martial arts is called the blood and energy realm, primarily focused on increasing the quantity of blood and energy. The more blood and energy, the stronger the explosive power. The second stage of martial arts is the blood refining realm, which mainly enhances the quality of blood and energy. Although the quantity of blood and energy in the blood refining realm is similar to that of a peak blood and energy realm martial artist, in actual combat, the blood refining realm can easily defeat the blood and energy realm. This is the difference in the quality of blood and energy. More importantly, the blood and energy in the blood refining realm can also strengthen the body, making the martial artist's physique tougher. This is the distinction between the blood and energy realm and the blood refining realm. After the breakthrough, the chance of making it into the top 10 is almost 100%. Now I feel confident. Suyu smiled slightly, stood up, washed up briefly, and headed to Jiangnan No. 1 High School. When he entered the martial arts training hall of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, it was already crowded with people. Since yesterday, when Zhao Wuji announced at the expedition ceremony that only the top 10 teams in the third-year grade could represent the school in the college competition preliminaries. The training hall had been bustling. All the third-year teams were desperately sprinting for rankings in these last 3 days, trying to squeeze into the top 10. After all, although the preliminaries are a competition, they take place in a secret realm. Even if the results are poor, one can still find opportunities there. These opportunities are immensely helpful for their future interstellar college entrance exams. Thus, the martial arts training hall was packed, with everyone eager to improve their rankings. But as Suyu appeared, the entire training hall instantly fell silent, and all eyes focused on him. The incident of Suyu confronting Zhao Wuji head-on in the auditorium yesterday had already spread throughout Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Many were surprised by Suyu's audacity to challenge Zhao Wuji, but even more mocked him behind his back. In their eyes, Suyu, a morally corrupt person, still dared to confront a teacher, completely ruining his reputation. Didn't expect this guy to still dare to show up. Offending teacher Zhao Wuji, what is he even after? Why is he here? Does he still want to try for the top 10? Ha, a useless fourth layer. Blood and energy martial artist trying to get into the top 10? What a disgrace. As Suyu walked into the martial arts training hall, mocking voices rose one after another. Everyone looked at him with disdain. In the corner of the training hall, the school team members were resting with their eyes closed. After all, this was the school team ranking competition. If any challenge teams appeared, they would have to face them. However, such situations were almost impossible. He's here after all. Captain, you were right. He just won't give up. Zhao Tiangang glanced at Suyu and said indifferently. Lin Qingqing sneered, so what if he won't give up? Today, we'll make him completely give up. I've looked into the overall strength of the Blue Rain team. With some luck, they might even challenge for 5th place. The defensive tasks for these 3 days are all handed to them. The goal is to completely crush his hopes. Lin Qingqing's eyes flashed with resentment. During this time, Suyu had embarrassed them quite a bit, and everyone's view of him had become twisted due to repeated humiliations. Next to the school team, Zhao Wuji's face was gloomy, his gaze fixed in one direction. There, Zhang Lanyu received Zhao Wuji's gaze, nodded in response, and then stepped out from the crowd. The surrounding eyes also focused on Zhang Lanyu. As the captain of the 10th-ranked team among all teams in Jiangnan No. 1 High School, he had a good reputation in the third-year grade. At this moment, he became the center of attention in the martial arts training hall. Zhang Lanyu enjoyed the attention, his gaze falling on Suyu, and he smiled slightly. Suyu, are you planning to challenge for the top 10 and compete in the college competition preliminaries? Suyu looked Zhang Lanyu up and down and said indifferently, who are you? These words instantly made Zhang Lanyu's face stiffen. He hadn't expected Suyu to be so disrespectful. Suyu. Anger flashed in Zhang Lanyu's eyes. You're just a cast-off from the school team, and now you dare to speak to me in this tone. Are you looking for death? Suyu took another careful look at Zhang Lanyu, revealing an "oh, I see" expression. Oh, it's you. You used to follow Lin Qingqing around all the time. I remember, you could only watch the fun from outside the door. You're too arrogant. Before he could finish speaking, members of the Lanyu squad rushed out one after another, all glaring angrily. Zhang Lanyu was their captain, and Suyu insulting him was equivalent to insulting the entire Lanyu squad. What's the use of being sharp-tongued? Let's see the truth on the arena. Zhang Lanyu stared at Suyu. If it weren't for the school's rule prohibiting fighting outside the arena, he would have personally taught him a lesson. Suyu lazily stretched and provocatively looked at Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, as long as I defeat them, I can enter the top 10 and participate in the preliminaries, right? Zhao Wuji's eyelid twitched, wanting to slap Suyu, but he held back. Of course, you can. Although he was annoyed, with people watching, he couldn't lose face and could only respond perfunctorily. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, rubbing his fists. Since they all want to die, then bring it on. I'm in a hurry. As soon as he said this, the faces of the Lanyu squad members changed drastically. They were ranked 10th in Jiangnan High School. Suyu's words completely disrespected them. This disdain thoroughly enraged them. Captain, let me go up and teach this trash a lesson. A piece of trash at the 4th level of vital energy dares to step on us. The Lanyu squad members were all burning with anger, their eyes looking as if they wanted to devour Suyu. Zhang Lanyu's face darkened as he slowly walked toward the arena with his hands in his pockets. Since he wants to die, let's completely cripple him. His voice was so cold that it seemed to lower the surrounding temperature. Hearing Zhang Lanyu's words, the Lanyu squad members cracked their knuckles, their faces fierce as they approached the arena. TSK, this guy is really arrogant, not taking the Lanyu squad seriously. Although the match won't kill anyone, judging by the Lanyu squad stance, Suyu is likely to be severely injured. Yang Meng has made his move, Suyu is doomed this time. Yang Meng has always had a head-on style. Once he acts, you will either die or suffer. Members of the Blue Rain team watched Yang Meng charging forward, sneering repeatedly. The distance between Yang Meng and Suyu grew closer, and everyone thought they were about to witness Suyu being brutally knocked down. But just as Yang Meng approached, Suyu suddenly raised his hand, spread his fingers, and pressed fiercely into the air. Bang! A muffled sound exploded on the arena. Dust flew everywhere. Everyone saw Suyu's palm accurately smash onto Yang Meng's head with immense force, directly slamming Yang Meng's head and entire body heavily onto the arena floor. Cracks instantly spread across the ground, jagged and menacing. The martial arts training hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, staring at the scene before them, only breaking out in shocked voices. Several seconds later. How is this possible? Suyu defeated Yang Meng in one move? No way, am I dreaming? Hiss. Everyone looked on in disbelief at Yang Meng, who had been so aggressive moments ago but was now lying unconscious on the ground. How could this trash possibly defeat Yang Meng in one move? On the school team's viewing seats, Lin Qingqing and others also wore expressions of shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, it was simply too astonishing. Don't forget, Yang Meng was a master of the 8th level of Qi and Blood. Even if Chu Ming came, he wouldn't be able to defeat him without using special abilities. Yet, Suyu had done it. Could it be that he relied on the opportunity left behind by the old principal? Lin Qingqing couldn't help but speculate, but her face turned even darker after saying it. As the top student of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, she should have been the lucky one. And Suyu had merely stolen her fortune. This guy is just ridiculously lucky. Lei Meng and others gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with jealousy and envy. Suyu stood quietly, his gaze sweeping over the Blue Rain team. He extended a finger, lightly beckoning, and said with a provocative smile, "Hurry up, stop dawdling, I'm in a rush." His calm voice echoed in the air, and faint sounds of suppressed swallowing could be heard. Around. Zhang Lanyu's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze toward Suyu growing increasingly serious. Even he couldn't figure out how Suyu had done it. What's wrong, still standing there? Didn't I say? I don't have time to waste. The calm voice rang out again, and the Blue Rain team immediately felt a chill, their hair standing on end. Bang! 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 Before they could react, several muffled sounds rang out, and the members of the Blue Rain team, including Zhang Lanyu, were all sent flying by a powerful force. They were knocked out of the arena, landing heavily on the floor outside. In an instant, only Suyu remained on the arena, standing quietly, hands in his pockets. He looked down arrogantly at the fallen members of the Blue Rain team. The martial arts training hall suddenly became eerily quiet, as if even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Teacher, I should be in the top 10 now, right?" Suyu suddenly smiled at the referee. Teacher, breaking the silence. The referee teacher snapped out of his shock and quickly announced, "The school team has defeated the Blue Rain team. The school team's ranking rises to 10th place." After saying this, the referee teacher couldn't help but doubt his own ears. Who would give the school team such a strange name? Following the referee teacher's announcement, the faces of the school team members, including Lin Qingqing, turned ugly. "This guy, impossible!" Zhao Tiangang exclaimed, his eyes filled with fear. That was Zhang Lanyu, a top martial artist of the 9th level of Qi and Blood, the captain of the Blue Rain team. The entire Blue Rain team had been defeated by Suyu in one move. Could it be, the opportunity left by the old principal is so powerful? Even this trash can become so strong. Lei Meng was full of resentment. They all believed that Suyu's current strength was entirely due to stealing the old principal's treasure and opportunity, otherwise, it would have been impossible. He actually managed to squeeze into the top 10. Wu Tian's face was grim, his eyes full of disgust. Not far away, Zhao Wuji's chest heaved as he looked at the members of the Blue Rain team lying on the ground and snorted coldly. A bunch of trash. After cursing, Zhao Wuji still felt dissatisfied. He had thought Zhang Lanyu and his team could completely block Suyu's path, but unexpectedly, they became stepping stones for Suyu instead. Zhao Wuji felt as if he had been slapped hard in the face. On the arena, Su Yu listened to the referee's words, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Top 10, huh? Didn't expect it to be this easy. So many preparations went unused. Su Yu casually smiled, his hands in his pockets. Su Yu, don't be so arrogant. Zhao Tiangang couldn't help but stand up and shout as he looked at Su Yu's smug expression. He really couldn't stand Su Yu's attitude. Lin Qingqing sat with a gloomy face, suddenly seeming to think of something, and softly spoke, what if Su Yu was crippled before the preliminary competition? Then even if he makes it to the top 10, he won't qualify for the high school league preliminaries, right? The surrounding school team members and Zhao Wuji froze, quickly realizing her meaning. Exactly. As long as we cripple that guy, everything will be resolved. Zhao Tiangong's eyes lit up as he sat back down. But crippling him, wouldn't that violate school rules? Wu Tian was a bit worried. Zhao Wuji, who had been silent, slowly said, anything can happen in the arena, and the school already allows a certain level of injury risk in matches. If a student acts recklessly and goes too far, and Su Yu ends up crippled, wouldn't that be a perfectly reasonable excuse? Zhao Wuji's voice was very low, only audible to the school team and a few trusted confidants. After all, he was a teacher, and couldn't openly say such things. Lin Qingqing smiled upon hearing this and turned to look at a young man. Zhou Jie, can you help me? Lin Qingqing blinked at Zhou Jie, her pitiful expression softening Zhou Jie's heart. Qingqing, I. Zhou Jie swallowed hard, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, leave it to me. As soon as he said this, Zhao Wuji, Zhao Tiangang, and the others all smiled. Zhou Jie, captain of the Iceblade team. The Iceblade team was ranked 5th at Jiangnan No. 1 High School, and Zhou Jie himself was at the blood refining stage, far surpassing Zhang Lanyu's vital energy stage. It could be said that Zhang Lanyu's blood refining 9th level strength was insignificant in front of Zhou Jie. With Captain Zhou taking action, this trash won't be jumping around for much longer. Wu Tian said with a smile. Exactly, Captain Zhou is a star student at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Dealing with this morally corrupt person is a piece of cake. Not only can he restore the school's reputation, but he can also help clean out the bad apples. Everyone chimed in, pushing Zhou Jie into the spotlight. Zhou Jie took a deep breath, confidently stood up, and locked his gaze on Su Yu in the arena. Su Yu, don't be so arrogant. Just because you defeated the Blue Rain team doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Do you dare to fight me? Zhou Jie's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention in the training hall. Zhou Jie? Even he can't stand it anymore? Honestly, Su Yu is indeed a bit too arrogant. He just reached the top 10 and is already acting so recklessly. I bet Su Yu wouldn't dare face Zhou Jie head-on. Even though he defeated Zhang Lanyu, if he goes up against Zhou Jie, it'll only lead to his own destruction. Su Yu stared at Zhou Jie, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could clearly see the mocking smiles on the faces of the school team members around Zhou Jie. So, this is all targeted at me, huh? Su Yu immediately understood their scheme, but he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He could completely ignore these provocations, but looking at the faces of the school team members, he couldn't suppress the itch in his hands. What? Are you afraid to face me head-on? Zhou Jie grew anxious as Su Yu remained silent. Lin Qingqing rarely asked him for help, and if he failed, his chances of pursuing her would undoubtedly become even slimmer. With a cold expression, Zhou Jie angrily shouted, you orphan without parents, no one taught you manners, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, you've completely disgraced the school. What kind of trouble can a useless person like you even cause? Su Yu, if you have any masculinity, fight me openly and fairly. Zhou Jie roared. As soon as the words fell, Su Yu's expression immediately turned icy. He hadn't taken it seriously at first, just wanting to punch a few faces, but now, insulting his parents was something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. Su Yu slowly raised his head, a flash of cold light in his eyes, making even Zhou Jie feel a shiver. Strangely, Zhou Jie was actually frightened by Su Yu's gaze. I'll make sure you're completely ruined. Su Yu sneered, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile so chilling it sent shivers down one's spine. Humph. Zhou Jie snorted coldly, suppressing the fear in his heart, and stepped onto the ring. I'll give you 3 seconds to call your teammates. Don't come crying to me later when I cripple you, Su Yu said indifferently. Zhou Jie sneered disdainfully, to deal with you, I don't need teammates. 3, Suyu began counting down, completely ignoring Jojia. Jojia's smile froze instantly, replaced by raging fury. Suyu, you're asking for death. He growled, charging at Suyu. The aura of blood refining level 1 erupted instantly. 2. Suyu continued counting down. This Jojia is indeed a blood refining martial artist. I can feel my skin crawling, someone in the audience exclaimed in shock. Suyu is doomed. Jojia is one of the few blood refining experts in the grade. This useless guy actually dared to say he'd ruin Jojia. What a joke. Yeah, Suyu is way too arrogant. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Just as the countdown ended, Suyu's aura suddenly transformed. 1. As the voice fell, Suyu's entire presence underwent a dramatic change. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. A cold voice echoed in Jojia's ears. In the next moment, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Suyu. Blood refining level 1. Jojia's pupils contracted sharply. Blood refining level 1? Impossible. How could this useless guy possibly cultivate to blood refining level 1? The surrounding people instantly stood up, stunned and speechless. This guy is actually at blood refining level 1. Lin Xingqing and the others were filled with shock. Honestly, they never expected Suyu's strength to be so formidable. During the previous fight with Zhang Lanyu, Suyu had clearly held back. So what if he's at blood refining level 1? Jia broke through blood refining level 1 long ago. Fighting a rookie who just entered blood refining level 1 is a piece of cake. Although feeling a bit uneasy, Zhao Tiangang gritted his teeth and insisted. He stared intently at the ring. The other members of the school team, hearing Zhao Tiangang's words, also regained their composure. That's right, Jojia had surpassed blood refining level 1, there was no way he could lose to a newcomer like Suyu. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, as the situation on the ring changed, the entire crowd erupted. Impossible! Lei Meng exclaimed in shock. Suyu struck instantly. With the power of blood refining level 1 unleashed, Suyu moved like a ghost, appearing in front of Jojia in an instant, his strength exploding. Fourfold combat power. Boost. Mountain shaking fist. Suyu's words directly blocked all of Zhao Wuji's preparations. He. Suyu chuckled lightly, ignored them, and slowly walked out of the martial arts hall under the awe-filled gazes of the students from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. For him, the preliminary round spot was already secured. Jojia's provocation had been adequately dealt with, and there was no need to linger. Inside the martial arts hall, the senior students of Jiangnan No. 1 High School were still immersed in the shock of Suyu's instant defeat of Jojia, while Suyu had already left the training hall. Just as he stepped out the door, a voice came from behind. Suyu, don't think that just because you got a spot in the preliminary round, I'll respect you. You were trash before, and you'll always be trash. And I will be the star you can never reach. Suyu paused slightly, turned around slowly, his expression somewhat peculiar. He saw Lin Xingqing, who had somehow also walked out of the training hall, standing with her arms crossed, looking down at him condescendingly. You was silent for a moment before calmly saying, actually, if you turn left at the school gate, there's a neurology hospital. Don't think it's a waste of time. I genuinely think you should get your brain checked. Lin Xingqing's face changed drastically, her eyes glaring at Suyu as if she wanted to devour him. Facing the furious Lin Xingqing, Suyu smiled faintly and turned to leave. To Suyu, Lin Xingqing was like a barking dog on the roadside. As you pass by, it has to bark twice. There was no need to stoop to the level of a dog. You'll regret this. Lin Xingqing stared at Suyu's departing figure, her eyes filled with resentment. Leaving the martial arts hall, Suyu went straight home and maximized the use of today's 3 enhancements. First, he enhanced the quality of resources. Then, he enhanced his cultivation speed. Finally, he enhanced the amplification rule. The combination of these 3 enhancements was the most efficient cultivation method he had discovered in recent days. In 2 days, the preliminary round will begin. Although the threshold is high, there are at least over 100 teams from high schools across Jiangnan City participating, and only 20 teams will make it to the semi-finals. Jiangnan No. 1 High School's overall level is considered bottom tier in the city. To make it into the top 20, the strength of blood refining level 1 is far from enough, at least blood refining level 3 is required. After all, team competitions aren't solo battles, and there are fierce beasts in the secret realm. I need to focus on cultivation. Suyu calculated in his mind and immediately immersed himself in training. Meanwhile, at Starshine High School. Starshine High School is one of the 3 major private high schools in Jiangnan City, backed by several local conglomerates, and a regular in the city's top 5 rankings. At this moment, in a private training room at Starshine High School, Ming sat on a chair, his eyes fixed ahead, watching a figure swiftly shuttle through rows of martial arts puppets, his gaze full of admiration. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds echoed in the training room. With a roar, those expensive martial arts puppets instantly exploded, turning into scattered dust and dissipating. Clap! 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 Ming stood up, excitedly, clapping wildly. As expected of Big Brother. Brother, your cultivation must have reached blood refining level 5 by now. Ming said with a smile, his eyes full of envy. Moments later, a burly young man wearing only a black tank top slowly walked over. This young man bore some resemblance to Ming. He glanced at Ming and said indifferently, if you had listened to the family's arrangements and didn't go chasing after that Lin Qingqing and instead joined me at Starshine No. 1 High School, you would have broken through the blood refining realm long ago. How could you still be stuck without a breakthrough? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Ming's face as he scratched his head. But I've already upgraded my ability to B-level. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up. Are you talking about that guy who awakened the enhancement ability? I remember you mentioned he still has 1 enhancement left? Ming's eyes shifted, immediately understanding his brother's meaning. The man in front of him was Ming's twin brother, Chu Huan. Both of their abilities had awakened at the same time, but Chu Huan had initially awakened a B-level ability, rock-solid body, while Ming had only awakened a C-level ability. Fortunately, Ming had been strengthened once by Suyu, and his strength had also risen to B-level. Although the higher the ability level, the weaker the strengthening effect, being strengthened once, no matter what, even if it doesn't reach A level, can still greatly enhance strength. By then, maybe we can even compete with those people from Xingyao High School. A trace of excitement flashed in Chu Huan's eyes. Do you know that guy's information? Ming smiled faintly, took out his phone, swiped a few times, and showed Suyu's information to Chu Huan. Looking at the information, Chu Huan squinted his eyes. He actually got a spot in the preliminaries? Is this the guy you call trash? Ming felt a bit embarrassed but quickly regained his composure and said, I don't know how this guy did it, but he got the opportunity left by the old principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. I guess that's how he got the qualification for the preliminaries. Ming recalled sneaking into Suyu's house but finding nothing, only to be stripped and thrown at the gates of Jiangnan No. 1 High School by Suyu. This was utterly humiliating for Ming, and he figured Suyu must have used up that opportunity. Interesting. Chu Huan's lips curled slightly as he stared at Suyu's photo. We need to find a way to have his team placed in the same region as ours. Although the secret realm in the preliminaries is a land of opportunities, every year, many teams die there. If this guy knows his place, maybe we can spare him. If not, killing him won't matter. Chu Huan said coldly, his gaze icy as if nothing could move him. To him, killing someone was as simple as stepping on an ant. Ming chuckled, with you taking action, Big Brother, we can definitely handle that guy. As he spoke, he already envisioned Suyu begging for mercy in front of them, trembling with excitement. Chu Huan glanced at him indifferently, that's enough. There are still 2 or 3 days left. This is the breakthrough pill Father asked me to give you. Take it quickly. If you can break through to the blood refining realm before the preliminaries, it will be a great help to you. After all, in the secret realm, opportunities are the key. A mysterious smile appeared on Chu Huan's face. Time flew by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Suyu had been cultivating at home. The resources he had purchased earlier were enough to last him for a while. Suyu sat cross-legged on the bed, his entire body radiating intense fluctuations of blood energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. A surge of violent blood energy erupted instantly, shaking the entire room. Blood refining broke through to the 4th level. In 3 days, Suyu had devoted himself entirely to cultivation. He successfully advanced his cultivation from the 1st level of blood refining to the 4th level. This speed was astonishing, equivalent to advancing a minor realm every day. Not just in Jiangnan City, but even across the entire Blue Star among all high school seniors, it was unlikely anyone else could achieve this. Besides cultivation, Suyu focused his mind, and the system panel suddenly appeared. Character, Suyu ability, primordial creator. Amplification law. Cultivation, blood refining realm, 40%, martial arts, 8 extremes fist LV5, max level, mountain shaking fist LV4. 89%, technique, Xiantan breathing technique LV4, 58%, both martial arts and techniques have reached the 4th level, nearing perfection. But looking at the panel, it seems there's a 5th level? Could it be, there's room for improvement beyond the perfect realm? Suyu was curious. There's still time. I'll learn a new martial art first. He checked the time, there were still a few hours before the preliminaries began. He then took out a martial art from his storage spirit ring. Mountain suppressing sea-splitting fist. This was a top-tier second realm martial art he had purchased from the Commerce Alliance. Second realm martial arts correspond to the second realm of martial arts, the blood refining realm. Suyu, now at the 4th level of blood refining, only had the first realm mountain shaking fist, which limited his strength. So a few days ago, he spent a fortune to buy this top-tier second realm martial art. The price was extremely high, and he had to sell a 9-star blood refining pill to afford it. But its power is astonishing. Wang Jie said that after reaching the maximum level, it could even rival martial arts of the 3rd realm. Taking advantage of the accelerated cultivation speed, Suyu immediately began training. Half an hour later, subtitles flashed in his vision. Mountain suppressing sea-splitting fist upgraded to LV1. Mountain shaking fist progress +1. Suyu raised an eyebrow, huh? Learning new martial arts can actually help improve the mountain shaking fist? He was a bit surprised. Seeing that the mountain shaking fist was only 10% away from reaching the maximum level, his eyes were full of anticipation. I really wonder how strong the mountain shaking fist will be at max level. He shook his head with a smile, washed up briefly, and headed toward Jiangnan High School. Soon, he arrived at the sports field. A lot of people had already gathered on the field. The top 10 teams of Jiangnan High School stood at the front, Lin Qingqing and her team full of confidence. Suyu didn't care and casually found a spot to stand. Before long, Principal Yuan Feng slowly appeared. Students, the preliminary competition is about to begin. I don't demand results, only that you return safely. Myself and the teachers will be waiting for you outside the secret realm. Yuan Feng's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone gentle. Don't worry, Principal. It's just the preliminaries. We'll definitely make it into the top 20. Within half an hour. Lin Qingqing responded confidently. Yuan Feng smiled and waved, saying, time is tight, set off quickly for the secret realm. Yuan Feng led the team out of the school. Outside, an intercity train was parked, specially reserved by Jiangnan High School. The train was fast and well defended, as the secret realm was located outside the city. Although fierce beasts no longer posed the same threat to humans as before, they were still dangerous for students. Thus, taking this train was the safest option. On the train, Suyu sat alone in a corner, resting with his eyes closed, contrasting with the others. At the front of the carriage, Yuan Feng was conversing with the students. Noticing Suyu, he smiled and walked over. Everyone was surprised as Yuan Feng spoke. Suyu, you should achieve good results this time, right? Suyu opened his eyes and looked at Yuan Feng, somewhat surprised. Yuan Feng had helped him before, and Suyu had always been curious about what he was thinking. This sudden approach made him even more puzzled. But Yuan Feng was the principal and had helped him, so naturally, he wouldn't treat him the same way he dealt with Zhao Wuji before. Suyu thought for a moment, then shrugged with a smile. Maybe. It depends on luck. Yuan Feng chuckled. I don't think you've relied solely on luck to get to where you are today. After all, you've obtained the opportunity left by the former principal. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Yuan Feng actually knew about his connection with the Commerce Alliance? Yuan Feng seemed to notice his doubt and smiled, saying, I'm classmates with Bai Jingjing, the head of the Commerce Alliance. She mentioned you. Suyu immediately understood. Good luck, strive to bring Jiangnan High School to greater heights. Yuan Feng patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Principal Yuan actually has such high hopes for me? Suyu smiled faintly, not taking it too seriously. Just because he didn't care didn't mean others didn't. The students of Jiangnan High School, seeing his conversation with Yuan Feng, all showed jealous expressions. After all, even the top-ranked teams rarely had the chance to talk to Yuan Feng. Even the school team members found it difficult to interact with him. Lin Qingqing and the others looked at Suyu, their jealousy almost bursting out. Zhao Wuji sat in his seat, snorted coldly, and his gaze toward Suyu grew increasingly hostile. With Yuan Feng around, it was sometimes hard for him to target Suyu. Lin Qingqing walked over with a cold expression, still looking at Suyu with that condescending gaze. What did the principal just say to you? Her tone sounded like she was issuing a command. Suyu didn't even lift his head. What's it to you? Are you that bored? You. Lin Qingqing looked at Suyu with eyes full of unfamiliarity and confusion. She couldn't understand how the person who used to flatter her had now become like this. She said something, and he directly snapped back, not even giving her a chance for a normal response. Lin Qingqing felt a bit annoyed, her gaze growing colder. Fine, don't tell me then. Anyway, someone like you, even if you make it to the preliminary round, you're just here to make up the numbers. And I will lead Jiangnan First High to change the past dynamics and go further. After saying this, she turned around directly, without any hesitation, like a noble princess. Suyu glanced at her and couldn't help but chuckle. Fool. After speaking, Suyu closed his eyes again, waiting for the destination to arrive. He didn't know how much time had passed when the intercity train slowly decelerated, the carriage slightly vibrating. Suyu opened his eyes. Outside the window was a clear view, with mountains stretching into the distance, mist lingering around the peaks. Green trees covered the entire landscape. Everyone got off the train, and not far away, a camp came into view. Around the camp, people in different school uniforms were chatting everywhere. The arrival of Jiangnan First High attracted their attention, but they quickly lost interest. Standing among the crowd, Suyu curiously looked around. Suddenly, he felt a pair of piercing eyes staring at him. Following the gaze, he saw two young men who looked extremely similar, staring directly at him. Xu Ming? Xingyao High School? He transferred to Xingyao High School? Su Yu was a bit surprised, recognizing Xu Ming in the school uniform he was wearing. The guy next to him, could he be his brother or his twin? Seeing how identical Chu Huan and Xu Ming looked, Suyu speculated in his mind. These two don't seem to have good intentions. Suyu squinted slightly, keeping a note of caution in his heart. The surrounding noise continued, with people chatting. But soon, a man in camouflage appeared, and the camp instantly quieted down. Everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Xiaotian, deputy leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance. I am also the person in charge of this year's high school competition preliminary round. This year's high school competition has a total of 110 teams participating. The Martial Alliance has divided the secret realm into 20 zones. 15 zones will each have 5 teams, while the other 5 zones will each have 6 teams. Only one team from each zone will advance to the semi-finals. Now, the teams I call out, please gather at your respective entrances. Zhang Xiaotian shifted his tone and began reading out team names. Zone 1, Ximing High School Team, Tianlan Team, Abyss Team. Zone 14, Jiangnan First High Team, Ice Edge Team. Endless Team. As the names were called out, one team after another headed toward their respective entrances. Lin Qingqing and the other members of the school team, upon hearing their names, straightened their backs confidently and strode toward Zone 14. Zhang Xiaotian's voice continued to echo. Zone 15. Zone 18, Thunder Team, Gale Team, School Team? He stared at the list in his hand, frowning in confusion. How could there be a team named School Team? He muttered to himself. Jiangnan First High? Zhang Xiaotian's gaze swept toward Yuan Feng beside him, his eyes carrying a hint of doubt. Yuan Feng smiled wryly and nodded. Yes, someone actually dared to choose that name. Zhang Xiaotian's mouth twitched. Having served as the deputy leader of the Martial Alliance for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a strange team name. He suddenly developed a strong interest in school team. His gaze shifted to Zone 18, where he saw Suyu standing alone at the entrance. Seeing Suyu by himself, Zhang Xiaotian was silent for a moment, before finally asking, "Student, where are your teammates?" Suyu looked back in confusion. Can't one person participate? Zhang Xiaotian was speechless. The surrounding students were also drawn to this conversation, staring at the lone Suyu with surprised expressions. Seriously? Someone actually came to the high school competition solo? Whose expert is this? So bold. Amazing. Could it be Jiahao? A wave of voices rose and fell. Then, a teasing voice rang out, Deputy Leader Zhang, you might not know, but this guy is a celebrity from Jiangnan. #1 High School. His teammates are a dog and a pig. In Area 18, Chu Ming stood with his arms crossed, grinning as he spoke. The surrounding people showed complex expressions. A dog and a pig? This has to be a joke, right? The high school competition is so serious, and he's using this as an excuse? Ha, this is killing me. Now anyone can join the high school competition? And he's from Jiangnan number 1. High school? Does Jiangnan number 1 high school have no one left? The mocking voices rose one after another. The team members from Jiangnan No. 1 high school turned red with embarrassment, some even unwilling to admit they were students from the school. It was truly humiliating. Even the principals of various schools laughed and looked at Yuan Feng. Old Yuan, what's going on with your Jiangnan number 1 high school? Even someone like this can represent you in the competition? I think Jiangnan number 1 high school was never strong to begin with. It's normal not to have good candidates. At least it's better than having candidates who achieve nothing. Old Yuan, if you quit, come to our school. We have an open position in logistics management, reserved just for you. Laughter filled the air. Yuan Feng's expression changed slightly, but when his gaze fell on Su Yu, his demeanor became much calmer. To have gained the old principal's opportunity, whether or not he took a shortcut to defeat the Blue Rain team. Su Yu is clearly not that simple. Maybe this kid can really bring me some hope. Yuan Feng silently thought to himself, his heart calming down considerably. Seeing Yuan Feng no longer respond, the other principals found it uninteresting and fell silent. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head helplessly, not expecting such a situation to occur in this year's high school competition preliminaries. He guessed that Jiangnan number 1 high school probably couldn't find suitable candidates, so they let Su Yu take the spot. Student, if you can't hold on, you can send a distress signal at any time, Zhang Xiaotian comforted Su Yu. Su Yu's expression changed slightly, thinking, am I really that weak? Fine. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. He took a deep breath, a confident smile appearing on his face. Chu Ming saw Su Yu smile and instinctively shrank his neck, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Huan. Brother, make sure to deal with this guy later. Chu Huan smiled faintly. Don't worry, I've kept track of how many times he's strengthened himself. I hope he knows his place. With that, Chu Huan waved his hand, and 3 figures with powerful auras appeared beside him, ready to enter the secret realm. The Thunder team led by Chu Huan and Chu Ming ranked in the top 3 at Xingyao High School and was a popular seed team for advancing to the semi-finals this time. After shaking his head, Zhang Xiaotian continued assigning areas to the other teams and sullenly announced, all teams, enter the secret realm immediately. The secret realm duration is 1 hour. After it ends, the top team in each area will advance to the semi-finals. As his words fell, the teams flew toward the secret realm entrance, disappearing instantly into the heavens and earth. So you looked at the entrance, took a deep breath, and stepped into the passage, disappearing completely. After all the teams entered the secret realm, Zhang Xiaotian withdrew his gaze and turned to the principals of various schools, smiling. Everyone, let's wait here for a while. The principals also smiled in response. Then, they entered a temporarily constructed room, where a virtual screen was projected. The screen clearly divided 20 areas, with detailed records of each team's scores. At the start of the secret realm, all scores were 0. Zhang Xiaotian and the others found seats and focused their attention on the screen. After a brief dizziness, Su Yu felt his footing stabilize. He opened his eyes and found himself in a dense forest. Su Yu took a deep breath, sensing the thick spiritual energy around him, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Indeed, it's a secret realm. The spiritual energy here is several times richer than in Jiangnan City. If I cultivate here, with my 3 enhancements and the resources at hand, breaking through to the 3rd stage of martial arts within a month is no problem. Su Yu sighed, then glanced at the watch on his wrist. This was a specialized device issued by the Martial Alliance before entering the secret realm, used to record each person's achievements. In the secret realm, hunting fierce beasts or finding rare resources could earn points, and the points determined the team rankings. The team with the highest points would win this area and advance to the semi-finals. Points, The rules say points are earned by hunting fierce beasts and finding treasures, but it doesn't say you can't rob others, does it? Looking at the empty points display on his watch, Su Yu's lips curled into a smile. Let me see, Thunder Team, Gale Team, Tianshui Team, Redfire. Team, Dingjin Team, and SSS teams in total. Hunting fierce beasts is too exhausting and unrealistic, so let's rob them. Su Yu stretched his body, his bones making faint cracking sounds like popping corn. That guy Chu Ming actually got into Xingyou High School and is in the same area as me? Why not strike them first? And his brother, I remember during the school team simulation match, we also faced Xingyou High School. But with my enhancements, the Thunder team was defeated by the school team in the first round. Su Yu stroked his chin, a plan already forming in his mind. All familiar faces, so I can go all out. The smile on his lips carried a hint of chill, making one feel uneasy. With that thought, Su Yu stepped forward and sped into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, the members of the Thunder team had already gathered. The team leader, Chu Huan, was a fifth-layer blood refining expert, and the team consisted entirely of blood refining martial artists. At Jiangnan No. 1 High School, they could go toe-to-toe with the school team. It was only because of Su Yu's enhancement boost last time that the school team had the upper hand, otherwise, it might not have been the case. Let's talk about our goals. The first is to secure first place in this area and advance to the semi-finals. Chu Huan swept his gaze over his teammates, his tone calm yet firm. Losing to Jiangnan No. 1 High School's team in the last simulation match was a disgrace. This time, we will take back everything we lost. As soon as he finished speaking, the team members, especially Chu Ming, had excitement flashing in their eyes. Although Chu Ming had only been at the Qi and Blood stage when he left Jiangnan No. 1 High School, after entering Xingyou High School, and with his family's support, he had already broken through to the blood refining stage. The second goal, I'll say it directly, it's Su Yu. Chu Huan looked at his teammates and spoke slowly. The other three showed surprise on their faces but quickly calmed down, as if they had been prepared for this. Just as Chu Huan was about to continue, a voice suddenly came from nearby. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of looking for you, and here you are. You should have said so earlier. Hearing this, Chu Huan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a young man in a black shirt stood smiling on a tree trunk, staring at them. Su Yu! Chu Ming exclaimed, not expecting Su Yu to appear so quickly. The landing points in the secret realm were usually distributed separately, making it difficult for people from different teams to meet. Just thinking about how to find you, and here you are. Chu Huan's face twisted into a sinister smile. Su Yu looked at Chu Huan curiously. What do you want with me? Before Chu Huan could speak, Chu Ming shouted, Su Yu, give your last enhancement chance to my brother, or don't even think about leaving the secret realm today. Enhancement chance? So you're here for me after all. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. What if I don't? Chu Huan's face darkened. Then we'll beat you until you do. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Huan's fifth-layer blood refining aura erupted, a violent surge of energy stirring up flying sand as he charged at Su Yu. My brother is a fifth-layer blood refining expert. I want to see what you're capable of. Chu Ming said excitedly, eager to repay Su Yu for how he had treated him before. The members of Thunder Squad laughed one after another. The captain is getting stronger and stronger. With his enhancement count, the team's strength will definitely improve. Maybe we can make it to the finals this time. The captain is an ability warrior. Even without using his ability, he can easily defeat someone at blood refinement level 5. If he uses his ability, he can even suppress someone at level 6. This guy is really unlucky to run into the captain. Chu Ming was feeling proud when his eyes suddenly narrowed. How is this possible? Qi Ming exclaimed in shock, his face full of disbelief. Chu Huan's fist, wrapped in intense blood energy, fiercely pushed toward Su Yu. But Su Yu simply stretched lazily, raised his hand lightly, spread his fingers, and effortlessly caught Chu Huan's punch. The strength is a bit weak. Su Yu smiled, showing his white teeth. Chu Huan's heart trembled. He hadn't expected Su Yu to block so easily. This guy isn't simple. He frowned deeply. The next moment, a layer of earthy yellow brilliance flashed, and Chu Huan's entire body seemed to be covered in thick rock. His strength surged. This was Chu Huan's ability, Rock Body. A B-level ability, Rock Body, was both offensive and defensive, greatly enhancing defense and strength when activated. With this ability, Chu Huan had managed to secure his position as the captain of Thunder Squad and lead the team into the top 3 of Starshine High School. Making me use Rock Body, Su Yu, are no ordinary opponent. Chu Huan sneered, his confidence soaring. Suyu curiously knocked on the rock layer covering Chu Huan, producing a low, muffled sound. It really is rock, he said with a smile. Defense has increased by about twofold, and attack power too. But this twofold increase is way too weak. Suyu mocked, looking at Chu Huan. Chu Huan's face darkened, and he roared angrily, arrogant. With both defense and strength enhanced, Chu Huan unleashed immense power. But Suyu easily sidestepped the attack, moved to another tree trunk, and shook his head. Forget it, time is limited. I don't want to waste it on you. He stepped forward, activating amplification rule with a thought. Fourfold combat power. All attributes multiplied by 4. Boom! Suyu's blood energy surged within him like a raging river. Shake the mountain, he shouted, unleashing an unstoppable momentum. His speed was so fast that Chu Huan couldn't react, and Suyu's attack struck directly at his chest. The seemingly solid rock layer cracked. Bang! A loud explosion echoed as Chu Huan was slammed into a deep pit. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell eerily silent. Everyone in Thunder Squad, including Chu Ming, couldn't believe what had just happened. How is this possible? Chu Ming trembled as he spoke. Suyu. Chu Ming wanted to say more, but suddenly, Suyu appeared in front of him, smiling, and launched a fierce punch. Bang! 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 Four muffled sounds echoed across the battlefield as Chu Ming and the members of Thunder Squad fell one after another, ending up like Chu Huan. Suyu walked up to the group with a cheerful smile, squatted down, and extended his hand. So, hand over the points. Suyu had come to find Thunder Squad not for Chu Ming but for their points. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Huan and the others struggled to stand up, but seeing Suyu smile, they immediately squatted back down. What points? Chu Huan asked. In confusion, looking up. Of course, the points for the preliminary round. Suyu replied. Chu Huan's expression turned complicated, and he remained silent for a long time. Is it possible that the preliminary round has just started, and we just gathered, so we haven't earned any points yet? Suyu was silent for a moment, almost forgetting this detail. He had come to snatch points but forgot to check if the other party even had any. What a miscalculation. Now, what should I do? Suyu looked up, feeling a bit tired. However, as he looked at Thunder Squad in front of him, a sudden idea flashed in his mind. He laughed, a hint of cunning in his tone. Chu Huan and the others glanced at him, and an ominous feeling immediately arose in their hearts. What are you planning? 10 minutes later. In Area 18, a group of people squatted on the ground like prisoners. Suyu stood at the front with his hands behind his back. Do you understand what I mean? Now, start collecting points for me immediately, and hand over the points you collect right away, understand? Understood. The group answered weakly. Earlier, they had been discovered by the Thunder Squad, who shouted, right here. A lunatic rushed out, leaving them no choice but to crouch here. Of course, they had thought about resisting, but they were no match for Suyu. They even tried to resist together, but Suyu easily defeated all of them single-handedly. This scene completely crushed their will to resist. Didn't you eat? Louder! Suyu demanded sharply. Understood. The group shouted in unison, their voices synchronized. Suyu nodded in satisfaction, clapped his hands, and said, Good, start moving. Of course, if you try to play tricks, Suyu smiled as he looked at them, making the group shiver involuntarily before scattering immediately. After finishing these arrangements, Suyu leisurely found a rock to lie down on. Actually, as long as Suyu's points were slightly higher than the other teams, even by just a little, he could enter the semi-finals. But entering the semi-finals was only the first step. The truly important part was the rewards based on the point rankings. Although Suyu wasn't short on money now, this time the rewards had nothing to do with money. In fact, it could be said that these prizes were something money couldn't buy. Therefore, the more points, the better. This also explained why Suyu could make 5 teams work for him. Outside the secret realm, in a temporary room, Zhang Xiaotian and the principals of several high schools in Jiangnan City were staring at the rankings of various regions on the screen. The Qiming High School team is still as strong as ever, taking a significant lead right from the start. With this momentum, no one in Qiming's region can challenge them, someone commented. The Xingyao team is also very strong, firmly holding first place in their region, though they're still several points behind Qiming's team, another principal added. Indeed, these are the top 3 high schools in Jiangnan City. Voices rose one after another. The principals of Qiming High School and Xingyou High School sat upright, not speaking but wearing expressions full of pride. Jiangnan No. 1 High School's team isn't bad either. Although they're not absolutely first, they've been leading since the start of the secret realm, someone suddenly said. Yuan Feng, sitting in the corner, heard this and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Zhang Xiaotian's gaze swept across the rankings of each region, suddenly stopping at one particular area. What's going on? He couldn't help but exclaim. His voice drew everyone's attention, and they all turned to look in the direction he was staring. On the screen, the rankings in Region 18 left everyone stunned. Because in Region 18, all the team's points were steadily increasing, except for one team named School Team, whose points remained at 0. School Team? I remember. That's Jiangnan No. 1 High School's team, right? Old Yuan, aren't these your school's people? Someone asked Yuan Feng mockingly. Yuan Feng's smile instantly froze. He had also noticed Su Yu's 0 points. It should be noted that in the history of high school competitions, there had never been a team with 0 points in the preliminary round. Even the weakest teams could at least kill a low-level beast, right? But now, Su Yu had become the only one with 0 points. I always thought this kid had something special, and now it seems I was right. The principal who spoke earlier laughed again. However, his laughter wasn't mocking Su Yu but ridiculing Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng's face turned grim. He knew this person was Zhao Chuanfeng, the principal of Jiangnan No. 3 High School, and the two had always been at odds. Seeing Su Yu's situation now, Zhao Chuanfeng naturally wouldn't miss the chance to kick him while he was down. Strange, what exactly is Su Yu doing? Yuan Feng frowned deeply, filled with doubt. With the old principal's legacy supporting him, logically, Su Yu shouldn't be this incompetent. Why was he still at 0 points? Zhang Xiaotian was equally puzzled. He had a strong impression of Su Yu, who didn't seem like a failure. Why was there such a huge gap between his expectations and Su Yu's current performance? Leader Zhang, can we take a look at the situation inside? I'm really curious. How could there be someone so useless that they can't even score a single point? Ha ha ha. Zhao Chuanfeng laughed loudly. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head. They couldn't see what was happening inside the secret realm. The only thing they could see was the points ranking outside. Although he was eager to know what Su Yu was doing, he could only wait patiently for the preliminary round to end. Time passed bit by bit, and Su Yu's score remained at 0. The laughter in the room grew louder and louder. Yuan Feng, sitting among the principals, looked increasingly uncomfortable. There's not much time left. The preliminary round is almost over. I really want to see who this 0-point guy is. Zhao Chuanfeng laughed as he sat, his gaze fixed mockingly on Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn it, could this kid Su Yu really make such a big joke out of this? Although the preliminary round wasn't that important, a 0 score and unprecedented situation was truly embarrassing. Just then, with only a few minutes left, before the preliminary round ended, the rankings in Area 18 suddenly changed dramatically. Zhang Xiaotian, who had been watching that area closely, suddenly saw Su Yu's score skyrocket. In just 1 second, Su Yu surpassed the other 5 teams and shot straight to first place. Zhang Xiaotian was stunned. What shocked him even more was that as Su Yu's score surged, the scores of the other 5 teams instantly dropped to 0. What on earth is going on? Zhang Xiaotian stared at the screen in disbelief. His reaction immediately drew the attention of the other principals. Everyone turned their eyes to Area 18 and saw that Su Yu's name was now firmly in first place. Wait, why did the other team's scores all drop to 0? Oh my god, calculate quickly, could Su Yu's score be the exact total of the other 5 teams' scores? It is! How did he do that? Did he somehow steal all their points by himself? The principals were dumbfounded. Some rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Su Yu, could he have taken the other team's points? Suddenly, a principal spoke softly, and the expressions of the others became awkward, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. I think our Jiangnan No. 1 high school students are quite impressive. While all the principals were still confused, Yuan Feng suddenly stood up and laughed heartily. Only he knew how much torment he had endured when Su Yu's score was still at 0. Now that Su Yu had suddenly risen to first place, Yuan Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. In contrast to Yuan Feng's excitement, Zhao Chuanfeng's face was grim. He had been mocking Suyu earlier, but now, it felt like he had been slapped in the face, leaving him speechless. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed in the room. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw that it was the principal of Xingyao High School. The principal of Xingyao High School also looked displeased. The Thunder team was one of their top 3 teams and a strong contender for the semifinals. Now that their points had been wiped out, they had lost their chance to advance, leaving the Xingyao High School principal extremely dissatisfied. Scoring by stealing others' points, this kind of behavior is just too much, the Xingyao High School principal said coldly, his voice icy. The university competition is supposed to be an open and fair competition. Since when did it become a robbery contest? Deputy Leader Zhang, I suggest disqualifying this team from the semi-finals. People like this are the scourge of the university competition. The Xingyao High School principal's tone was low and merciless. Rubbish! Yuan Feng immediately retorted angrily. What a joke! Jiangnan No. 1 High School currently had only one team in the semi-finals. Now that Suyu had qualified, he was determined to protect him. Although Jiangnan No. 1 High School's performance couldn't compare to Xingyao High School's, Yuan Feng, as the principal, was not afraid of the other party. Zhang Qi, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Robbery? Where in the rules does it say you can't steal points? This is my student's ability. You, Zhang Qi, glared at Yuan Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. The rules indeed didn't state that stealing others' points was prohibited. So Zhang Qi could only turn his gaze to Zhang Xiaotian. As the person in charge of the intercollegiate competition, all rights of interpretation rested in his hands. But Zhang Xiaotian, without even turning his head, said, "We'll talk after all the teams are out." Zhang Xiaotian's words temporarily ended the argument. Although Zhang Qi was unwilling, he didn't dare to say more in front of Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian, with his back to the principals, directed his gaze toward Area 18, looking at Suyu's team name, a trace of curiosity flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect such an interesting contestant to appear in Jiangnan City. Quite interesting. Zhang Xiaotian's lips curved slightly upward. Area 18. Suyu lay on a large rock, a long line of students queued in front of him, obediently transferring their points to his wristwatch. Only after everyone had completed the transfer did Suyu yawn and open his eyes. Looking at the group of subdued individuals before him, he smiled. You all know what to say when we get out, right? We know. The crowd's voices were low and weak. Repeat. What do you say when we get out? Everything was voluntary. We admire Suyu and want to see him shine in the intercollegiate competition. The group shouted the sentence in unison, their voices loud and firm. Though they felt aggrieved, under Suyu's pressure, no one dared to resist and could only force themselves to say those words. Suyu, hearing this, clapped his hands in satisfaction. You're all so sensible. I'm very pleased. Xiao Mingzi. Here. Xu Ming, with a smile on his face, stepped forward to Suyu. Big brother, what are your orders? At this moment, Xu Ming had reverted to his former demeanor as Suyu's lackey. Suyu patted his shoulder, giving him a deep look. I still prefer you as my little brother. Don't let me down, okay? Cold sweat broke out on Xu Ming's forehead, and though he was cursing inwardly, he maintained a smile and didn't dare to say more in front of Suyu. A few minutes later, Suyu and his team felt a force pulling them, instantly erupting across the space. After a bout of dizziness, Suyu woke up to find himself back at the entrance passage, outside the secret realm. Not only Suyu's team but other teams also appeared at the entrance one after another. Lin Xingqing and the Jiangnan No. 1 High School team members wore confident expressions. The semi-finals are in the bag, Raymond said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. As long as we stand out in the semi-final group, we'll make it to the finals. Lin Xingqing glanced at Raymond indifferently, her face full of confidence. As long as we don't face Qiming High School or Xingyao High School, we're unbeatable. At this moment, she saw several university principals walking out of a room and heading toward them. Lin Xingqing and her teammates immediately straightened their backs and lifted their heads. See that? Making it to the semifinals has the principals smiling ear to ear. They'll definitely reward us well, Wu Tian said excitedly. Lin Xingqing remained calm, but pride flickered in her eyes. Yuan Feng and the others got closer and closer to Lin Xingqing's group, and the pride on everyone's faces was almost overflowing. But just as Yuan Feng was only 10 meters away, he suddenly turned around, completely ignoring Lin Qingqing's group. What's going on? Lin Qingqing's group was stunned. They had thought Yuan Feng would come over to praise them, but he didn't even acknowledge them. Not only Yuan Feng, but the other university principals, including Zhang Xiaotian, also turned in another direction. What on earth is attracting the principals? Zhao Tiangang asked in confusion. Following Yuan Feng in the other's direction, they saw a familiar figure at the entrance of Area 18 in the secret realm. Su Yu, Zhao Tiangang blurted out. Impossible. Could the principals be heading towards Su Yu? Zhao Tiangang was incredulous. He couldn't understand why someone like Su Yu, a so-called loser, would warrant the personal attention of the university principals. Lin Qingqing was also full of doubt, staring at Su Yu.at this moment. Su Yu stood at the entrance of Area 18, watching a group of high school principals walking toward him, feeling a bit confused. Su Yu, how exactly did you steal other teams' points? A middle-aged man questioned sternly, his gaze as if Su Yu were a criminal. Su Yu frowned. Old man, who are you? Old man? Zhao Chuanfeng's mouth twitched at the address, feeling a bit awkward. But he quickly snorted coldly. The high school competition is a place for fair competition, not a place for you to use tricks to steal points. You are destroying the fairness of the competition. Zhao Chuanfeng ignored how Su Yu addressed him and directly accused him of cheating. It was well known that Zhao Chuanfeng was the principal of Jiangnan No. 3 High School. This time, only one of their teams made it to the semifinals, while Jiangnan No. 1 High School had two teams. The relationship between No. 3 and No. 1 High School was tense, and Zhao Chuanfeng naturally didn't want to see No. 1 outperform his school. Coupled with the dissatisfaction of Xingyao High School's principal, Zhang Qi, Zhao Chuanfeng felt even more justified in criticizing Su Yu. Principal Zhao, you can't make baseless accusations. We need evidence. Yuan Feng spoke calmly. Su Yu was from his school, so he naturally had to defend him. Su Yu making it to the semifinals, even with a mediocre performance, would still enhance the reputation of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. After all, it was rare for a high school to have two teams in the semifinals. What? Principal Yuan is now shielding his student and undermining the fairness of the competition? Zhang Qi retorted coldly, directly opposing Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng frowned and was about to argue back when Zhang Xiaotian shouted, "Enough!" Shouting loudly, "What kind of behavior is this?" Everyone immediately quieted down. Zhang Xiaotian looked at Su Yu and asked in a deep voice, "Su Yu, in the secret realm, did you steal other teams' points?" Su Yu raised an eyebrow, not expecting them to confront him about this. The rules didn't say you couldn't take points, but judging by their attitude. Su Yu quickly shook his head. "I didn't steal. I absolutely didn't steal their points." Zhang Xiaotian frowned. "Then why is your score in the secret realm the sum of all the other teams' points? And why did their scores drop to 0 after yours increased?" "Humph. The evidence is right in front of you, and you still dare to deny it." Zhao Chuanfeng snorted coldly. Su Yu impatiently glanced at Zhao Chuanfeng. "Are you brain damaged? Nagging here all day long. You." Zhao Chuanfeng's face turned red instantly. It was the first time a student had insulted him so directly. Su Yu casually cleaned his ears, completely ignoring Zhao Chuanfeng's furious glare, and instead smiled at Zhang Xiaotian. "I didn't steal their points, they willingly gave them to me." Willingly? Zhang Xiaotian was completely dumbfounded. He truly didn't expect Su Yu to say something like that. Did he think everyone else was a fool? Before he could respond, Su Yu looked at Zhang Xiaotian with sincere eyes. "Really? You can go ask them." Zhang Xiaotian immediately turned to look at Chu Ming and the others. Then, a group of people shouted in unison. "We gave them up completely voluntarily. We admire Su Yu and want to see him shine in the high school competition." Admire Su Yu? Zhang Xiaotian and the other principals' faces twitched violently. This statement clearly showed they were intimidated by Su Yu. Otherwise, who would say something so uniformly? It sounded just like those point sellers. "If you're being threatened, just say so. We'll back you up." Zhao Chuanfeng coldly stared at the students. As soon as Zhao Chuanfeng finished speaking, Su Yu smiled and said, "If you're not being threatened, take a deep breath. I'll back you up too." Immediately, the members of the 5 teams began taking deep breaths one after another. The scene became awkward again. "I already said they gave them willingly. Why don't you believe me?" Su Yu shook his head. "Is there no trust left in the world today?" Zhang Xiaotian's mouth twitched. but after glancing at Suyu, he said nothing more and simply waved his hand. Alright, the first place in Area 18 goes to the school team. Zhang Xiaotian's words finalized the outcome. In fact, he didn't care at all about Suyu snatching points. The rules didn't forbid it, on the contrary, the martial alliance encouraged it. They weren't training rigid martial artists but rather strong individuals who dared to fight and take risks. Zhang Xiaotian actually just wanted to see how Suyu would react in such a situation. Judging by now, his performance was excellent. Zhang Xiaotian was very satisfied with Suyu in his heart. At the entrances of other zones, Lin Qingqing and the others looked at the scene before them, hardly able to believe it. Suyu actually qualified for the semi-finals? The school team members were all in shock. Their initial joy was instantly shattered when they saw Suyu also make it to the semi-finals. That feeling was like taking a bite of something unpalatable at a grand feast. Damn it, how did he also make it to the semi-finals? Wasn't the Thunder Squad in his zone? Zhao Tiangang said in confusion. Lei Meng snorted coldly, so what if it's the Thunder Squad? We easily defeated them in the mock competition. Didn't you see how the principals were all giving him trouble after he made it to the semi-finals? He must have used some underhanded trick to get in. There's no need to clash with other teams in the preliminaries. Once he's in the semi-finals, his true colors will naturally be exposed. In the eyes of the school team, so you must have used some shady means to stand out in the preliminaries this time. As for teams like the Thunder Squad, they didn't even take them seriously. After all, those were opponents they had defeated before. In Zone 18, after Zhang Xiaotian confirmed Suyu's results, although Zhao Chuanfeng and Zhang Qi were very displeased, they didn't dare to say much out of respect for Zhang Xiaotian. However, their gazes towards Suyu carried a hint of hostility. Don't mind them. If they dare to lay a hand on you, I'll naturally stand up for you. Yuan Feng walked up to Suyu and patted him on the shoulder. Ever since Suyu obtained the opportunity left behind by the old principal, Yuan Feng had seen him in a new light. Now that Suyu had successfully entered the semifinals and the preliminaries, no matter how he did it, Yuan Feng fully supported him. The preliminaries of this year's high school tournament are over. The following teams have advanced to the semifinals. Zhang Xiaotian turned around and announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Martial Alliance staff immediately projected a light screen into the air. The screen displayed the list of winning teams from each zone. Although all were winning teams, their rankings varied based on their points. The first place was occupied by a team called School Team. Following that were the second place Qiming School Team and the third place Xingyao School Team. Jiangnan First High School's team ranked only 11th in the semi-finals this time. When everyone saw the school team at the top of the rankings, the crowd instantly fell silent. It was as if a particularly conspicuous husky had suddenly barged into a pack of wolves. Ahem! Zhang Xiaotian cleared his throat, not even daring to look directly at the name in first place. The preliminaries are over. The semi-finals will begin in 1 week. Now, we'll proceed with random grouping. Zhang Xiaotian quickly changed the subject, signaling the staff to remove the ranking display. Subsequently, the names of the 20 semi-final teams appeared on the big screen. Zhang Xiaotian walked to the control panel and pressed the start button. The team names on the screen began to shuffle and were then divided into 4 groups, each with 5 teams. Suyu squinted his eyes and found the group he was in. But when he saw the teams in his group, his expression turned a bit strange. Jiangnan First High School Team, Jiangnan Third High School Team, Tianqi High School Team, School Team Squad, Xinguang Squad. The first 3 teams were immediately recognizable as belonging to specific schools. Xinguang Squad was from Xingyao High School, the second-ranked team, whose strength even surpassed that of the Thunder Squad. Xingyao High School student quality was particularly strong this year. They had originally been expected to have 3 teams advance to the semifinals, but unexpectedly, the Thunder Squad encountered Suyu and failed to qualify. In the semifinals, Suyu once again faced a team from Xingyao High School. All familiar faces. Suyu squinted his eyes slightly. Jiangnan No. 1 High School and No. 3 High School have always been rivals, while Tianqi High School is a regular in the top 3 of Jiangnan City's high school competitions, boasting strong capabilities and being a favorite to reach the finals. After the group divisions were announced, at the secret realm entrance passage, team members looked at the groupings. Some were happy, while others were disappointed. The Jiangnan No. 1 High School team saw Suyu's team in the same group and couldn't help but show excitement. Didn't expect to meet Suyu in the semi-finals. I'd like to see how he plans to turn the tables alone. Zhao Tiangang sneered. Raymond grinned and said, someone who got this far relying on luck and improper means will be exposed in the semi-finals. As he spoke, he rubbed his fists. Lin Qingqing wore an arrogant expression. The Jiangnan No. 3 high school team had easily defeated their opponents during the simulation match. Although the Holy Light team was stronger, they had also been beaten. In the simulation match, the Tianqi team hadn't participated in the simulation match, but Lin Qingqing didn't take them seriously. Instead, seeing Su Yu in the group gave her an outlet. Thinking of this, Lin Qingqing led her team and slowly walked up to Su Yu. Su Yu, if you're willing to admit to your previous actions and apologize to me, I won't let my team go too hard on you in the semifinals. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences when the time comes. Lin Qingqing spoke arrogantly, looking down at Su Yu. Su Yu was silent for a moment, then turned to Yuan Feng and said, Principal, shouldn't our school's team members at least take an IQ test? Yuan Feng smiled awkwardly. Both sides were promising talents from Jiangnan No. 1 high school, so he couldn't favor either side and simply turned away without speaking. Su Yu. Lin Qingqing understood the insult and her face darkened. You better remember what you said today. In the semifinals, you'll realize how foolish you are. Yes, yes, yes. Su Yu nodded frantically and even dug at his ear. Humph. Let's go. Lin Qingqing, seeing this, didn't bother saying more and left the No. 18 entrance passage with her team members. Watching these annoying people walk away, Su Yu smirked and turned his gaze to the members of the Tianqi team. After pondering for a while, he said, Principal, can you give me some information on the Tianqi team? This time, in the simulation match, the top 3 high schools, Tianqi, Ximing, and Xingyao, didn't participate, so Su Yu had no idea how strong they were. Knowing the opponent's situation is key to winning the match. Yuan Feng nodded. I'll send it to you later. But your more important task now is to go claim the reward from the Martial Alliance. Su Yu frowned slightly. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian's voice rang out. All teams entering the semi-finals, follow me. Curious about what rewards the Martial Alliance would give them, Su Yu followed Zhang Xiaotian. Once all 20 teams had gathered, Zhang Xiaotian didn't say much and led everyone onto the intercity train heading to Jiangnan City. About 20 minutes later, the train slowly stopped. What came into view was the Martial Alliance building in Jiangnan City. This building was hundreds of stories tall, with its top shrouded in clouds, making it impossible to see clearly. Zhang Xiaotian led the group to a floor in the Martial Alliance building. Stepping out of the elevator, they entered a pitch-black space. In the darkness, faint lights flickered like stars in the night sky. Some lights were bright, while others were dim. It's actually the Martial Alliance's martial arts library, a student exclaimed in surprise. Su Yu's heart stirred. The martial arts library was renowned, housing martial arts techniques above the 4th realm. However, obtaining such techniques was no easy feat. I didn't expect us to enter the martial arts library. I heard the lowest level here is 2nd realm martial arts, but to acquire techniques from here, you must first gain the recognition of the martial arts themselves, someone said excitedly. Zhang Xiaotian smiled and responded. That's correct. This is the martial arts library of our Jiangnan branch of the Martial Alliance. I can assure you that there are martial arts techniques above the 4th realm here. However, these techniques have their own spirit. Whether you can obtain them depends entirely on whether you can gain their recognition. Listening to Zhang Xiaotian's words, a trace of anticipation flashed in Su Yu's eyes. Recognition of martial arts techniques? Then can I use enhancement to increase the chances of gaining recognition? A flash of inspiration struck Su Yu's mind. He hadn't used today's 3 enhancement opportunities yet. Thinking of this, he licked his lips. Let's start with the team from Area 1. Zhang Xiaotian's voice rang out. Subsequently, 5 figures slowly stepped forward. The leader was dressed in black, his expression cold, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped a few degrees. Ximing School Team. By Zimo. Su Yu stared at the black-clad youth, his eyes slightly narrowed. By Zimo, a legendary figure among the senior students in Jiangnan City. Half a month ago, he had already broken through the blood-refining realm and entered the 3rd realm of martial arts, the organ-refining realm, a true prodigy. Each of you has one opportunity to comprehend a martial arts technique or skill. After completing your comprehension, choose the one you think suits you best. Zhang Xiaotian said to the members of the Ximing School Team. Deputy Alliance Leader, what if no martial arts technique or skill recognizes us, someone asked. What if? Zhang Xiaotian sneered, if you don't gain recognition, get out yourself. As soon as he said this, the person blushed and hid in the crowd, not daring to speak further. After speaking, Zhang Xiaotian's gaze swept over the members of the Qiming school team. Bai Zimo's face remained indifferent as he took the lead and stepped into the martial arts library. Inside the pitch-black martial arts library, only faint starlight flickered. Everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Zimo. Half a month ago, he had entered the third realm of martial arts, making him a genius in Jiangnan City and naturally attracting everyone's attention. Suyu also curiously observed Bai Zimo, wanting to see how many martial arts techniques would recognize him. Bai Zimo entered the martial arts library and closed his eyes. At that moment, the originally dim starlight suddenly became bright. Blue radiance illuminated the entire library. As the blue light appeared, purple brilliance quickly emerged from within. Purple brilliance, that's third realm martial arts, someone couldn't help but exclaim. As the voice fell, more purple brilliance floated around Bai Zimo. Hiss! The crowd gasped. Third realm martial arts were already extremely precious to them. Yet Bai Zimo remained with his eyes closed, seemingly communicating with something. After just 10 breaths, another light appeared. Orange! That's fourth realm martial arts. Under everyone's gaze, a touch of orange brilliance quietly emerged, instantly overshadowing the surrounding purple light. Under this orange brilliance, the purple light dimmed. Not bad. Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but smile as he watched the scene. Every year after the preliminary rounds of the high school competition, students entering the semifinals would come here to select martial arts techniques. However, those who could gain recognition from fourth realm martial arts were extremely rare. Sometimes, there wouldn't even be a few in an entire year. Truly worthy of Bai Zimo. He actually gained recognition from fourth realm martial arts. The crowd cast envious glances. But Bai Zimo's third realm organ refining cultivation suppressed their inner jealousy. Bai Zimo slowly opened his eyes and reached into the orange brilliance, retrieving a jade slip into his palm. The crowd was curious whether he had chosen a martial arts technique or a skill, but Bai Zimo waved his hand, and the jade slip disappeared, leaving them disappointed as they withdrew their gazes. Not bad, strive to master it as soon as possible. If so, during the interstellar college entrance exam, perhaps your name will echo across Blue Star. Zhang Xiaotian said with a smile. Bai Zimo's cold face softened slightly, and he nodded to Zhang Xiaotian before returning to his position. Next, the other members of the Qiming school team also entered the martial arts library one after another. However, they didn't possess Bai Zimo's exceptional talent, with the highest recognition being third realm purple martial arts. Some even only gained recognition from second realm blue martial arts. But even so, this was still quite good. After all, blue brilliance represented second realm martial arts, worth at least hundreds of thousands in the market. After the Qiming school team, students from the Xingyao school team and Tianqi school team entered the martial arts library. One after another, but no one could gain recognition for the orange four-realm martial arts anymore. Only Starshine team captain Li Qingfeng and Apocalypse team captain Xia Run obtained the top martial arts techniques of the three realms. As batches of students entered the martial arts library, no one could achieve recognition for the four-realm martial arts like Bai Zimo did. Bai Zimo stood out prominently among the many teams. Soon, it was the turn of Jiangnan team members to enter the martial arts library. Lin Qingqing stood at the front, took a deep breath, glanced at Suyu, saw his calm demeanor, snorted coldly, raised her head, and walked in. Moments later, a purple glow appeared around Lin Qingqing. Ha! Only one three-realm martial art? This doesn't match Lin Qingqing's previous performance, someone questioned. Yeah, even the captain of the Holy Light team obtained recognition. For three-realm martial arts. Why does Lin Qingqing only have one? Others discussed. Didn't they defeat the Holy Light team before? Everyone looked at Lin Qingqing's result, puzzled. Lin Qingqing's face turned grim. Although she obtained one three-realm martial art, she felt no joy. She believed she should at least be able to casually choose several three-realm martial arts and even hope to gain recognition for four-realm martial arts. Comparing herself to top figures like Li Qingfeng and Xia Run, she felt even more disappointed. Though she didn't understand the reason, she gritted her teeth and stepped out. Next, Jiangnan team members like Raymond also stepped forward one by one. Their performance was even worse. Apart from Zhao Tiangang barely obtaining recognition for one three-realm martial art, Raymond and Wu Tian only received two-realm martial arts techniques. This changed many people's views of the Jiangnan team. The faces of Jiangnan team members burned with embarrassment. They couldn't understand why this was happening. Zhang Xiaotian took a deep look at the Jiangnan team, then his gaze briefly swept over the calm Suyu, seemingly pondering something. After a moment of thought, Zhang Xiaotian suddenly said to Suyu, "Suyu, you're next." Suyu was stunned. He had thought he would be further down the line. But unexpectedly, it was his turn. Instantly, many eyes focused on Suyu. Lin Qing snorted coldly, "A guy who relied on tricks to barely make it to the semifinals, what qualifications does he have to gain martial arts recognition? When the time comes, if he can't even get recognition for one martial art, that would truly be a joke." Lin Qing's words made many people start mocking Suyu. After all, they had witnessed the scene at the secret realm entrance, and with Lin Qing's preconceived notions, they were even more convinced that Suyu had taken shortcuts to get here. Suyu ignored these mindless taunts and walked straight into the martial arts library. According to Zhang Xiaotian, martial arts recognition depends on one's talent, not luck. So the previous method of using probability to enhance needs to be adjusted. Enhancing the probability of gaining recognition for a high level martial arts won't work, because if the probability is 0, even a 1,000-fold increase is useless. So, Suyu pondered for a moment, a smile appearing on his lips. System, enhance comprehension talent. *3. As his thoughts moved, Suyu immediately felt his mind become exceptionally clear. The difficulties he had encountered during previous training were resolved in an instant. The flow of energy and blood within his body also noticeably accelerated. For a moment, Suyu felt countless voices flooding into his mind, as if shouting, "Choose me! Choose me!" Suyu was momentarily overwhelmed by the dense voices. Suddenly, a red light flashed in his mind. This red light carried a strong aura, instantly suppressing the other voices and leaping into Suyu's vision. Its dominance made the other colors instantly dim, losing all presence. Are martial arts techniques this aggressive? Now, if that's the case, then it's you. Suyu stared at the red light and slowly said. Having gained recognition, the red light revealed a hint of joy before slowly dissipating. Meanwhile, outside the martial arts library, there was complete silence, with no glow appearing. Lin Qingqing and the others sneered even more upon seeing this, as expected. Trash is just trash. You can't even recognize a second-level martial art, yet you dare to compete with us, the semi-finalists? Although the members of other schools remained silent, their eyes were full of disdain. Is this the guy who defeated Chu Huan and the others? The captain of the Holy Light team glanced at Suyu and chuckled. The principal even asked me to teach him a lesson, but it seems I don't need to lift a finger. He won't even get the chance to face me. Just as the mocking voices continued to rise, the previously pitch-black martial arts library was suddenly illuminated by a bright red light. Upon seeing this red light, Zhang Xiaotian's pupils contracted sharply. Red light. This is 5th level martial art. What? 5th realm martial art. As Zhang Xiaotian's words fell, the mocking expressions on the faces of those self-proclaimed prodigies from Jiangnan City instantly vanished, replaced by shock. Lin Qingqing and the others froze, as if they had been slapped hard. Impossible. How could he possibly obtain a 5th realm martial art? Lin Qingqing's heart was filled with doubt. Lei Meng and the other two's faces darkened, full of anger. Damn it, why can this trash obtain a 5th realm martial art, while we only have 2nd realm ones? From the virtual Star Tower to the martial arts library of the Martial Alliance, it's always the same. Why? He's just a piece of trash. Their mentality was now completely twisted. Even Xiaoran, Li Qingfeng, and Bai Zimo's gazes instantly locked onto Suyu. The red light swept dominantly across the entire martial arts library, instantly dimming the glow of other martial arts techniques, completely suppressing them. The red light quickly flew into Suyu's palm, rolling around like a well-behaved pet. Suyu stared at the red light, which instantly transformed into a jade slip. On the jade slip were engraved large characters, Dragon Snake Prison Force. After a glance, Suyu directly placed the jade slip into his storage spirit ring. As he turned around, the prodigies of Jiangnan City cast incredulous gazes at him. Zhang Xiaotian quickly walked up to Suyu. How did you do it? You actually managed to gain the recognition of a 5th realm martial art. 5th realm martial arts were extremely difficult to gain recognition from in the Martial Alliance's martial arts library. To obtain one meant a high chance of becoming a 5th realm powerhouse in the future. And in all of Jiangnan City, there were only a handful of people with 5th realm cultivation. Not to mention, no one had obtained a 5th realm martial art in years. Zhang Xiaotian was extremely excited. Suyu spread his hands. I called it, and it came. Zhang Xiaotian's smile was forced, but inwardly he cursed, MMP. Just saying you called it and it came, that's way too obvious. Just as he was about to retort, Suyu looked at Zhang Xiaotian with expectant eyes. Deputy Alliance Leader Zhang, can I continue to choose? Zhang Xiaotian was stunned. No, each team member only has one chance to choose. Rules are rules, despite Suyu's astonishing talent. But my team still has 2 people left. De Huang asked me to choose for him, and Xiaohua said the same. Suyu blinked, pretending to be innocent. Zhang Xiaotian's face stiffened. De Huang and Xiaohua? Who doesn't know they're a dog and a pig? You're exploiting a loophole in the rules. Zhang Xiaotian sneered. Ah, you saw through me. Suyu responded frankly. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head helplessly. No, De Huang and Xiaohua are animals, not humans. So as long as I prove they're human, I can continue to choose? Suyu's eyes lit up. Even if they're human, you can't. Zhang Xiaotian snapped. Even if they're human, it's not your turn to choose. Alright then, why so fierce? Suyu looked a bit disappointed. Zhang Xiaotian stared at him, thinking this guy was truly shameless, always looking for loopholes in the rules. De Huang and Xiaohua were probably just made up by him. Finally, Suyu slinked back into the crowd, head down, seemingly lost in thought. The crowd was still immersed in the shock of Suyu obtaining a 5th realm martial art. This guy. Xia Ren squinted at Suyu. 5th realm martial art? Does trash like you deserve it, he muttered, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Next. Zhang Xiaotian continued to oversee the martial arts library, but Suyu quietly approached him, expressing his desire to leave early. After a moment of consideration, Zhang Xiaotian agreed. Suyu slowly left the martial arts library and walked out of the martial alliance. He knew that obtaining the 5 realms martial arts in front of so many people would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Although the law is strict now, the temptation of wealth is hard to resist. Holding such a great opportunity, it was safer to return home early. Moreover, the effects of his 3 enhancements to comprehension were still active, and he needed to seize the time to cultivate this martial art. The 5 realms martial arts are powerful but extremely difficult to cultivate, otherwise, they wouldn't be so hard to gain recognition for. Just as he reached the entrance of his residential area, Suyu took out his phone and made a call. In a villa in Jiangnan City, Xiaoren sat on a luxurious sofa, holding a glass of blood-red wine, gently swirling it. Through the glass, the red liquid appeared alluring and seductive. Soon, several men in black approached him. Xiaoren smiled. Go, retrieve the 5 realms martial arts from Suyu's hands. Yes. The men in black nodded respectfully and disappeared from the room. Xiaoren leaned back on the sofa, the smile on his lips unwavering. The 5 realms martial arts. Even my Xia family doesn't have such a foundation, and yet it was taken by an orphan. This is perfect. It saves me the trouble and effort. With this, the 5 realms martial arts will be mine. Xia Ran murmured to himself, his mind constantly envisioning the scene of him obtaining the 5 realms martial arts. Although stealing Suyu's 5 realms martial arts would surely attract the attention of the martial alliance, as long as it was done cleanly, there would be no problem. The martial alliance wouldn't find any evidence, so there was no need to fear them. The Xia family still held a position in Jiangnan City, with plenty of confidence. With this 5 realms martial arts, I will surely stand out in the university competition, perhaps even surpassed by Zimo. The Xia family's strength will also rise significantly. Suyu, oh Suyu, you truly are my treasure. The room echoed with Xia Ren's triumphant laughter. At Suyu's home, he sat cross-legged on the bed, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping the entire room in a sense of oppression. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a notification appeared in his vision. Dragon Snake Suppressing Prison Force upgraded to LV1. Seeing the notification, a glimmer of light flashed in Suyu's eyes. Finally mastered it at the last moment. My cultivation has also advanced to blood refining level 5. He smiled faintly, and with a thought, the system panel appeared. Character, Suyu. Ability, Primordial Creator, Amplification Law, Cultivation, Blood Refining Realm, 50%, Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Fist LV5, Max Level, Mountain Shaking Fist LV4, 90%, Dragon Snake Suppressing Prison Force LV1, 1%. Technique, Xiantan Breathing Method LV4, 60%, with my current strength, even without the Amplification Law, I can suppress a Blood Refining Level 6 Martial Artist. With the Amplification Law, I can contend with levels 7 and 8. And this is just the basic amplification. If I utilize my existing resources, no one in the blood refining realm can easily defeat me. Suyu calculated silently, a confident smile appearing on his lips. He looked Out the window, where Jiangnan City was shrouded in the quiet of night. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. Mr. Su, you guessed correctly. 5 blood refining realm martial artists have been spotted near your home, all exuding obvious killing intent. Su Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. They've come, as expected. He knew that holding the 5 realms martial arts would inevitably make him a target. After all, this martial art was extremely rare in Jiangnan City. On the surface, he appeared to be alone and unsupported, making him an easier target. Thus, he had contacted Wang Jia in advance, exchanging a 9-star blood refining pill for a day's protection, which the Commerce Alliance agreed to without hesitation. Take action. Investigate who sent them as well. Su Yu spoke coldly. Understood. The person responded and immediately disappeared. 3 minutes later, the voice returned. Mr. Su, the targets have been eliminated, but what? Su Yu frowned slightly. These people are all death warriors. I didn't get any useful information from them. The task wasn't completed perfectly, so I'll apply for a discount for you, the man said helplessly. For him, if the task wasn't done well, it was useless even if it was completed. That's why he suggested giving Su Yu a discount. After hearing this, Su Yu frowned. Death warriors? In this era, the term death warriors was almost never mentioned. Yet, here it was, appearing right in front of him. Moreover, those who could afford to maintain death warriors, especially ones at the refined viscera level, were extremely rare in Jiangnan City. Martial arts families? Su Yu murmured, his eyes gleaming. In Jiangnan City, those capable of maintaining death warriors were basically limited to these martial arts families. Although Jiangnan City, and even the entire Blue Star, had declined among the human race, there were still forces here akin to the financial conglomerates of earlier years. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, they had grown stronger, wealthier, and gradually formed the current martial arts families. On the surface, the Martial Alliance was the highest authority in various regions, but behind the scenes, they were more like underground emperors. Can you investigate the origins of these death warriors? Su Yu asked calmly. Since the other party dared to make a move, Su Yu wouldn't hold back. As long as he had the strength, he would never let his enemies off. After all, he was never one to be trifled with. I can, but this is beyond my responsibilities. If Mr. Su wants to investigate, you'll need to speak with the manager first, the man replied in a low voice. Su Yu nodded and dialed Wang Jia's number, sharing his thoughts with him. Wang Jia smiled. Mr. Su, that's certainly not a problem, but you'll need to provide another 9-star blood refining pill. Su Yu had just sold 3 9-star blood refining pills at the Trade Alliance, earning a fortune, and the Trade Alliance naturally wouldn't let him off easily. Su Yu frowned but eventually agreed. Half an hour later, he quickly received news from Wang Jia. Mr. Su, we've uncovered the background of these death warriors. Wang Jia sounded a bit tired, clearly indicating that obtaining this information hadn't been easy. Who is it? Jiangnan City, the Xia family. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with the Xia family. Xia Run, the captain of the Tianqi school team, was the star of the Xia family's younger generation. So, the one targeting me is Xia Run? Su Yu squinted his eyes, already understanding who the mastermind was. Mr. Su, do you need the Trade Alliance to take action? Wang Jia asked, a hint of excitement in his tone. For the Trade Alliance, a martial arts family was nothing significant. Wang Jia's excitement stemmed from the fact that destroying a martial arts family could bring considerable benefits to the Trade Alliance. According to our pricing, eliminating a martial arts family like the Xia family would cost 3 billion. But since Mr. Su holds our Trade Alliance Platinum card, it would only cost 24 billion for us to act. 24 billion. Su Yu's mouth twitched. Only 24 billion? That was no small amount. Although it was past midnight, and he could use enhancement opportunities to improve the quality of pills and earn resources through the price difference, selling too many would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. He had already sold 4 pills, and the risk of exposure was high. A glint flashed in Su Yu's eyes. Xia Ren, simply killing him would be too easy. Coincidentally, he's my opponent in the semi-finals. As if thinking of something, a smile appeared on Su Yu's lips. He then declined Wang Jia's proposal. All right, Wang Jia said regretfully. But Su Yu's next words made his eyes light up again. Of course, this is just a temporary refusal, not a permanent one. Hearing this, Wang Jia smiled once more. Then I'll be waiting for your business, Mr. Su. After speaking, Su Yu hung up the phone, his expression returning to calm. At this moment, the bone refining martial artist sent by the Trade Alliance to protect him also took his leave. Once the man was gone, Suyu gazed out the window. Want me dead? Want to take things from me? I won't let you succeed so easily, he murmured softly, then closed his eyes after a moment. Midnight had passed. Cultivation speed increased. Resource quality enhanced. Amplification law strengthened. Under the triple reinforcement, Suyu entered a state of cultivation. The next day, in the Xia family villa. Still not back? Xiarun, dressed in luxurious pajamas, sat at the dining table eating breakfast. Hearing the butler's words, his brows furrowed tightly. What's going on? Xiarun was puzzled. He had clearly sent 3 martial artists at the refined viscera stage to deal with a high school senior. Whether it was Suyu or by Zimo, there shouldn't have been any issues. A whole night had passed, yet there was no news. Just as he was pondering, the phone rang urgently. Xiaoran glanced at it. It was his father calling. He answered. What did you send the family's death warriors to do? Do you know they were silenced by the people from the Merchant Alliance? On the other end of the line came his father's furious roar. Xia Ren's pupils contracted. The Merchant Alliance? Although the Xia family was a martial arts family in Jiangnan City, practically an underground emperor, they were nothing compared to the Martial Alliance and the Merchant Alliance. Getting involved with these two forces was absolutely bad news. But Xia Run couldn't understand. He had clearly sent the Death Warriors to deal with Suyu, to seize the 5 realms martial arts, and to kill him. How did this provoke the Merchant Alliance? Xia Run was a bit confused, but his father's angry shouts finally brought him back to his senses. After hesitating for a moment, he told his father what he had done. Xia's father was silent for a moment. Suyu? 5 realms martial arts? Are you sure he has no connection to the Merchant Alliance? Xia Ran chuckled. I checked his background before making a move. The only connection he has to the Merchant Alliance is Yuan Feng from Jiangnan High School. Suyu is just a lucky kid who awakened the reinforcement ability. Do you think he could have ties to the Merchant Alliance? Even if he did, would the Merchant Alliance specifically assign people to guard him? After hearing this, Xia's father also found it reasonable. After all, Suyu was just an orphan, not worth the Merchant Alliance, a profit-driven organization, stepping in to protect, let alone providing personal protection. Could it be a coincidence? Don't touch him for now. I'll investigate. If he really is connected to the Merchant Alliance. Xiaoran nodded but didn't take it seriously. In his view, even he couldn't establish a connection with the Merchant Alliance, so it was even less likely for Suyu. However, he also understood his father's caution. For him, it was just a matter of waiting a little longer to seize the 5 realms martial arts from Suyu. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoran shook his head. That trash is really lucky to have survived this long. He smiled faintly. But the 5 realms martial arts will ultimately be mine. His face was full of confidence. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed since the preliminary round of the university competition. During this time, Suyu had spent almost all his time in the exclusive training rooms of the Merchant Alliance. The Merchant Alliance had specialized training facilities where the concentration of spiritual energy was several times higher than outside. The spaces were spacious and equipped with martial arts puppets for honing techniques. Different levels of training rooms varied in spiritual energy concentration and the strength limits of the puppets. A few days ago, Suyu had just learned about this excellent place in the Merchant Alliance. He spent some money to rent a 4th-tier training room for a few days. This was one of the few exclusive training rooms in the Merchant Alliance. There was also a 5th-tier room, but it was already occupied. Otherwise, Suyu would have spent the money to stay there instead. For him now, money was no longer an issue. In the spacious training room, a figure identical to Suyu stood before him, exuding the powerful aura of a peak blood refinement stage. Dragon and serpent suppress the prison, first form. Dragon roar. Suyu muttered, his blood energy surging like a roaring dragon. The sound echoed throughout the training room. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted violently, striking the martial arts puppet with immense power. Boom! In a flash, the puppet exploded into powder and dissipated. After completing this, a smile appeared on Suyu's lips. Now, even without the amplification law, I can easily defeat any blood refinement stage martial artist. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Character, Suyu. Ability, Primordial Creator, Amplification Law. Cultivation, Blood Refining Realm, 99%, Martial Arts, 8 Extremes. Fist LV5, Max Level, Mountain Shaking Fist LV4, 99%, Dragon Snake Prison Suppression Force LV2, 1%, Technique, Xiantan Breathing Method LV4, 99%, after a week of effort combined with the support of the 4th level Training Room and the power of enhancement, Suyu successfully broke through to the peak of the 9th layer of the Blood Refining Realm. He is just one step away from the Organ Refining Realm. What a pity. If I had one more day, breaking through to the Organ Refining Realm wouldn't be a problem at all. Suyu stared at the system panel, shaking his head and sighing. Don't forget, it only took him half a month to break through from the first layer of Qi and Blood to where he is now. In contrast, Jiangnan City's most formidable Bai Zimo spent a full 3 years to reach the Organ Refining Realm. The gap is simply astonishing. The semi-finals are about to begin. Suyu sat cross-legged in the training room, glanced at the time on his phone, and his gaze slightly sharpened. Moments later, he slowly stood up and walked out of the training hall. Xia Run, Lin, Qingqing, Raymond, Zhao Tiangang, Wu Tian, it's time to reclaim everything that belongs to me. His voice was low and resolute, echoing in the training room as Suyu's figure disappeared. Jiangnan City Sports Arena. This is the largest sports arena in Jiangnan City, capable of accommodating 100,000 people simultaneously. The interior is spacious, with 10 large arenas set up without feeling crowded at all. At this moment, crowds surged outside the gates as Jiangnan citizens excitedly queued to enter, while Martial Alliance staff maintained order. Everyone's faces were filled with anticipation and excitement. Maybe this year's high school competition will produce some genius? 3 years ago, there was an expert who reached the Organ Refining Realm. I heard Bai Zimo from Qiming High School just broke through to the Organ Refining Realm half a month ago. Really? Jiangnan City might actually have a shot at winning the Blue Star top scorer this year. If that's true, Jiangnan City will gain fame again this year. Various voices rose and fell as people enthusiastically discussed the talented contestants in the competition. For Jiangnan City, aside from the annual Interstellar College entrance exam, the high school competition is the grandest event. It's a chance for students to showcase their skills and for the entire city to witness their hometown heroes. As the audience gradually entered, the teams that successfully advanced to the semi-finals also began to appear. Look, isn't that Bai Zimo? This guy is so handsome, truly the pride of Jiangnan. Li Qingfeng isn't bad either, with peak blood refining cultivation, he's a strong contender for the finals. Xia Ran is from the Xia family, do you know about the Xia family? I see my kid's school, Jiangnan No. 1 High School. That female captain Lin Qingqing is impressive too, the only female captain. The crowd eagerly observed the teams, and the contestants' faces were full of pride. These discussions were like medals on their chests, shining brightly. Wait, that guy is participating too? Why is he alone? Suddenly, a spectator noticed a lone figure at the entrance, starkly different from the other teams that arrived in groups. You don't know? That's Suyu, a student from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Wow, Jiangnan No. 1 High School is doing well this time, with 2 teams making it to the semi-finals. But why is he alone? That guy has a bad reputation. He used to be a member of the school team but got kicked out for dragging them down. He's really a troublesome character. I heard he likes to play tricks. If he made it to the semi-finals, there must be some secret behind it. Some even suspect he got in through connections. Spectators familiar with Suyu and his online reputation began explaining to others. So that's it. I didn't expect him to be such a troublemaker. Does someone like that deserve to participate in the semi-finals? Many people cast disdainful glances. They came to watch the competition to witness true geniuses, not someone who took shortcuts to get in. In their minds, Suyu left a very poor first impression. Suyu walked through the contestant entrance passage. With his peak blood refinement cultivation, his hearing was exceptionally sharp, and the surrounding chatter reached his ears word for word. But he didn't care at all. Sometimes, being eager to prove oneself can lead to traps. True proof can only be achieved at critical moments. He slowly entered the passage, and the Martial Alliance staff guided him to the resting room beside the 4th group competition area. As soon as he sat down, he said to the staff member nearby, "Could you please help me bring in my teammates? My teammates are still outside." The staff member was stunned. "Brother, where did you get teammates? Everyone in Jiangnan knows you're competing alone." The staff member looked bewildered, staring at Suyu's serious expression. After a moment of silence, he still went outside. Just as he stepped out of the stadium, the staff member saw a Commerce Alliance vehicle parked nearby. The car door opened, and a Commerce Alliance staff member walked over, leading 2 animals. The staff member was instantly dumbfounded. A pig? And a dog? His mind was filled with a string of question marks. "Hello, may I ask if Mr. Su asked you to come?" the Commerce Alliance staff member asked politely. "Ah, yes. These are items Mr. Su purchased. Please help deliver them to him." The Commerce Alliance staff member smiled and handed the leashes of the 2 animals to the Martial Alliance staff member. Looking at the 2 beasts in front of him, the staff member was stunned for a long time. He really brought a pig and a dog, he thought to himself, realizing his knowledge was still too limited. After a long silence, he finally brought the 2 beasts into Suyu's resting room. Seeing the 2 fierce beasts he had bought, Suyu's face lit up with a bright smile. The 2 already tamed beasts smelled Suyu's scent and obediently leaned against his legs, rubbing against his pants. Suyu looked at the pig and the dog, his gaze deep, gently stroking them as he slowly said, "Sometimes, fierce beasts are more trustworthy than humans." As countless spectators in Jiangnan City gradually entered the venue, all participating teams returned to their respective resting rooms. The principals of various universities in Jiangnan City also gathered in their exclusive resting room and began chatting. However, the conversation didn't last long before a figure suddenly appeared in the air. Above the stadium. "I am Zhang Xiaotian, deputy leader of the Martial Alliance." A deep voice, carrying immense authority, instantly echoed throughout the stadium. In an instant, the stadium fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked up at Zhang Xiaotian in midair. "I will be hosting the semi-finals of this university competition. Now, I announce, the semi-finals officially begin." As his words fell, the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Now, the group matchups will be announced." Zhang Xiaotian spoke calmly, and with a wave of his hand, a virtual screen appeared above the stadium, covering the entire area. The screen clearly displayed the division of the 4 groups. Suyu's gaze locked onto the screen, quickly spotting his opponent. School team squad versus Jiangnan 3rd high school team. Seeing his opponent, Suyu squinted slightly, showing a hint of disappointment. Not the Tianqi school team or Jiangnan 1st high school team? How disappointing. He shook his head but then noticed that Jiangnan 1st high school team was directly matched against Tianqi school team. As for the Holy Light squad, they had a bye. "Ha? These 2 teams are facing off first?" Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. The 2 teams he most wanted to encounter, Tianqi school team and Jiangnan 1st high school team, were meeting each other first. "Interesting." A faint smile appeared on his lips. "Teams, please proceed to the stage according to your group assignments." At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian's voice rang out again. Suyu slowly stood up. The 2 fierce beasts prepared to follow him out, but he gently stroked their fur. "All right, you 2 stay here obediently. It's not your time to go on stage yet." Roar! Woof woof woof! The 2 fierce beasts roared and barked but surprisingly obeyed, staying in the resting room. Suyu saw this and smiled, walking out of the lounge and heading toward his arena. Meanwhile, in the principal's lounge, Zhao Chuanfeng noticed his school team facing off against Suyu and revealed a satisfied smile. He looked at Yuan Feng and said, "Principal Yuan, I didn't expect our students to meet so soon. I really have to thank you for cultivating such an outstanding student like Suyu." Zhao Chuanfeng smiled confidently, clearly convinced that Jiangnan 3rd high school's team would defeat Suyu. Yuan Feng glanced at Zhao Chuanfeng indifferently and replied, "I know I've taught a good student, but Principal Zhao, there's no need to thank me so much, is there? Just don't lose and embarrass yourself later." Zhao Chuanfeng's smile remained unchanged, but his gaze shifted away. Lose? What a joke! Even if Jiangnan 3rd high school's team was at its worst, there was absolutely no way they could lose to Suyu. After all, the Jiangnan 3rd high school team had 5 members. Yuan Feng also looked away, turning his gaze to Suyu on the arena, his eyes showing a hint of concern. This guy, can he really do it? To be honest, even Yuan Feng wasn't sure of Suyu's true strength. Meanwhile, the members of Jiangnan 3rd high school's team were all blood-refining martial artists. Especially the captain, whose cultivation was at the 4th level of blood refining. In the previous mock competition, he was even evenly matched with Lin Qingqing. Naturally, Yuan Feng felt a bit nervous. As Yuan Feng worried, Suyu slowly stepped onto the arena. The arena was large, about the size of a soccer field, and there were 8 such arenas. They could accommodate 16 teams competing simultaneously. 4 teams were left idle this round. However, being idle wasn't necessarily a good thing. In the semifinals, every team had to compete against the others, and only the team with the best results would advance to the finals. So being idle was just a temporary break. Suyu stood on the arena, facing the 5 members of Jungnan 3rd High School's team. The captain was a burly man, with muscles as solid as steel. Suyu? The captain of 3rd High looked at Suyu standing alone and grinned brightly. I didn't expect to encounter such an easy target right at the start. What great luck today. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of Jungnan 3rd High School's team burst into laughter, their eyes full of disdain. The spectators around the arena also focused on Suyu. Some couldn't help but mutter, what is this guy thinking? Competing alone and taking such a crooked path, doesn't he fear embarrassing himself in the semifinals? You don't understand. Negative fame is still fame. Maybe he doesn't care about the college entrance exam and just wants to make a splash in the competition to become an internet celebrity. Ha ha. The audience unanimously expressed their lack of confidence in Suyu. Whether in terms of numbers or strength, they all believed Suyu was no match for Jungnan 3rd High School. The only thing worth watching was how badly Suyu would be taught a lesson by Jungnan 3rd High School. Faced with the mocking voices and the audience's discussions, Suyu remained calm. He glanced at the referee at the edge of the arena and asked indifferently, "Can we start?" The referee nodded. The captain of Jungnan 3rd High School grinned even more smugly. What? So eager to be defeated by us? Before he could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly narrowed sharply. The Suyu who had been standing in front of him had disappeared without a trace. Even with his 4th-level blood refining cultivation, he couldn't catch Suyu's movement. So fast. His heart sank, and just as this thought crossed his mind, a low voice suddenly sounded in his ear, like a devil whispering, "You are so annoying." As the voice fell, a sharp pain struck him. His face twisted instantly, and his body flew uncontrollably off the arena. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground, causing several cracks to appear on the surface. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. The members of Jungnan 3rd High School's team were filled with disbelief. They simply couldn't accept the reality before them. Their captain, who had just been speaking, was sent flying in the blink of an eye. Not only the team members but also the spectators and Zhao Chuanfeng in the lounge were stunned. Zhao Chuanfeng stood up abruptly, shouting in shock, "Impossible! How is this possible? How could he defeat my student?" After all, the captain of Jungnan 3rd High School was their strongest member, yet he had been effortlessly defeated by Suyu. Zhao Chuanfeng found it hard to accept this reality. Yuan. Feng's face also showed surprise, but compared to Zhao Chuanfeng's agitation, he appeared much calmer. He sat down and smiled faintly. "Principal Zhao, do you allow your students from Jungnan 3rd High to defeat others, but not allow others to defeat your students? Is Jungnan 3rd High always this domineering?" Zhao Chuanfeng's face turned even darker, glaring at Yuan Feng as if he wanted to devour him. Yet Yuan Feng simply smiled faintly, maintaining his composure. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the audience erupted completely. "No way? Wasn't it? Said this guy was useless? How could he instantly defeat the captain of Jungnan 3rd High? Who spread this false information?" Exclamations rang out, as if their worldview had been shattered. On the stage, Suyu looked at the remaining members of Jungnan 3rd High's team, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Next, it's your turn." As soon as the words fell, before the members of Jungnan 3rd High's team could react, Suyu's figure had already disappeared from his original position. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of dull collision sounds, the members of Jungnan 3rd High's team, like their captain, were sent flying in perfect arcs through the air. Finally, they landed heavily on the ground. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. The speed was so fast that even the referee hadn't reacted. It wasn't until Suyu's gaze fell on the referee that the referee snapped back to reality. Swallowing hard, he announced Suyu's victory. Team squad, victory. Suyu's win caused a small stir in the gymnasium, but it was quickly drowned out by the surrounding uproar. In the gymnasium, 8 stages were hosting matches simultaneously, and the audience around Suyu's stage was relatively sparse. Most people's attention was focused on the stages of the top 3 high school teams. After the referee announced the end of the match, Suyu leisurely walked back to the resting room, waiting for the other stages' matches to conclude. No one knew how much time had passed, but the first round of matches finally came to an end. In the resting room of Jiangnan First High's team, Lin Qingqing and the others wore grim expressions. They had just competed against the Tianqi High School team, initially thinking they could fight to a draw, but ended up being defeated in an extremely short time. This left them feeling an unprecedented sense of frustration. They thought that even if Tianqi's team hadn't participated in the simulation matches, it was impossible to lose this badly. Now that they had truly lost, the sense of disparity was overwhelming. Lin Qingqing and the others remained silent, their gazes sweeping across the large screen. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to it. What? Suyu, that useless guy, actually defeated Jiangnan Third High? Raymond exclaimed in shock, his face full of disbelief. They had assumed that Suyu would surely lose against Jiangnan Third High. Unexpectedly, he had won. No way. Lin Qingqing stared intently at the data on the screen, a strong sense of unease surging in her heart. How could that useless guy possibly defeat Third High? Did he use some underhanded method again? Lin Qingqing found it hard to accept the reality before her, trying to find excuses to explain it. But deep down, she knew that in this kind of stage match, cheating was almost impossible. While the team members were still shocked by Suyu's victory over Jiangnan Third High, the data on the screen changed again. The second round match list appeared. When they saw their opponent, their hearts jolted. Jiangnan First High Team versus Team Squad. Next match, against them? Suyu sat in the resting room, staring at the matchup list on the screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Finally, the day has come. Suyu stood up, his eyes suddenly flashing with dazzling light. Very soon, I will take back everything that belongs to me. He spoke softly. As he stood up, a pig and a dog in the resting room also stood up, staring at Suyu eagerly. Suyu smiled faintly, gently stroking them. Now, it's your turn to take the stage. Let these people see everything they have now, who it truly came from. Su, you had been waiting for this day for a long time. He stood up, leading a pig and a dog, drawing astonished glances from the surrounding Martial Alliance staff. Suyu slowly walked toward the arena. At this moment, in the Jiangnan No. 1 High School lounge, Lin Qingqing and the others fell into a brief silence before Lin Qingqing stood up first. With her expression restored to calm, she said, "Let's go. After defeating Suyu, we still have a chance to compete for a spot in the finals. He's just a useless nobody. Are you all afraid of losing to Suyu, the useless member of the Tianqi school team?" Lin Qingqing's words snapped Raymond and the others back to their senses. Yes, Suyu was just a nobody. Were they really afraid of a nobody? Thinking of this, everyone's fighting spirit was instantly ignited, and they all walked out of the lounge toward the arena. But as they reached the edge of the arena and saw Suyu leading a pig and a dog, they were all stunned. Not only them, but the audience was also shocked. After all, this was an internal duel of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, attracting considerable attention. Everyone clearly saw Suyu bringing a pig and a dog as he slowly stepped onto the arena. What's going on? He brought a pig and a dog to the match? Is this still the prestigious school competition? I've watched the competition for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a scene. What kind of trick is this guy pulling now? Not only were the audience confused, but in the principal's lounge, Yuan Feng was also stunned. Seeing his school's two teams competing against each other already made him feel conflicted. But seeing Suyu bringing a pig and a dog to the match left him speechless. If I remember correctly, Suyu really did include a pig and a dog when forming his team. Could it be the entire team is actually here now? Some people in the audience who were aware of the situation had complex expressions. While everyone was puzzled, Suyu had already stepped onto the arena. Lin Qingqing sneered. What's this? Knowing you're no match, you're starting to clown around now? Raymond and the others sneered as well. In their eyes, Suyu defeating the Jiangnan No. 3 high school team was nothing, let alone facing them. Now, his actions were just a joke. You're embarrassing Jiangnan No. 1 high school. Wu Tian glared angrily at Suyu. Ignoring the ridicule, Suyu brought the pig and dog onto the arena, sat down directly, and smiled as he patted their heads. Next, it's your turn to perform. The pig and dog responded excitedly. Suyu ignored them, while Lin Qingqing and the others looked even more displeased. Humph! Lin Qingqing snorted coldly, her patience completely exhausted. Attack! At her command, Raymond, Zhao Tiangang, and Wu Tian unleashed their momentum. They were all blood-refining realm martial artists and rare ability users. Although ability users were not uncommon in schools, those who reached B level were extremely rare. It was precisely because Suyu had the enhancement ability that Jiangnan No. 1 High School's team abilities had all reached B level. Otherwise, the entire Jiangnan No. 1 High School wouldn't have a single B level ability user. Thunderstorm, Heavenly Sword, Winds Summon. The three shouted simultaneously. Thunder roared, fierce winds howled, and sharp sword energy intertwined. This was their unique ability fusion technique, with immense power. In the previous match against the Tianqi school team, they had relied on this move to forcefully take down an opponent. Although they ultimately lost, the gap was too large, and they didn't have Suyu's enhancement boost. The combined strength of these three was difficult to resist, even for martial artists at the 5th or 6th level of the blood refining realm. Indeed, the No. 1 high school team is strong. They deserved the first place in the previous simulation match, someone in the audience praised. Ability fusion techniques can only be used by teammates with great synergy. I underestimated Suyu before, but facing the No. 1 high school team's fusion technique, he probably won't stand a chance. This guy will ultimately be eliminated by the No. 1 high school team. Today's prestigious school competition ends here for him. Voices filled the audience. On the arena, Suyu watched the three's ability fusion, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. This move, isn't it the one I taught you? Suyu's gaze turned cold. In the past, to improve the school team's strength, he had spent most of his time in the library, researching fusion techniques suitable for them. Ironically, now this move was being used against him. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor changed instantly. Come on, Suyu spoke softly. In an instant, the pig and dog beside him revealed a ferocious glint in their eyes, growling as they charged toward the three people. Just two first-tier ferocious beasts, no matter how many. Come, I'll kill them all. Raymond sneered disdainfully. But as the pig and dog roared, Suyu's heart trembled secretly. Eightfold amplification. Amplification rule. Suddenly, a link appeared on the two ferocious beasts, the pig and the dog. At the same time, the cultivation resources in Suyu's storage spirit ring rapidly diminished. Simultaneously, the aura of the pig and dog surged dramatically at that moment. In just an instant, their strength reached the peak of the first tier. But that wasn't enough. 16-fold amplification. Boom! In an instant, the pig and dog erupted with an aura belonging to the second tier. This violent power even caused the surrounding air to form a fierce storm. Bang! The two ferocious beasts roared. As they charged out, instantly shattering the attacks of Raymond and his two companions, carrying an overwhelming momentum as they pounced on them again. Impossible! As their ability fusion was broken, Raymond and the other two trembled slightly, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Behind them, Lin Qingqing's eyes widened, her already tense mood growing heavier. These two ferocious beasts aren't normal. Lin Qingqing stared intently at the two beasts. Their suddenly surging aura felt incredibly familiar to her. Once, during a battle, they had also suddenly erupted with stronger auras. At the time, they thought it was just a burst of potential and never imagined it had anything to do with Suyu. But this time, Lin Qingqing's eyes rippled with realization as she involuntarily looked at Suyu. Suyu stood in the center of the arena, hands in his pockets, his expression cold as he stared at the Jiangnan No. 1 high school team. Lin Qingqing vaguely saw Suyu's lips move. 32-fold amplification. Boom! In an instant, the aura of the ferocious beast surged again, directly advancing from the late second tier to the mid-second tier, almost touching the threshold of the late second tier. It must be noted that a mid-second tier ferocious beast was already an opponent that no single member of Jiangnan No. 1 High School could face alone. Let alone now, when there were two of them, and their strength was nearing the late second tier. Woof woof woof! Roar roar! Roar! The pig roared, and the dog barked, their deafening sounds echoing as their ferocious bodies slammed into Raymond, Zhao Tiangang, and Wu Tian. The next moment, the three of them, like the previous members of the Jiangnan No. 1 high school team, were sent flying into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena. In an instant, only Lin Qingqing, a pig, a dog, and Suyu, standing at the edge with his hands in his pockets, remained on the arena. Seeing the scene before them, many in the audience held their breath. Their eyes were filled with shock. The situation before them was completely beyond their comprehension. Lin Qingqing's heart trembled. She looked at Suyu and suddenly understood something. So, it was all because of you, Lin Qingqing said in a trembling voice. The truth was too shocking, and her body couldn't help but shake. Suyu slowly raised his head, his eyes cold as ice. Lin Qingqing understood his indifference, smiling bitterly as she stared at the two ferocious beasts approaching her, remaining silent for a long time. Suyu. I was wrong, Lin Qingqing said softly. Were you wrong? Suyu responded in a low voice, his face still devoid of any expression. You weren't wrong at all. You just realized you're finished. Lin Qingqing's body trembled. Again, a trace of a desolate smile appearing on her face. The next moment, her body drew a perfect arc in the air, crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Dust rose, and the atmosphere was filled with tension. In the gymnasium, the audience's hearts pounded with the scene on the arena, and the atmosphere suddenly became extraordinarily heavy, as if the entire space had plunged into dead silence. The Jiangnan No. 1 high school team actually lost, someone exclaimed in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a spark igniting dry grass, instantly setting the entire audience's emotions ablaze. What did I just witness? Just relying on a dog and a pig, they defeated Jiangnan No. 1 high school's team? Jiangnan No. 1 high school's team is the champion of the simulation tournament, while Suyu is merely one of the eliminated players from the team. Many people looked horrified, unable to believe the outcome of this match. They had only heard of the strength of Jiangnan No. 1 high school's team and never expected them to be defeated so easily. Could it be Suyu was expelled not because of his lack of skill, but for some other reason? Someone suddenly raised a question, sparking a wave of discussion. People began to reassess Suyu's abilities. Defeating Jiangnan No. 1 high school's team with just a dog and a pig, how could he possibly be a failure? Could the rumors on Jiangnan No. 1 high school's forum be false? Were they deliberately trying to smear Suyu? Very likely. With his strength, he could take on the entire Jiangnan No. 3 high school team without a problem. Forget Jiangnan No. 1 high school's team, even the top 3 high school teams wouldn't be a challenge for him. I never thought Jiangnan No. 1 high school's team would be so dirty. In the audience, Suyu's reputation underwent a dramatic reversal following this victory. Although Suyu could hear the discussions, he didn't care at all. As he had said before, when he truly rose to prominence, people would naturally defend him. To him, these belated defenses were meaningless, even making him want to laugh. The team wins. Amid the silence, the referee looked at Suyu with a complicated expression and finally announced his victory. Having served as a referee for high school competitions for years, it was the first time he had seen someone bring a dog and a pig to the match and still win. The scene was an eye-opener for him. Meanwhile, in a corner of the gymnasium, Zhao Wuji sat with an extremely dark expression. He couldn't understand how Suyu could defeat Jiangnan No. 3 high school's team, let alone his proud Jiangnan No. 1 high school's team. This guy, a complete failure. Why? How is this possible? Zhao Wuji's eyes reddened. His mind replaying the scenes of Suyu repeatedly humiliating him, his breathing growing rapid. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Staring at Suyu on the stage, Zhao Wuji suddenly stood up. This match cannot let Suyu win. His voice echoed through the gymnasium, drawing everyone's attention. Even in the principal's lounge and a hidden resting room, people turned their gaze toward him. Zhao Wuji? What's he trying to do? Yuan Feng's heart sank when he saw Zhao Wuji. He knew Zhao Wuji and Suyu didn't get along, and he had deliberately kept Zhao Wuji out of the semi-finals to avoid trouble. Zhao Wuji was strong but had a volatile personality, often causing issues. Yet here he was, causing trouble as expected. Isn't that the teacher from Jiangnan No. 1 high school's team? What's the matter, Principal Yuan? Do you have doubts about this match? Zhao Chuanfeng seized the opportunity to target Yuan Feng directly. Yuan Feng's face darkened, his anger rising as Zhao Wuji's sudden outburst embarrassed Jiangnan No. 1 high school. The audience was also drawn to Zhao Wuji, even Suyu on the stage looked toward him. Zhao Wuji. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, unsure of Zhao Wuji's intentions at this moment. Just as everyone focused on him, Zhao Wuji's expression suddenly turned manic, pointing at Suyu and shouting, "This match cannot be judged as Suyu's victory." As soon as the words fell, the audience erupted. What's going on? Is there something shady about the match? A situation like this in the semifinals is truly unexpected. The crowd began to discuss. In the hidden resting room, Zhang Xiaotian, responsible for the semifinals, looked grim. This sudden situation was a slap in his face. It seems someone is dissatisfied with the high school competition. A middle-aged man laughed, his gaze mocking as he stared at Zhang Xiaotian. This look made Zhang Xiaotian break out in a cold sweat. "I'll handle it immediately." Zhang Xiaotian turned and left the resting room, heading toward the gymnasium. "What doubts do you have?" He stared at Zhao Wuji, his voice low. Zhao Wuji looked at Zhang Xiaotian, a trace of smugness flashing in his eyes. "Deputy Alliance Leader, you came just in time. This university competition is clearly meant to test the students' abilities. Since when is bringing fierce beasts onto the stage acceptable? If that's the case, wouldn't bringing a few second-tier or third-tier fierce beasts make it easy to win the competition? If this is allowed, how can the fairness of the university competition be guaranteed? I think Suyu has clearly violated the competition rules, and his results should be disqualified. Someone like him doesn't deserve to participate in the university competition," Zhao Wuji quickly retorted, his expression turning vicious as he directly revealed his intentions. "That's right, I think he makes a good point. Isn't the university competition supposed to be a contest between students? How can fierce beasts be allowed to enter the arena? It does sound like a rule violation." Exactly. The surrounding audience, after hearing this, began to express their agreement. After all, Zhao Wuji's argument wasn't entirely baseless, and Suyu's actions did seem a bit out of line. "I think this audience member has a point. Since when has the university competition allowed fierce beasts to participate?" In the principal's lounge, Zhao Chuanfeng slowly walked out, smiling as he spoke. To Zhao Chuanfeng, if Suyu's results could be disqualified, then Suyu's record of defeating Jiangnan No. 3 High School would be nullified. In this way, although they couldn't enter the semifinals, Jiangnan No. 3 High School could still climb 1 or 2 spots in the final rankings. This would be a good thing for Jiangnan No. 3 High School. So Zhao Chuanfeng was willing to step in. Zhang Xiaotian's face grew increasingly grim. He could see that Zhao Wuji was clearly being unreasonable, but the other party's argument did hold some merit. In the past, he could have made the decision on his own in such matters. However, this time, although he was in charge of the semi-finals, there were important figures present. If he didn't handle this properly, Zhang Xiaotian began to hesitate. At that moment, on the stage, Suyu chuckled lightly. "I know some people have vision problems, but I didn't expect there are still people who can't see the truth." Suyu's voice immediately drew everyone's attention. Zhao Wuji's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. "You relied on external forces to win the match, and you still think you have the right to speak here? Who are you accusing of relying on external forces? Didn't you see me using my abilities? If you have the skills, bring 2 first-tier fierce beasts and have them defeat me. You dare to shout here?" Suyu retorted mercilessly, giving Zhao Wuji no face at all. After speaking, he turned to Zhang Xiaotian and said, "Deputy Alliance Leader Zhang, although I brought 2 first-tier fierce beasts, I reported their presence before forming the team. Moreover, it was through my own abilities that the fierce beasts helped me win. Isn't this proof of my personal strength?" Suyu's words echoed throughout the entire stadium. Those who had been convinced by Zhao Wuji now began to waver. This Zhang Xiaotian frowned, carefully considering Suyu's words. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Suyu is right. Winning this match was entirely due to his personal abilities and has nothing to do with the fierce beasts. Therefore, in this match, Suyu remains the winner. As for that audience member, if you still have objections, you can file a complaint with the martial alliances complaint box. We will handle it fairly, Zhang Xiaotian calmly announced. But Zhao Wuji's expression was extremely unwilling. He wanted to say more, but under Zhang Xiaotian's gaze, he could only close his mouth. However, when he looked at Suyu, his eyes were filled with intense resentment. On the stage, Suyu remained calm. Zhao Wuji's resentful gaze was clearly visible to Suyu, but he didn't care at all. Although Zhao Wuji was a peak-level expert in refining organs, with the support of the primordial creator and amplification law, Suyu wasn't afraid of him at all. In his heart, he silently thought, "This guy needs to be dealt with too." Suyu muttered softly, and in his mental blacklist, Zhao Wuji's name had already been crossed out. And this guy too. His gaze shifted to Zhao Chuanfeng. This old fox has been targeting me since the end of the preliminaries, and he even helped Zhao Wuji just now. If I get the chance, I definitely won't let him go. A flash of killing intent passed. After Zhang Xiaotian announced Suyu's results as valid, he left the arena directly and headed to the lounge. As for Lin Qingqing and the others, Suyu didn't even need to act personally. The backlash from the public opinion he had previously created would eventually make them so miserable that not even a trace would remain. That was true suffering, worse than death, even carrying the stigma of slander for a lifetime. Zhao Wuji stared intently at Suyu's back. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he ultimately couldn't change the outcome. He snorted coldly and, under the mocking gazes around him, left the gymnasium in disgrace. Just as expected. In Jiangnan City, at the top floor of the Commerce Alliance, in the director's office, Bai Jingjing sat in her chair, staring intently at the screen. When she saw Suyu defeat the Jiangnan school team, a beautiful smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. Did you see that? Bai Jingjing asked Wang Jia, who was beside her. Wang Jia hesitated and said, what exactly did Suyu do? How could he make two first-tier beasts instantly rise to mid-second tier, almost close to late second tier? Bai Jingjing's smile froze slightly. She stared at Wang Jia and said, I think you should attend a class. What class? Wang Jia was puzzled. An IQ testing class. Wang Jia? Get out. Bai Jingjing scolded irritably. Wang Jia obediently left the office. Sigh. Bai Jingjing held her forehead inside, feeling helpless. These subordinates really gave her no peace of mind. Just as she was admiring Suyu's performance, a phone call interrupted her, making her expression instantly turn serious. In a hidden room within the Jiangnan City Gymnasium, Zhang Xiaotian returned to the room, where an elderly man with white hair was seated. In the room, there was also a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s, watching the arena with a smile. Although the middle-aged man looked young, both Zhang Xiaotian and the white-haired elder treated him with exceptional respect. Who would have thought that Blue Star could produce such a promising talent with dual awakened abilities? The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Suyu, filled with curiosity. Ha! Zhang Xiaotian was stunned. Dual abilities. He widened his eyes, staring at Suyu. The middle-aged man smiled and said, it's normal that you didn't notice. You haven't reached the 6th realm yet. This person's second ability is an amplification type, which those with limited vision might mistake for some kind of secret technique. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaotian and the white-haired elder's expressions turned awkward. This was essentially saying their vision was not broad enough. But, in front of this middle-aged man, who had an extraordinary background, they didn't even have the courage to refute. Even the leader of the Jiangnan Martial Alliance, the white-haired elder, dared not contradict him. So, sir, is your visit this time due to instructions from above? The white-haired elder cautiously asked. The middle-aged man smiled. Only after seeing Suyu return to the lounge did he withdraw his gaze and turn to the two of them. Over the years, Blue Star's performance in the interstellar college entrance exams has been consistently poor, ranking at the bottom among the many life planets of the Federation. If it weren't for Blue Star being the origin of the entire human Federation civilization, the support policies would have been cancelled long ago. Now, the headquarters has decided to establish a Blue Star training camp, specifically to cultivate top talents for the interstellar college entrance exams. Talents from the 6 major cities of Blue Star will have the opportunity to enter. The white-haired elder and Zhang Xiaotian exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The plan for a Blue Star training camp had been proposed long ago, but it had never been implemented due to various reasons. Who would have thought it would finally be launched this year? Besides that, the middle-aged man's voice sounded again. According to Martial Alliance intelligence, the Alien Alliance has already sent people to infiltrate multiple life planets of the human Federation, including Blue Star. The pupils of the two shrank sharply. Before they could speak, the middle-aged man's voice turned cold. The 6 major cities of Blue Star must now enter a state of alert and thoroughly investigate all suspicious individuals. By the way, the middle-aged man seemed to recall something, but stopped speaking, his gaze turning deep. The white-haired elder and Zhang Xiaotian exchanged glances, their expressions heavy. In the lounge, Suyu sat quietly on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the storage ring. Seeing the consumed cultivation resources, his face was full of heartache. Just a 32-fold amplification has already exhausted all my cultivation resources. This speed is truly astonishing. Suyu had specially prepared a large amount of cultivation resources in the storage ring to maintain the amplification. But he hadn't expected that just a 32-fold amplification, lasting only a few minutes, would completely deplete the resources. Fortunately, I have the primordial creator, so I don't have to worry about funding issues. Otherwise, the amplification rule is truly a money-burning machine. Suyu shook his head inside, feeling a bit emotional. And this is based on a first-tier level of amplification. If calculated with my current strength, activating a 32-fold amplification would consume even more resources. Even an entire martial arts family might not be able to support it. It's simply a money-burning machine. As he spoke, Suyu's gaze slowly fell on a ring. There was where the Apocalypse school team was located. His eyes locked precisely on Xiaoren, narrowing slightly, a cold glint flashing through them. Next, it's your turn. Suyu had never intended to show mercy to Xiaoren. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he would definitely retaliate. The semi-finals would be the beginning of his revenge. Thinking of this, Suyu slowly closed his eyes. Time passed, and the semi-finals of the high school competition continued. Suyu did not encounter Apocalypse High School in the third round but had a bye. This was normal, as each round would have one group with a bye. After the third round ended, the fourth round began, and Suyu finally saw his opponent. School Team Group versus Apocalypse School Team. Seeing this line on the screen, Suyu's lips curled into a smile. He slowly stood up and stretched lazily. Finally, it's here. Suyu smiled, revealing his neat white teeth, and walked out of the lounge toward the ring. At this moment, in the Apocalypse School Team's lounge, Xiaoren sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the screen. Suyu. He narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect you to escape a disaster a few days ago, but today, although I can't temporarily mobilize the families, Death Warriors, if he knows what's good for him, I wouldn't mind letting him leave the ring intact. Xiaoren chuckled playfully, stood up, and stretched lazily. Everyone, who's up this time? As his words fell, the Apocalypse School team members all revealed a playful smile. Suyu slowly walked onto the ring, and moments later, the Apocalypse School team members leisurely made their way to the ring. Xiaoran looked at Suyu and smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to defeat the school teams of Third High and First High. Although they are indeed a bit useless, your high school competition ends here. His tone was casual but full of provocation. Oh, really? Suyu stared at Xiaoran, smiling as well, but his smile carried a hint of coldness. Xiaoran frowned. Suyu's expression made him uncomfortable. He had intended to threaten Suyu and force him to hand over the Five Realms martial arts, but now, he just wanted to cripple Suyu. Old young, cripple him for me. As Xiaoran's words fell, a burly figure rushed out, and a powerful aura of blood refining level 5 instantly erupted. A blazing flame suddenly ignited on the ring. That person was actually an ability martial artist. Yang Yuguang has made his move. Although Yang Yuguang isn't the strongest in the Apocalypse School team, he possesses a B-level ability, Heavenly Fire Sea, and has even killed a ferocious beast that was nearly at the late second-tier stage. This time, Suyu is in trouble. The battle between the Apocalypse School team and Suyu immediately attracted the attention of most of the spectators in the stadium. One is a team that is ranked in the top 3 for years, while the other managed to defeat Jiangnan First High School's team with just 2 ordinary animals, a pig and a dog. Naturally, the showdown between the two was full of spectacle. Flames swept across the stands, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Xiaoran looked at the scene before him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his gaze cold, as if he were watching someone destined to fail. However, Suyu stood still, his eyes calmly fixed on Yang Yuguang, who was charging toward him, followed closely by a blazing flame. The distance between the two grew smaller and smaller, and Suyu finally moved. Bang! Before the audience could react, a muffled sound exploded on the stage. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yang Yuguang's burly figure was suddenly sent flying, as if hit by a car, and landed heavily outside the stage. How is this possible? Many people widened their eyes in shock. Although Yang Yuguang wasn't considered one of the top experts of the Tianqi team, compared to Jiangnan First High School's team, he was strong enough to rival Lin Qingqing. How could he be instantly defeated by Suyu? Not only were the spectators stunned, but the members of the Tianqi team also widened their eyes, deeply shaken. They knew Yang Yuguang's strength better than anyone, which made this blow all the more devastating. Before they could react, Suyu's figure disappeared from the stage again. Xiaoran's pupils contracted sharply, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Immediately, a series of muffled sounds and screams came from the stage. Xiaoran quickly turned toward the direction of the noise, only to see his teammates being sent flying one after another by Su. You! Xiaoran stared at Suyu not far away, his eyes filled with shock and fear. At this moment, Suyu's gaze locked on the Xia Run, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Didn't you want the 5 realms martial arts in my hands? Now, I'll give it to you. Xia Ren's heart trembled, his astonishment growing. How does he know? Wait, wasn't that assassin killed by the Commerce Alliance? Logically, he shouldn't know my secret. But why? Xia Ren fell into confusion, and a wave of fear quickly consumed his heart. Could it be? He's connected to the Commerce Alliance. Boom! Xia Ren's mind was in turmoil. The Commerce Alliance was no small player, even the Xia family was as insignificant as ants before them. This damned orphan, how could he be involved with the Commerce Alliance? Xia Ren roared, but before he could sort out his thoughts, a deep voice emanated from Suyu's body. Dragon roar! The blood in Suyu's body surged, the roaring sound like a dragon's bellow, deafening. Roar roar roar! The sound waves instantly blanked Xia Ren's mind. In the next moment, Suyu's fist slammed heavily into Xia Ren's face, this punch showing no mercy. Bang! Although Xia Ren had peak blood refinement cultivation, under Suyu's full force strike, several white teeth instantly flew out of his mouth, and his face caved in. Thud! Xia Ren fell heavily to the ground, unconscious, blood staining the entire stage. Suyu stood on the stage, expressionless, staring at Xia Ren as the killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. The gymnasium fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. They had thought the Tianqi team would win, and had even considered the possibility of Suyu winning by luck, but Xia Ju roared furiously, stepping forward as his peak bone refining cultivation erupted. A violent storm of blood and energy condensed into a powerful pressure, enveloping the entire gymnasium. Whether it was Suyu on the stage or the spectators in the stands, everyone could clearly feel this terrifying aura. Many turned pale. Even Suyu couldn't help but tremble slightly. After all, Suyu was only at the peak of blood refining, 2 major levels below the peak of bone refining. But when he saw Xia Ju charging toward him, a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. Today, he still had 3 enhancements left unused. With a 1,000-fold enhancement, Suyu's strength might not necessarily lose to Xia Ju. Old man, bullying the young? I'll deal with you myself. Suyu's face broke into a crazed smile. He had always disliked trouble, but since trouble had come, he had his ways to handle it. The peak of bone refining might be the pinnacle in Jiangnan City, but if Suyu unleashed his full power, it might not be impossible to fight back. As Xia Ju drew closer, Suyu even prepared to use the enhancement of Primordial Creator. Just then, a cold snort suddenly rang out. I say, Yuan Feng is still here. When did it become your turn to discipline my student? Yuan Feng's figure instantly appeared between the two, sweeping out a punch. The power of the peak of bone refining clashed in an instant. Boom! A powerful energy storm erupted within the gymnasium, affecting the surrounding stage and spectator seats. Yuan Feng, are you trying to go against the Xia family? Xia Ju's face darkened. But Yuan Feng completely ignored him, turning to Suyu with a smile. Kid, are you alright? Suyu was stunned. He hadn't expected Yuan Feng to step in for him, even at the cost of offending the Xia family. A warm feeling surged in his heart, and he softly said, Thank you, Principal, for your help. Yuan Feng smiled and then turned coldly to Xia Ju. I already said, students of Jiangnan First High are not for you to discipline. You. Xia Ju's face grew even darker. Just as he was about to retort, a voice startled him into silence. Humph. Zhang Xiaotian walked out expressionlessly, his aura far surpassing the peak of bone refining, intimidating the entire venue. It seems, you don't regard me, the person in charge, in your eyes. Xia Ju's expression changed drastically. Yuan Feng cupped his hands toward Zhang Xiaotian. Alliance leader Zhang, please understand. Someone targeted a contestant, and I was merely protecting my student. Zhang Xiaotian snorted coldly. The Xia family has been too arrogant lately. With these words, Xia Ju's heart sank. Although the Xia family was a martial arts family in Jiangnan City, in the eyes of the Martial Alliance, a single word from Zhang Xiaotian could completely suppress the Xia family. Zhang Xiaotian's statement meant that the Xia family would suffer a major setback this time. Xia Ju was extremely unwilling, but he dared not speak in front of Zhang Xiaotian. He could only grit his teeth and carry away the unconscious Xia Ren, glaring at Suyu with resentment as he left. Suyu quietly watched Xia Ju's departing figure, then lowered his head to look at his palm. The Xia family. He murmured softly, a thought flashing through his mind. but he quickly regained his composure. After Xiaju left, Zhao Chuanfeng and Zhang Qi looked somewhat disappointed. If Xiaju had really made a move, the Holy Light team from Jiangnan 3rd High or Xingyao High might have had a chance to make it to the finals. But now, there was no chance. Although they felt regret, their gazes toward Yuan Feng carried a hint of mockery. In their view, Yuan Feng had completely offended the Xia family this time. Although he was the principal of Jiangnan 1st High, the gap between him and the Xia family was still significant. After Xiaju left, Zhang Xiaotian resumed overseeing the semifinals. He announced Su Yu's victory but did not return to the lounge. The atmosphere of today's semifinals was unusually tense. First Zhao Wuji, then Xiaju, had thrown the situation into chaos. Zhang Xiaotian knew that the attention on this match wasn't just from the martial alliance leader, more importantly, it was from that significant figure. If things weren't handled properly and something went wrong next, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. As a result, Zhang Xiaotian now had no goodwill toward the Xia family. Kid, don't be afraid. The Xia family may be powerful, but as long as I'm here, no one will dare touch you. You're a student of Jiangnan 1st High. As long as I stand, no one can harm you. Yuan Feng patted Suyu's shoulder, comforting him. Suyu looked up and smiled. Don't worry, principal, I'm fine. Yuan Feng nodded in satisfaction. That's the spirit. You've already defeated the Tianqi school team. Next, as long as you beat the Holy Light team, you can represent Jiangnan No. 1 High School in the finals. If you really succeed, you'll be a legend of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Good luck. After encouraging Suyu, Yuan Feng turned and walked toward the principal's lounge. Watching Yuan Feng's departing figure, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems the Xia family must be completely destroyed. Suyu understood that Yuan Feng standing up for him would undoubtedly offend the Xia family. Although Yuan Feng was the principal and a top-tier martial artist, the gap between him and the Xia family was significant. Yet, he still took action. Most importantly, at Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Suyu was ostracized by both students and teachers, but Yuan Feng never viewed him that way. Yuan Feng had helped him out of trouble multiple times, and Suyu had always remembered this kindness. Whether for myself or to ease Principal Yuan's burden, the Xia family cannot be allowed to exist. A trace of determination flashed in Suyu's eyes. After 3 rounds of enhancement by the primordial creator, Suyu wasn't sure how strong he truly was, but he was certain he wasn't weak. His only concern was the duration of his strength. Amplification rule is currently at 4-fold amplification. If I consume more resources, I can increase it to 8-fold. With 3 more rounds of enhancement by the primordial creator, my strength could reach 8,000 times. Even if I can't completely destroy the Xia family, I can at least severely cripple them. Suyu calculated in his mind. Soon, the screen displayed the next challenge, the school team versus the Holy Light team. Suyu was preparing to face them, but unexpectedly, the Holy Light team forfeited directly. What a joke, Tianqi school team couldn't even scratch Suyu. How could they have the courage to face him? Against someone who could easily defeat the Tianqi school team, the Holy Light team didn't dare to step onto the stage. Although Zhang Qi's expression was unpleasant, he said nothing, knowing the Holy Light team had no chance of winning. In the end, Suyu smoothly secured first place in the group, becoming the first to advance to the finals. This should have been a joyous moment, but the matter with the Xia family left Suyu without a trace of a smile. Time passed, and the other 3 groups also determined their first-place winners. The Starshine school team and the Qiming school team easily secured their group victories. The 4th spot unexpectedly went to Jiangnan No. 2 High School. Jiangnan No. 2 High School had always been a mid-tier school in Jiangnan City. This year, they had good luck, with 2 teams making it to the semi-finals. Like Jiangnan No. 1 High School, the 2 teams were placed in the same group and fought fiercely for the sole spot in the finals. In the end, Jiangnan No. 2 High School's main team successfully advanced to the finals. After the list was announced, Zhang Xiaotian loudly declared, "The semi-finals of the inter-school competition are over. The finals will officially begin in 1 week. The winning team in the finals will receive an additional 10 points for each member in the Interstellar College entrance exam, with the captain receiving an extra 20 points. Hearing this, Suyu finally looked up, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes. 20 bonus points were no small matter. The Interstellar College entrance exam was the national exam for the entire human federation. On Blue Star alone, there were hundreds of thousands of candidates each year, not to mention talents from other planets, with the total number of candidates reaching millions. These 20 bonus points could easily allow someone to surpass tens of thousands of competitors, whether for the future or to escape the Federation's conscription. The interstellar college entrance exam is the key. Su Yu's gaze was resolute. After Zhang Xiaotian's announcement, the semi-finals concluded, and Su Yu prepared to leave the lounge and head home. Just as he was about to leave the gymnasium, a figure blocked his path. "It's you?" Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the young man in white before him. It was none other than Bai Zimo, who had previously obtained the Orange Tier 4 Realms Martial Arts in the Martial Arts Library. "I watched your match. You're strong. If we meet in the finals, I'll give you a chance for a one-on-one duel," Bai Zimo said coldly, his voice icy. His outstanding demeanor caused a wave of shy squeals from the girls present. Listening to Bai Zimo's words, Su Yu couldn't help but chuckle, unwilling to waste words on such a fool. He turned and left. Bai Zimo watched Su Yu's departing figure, his brows furrowing slightly. After pondering for a moment, he also turned and left. After returning home, Su Yu immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to think. 9-star pills can't be taken out too much at once. I've already given 4 to the Alliance, any more, it will be easily noticed. Before truly becoming strong or having a solid backing, being targeted by others is not beneficial. Although I could rely on the Alliance to directly deal with the Xia family, that would bring a lot of trouble. If I rely on myself. Su Yu remained silent for a moment, then slowly opened his eyes. "Let's give it a try," he said softly, his heart stirring slightly. Enhancing cultivation. As his thoughts settled, the enhancement ability of Primordial Creator instantly applied to his cultivation. In an instant, his cultivation broke through from the peak of blood refining to the first level of organ refining. Not only that, it continued to rise until it stopped at the third level of organ refining. So this is the feeling of the organ refining realm? But the duration is only half an hour? And my internal organs are starting to ache. Su Yu felt his condition. The essence of the organ refining realm is to strengthen the internal organs through vital energy and blood. He hadn't truly begun tempering his internal organs yet, and now, forcibly enhancing himself to the third level of organ refining caused his body to be unable to withstand the powerful vital energy and blood, resulting in pain. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu's heart stirred again, and the second enhancement was applied to himself. This time, his cultivation directly leaped from the third level of organ refining to the peak of organ refining. The pain brought by the cultivation enhancement became even more intense. Su Yu felt as if his internal organs were being scorched by flames, and his entire body was engulfed in a burning pain. Hiss! He took a deep breath, his expression resolute. Continue enhancing. With a low roar, an even stronger surge of vital energy and blood instantly poured into his body. This time, his cultivation directly broke through from the peak of organ refining to the fourth level of bone tempering. But it didn't stop there. The power of amplification law erupted, and his cultivation instantly soared to the sixth level of bone tempering. Terrifying energy surged within him, and the entire room was enveloped in an oppressive aura. 3 enhancements, coupled with the boost from amplification law, transformed a martial artist originally at the peak of blood refining into one who directly broke through to the 6th level of bone tempering. With my current strength, combined with the dragon snake suppressing prison technique, I am confident I can easily suppress an opponent at the 7th level of bone tempering. But, Su Yu frowned slightly, the enhanced state can only last for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Su Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, and the energy within him instantly weakened. His strength disappeared without a trace at that moment. His cultivation returned to the peak of blood refining, but Su Yu curled up, his face showing extreme pain. Ah! He couldn't help but cry out in pain. His internal organs and bones were burning with pain. Martial artists in the organ refining and bone tempering realms rely on vital energy and blood to strengthen their internal organs and bones. However, Su Yu hadn't done this strengthening and had only used primordial creata. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and a surge of violent energy erupted from within, washing over his entire body like a dragon's roar, directly reaching his heart. As the energy and blood surged in, his heart seemed to be infused with immense power, pumping out even more energy and blood with each beat, causing his vitality to skyrocket instantly. Moments later, Su Yu opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Refining the organs, first level. A rare joy appeared on his face. He hadn't expected to break through the organ refinement stage today. He knew this breakthrough was related to today's experiment. By forcibly elevating his cultivation to the 6th level of bone forging using the primordial creator, he had undergone both the organ refinement and bone forging stages. Although his internal organs and bones were injured, the damage from the energy and blood simultaneously strengthened these areas. Thus, during the organ refinement process, the difficulty was greatly reduced due to prior adaptation. It's like looking at elementary school math after studying university-level math, it feels much simpler. This was the reason Suyu successfully tempered his heart and stepped into the first level of organ refinement. The strength of the first level of organ refinement. In the entire Jiangnan city, only Bai Zimo can match me. Not to mention I have various trump cards. Now, using the primordial creator, my cultivation limit will be even higher. And the preparations I made for today. Suyu muttered to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He looked out the window at the blue star shrouded in the night, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. The time has come. Xia family, it's your turn to pay the price. As his words fell, Suyu's figure instantly disappeared from the room. I want that guy dead. In a luxurious villa of the Xia family, Xiaoren lay on the bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes and nose exposed. Even so, his face was still twisted with a ferocious expression. He's just an orphan, yet he dared to lay a hand on me. Xiaoren's emotions spiraled out of control, bordering on hysteria. After being carried off the arena by Xiaju, he had undergone treatment from top doctors hired by the Xia family. Half a day later, he finally escaped danger and regained consciousness. The first thing he did upon waking was to declare his intent to kill Suyu. Renner, don't worry, the Xia family won't let this matter slide. Xiaju's face was grim as he stood beside Xiaoren. Next to him was a middle-aged man in a suit, expressionless, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. This man was none other than the head of the Xia family, Xiaoren's father, Xiao Wei. As the family head, Xiao Wei was also a peak bone forging martial artist, ranking among the top experts in Jiangnan City. Why did that Suyu guy go so hard on you? Xiao Wei stared at Xiaoren, his eyes filled with anger but also tinged with doubt. Logically, Suyu and Xiaoren had no connection, so why such ruthlessness? This, Xiaoren stammered. Speak. Xiao Wei frowned, his voice low. Just 2 words made Xiaoren's heart race. Facing his father, Xiaoren dared not hide anything and had to recount everything about his dealings with Suyu. 5-realm martial arts? That guy actually knows the secret of the Death Warriors? Xiao Wei's brow furrowed slightly. Big brother, 5-realm martial arts. Before Xiao Wei could respond, Xiaju was already staring at him with excited eyes. 5-realm martial arts even for a martial arts family like the Xia family had never been mastered. If they could obtain a 5-realm martial art, the Xia family might produce another golden body expert. At that point, the Xia family's status in Jiangnan City would be greatly elevated. This matter can't be rushed. Xiao Wei shook his head. Although the allure of 5-realm martial arts was immense, he was well aware that the Xia family's Death Warriors had previously been eliminated by the Commerce Alliance. And since Suyu knew the secret of the Death Warriors, he was definitely connected to the Commerce Alliance. If that were true, the Xia family would be doomed if they made a move. But Xiaju wanted to say something but was interrupted by Xiao Wei, who raised his hand and shook it. We don't understand the matter of 5-realm martial arts. What the Xia family knows is, Suyu caused my son to be gravely injured and bedridden. Upon hearing this, a resolute glint suddenly flashed in Xiaju's eyes. He understood his big brother's meaning. Just as Xiao Wei finished speaking, a soft voice suddenly echoed in the room. I only know, this time next year will be the anniversary of your deaths. Who? Xiaju and Xiao Wei's expressions changed drastically, and the powerful aura of their bone-refining peak cultivation erupted instantly, sweeping through the entire room. Their faces turned grim. As masters at the bone-refining peak, they hadn't even noticed someone else hiding nearby. Before they could react, a sudden scream echoed. Father, second uncle, save me. The two turned sharply towards Xiaoren's position, only to find a man in black had somehow appeared beside Xiaoren, one hand tightly gripping his throat. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Xiaoren's throat was crushed, and the luxurious bed beneath him collapsed instantly. Runner! Seeing this, Xiaju and Xiao Wei were consumed with rage, their eyes bloodshot as they glared at the man in black, murderous intent surging. You court death! Xiao Wei roared, charging at the man in black. The man in black coldly watched Xiao Wei rush toward him, his gaze lowering. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Audacious! A furious roar shook the entire Jiangnan city. As the roar resounded, the martial families, business alliances, and even many top-tier bone refining peak experts across Jiangnan City woke up, all looking in the direction of the sound. That's the Xia family? 5 Realms Golden Body? Is it that old guy from the Xia family? What happened? Did someone attack the Xia family? Many strong figures in Jiangnan City looked shocked. After a brief moment of thought, they all rushed toward the Xia family at full speed. Meanwhile, in an alley 500 meters away from the Xia family villa, Suyu knelt, gasping for breath. Despite multiple attempts, his internal organs and bones still burned with pain. Suyu took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from his storage ring and drank it in one gulp. The nourishment of the liquid made him feel slightly better, but his face remained pale. Standing up, Suyu looked toward the Xia family villa, revealing a grin. 2 bone refining peak experts, 1 Xiaoran, and over a dozen organ refining martial artists. That's enough. After breaking through to the first level of organ refining, Suyu's strength had skyrocketed to the 7th level of bone refining under the triple enhancement of the primordial creator. With the amplification rule, consuming a massive amount of resources, his power had increased 64-fold, instantly reaching the peak of bone refining. He was now just 1 step away from the golden body realm. Even if Xia Zhu and Xia Wei, 2 bone refining peak experts, joined forces, they would still be no match for Suyu, who had mastered 5 realms martial arts. The martial families of Jiangnan City are indeed formidable, with golden body experts guarding them. Completely wiping out the Xia family won't be easy. Suyu glanced at the Xia family villa, a trace of caution flashing in his eyes. His current limit was the bone refining peak. Though close to the golden body realm, he was still far from being able to challenge a true golden body expert. To be honest, even 10 Suyes combined wouldn't stand a chance against a golden body expert. Standing in the alley, even 500 meters away from the Xia family villa, Suyu could still feel the oppressive aura of the golden body expert. However, no one will associate me with the deaths of 2 bone refining peak experts. Suyu smiled faintly. After all, he was just an ordinary high school student. Who would believe he could take down 2 top-tier experts of the Xia family? With that thought, he turned and left the alley, avoiding the street cameras and cautiously returning home. Who did this? Above the Xia family villa, an elderly figure with a twisted expression stared at the corpses below. Blood stained the floor. The Xia family's golden body expert was overcome with grief. For a martial family, losing 2 bone refining peak experts in succession was a devastating blow. Not to mention, one of them was the head of the Xia family. The most outstanding figure of the younger generation had also perished here. As his furious roar echoed, a group of people quickly arrived near the villa. Seeing the carnage before them, their expressions changed, and they exchanged shocked glances. No one had expected the Xia family to suffer such a catastrophe. Old Master Xia, don't get agitated. The most important thing now is to find the culprit. A cold laugh echoed. Xia Jia abruptly turned toward the source of the voice, his gaze dark and grim. The speaker was also a golden body expert from a martial arts family. Faced with the Xia family's tragedy, he seemed rather smug. Xia Jia suspected that this might all be orchestrated by him. After all, to kill 2 peak bone refining experts in such a short time, the culprit's strength was far from ordinary bone refining level, likely close to the golden body realm. In the entire Jiangnan city, apart from the Martial Alliance and Commerce Alliance, only martial arts families could have such powerful experts. I warn you, don't let me catch you, or I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse. Xia Jia clenched his fists, blood surging in his eyes, his fury burning. Meanwhile, in an office of the Martial Alliance, Zhang Xiaotian and Jiangnan City's Martial Alliance leader Zhao Guozian looked at a middle-aged man with puzzled expressions. Sir, this matter, is the Martial Alliance really not going to intervene? Zhao Guozian asked. As an institution responsible for maintaining city peace, the Martial Alliance naturally knew about the Xia family's tragedy, but now their actions were being halted by the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stood by the window, overlooking the entirety of Jiangnan City, his gaze finally landing in the direction of the Xia family villa. These days, martial arts families on Blue Star have become increasingly audacious. Besides, there's something more important waiting for us now. The Martial Alliance's strength cannot be wasted on these family disputes, the middle-aged man said indifferently. But what if the Xia family goes on a rampage? Zhang Xiaotian hesitated. Rampage? The middle-aged man chuckled, a trace of cold sharpness flashing in his eyes. Eliminate them, and the problem is solved. This statement caused Zhang Xiaotian and Zhao Guozian to tremble involuntarily. The atmosphere in the office instantly became heavy and oppressive. However, this oppressive feeling did not last long. Suddenly, outside Jiangnan City, a crimson beam of light shot into the sky. The beam attracted the attention of all the strong individuals in Jiangnan. What is that? Outside the Xia family villa, many strong individuals turned their eyes toward the beam, filled with confusion. Even the furious Xia Jie shifted his gaze to the crimson beam. In the Martial Alliance office, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, locking onto the beam's location, a glint flashing in his gaze. Finally, it's here. Before his words finished, his figure suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Suyu, who had just returned home, also noticed the crimson glow outside his window. What is that? Although it was far away, the beam was like a dazzling star, illuminating the entire Jiangnan city. It awakened countless sleeping citizens. Before Suyu could get a clear look, the crimson beam vanished. Immediately after, a deep voice echoed throughout Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City. Military experiment, citizens please rest assured. Upon hearing this, the citizens felt relieved. After all, since entering the interstellar era, Blue Star had faced almost no major crises. Suyu stood by the window, looking at the spot where the crimson beam had disappeared, questions rising in his mind. Military experiment? Is it really an experiment? He pondered. For a moment, his eyes flickering with a trace of light. But soon, he shook his head. Forget it, this kind of matter is beyond me. For now, the most important thing is preparing for the finals. In a week. Thinking of this, Suyu wasted no more time, sitting cross-legged on his bed and resuming his cultivation. In a room in Jiangnan City, Zhao Wuji sat on a sofa, surrounded by empty beer bottles, his face flushed red from alcohol. Suyu. He picked up a bottle of beer, drained it in one gulp, then suddenly smashed the empty bottle on the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Since the semifinals ended, Zhao Wuji had grown to hate Suyu. After being expelled from the school team, Suyu had been using his strength to fight back against him. Zhao Wuji, as a peak visceral refining martial artist, had been humiliated by a mere student, and he couldn't accept it. But now, Suyu. That guy has caught Yuan Feng's attention. And even made it to the finals of the college competition. With his strength, even if he isn't as good as Bai Zimo from the Qiming school team, Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice, he can at least rank in the top 3. Once the interstellar college entrance exam arrives, this kid will definitely soar to great heights, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Zhao Wuji was well aware that he and Suyu had already become mortal enemies. Suyu wasn't fully powerful yet and wouldn't actively seek trouble with him. But once he grew stronger, the trouble would be immense. I absolutely cannot let him grow stronger. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, the fear in his eyes slowly dissipating, replaced by a cold killing intent. Time flew by. 3 days had passed since the semi-finals. During these 3 days, many things had happened. First, the head of the Xia family and the principal of Tianqi High School, Xia were killed, and Xiaoran also died at home. The old patriarch of the Xia family, Xia Jie, was furious and searched for the culprit throughout Jiangnan City. However, the perpetrator seemed to have vanished, leaving no clues behind. Suyu had also come under Xia Jie's scrutiny, but Xia Jie merely glanced at his profile and paid no further attention. After all, how could a blood refinement, peak martial artist possibly kill Xiao Wei and Xia Ju? Apart from this, there was the crimson light pillar that appeared during the Xia family's tragedy that night. Although the strong members of the Martial Alliance claimed it was a military experiment, the red light still sparked curiosity among many. The Martial Alliance maintained strict confidentiality, and no one knew what the light pillar was or could uncover any information. The only certainty was that Martial Alliance members were leaving the city more frequently. But none of this mattered to Suyu. After severely injuring the Xia family, Suyu had been staying at home in seclusion, training. Now, he was sitting cross-legged on his bed, surrounded by a powerful wave of blood energy. Suddenly, Suyu opened his eyes, and lines of prompts appeared in his vision. Xuantan breathing technique upgraded to LV5. Mountain shaking fist upgraded to LV5. Comprehended. Entry mountain shaking intent. Comprehended entry Xuantan status. Mountain shaking intent, when activated, host's combat power increases by 50%. Xuantan status, when activated, host's comprehension increases by 50%. Looking at the text on the screen, Suyu's eyes lit up instantly. As expected, When martial arts and techniques reach their maximum level, they can bring new changes. Suyu was thrilled. Previously, when he upgraded the Xiantan breathing technique and mountain shaking fist to LV4, he had vaguely sensed something unusual. After all, LV4 martial arts and techniques were already considered top tier, yet the system panel still allowed further upgrades, indicating hidden secrets. This is an entry, right? Although it only increases combat power and comprehension by 50%, entries themselves are passive skills. Once activated, they permanently enhance my combat power and comprehension. A hint of surprise flashed in Suyu's eyes. This is equivalent to directly transforming my foundation. He continued to ponder, and this is just the martial arts and techniques of the second realm. When I fully master the Dragon Snake Suppressing Prison Force, I can also obtain entries. Relying on the entries comprehended through the system, I can even transform my foundation into an extremely powerful existence. Suyu's eyes burned with determination. Previously, he thought the system panel existed because he possessed dual abilities, but now it seemed that the dual abilities were merely an addition. The core function of the system was to comprehend various entries through martial arts and techniques. Understanding this, Suyu couldn't help but lick his lips. With a thought, the system panel suddenly appeared. Character, Suyu abilities, Mixed Yuan Creator, Amplification Law Cultivation, Organ Refinement Realm, 28%, Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Fist LV5, Max, Mountain Shaking Fist LV5, Max, Dragon Snake Suppressing Prison Force LV2, 10%, Techniques, Xiantan Breathing Technique LV5, Max, Entries, Mountain Shaking Intent, Xiantan Status. I'm not far from the third layer of organ refinement now. This way, before the college competition, I am confident I can break through to the fifth layer of organ refinement. Suyu smiled. The cultivation of the fifth level of the refined organs stage, even though Bai Zimo broke through to the refined organs stage half a month ago, would at most reach the second or third level by the time of the university competition finals. I can easily sweep through the finals. Keep working hard and strive to break through to the third level of the refined organs stage. After saying this, he activated 2 entries and was about to continue cultivating when his phone suddenly rang. Suyu frowned, picked up the phone, and saw that it was Yuan phone calling. "Hello, principal, what's the matter?" On the other end of the line, Yuan Feng's tone was serious. "Come to the school for a moment." With that, the call ended. Go to school? Suyu was a bit puzzled. He no longer needed to study at school, and there was nothing the school could teach him. He rarely went there. Could something major have happened? With doubts in his mind, Suyu quickly freshened up and headed straight to Jiangnan High School. When he arrived at the school, there were still quite a few students on campus. As soon as he appeared, everyone stopped in their tracks, their gazes all fixed on him. But this time, their eyes no longer carried the previous disdain and contempt. Instead, they were filled with awkwardness and hesitation. Suyu ignored these looks and walked straight into the school. Just as he passed through the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, "Senior Suyu, we're sorry. We misunderstood you." Suyu's steps paused for a moment but quickly resumed as he continued toward the principal's office. As he had expected, after defeating Jiangnan High School's team and advancing to the finals, the public opinion created by Lin Qingqing and her group was instantly overturned. The scene before him was the best proof of that. But to Suyu, these belated apologies were meaningless. Apologizing was their choice, whether to accept it or not was his right. As Suyu's figure gradually disappeared, the students of Jiangnan High School wore complicated expressions. Why did we believe Lin Qingqing back then? Yeah, we misunderstood Senior Suyu. How did he endure that period of time? If Senior Suyu hadn't been so strong, our school would have lost a top-tier expert. The students' voices rose, and the words that once attacked Suyu had turned into accusations against Lin Qingqing and her group. However, they didn't dare to say these things in front of Suyu. Once he left, they became indignant. In a corner of the school, Lin Qingqing and the members of the school team looked gloomy, hiding far away, not even daring to walk openly on campus. After all, if they were seen, they would face a backlash of public opinion. This is all your fault. If it weren't for your terrible idea, how would we have ended up like this? Zhao Tiangang glared at Lin Qingqing with a fierce expression. Lin Qingqing's body trembled slightly, looking at Zhao Tiangang in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. "Why are you looking at me? When you used public opinion to force Suyu out, did you ever think it would come to this? Now look, we've become the rats everyone wants to beat." Zhao Tiangang said angrily, his eyes full of resentment. Lin Qingqing's face turned pale. Clearly, using public opinion was a decision they had made together. So why was it now all her fault? Someone like you doesn't deserve to be the captain of Jiangnan High School's team. Lin Xingqing, don't show up in front of us again. Zhao Tiangang roared. Lin Xingqing's face instantly turned ashen. She looked at Lei Meng and Wu Tian, but the two avoided her gaze, not even sparing her a glance. At that moment, Lin Xingqing felt her heart grow cold. In the principal's office, Suyu sat on the sofa as Yuan Feng brought over 2 cups of tea, handing one to him. How is it? Has the public opinion from before been overturned? Yuan Feng asked with a smile. Suyu gently shook his head. Justice delayed is more despicable than a dog. Yuan Feng was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. You really have quite the temper. Suyu gave a faint smile and changed the subject. Principal, you asked me to come over. Is there something going on? Yuan Feng nodded, the smile on his face disappearing as he became serious. That's right. The finals of the university competition might be moved up. What? Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Why? Do you remember the crimson pillar of light that appeared 3 nights ago? Yuan Feng asked. A glimmer of light flashed in Suyu's eyes. As expected, he had always felt that the crimson pillar of light was far more complex than the military experiment claimed by the Martial Alliance. However, he couldn't understand what it had to do with the early start of the university competition. Do you know about ancient ruins? Yuan Feng didn't explain directly but asked him first. Ancient ruins? Suyu was somewhat surprised. He wasn't unfamiliar with ancient ruins, they had been introduced in history textbooks during school. Ancient ruins are the sites left behind by the ancient ancestors of humanity before our generation, Yuan Feng explained. In the old era, before the revival of spiritual energy, archaeologists discovered many relics from ancient times. Through research, they even found items far beyond the technological level of the old era. This left many experts puzzled. Later, as spiritual energy revived, these ruins were gradually excavated. From them, we discovered many technologies and martial arts legacies that surpassed their time. It was precisely these legacies that ushered us into the martial arts era of spiritual energy revival. By studying these technologies, humanity finally entered the era of interstellar travel, leading to the current human federation in the universe. Yuan Feng's words echoed slowly in the office. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. So, that crimson pillar of light is an ancient ruin? Yuan Feng smiled but shook his head. You could say it is, but also not. What do you mean? Suyu was puzzled. Yuan Feng explained, most ancient ruins have already been excavated, leaving only some less significant branches. Like in novels, one might be the legacy of a major sect, while another is merely a minor inheritance left by a disciple of the sect. Suyu finally understood. That's why the Martial Alliance decided to move the final venue of the university competition to one of these branches of the ancient ruins. Your performance there will determine the ultimate champion. Yuan Feng's gaze fell on Suyu as he spoke slowly. After hearing Yuan Feng's words, Suyu frowned slightly. Placing the finals in an ancient ruin? Is there some hidden agenda behind this? That, I don't know. Yuan Feng shook his head. This is the Martial Alliance's arrangement. Perhaps they have their own plans, but I'm not privy to them. I called you here today to inform you of this. If there are no surprises, the university competition finals will begin directly tomorrow. So, prepare well. Although time is tight, I hope you can achieve good results. Yuan Feng looked at Suyu and said with a smile. Suyu had defeated Xia Ren and the others, and his strength was definitely enough to contend for the top 3. Perhaps Yuan Feng secretly hoped Suyu could take first place. Understood, I'll go back and practice well. Suyu nodded. Unable to figure out the Martial Alliance's intentions, he decided to prepare first. Even if the competition started early, he could handle it. After finishing his conversation with Yuan Feng, Suyu left the principal's office and headed home. Just as he stepped out of the office, a familiar figure appeared. Lin Xingqing. She looked pitiful, with tear stains still visible on her face. But as soon as Suyu saw her, he immediately turned and walked away. This kind of person wasn't worth even a glance. Suyu. Lin Xingqing hurriedly called out, her voice soft and pitiful. I still have feelings for you. Suyu paused his steps and turned back with a smile. Seeing Suyu smile, Lin Xingqing felt a surge of joy. Sure enough, he still has me in his heart. Everything before was just to make me change my mind, she thought proudly. The next second. Bang! Suyu grabbed Lin Qingqing by the neck and slammed her against the wall. Lin Qingqing's mind went blank. If it weren't for the school's no-killing rule, you'd already be dead. After finishing, Suyu wiped the blood off his hands expressionlessly, completely ignoring Lin Qingqing, who collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, and turned to leave. Back home, Suyu silently pondered Yuan Feng's words. Besides the competition venue being in a relic branch, some martial artists from Jiangnan City will also be invited into the relic. Of course, because of your status, those people won't target you. Your main focus is to compete with other school teams and the dangers within the relic. Although it's an ancient relic, after so many years of changes, no one knows what's inside. There might even be special creatures. This was Yuan Feng's reminder. Other martial artists from Jiangnan City are going in too? Suyu frowned. He felt this relic exploration wouldn't be simple. Forget it, better to prepare. Well, first, no matter how complicated the relic is, the Martial Alliance won't sit idly by. There must be arrangements. Suyu shook his head, dispelling distracting thoughts, and began training. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Jiangnan City, Zhao Wuji slowly appeared, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Soon, he arrived at a dense forest. Strangely deep. Within the forest, there was a patch of ground that looked scorched, barren and bare. Heavy guards surrounded the area, preventing anyone from approaching. You said you could help me fulfill my wish. But now, how do I get in? Zhao Wuji muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a large black hand quietly rested on his shoulder. A chilling voice sounded in his ear, "Don't worry, killing a student is nothing. It's a piece of cake." Hearing this voice, Zhao Wuji shuddered, goosebumps rising all over his body. Despite his high cultivation, he felt extremely uncomfortable facing this cold aura. He forced himself to endure the discomfort, looked toward the depths of the forest, and licked his dry lips. There are troops and Martial Alliance experts guarding there, only I can't get in. Relax, just walk straight in, I've got you covered. The chilling voice sounded again. Although Zhao Wuji hesitated, recalling the other's strength and promise, a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. He strode toward the depths of the forest, quickly arriving at the heavily guarded area. He thought he would be discovered, but to his surprise, the soldiers seemed unable to see him. He walked in openly, without anyone stopping him. Zhao Wuji was even more shocked by the Black Hand's power. Entering the barren area, he found an ancient stone door standing silently at the center. The stone door exuded a heavy aura of time. Go in. Once inside, you can infiltrate ahead of time, and when that guy arrives, you can take your revenge. The Black Hand's voice sounded again, full of temptation. Zhao Wuji's eyes became dazed, his pupils slightly dilated. Like a walking corpse, he stepped toward the stone door. Just as he was about to reach the door, a flash of light appeared, and he suddenly vanished from the spot. A gentle breeze blew by, as if nothing had happened. The next day, Suyu slowly opened his eyes, a surge of powerful vitality suddenly erupted. With the foundational talent boost of Xian Alter Position by 50%, combined with the enhancement of Primordial Creator, my cultivation speed has significantly increased. Unexpectedly, I've already reached the third level of the organ refining realm. Suyu's lips curled slightly upward as he felt the vitality and strength brought by the third level of the organ refining realm, his eyes gleaming with confidence. At this stage, cultivation usually slows down, but with his powerful SSS level ability in the supportive Xian Alter Position, his progress remained astonishing. More importantly, Suyu had previously pushed his cultivation to the limit twice. His internal organs had long been permeated and strengthened by vitality. This allowed him to maintain rapid cultivation speed in the organ refining realm, and even in the upcoming bone refining realm. At this rate, before the Interstellar College entrance exam, I have a complete chance to break through to the bone refining realm, and even go further within it. Suyu's eyes shone with determination. After thinking for a moment, he snapped back to reality, got up, and after a simple wash in the bathroom, headed toward Jiangnan High School. Today was the day the finals of the university competition began ahead of schedule, and Suyu naturally wouldn't miss it. Soon, he arrived at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. At the school gate, Yuan Feng was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Suyu, Yuan Feng didn't say much and directly led him to the Jiangnan City Martial Alliance. Not long after, on one of the floors of the Martial Alliance building, Suyu met Zhang Xiaotian and the members of 3 other teams. Compared to the other teams, which were all complete with 5 members, Suyu, being alone, seemed somewhat out of place. However, even so, the other team members looked at Suyu with serious expressions. After all, being able to challenge the entire Tianqi school team alone was something even the captain of the Xingyao school team might not be able to do. In their eyes, Suyu was already a strong contender capable of rivaling Bai Zimo. However, the members of the Qiming school team appeared indifferent. In their view, with Bai Zimo leading their team, they were almost the top favorites to win the championship this time. I believe you all know about the ancient ruins you're about to enter. Zhang Xiaotian spoke, drawing everyone's attention away from Suyu and onto himself. His tone was serious. The format of this year's university competition finals is completely different from before. This is the first step in the Martial Alliance's attempt to make changes. Today, you will enter a branch of the ruins, and your rankings will be determined by the points you earn inside. In the ruins, you can earn points by finding any technological artifacts or even by killing special creatures. If you make significant discoveries, you can also earn points. Of course, points can also be taken from other teams. As Zhang Xiaotian said this, his gaze was fixed on Suyu. This was clearly a reminder to the other 3 teams not to let Suyu score as easily as he did in the preliminaries. At the very least, it was a warning to ensure a relatively fair competition among the 4 teams. Suyu lowered his head, rubbed his nose, and showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. This feeling was as uncomfortable as being stripped naked in public. Seeing Suyu's reaction, Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but smile and waved his hand, saying, "Alright, that's all I have to say. Make the most of your time and head to the ruins branch." With that, Zhang Xiaotian led the 4 teams onto the Martial Alliance's exclusive intercity train, heading out of Jiangnan City. Before long, Suyu saw a dense forest ahead, with a bare area in the center that looked as if it had been burned. When the train stopped, Zhang Xiaotian led everyone into the depths of the jungle. In the bare area, several temporary camps had been set up. At the center of the camp stood an ancient stone gate, quietly towering there. The stone gate bore the marks of time, and Suyu, along with everyone else, was drawn to it. This stone gate is the entrance to the ruins branch. However, the space within the ruins branch is unstable. The Martial Alliance has investigated and determined that only martial artists below the bone refining realm can enter, Zhang Xiaotian explained. Of course, to better explore this place, in addition to your university competition finals, there will also be Martial Alliance experts at the organ refining realm entering. But they won't interfere with your competition, Zhang Xiaotian added. Suyu's mind stirred. Although Yuan Feng had mentioned before that there would be other martial artists in the ruins branch, Suyu felt that things weren't that simple. Or rather, the Martial Alliance had deeper intentions behind this. However, since he was already here, Suyu didn't dwell on it and remained calm. Here, put this on. Zhang Xiaotian waved his hand, and the Martial Alliance staff brought out several watch-like devices. These are monitoring wristbands. They can penetrate the ruined space and transmit real-time information to the outside world. If you encounter an unmanageable danger, you can send a distress signal, and nearby Martial Alliance experts or other teams will come to your aid. Rescuing others can also earn you bonus points, the Martial Alliance staff explained as they distributed the wristbands to everyone. Looking at the wristband in his hand, Suyu's suspicions grew stronger. Sure enough, it's not that simple. He glanced around and noticed that Bai Zimo also had a puzzled expression on his face, clearly sensing something unusual as well. "Alright, get ready, head straight into the ruins branch," Zhang Xiaotian said with a smile. Without hesitation, everyone followed the Martial Alliance personnel toward the stone gate. Just get close to the stone gate, and a special spatial energy will pull you in, the Martial Alliance personnel explained. The group nodded. Suyu curiously looked at the stone gate. As he took a step forward, a powerful spatial force suddenly surged from behind the gate, like an invisible giant hand grabbing him and pulling him in forcefully. Immediately, a wave of dizziness hit his brain. However, the dizziness didn't last long, and Suyu felt solid ground beneath his feet. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a completely different world. Darkness surrounded him, with thick black clouds covering the sky, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Looking ahead, Suyu saw a massive building towering before him. On the large gate, a name was prominently displayed, catching Suyu's eye, a Research Institute number 018. Outside the ruins entrance. Inside a tent. Several electronic screens were set up in the tent, but all the screens were filled with static, making it impossible to see any images. Zhao Guozian and a middle-aged Man stood silently, their eyes fixed on the static-filled screens. Before long, Zhang Xiaotian entered the tent. "Sir, Elder Zhao, the youngsters have all gone in." Zhao Guizhen and the middle-aged man nodded. "But sir, I still don't quite understand." Seeing the two remain silent, Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, "Are we really using these young people to lure that creature? After all, it's an alien from the universe. Even though it entered the ruined space, if we wanted to, we could capture it ourselves. Isn't this approach too risky?" Zhang Xiaotian's face was full of concern. The changes in the university competition system and the training were not the most important aspects. The key issue was that they had recently discovered someone infiltrating the ruins branch, and this plan was proposed by the middle-aged man before him. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, his gaze profound. "Do you know? On the other 5 life planets, the younger generation has long been fighting against alien species from the universe. But here on Blue Star, we're still just competing internally. You think this method is safe, but it will never produce true warriors. Blue Star is weak, that's a fact. Do you think the purpose of establishing the Blue Star training camp was just for fun? Was it just a game?" After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Zhao Guizhen and Zhang Xiaotian fell silent. After a moment, the middle-aged man slowly spoke again. "Blue Star hasn't had anyone enter the upper echelons of the Human Federation for a long time. It's always been the older generation holding things together. Do you really think that in the future, the Human Federation will give us more resources just because Blue Star is the ancestral land? Some things must change." As the middle-aged man's words fell, the static-filled screen suddenly displayed the perspective of a group of people. From the devices on their wrists, it was easy to identify their identities. The middle-aged man's expression gradually sharpened. "Notify the Martial Alliance to prepare to enter the ruins branch. This time, we must catch that rat completely. Don't let it escape." "Yes, sir." Zhang Xiaotian straightened his posture. "Research Institute number 018? So you looked up at the plaque on the gate, raising an eyebrow with a hint of surprise on his face. There were research institutes in ancient times? No wonder. Human civilization advanced so quickly by excavating ancient ruins. Suyu sighed and slowly stepped through the gate. To him, the ruins branch wasn't frightening. Since the space was unstable, the strongest combat power here couldn't exceed the refined viscera level. And he himself was at the 3rd layer of refined viscera. Plus, after what Yuan Feng told him yesterday, he had saved today's 3 enhancements just in case. With this preparation, even if he encountered an enemy stronger than refined viscera, Suyu could easily suppress them. The research institute was enormous, about a quarter the size of Jiangnan City. Upon entering the gate, there was a long corridor. As Suyu approached, the lights on both sides of the corridor instantly lit up. "Sensor lights?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. The technology of ancient humans was even more advanced than that of the old era, and in some aspects, it could compare to the present. So seeing this, he wasn't surprised. Unsure of where to go, he followed the passageway inward. The flickering lights elongated his shadow. However, he hadn't walked far when Suyu suddenly stopped in his tracks. "I feel like someone is watching me." He squinted his eyes and looked around, but found nothing. After a moment of silence, he continued forward. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly lunged at him. "I've been waiting for you." Suyu snorted coldly, turned around, and countered with a punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, the shadow was struck and instantly transformed into a mass of black liquid, quickly slipping away through the floor and wall cracks. "What is this thing?" Suyu stared at the black liquid residue on his fist, his brows furrowed. "It's clearly liquid, so how can it turn into a creature that attacks me? Could this be some kind of technological product from the Research Institute? It seems this Research Institute is definitely not simple." Suyu squinted his eyes and once again looked toward the depths of the passageway. The pitch-black depths were like an abyss, staring back at him, while he stared into it. Turns out it's black Shin liquid. In the camp, a middle-aged man watching Suyu's scene couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Black Shin liquid? There's actually black Shin liquid in this branch of the ruins?" Zhao Guizhen also showed a shocked expression. As the leader of the Martial Alliance, he was well aware of what black Shin liquid was. Black Shin liquid is a special life liquid that can transform into anything. Once it recognizes a master, it can become any weapon the master desires. If there's enough black Shin liquid, it can even transform into equipment like battle armor, which is not only comfortable to wear but also has extremely strong defensive capabilities. In the Martial Alliance, Black Xian liquid is extremely rare because, with the current level of human technology, it cannot be manufactured and can only be found in ruins. However, the defensive capability of Black Xian liquid is limited, it cannot withstand attacks above the 6th realm. But for martial artists below the 6th realm, it is an excellent weapon. It can transform into weapons, battle armor, and even everyday clothing. It seems Research Institute 018 is not simple at all, to have Black Xian liquid. The middle-aged man sighed softly, smiling as he watched Su Yu. This kid really hit the jackpot. Zhang Xiaotian, upon hearing this, also looked at Su Yu's scene, his eyes filled with envy. Even as a 5th realm golden body expert, he greatly desired to possess Black Xian liquid. The Black Xian liquid stock in Jiangnan City's Martial Alliance was too limited. The available Black Xian liquid could only be transformed into weapons, not battle armor. Su Yu continued advancing into the depths of the passageway when his wristwatch suddenly displayed a message. This was the detection function of the watch. Earlier, he had placed the mass of black liquid on it for analysis. Black Xian liquid, special life liquid, capable of transforming into any object, can recognize a master through blood. If submitted to the Martial Alliance, 1 drop is worth 50 competition points. Seeing this, Su Yu's eyebrows slightly raised. 1 drop is worth 50 points? That large mass just now. Wow! Su Yu's expression immediately became complicated. The shadow that had ambushed him earlier contained at least several thousand drops. This meant over 50,000 points. Directly submitting it to the Martial Alliance would secure his victory in the competition. If he didn't submit it, he could use the Black Xian liquid himself, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about weapons or battle armor before breaking through the 6th realm. Thinking of this, Su Yu felt both pain and excitement in his heart. His eyes reddened slightly, and without hesitation, he rushed toward the pitch-black depths of the passageway. Meanwhile, in another space within the Research Institute, Zhao Wuji's figure slowly appeared, with a black hand resting on his shoulder. In front of them was a massive special glass tank filled with black liquid. If Su Yu were here, he would discover that all this liquid was Black Xian liquid. This is Black Xian liquid. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened. As a peak visceral refinement expert, he knew the value of Black Xian liquid. How did you know there was Black Xian liquid here? Zhao Wuji asked. The Black Hand sneered, don't forget, I am from the Ghost Clan. Our clan has an extremely keen sense of life forms. Although the Black Profound liquid is a special material, its essence is still a life liquid. Naturally, it cannot escape our perception. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up as he stared at the jar of Black Profound liquid, a crazed look in his gaze. With this Black Profound liquid, once sold, I can use the resources to cultivate to the 5th realm, or even the 6th realm. This jar of Black Profound liquid was of immense value. The Black Hand sneered coldly, but the next second, as if sensing something, he spoke, someone's coming. Zhao Wuji's expression immediately turned serious. He had relied on the Black Hand to sneak into these ruins, and if discovered, the Martial Alliance would never let him go. Is it Su Yu? Zhao Wuji licked his lips, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. As the second strongest expert at Jiangnan No. 1 High School, second only to Yuan Feng, he knew the venue for the high school competition was set in the ruined space. He had sneaked in early to kill Su Yu here. The Black Hand said indifferently, it's not the life aura you sensed, it should be some other human brats. Zhao Wuji frowned, should we hide for now? The Black Hand grinned maliciously, hide? Why? Although I was injured by that guy, as long as I can devour these brats, I can recover significantly. With their life force. This. Zhao Wuji hesitated. At that moment, 5 figures suddenly entered the space, immediately noticing the jar of Black Profound liquid. So much Black Profound liquid. This time, the championship is definitely ours. 5 youthful voices rang out excitedly. But they quickly noticed Zhao Wuji standing next to the Black Profound liquid. Ha! There's someone here? Is he from the Martial Alliance? No, he doesn't have the Martial Alliance insignia. Could he have sneaked in? The 5 people's gazes all fell on Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's expression turned grim, and in his ears, the Black Hand's mocking voice sounded, it seems, you can't even hide now. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath and looked at the 5 people in front of him. The Xingyao school team? Don't blame me, I am just fighting to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wuji's body suddenly erupted with the aura of a peak refining viscera stage. carrying an intense killing intent as he charged fiercely at the Xingyao school team. Peak refining viscera stage. The Xingyao school team captain, Li Qingfeng, turned pale and pressed the emergency button on his detection wristband without hesitation. Although Li Qingfeng was the captain and had just broken through to the refining viscera stage a few days ago, he knew that even if the entire team joined forces, they were no match for a peak refining viscera stage opponent. Sending out a distress signal might cause their competition results to plummet, but this was no longer about results, it was a matter of life and death. The moment Li Qingfeng pressed the distress signal, Zhang Xiaotian and the other three outside the camp also received the signal simultaneously. Or rather, the moment the Xingyao school team saw Zhao Wuji, they had already sensed it. The Ghost Clan has finally appeared. A sharp glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, but his expression darkened when he saw Zhao Wuji. I almost forgot, the Ghost Clan not only loves devouring life but is also skilled at using their bewitching powers to control others. Is that Zhao Wuji? Zhang Xiaotian recognized Zhao Wuji, a look of surprise on his face. Previously, Zhao Wuji had caused trouble during the semifinals, and it was Zhang Xiaotian who had dealt with it, so he recognized him at a glance. A teacher from Jiangnan No. 1 High School, actually colluding with the Ghost Clan. What's more, his cultivation is at the peak of the refining viscera stage. Zhang Xiaotian's words caused the middle-aged man and Zhao Guoxian's expressions to change slightly. They had planned to use these young people as bait, but now that it was a matter of life and death, they were deeply concerned about the safety of these geniuses. After all, these were the most outstanding young talents in Jiangnan City. Immediately send the distress signal to the other teams, the middle-aged man ordered at once. See who is closest to the Xingyao school team and notify them immediately. He shouted at the staff. The staff quickly pulled up the data, found it, the closest to the Starshine school team is Su Yu. As soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged man and Zhang Xiaotian were stunned, their gaze falling on Su Yu's image. Su Yu was chasing the black mysterious liquid that had transformed into a black lifeform alone. A long corridor, a crazed expression on his face. At the end of the corridor was the room where the black mysterious liquid was stored. Damn it! Su Yu is here too? The middle-aged man rubbed his temples. Normally, when faced with danger, he was willing to let Su Yu go, but against an enemy at the peak of the refined viscera stage, sending Su Yu would be sending him to his death. Just as the middle-aged man was feeling agitated, Su Yu, while chasing the black mysterious liquid, noticed the distress signal emitted by his watch. Zhao Wuji? Su Yu stared at the signal on his watch, squinting his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. He's not far from me? He actually entered the relic branch, deliberately coming to find me? Thinking of this, Su Yu's lips curled slightly. Perfect, time to settle all grievances. Su Yu is actually so close? In the camp, Zhao Guoxian frowned, staring at the image in front of him, and immediately instructed the Martial Alliance personnel beside him, send Su Yu a message right away. Tell him to stay hidden nearby and wait for Martial Alliance experts to come and support. Although Su Yu was the closest to the Starshine school team, he was, after all, just a refined viscera stage martial artist. Facing Zhao Wuji, who was at the peak of the refined viscera stage, rushing in recklessly would be courting death. Having made it to the semi-finals alone, his talent was evident. He was a promising figure in Jiangnan City. Naturally, Zhao Guoxian didn't want to see Su Yu get into trouble. The Martial Alliance's refined viscera stage martial artists were all in the relic branch space and could arrive soon, so there was no need for Su Yu to take risks. The middle-aged man beside him remained expressionless, saying nothing. The Martial Alliance personnel hurriedly sent a warning to Su Yu's watch. As soon as the message was sent, Zhao Guoxian and the others saw Su Yu already advancing quickly toward the depths of the corridor. What is he trying to do? Zhao Guoxian's face darkened, not expecting Su Yu to be so bold as to charge straight in. Quickly notify him to retreat immediately. This is not something he can handle. Tell him this is a Martial Alliance order. Zhao Guoxian's tone carried anger, clearly infuriated by Su Yu's recklessness. The staff sent another message. Su Yu saw the warning on his watch but completely ignored it, his gaze fixed on the depths of the corridor. The Martial Alliance might be able to monitor me through the watch, but Zhao Wuji, I must take him down. Su Yu had always acted decisively and ruthlessly, just like when dealing with Xia Ren. As long as there was an opportunity, he would never hesitate. If it weren't for the early start of the university competition, he would have already made a move against Zhao Wuji. Now Zhao Wuji was in the relic, and killing him openly wouldn't raise any objections. Even if it meant exposing some of his trump cards, it was worth it. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes became as sharp as knives. This guy is too reckless. Seeing Suyu still ignoring orders, Zhao Guoxian's face grew even darker. Alliance leader Zhao, no need to be so anxious. After all, he's young, and it's normal for him to be a bit impulsive. If he didn't have this kind of drive, how could he become a true powerhouse? The middle-aged man smiled faintly, a trace of comfort in his expression. But Zhao Guoxian frowned deeply. Suyu's talent was indeed rare. He was a key figure being cultivated by the Jiangnan City Martial Alliance. He was highly likely to achieve a good ranking in the Interstellar College entrance exam. At that time, the Jiangnan City Martial Alliance would receive significant resource allocation. Therefore, Zhao Guoxian was even more unwilling to see Suyu get into trouble. But since the middle-aged man had said so, he had no choice but to hold back and not argue. The middle-aged man smiled, his gaze fixed on the screen. So, what exactly is your trump card? His eyes sparkled with intense anticipation. At this moment, Suyu was getting closer and closer to the room storing the black mysterious liquid. Inside the room, Zhao Wuji's peak refined viscera stage aura suddenly erupted, the powerful pressure causing the members of the Starshine school team led by Li Qingfeng to turn pale. The weaker students even began to tremble slightly. Suyu's combat power surged tenfold, and his cultivation directly skyrocketed to the 6th level of the refined viscera stage. But that wasn't enough. Amplification law. The cultivation resources in the storage spirit ring were devoured frantically, and the power of the amplification law erupted instantly. His cultivation amplified to 16 times. Refined viscera, peak. Impossible. Zhao Wuji's face turned extremely horrified the moment he sensed the aura emanating from Suyu. He never expected that in just the span of a single breath, Suyu would explode directly to the peak of the refined viscera stage. To be honest, when Suyu neutralized his killing move earlier, Zhao Wuji already felt something was off, but now, his expression became even more panicked and disoriented. Now, it's time to settle our grudge. Suyu slowly raised his head, revealing a radiant smile. But no matter how one looked at it, that smile made Zhao Wuji's heart sink. A sense of foreboding instantly rose in Zhao Wuji's heart. Before he could react, Suyu's figure had already appeared in front of him in an instant. Dragon roar. A faint yet explosive shout echoed in Zhao Wuji's ears, accompanied by the roaring of blood and qi, like a ferocious dragon's roar. Zhao Wuji's heart trembled violently. Suyu's fist then mercilessly smashed into Zhao Wuji's body. Both were at the peak of the refined viscera stage, but Suyu was using a 5-realm martial art. Not to mention the mountain shaking and the Star Glory School team members twitched at the corners of their mouths, and Li Qingfeng sighed helplessly, "Senior, it wasn't us, it was." He looked at Suyu. The burly man also turned to Suyu, his eyes wide open. "You did this alone?" Suyu shrugged, saying nothing, but his attitude was clear. Hiss. The burly man gasped sharply, his reaction intense. As a strong figure of the Martial Alliance, he hadn't expected a high school senior to defeat Zhao Wuji, who was at the peak of visceral refinement. Just as everyone was talking, Zhao Wuji's corpse, lying in the wall hole created by the collision, suddenly began to tremble. Then, in an unnatural posture, he abruptly stood up. However, his eyes had turned pitch black. "Ha, what a useless fool," Zhao Wuji uttered in a strange voice. "I intended to devour your blood and energy, then consume this waste. But I didn't expect, this waste couldn't even defeat a little brat. The human race, truly a weak species." The voice came from his mouth, filled with cold mockery. This voice. Li Qingfeng's expression changed. "It's that black hand from earlier." Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't paid much attention to the black hand before, but now, given the situation. At the moment Zhao Wuji revived, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the middle-aged man in the tent, his eyes gleaming sharply. Almost forgot this guy was still alive. He coldly ordered, "All Martial Alliance members, at any cost, head to the laboratory immediately and kill the ghost soul." The middle-aged man's voice was icy and piercing, as if it came from the underworld. Zhao Guoxian and Zhang Xiaotian clearly understood the situation and immediately relayed the orders without hesitation. Meanwhile, the burly man also received the command. "The Ghost Soul Clan." His expression turned serious as he stepped forward, standing in front of Suyu and the others. "Kids, stay behind me. This battle is not one you can participate in," he said. Calmly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Wuji, his brows furrowed. Although he was also a peak visceral refinement expert, the opponent was, after all, a cosmic alien using Zhao Wuji's body. Facing a cosmic alien, even as a top martial alliance expert, this was his first encounter. After all, without achieving a golden body, one wouldn't even have the ability to roam freely in the universe. He could only rely on the high-tech methods of the Human Federation to traverse the galaxy, and he certainly hadn't had such an opportunity. Despite the immense pressure in his heart, he didn't want to lose face in front of so many young people. At this moment, Suyu slowly walked up to the burly man and said calmly, "Let me handle it." "You?" The burly man looked at Suyu, his eyes filled with doubt. "If I can defeat him once, I can defeat him twice." Suyu's tone was calm but full of confidence. The burly man laughed. "Kid, the one standing now isn't Zhao Wuji, but a cosmic alien. Do you know how strong they are?" He wanted to continue explaining, but before he could finish, Suyu shot out like a cannonball. Bang! With a muffled sound, Suyu punched the ghost-possessed Zhao Wuji hard, sending him flying again, landing precisely in the previous hole. Damn! The burly man was dumbfounded, involuntarily cursing. Behind him, the Star Glory School team members' pupils contracted, and Li Qingfeng smiled bitterly. Forget the cosmic alien, even Zhao Wuji alone was enough to make them hesitate to act. Yet Suyu had struck the opponent hard twice in a row. Su Yu stood quietly, his expression calm. 50 seconds left. To him, as long as the opponent hadn't achieved a golden body, they posed no significant threat. However, since this was the finals and he was being closely watched, he couldn't easily reveal his trump card. Otherwise, the Xia family's matters would undoubtedly be suspected. 50 seconds to finish the fight should be enough, Suyu said softly, his gaze fixed on the depths of the hole. Enough, stop pretending, you're not dead yet. The burly man and the Star Glory School team members' expressions changed. Zhao Wuji had just been instantly defeated by Suyu, yet this cosmic alien still wasn't dead? As expected of a human genius. I'm getting more and more excited. Zhao Wuji slowly stood up, his eyes turning an eerie black. Then let me show you the true power of our Spectre clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room was instantly shrouded in thick black mist, so cold it felt like it could freeze one's blood. Many people trembled all over. But in the next moment, Suyu swept his fist across, tearing a rift through the overwhelming black mist. However, Zhao Wuji's figure had vanished from everyone's sight. No way, he actually ran away? Everyone in the room was stunned. The Spectre Black Hand, who had seemed so arrogant just moments ago, ended up releasing some black mist and then turned tail and fled? The contrast was just too much, brother. Not only were the members of the Xingyao school team dumbfounded, but even the burly man from the Martial Alliance was bewildered by the situation. He scratched his head. Are the cosmic alien races this useless now? After speaking, his gaze shifted to Suyu. Suyu stared at the spot where the Spectre Black Hand had just been, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the three people in the tent furrowed their brows deeply as they observed the scene before them. This guy, he's really cunning, Zhang Xiaotian said, somewhat unwillingly. The middle-aged man crossed his arms and said calmly, if he weren't cunning, how could he have escaped from me? Still, for Suyu to achieve this much is already quite impressive. The middle-aged man's lips curved slightly, his eyes full of admiration. Although the Spectre Black Hand had been severely injured by him and his strength had significantly diminished, cosmic alien races were not so easy to deal with. Moreover, this was Suyu's first time facing a cosmic alien race. The Spectre Black Hand has fled, and his strength is definitely no longer at its peak. Any martial artist at the peak of the organ refining stage could kill him. Immediately notify all members of the Martial Alliance to hunt down the Spectre Black Hand and ensure he is completely eliminated within the Ruins branch. A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Understood. Zhang Xiaotian responded without hesitation and immediately contacted all Martial Alliance members in the Ruins branch, including the 4 teams participating in the intercollegiate competition. Everyone simultaneously received the Martial Alliance's order. Hunt down the Spectre Black Hand. Whoever kills him first will directly win the intercollegiate competition. Martial Alliance members who kill the Spectre Black Hand will be rewarded with 300 Martial Alliance points. The message appeared on everyone's detection wristwatch, and many people's eyes lit up instantly. Whether it was the intercollegiate competition championship or 300 points, both were enormous rewards. Although the Spectre Black Hand, possessing Zhao Wuji, had a cultivation level at the peak of the organ refining stage, don't forget that he had already been severely injured by Su Yu and could no longer exert his full strength. Even the teams in the intercollegiate competition, with a bit of luck, could kill him. Su Yu glanced at the message on his wristwatch, raised an eyebrow slightly, and turned his gaze to the jar containing the black profound liquid. To Su Yu, the Spectre Black Hand was no longer the most important thing. What truly attracted him was this jar of black profound liquid. If he could obtain this black profound liquid, he could even use it to craft a set of his own battle armor and weapons. At least until he reached the 6th stage of martial arts, he wouldn't have to worry about weapons and equipment. Thinking of this, Su Yu stepped toward the jar of black profound liquid. In the Xingyao school team, someone noticed Su Yu's actions, their eyes flickering, and a conflicted expression appeared on their face. But in the end, greed overcame hesitation. He suddenly stepped forward and shouted angrily at Su Yu, "Su Yu! This black profound liquid seems to have been discovered by our Xingyao school team first. What you're doing, where does that leave our Xingyao school team?" In the silent room, his words sounded particularly harsh. Su Yu's steps paused slightly, and he turned his gaze toward him. Even the burly man from the Martial Alliance looked over curiously. As a Martial Alliance warrior, he knew that anything discovered in the Ruins branch had to be handed over to the Martial Alliance. So even though the black profound liquid was right in front of him, he didn't pay much attention to it. At most, it could be exchanged for 100 points, but killing the Spectre Black Hand could earn 300 points. Compared to the black profound liquid, he valued the bounty on the Spectre Black Hand more. So he didn't intervene, merely watching the dispute with curiosity. Li Qingfeng frowned slightly, looking at his teammate. "Luo Hua, what are you talking about?" Li Qingfeng gave Luo Hua a meaningful look. "Don't forget, even Zhao Wuji was killed by Su Yu. Trying to snatch the black profound liquid at this moment is utterly unwise. Although he also desires the black profound liquid, his strength speaks for itself." Luo Hua sneered, "Captain, can't you see? This guy's cultivation has already declined. He must have used some special ability or secret technique when dealing with Zhao Wuji earlier. Time's up. Do you think he can still unleash the peak strength of the refined viscera stage?" "Captain, this is the black profound liquid. If our Starshine school team gets it, everyone will have enough materials to forge weapons. With that, the team's overall strength will improve significantly, and we might even win the championship in this year's intercollegiate competition." As soon as he finished speaking, the Starshine school team members behind Luo Hua began to breathe heavily. They were participating in the intercollegiate competition to claim first place and earn the extra 20 points. The opportunity was right in front of them, and everyone wanted to seize it. Even if we take a step back, with the black profound liquid, our results in the interstellar college entrance exam will also improve. Isn't that a good thing? Luo Hua's words seemed like a spell, gradually changing the expressions of the crowd. They all stared at the black profound liquid containers, and when their gaze fell on Su Yu, there was a hint of hostility. Li Qingfeng was also somewhat conflicted, but as he looked at the containers of black profound liquid, his inner greed grew stronger. His pupils slightly reddened as he took a deep breath and locked his gaze on Su Yu. "Su Yu, this black profound liquid was discovered by us first. Although you saved us, we can't back down on this matter." In the end, Li Qingfeng was controlled by his greed. Behind him, Luo Hua's lips curled into a cold smile. If it were just one person, he might not dare to confront Su Yu directly. Although Su Yu's strength had declined, he was still a master of the refined viscera stage. However, if the entire school team joined forces, in his view, Su Yu was nothing to fear. "I don't believe you can use that strange move a second time in such a short period," Luo Hua sneered. In his opinion, Su Yu's move was already heaven-defying, and couldn't possibly be used again. Since it couldn't be used, with the combined strength of the Starshine school team, defeating Su Yu would be easy. This black profound liquid, he was determined to take it. Meanwhile, the three people in the tent, including Zhao Guoxian, also noticed the scene. The middle-aged man frowned slightly but said nothing, merely observing the situation quietly. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaotian was somewhat annoyed. What are these people doing? If it weren't for Su Yu, they would have been killed by Zhao Wuji long ago. And now they suddenly want to snatch the black profound liquid? Truly shameless. Zhang Xiaotian, being hot-tempered and intolerant of injustice, naturally felt displeased with the scene. However, since the middle-aged man and Zhao Guoxian remained silent, he couldn't say much either. Looking at the Starshine school team, which had suddenly become united, Suyu's face revealed a faint smile. He shook his head lightly. Indeed, there are truly many shameless people in this world. Shut up. First come, first served. Don't you understand that, Suyu? Luo Hua snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Before we make a move, you'd better get lost. Otherwise, you can forget about this year's intercollegiate competition. Luo Hua sneered, as if he were granting Suyu charity. Suyu laughed, his expression calm and composed. Such nonsense, truly endless. His voice echoed faintly in the room. In the next moment, Suyu's figure appeared like a ghost, instantly in front of Luo Hua. Even Li Qingfeng, who was not far away, couldn't see when Suyu had moved. By the time Li Qingfeng reacted, Suyu had already slapped Luo Hua's head hard. Bang! The immense force caused Luo Hua's head to spin, and he was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Luo Hua struggled to prop himself up, intending to counterattack, but Suyu's figure appeared before him again. Without hesitation, Luo Hua activated the protective function of his measuring wristband. A shield instantly enveloped him. Suyu's fist struck the shield fiercely, causing it to tremble violently, as if it were about to shatter. Suyu! I'll remember you! Luo Hua's eyes were filled with venom. Activating the shield meant he had lost his qualification to compete. How could he not resent Suyu? But Suyu's indifferent expression made Luo Hua involuntarily shrink his neck. Gritting his teeth, he directly teleported away from the relic branch. Another name has been added to the list. Suyu glanced down in the direction Luo Hua had left, then turned to look at the terrified faces behind him. So, are you still not planning to leave? As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the Starshine school team froze. The scene of Suyu instantly defeating Luo Hua had stirred up a storm in their hearts. Li Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "We're retreating." Li Qingfeng took a step forward, preparing to lead the Starshine school team out of the room. Luo Hua's crushing defeat had made them see reality clearly. Even though Suyu hadn't used any special techniques, they were no match for him. But the next moment, Suyu's voice rang out again. "Did you misunderstand? I meant for you to leave the relic branch." Li Qingfeng stopped in his tracks, turning his head to stare at Suyu with disbelief. "Suyu, you're going too far. Luo Hua has already been kicked out by you, and now you want to take out our entire Starshine school team in one go?" Li Qingfeng roared, his eyes full of anger. However, facing the angry stares of the Starshine team members, Suyu remained calm. "You misunderstood. I'm not negotiating, I'm informing you." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful wave of blood energy erupted from Suyu's body. His third-layer organ refinement cultivation instantly surged, and the dragon-like roar of his blood energy reverberated throughout the room, bringing an immediate sense of oppression. Li Qingfeng's face changed drastically. Although Suyu's pressure wasn't as terrifying as Zhao Wuji's, he could clearly feel the intense killing intent within Suyu. He really intends to kill us. Li Qingfeng was shocked. Though he was a genius, he was still just a high school senior. "Captain, stop wasting words with him. Luo Hua has already been taken down by him, and we're supposed to be afraid of just one person?" A team member behind him gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Suyu. "I don't believe he can take all of us down alone." "Exactly. Captain, let's fight. We must get the black profound liquid." The team members shouted one after another, the stimulus of Luo Hua's elimination, the suppression by Suyu, and the temptation of the black profound liquid making their eyes red. Li Qingfeng took a deep breath, his gaze gradually revealing madness. "Then let me see what you're capable of," he roared, his first-layer organ refinement cultivation bursting forth, and the team members behind him also unleashed their peak blood refinement auras. The four of them charged at Suyu together. Facing their attack, Suyu remained calm and composed, truly courting death. His voice was light, and his figure moved like a shadow through the room. Several muffled sounds followed in succession. Bang! 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 Each time a sound rang out, a faint yellow energy shield would instantly appear, illuminating the entire room. Although Suyu didn't use the enhancement of Primordial Creator, his amplification rule, with fourfold amplification was always active, combined with the supportive, mountain-shaking intent. Facing 4 or 5 third-layer organ refinement martial artists, he easily suppressed them, let alone the members of the Starshine school team. Within a few breaths, several figures streaked through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Immediately after, light flickered, and the Starshine team members instantly disappeared from the room. Suyu clapped his hands, his gaze falling on the burly Martial Alliance man. Nearby, Senior, are you also interested in competing for the Black Profound Liquid? The burly man had long been stunned, and upon hearing Suyu's words, he snapped back to reality, awkwardly. Smiling, not at all, not at all. You take it. I'll be leaving now. With that, he quickly slipped away from the room. After leaving the laboratory, the burly man patted his chest and laughed. Ah, kids these days are so strong, and unreasonable too. Even the cosmic alien races were scared off. Would I still compete with him? Am I stupid? With that, he swaggered away. Meanwhile, outside the relic branch, Luohua's figure suddenly appeared, his face darkened. Suyu, I will make you pay the price. He roared, his face twisted with rage. Humph. As long as there are still members of the Starshine school team, this Black Profound Liquid is impossible for you to take. I'd like to see how you, alone, can fight against our entire Starshine school team. Luohua felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. But that hope quickly dissipated as flashes of light flickered, and figures fell heavily to the ground, raising dust. Luohua looked at these figures and found them familiar. Soon, his pupils contracted slightly. Captain, you all came out? His mind went blank. He had thought Suyu would only dare to deal with him, a soft target at the blood refining realm. As long as the captain and team members reacted, Suyu wouldn't stand a chance. But now, Li Qingfeng and the others gasped, even though the protective shields had kept them safe, their bodies still burned with pain. You all got eliminated? Luohua stared blankly at the scene before him. The members of the Starshine school team, including Li Qingfeng, all fell silent at Luohua's words. Damn it, how is this guy so strong? One team member said, unwilling to accept it. This Black Profound Liquid, is it really going to be taken by him? Hearing this, Luohua fell silent, but a faint glimmer flickered in his eyes. Black Profound Liquid. This brat, it seems this year's championship in the college tournament is definitely his. Zheng Xiaotian looked at Suyu on the screen and couldn't help but laugh. Suyu had left a deep impression on him. First, he had other teams working for him during the preliminaries, then he showcased his skills in the semifinals, and now he had single-handedly taken down the entire Starshine school team. Even the Martial Alliance's blood-cleansing realm martial artists were scared off by him. This kid is a promising talent. The first spot in the Blue Star training camp is definitely his. The middle-aged man's lips curled into a smile at some point, his eyes full of admiration. Hearing this, Zheng Xiaotian and Zhao Guozian exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They knew what the Blue Star training camp represented. At this moment, in the laboratory of the Ruins branch, the spacious room was left with only Suyu. He slowly walked to the jar containing the Black Profound Liquid. According to the information on the wristwatch, the Black Profound Liquid only requires a drop of blood to recognize its owner. Suyu's heart stirred, and he squeezed out a drop of blood, letting it fall into the jar. As soon as the blood drop landed, the previously calm Black Profound Liquid immediately began to boil. The Black Profound Liquid seemed to come alive, crawling out of the jar drop by drop, spreading along Suyu's fingers and covering his entire body. A cool sensation surged through his body as the Black Profound Liquid wrapped around him like a protective membrane. At the same time, Suyu felt his soul connect with the Black Profound Liquid, allowing him to communicate with it directly through his thoughts. Let's try forming a battlesuit first. Suyu's thoughts moved, and the Black Profound Liquid on his body transformed into a black battlesuit in an instant, covering his entire body, even his face. Even just forming a battlesuit, the Black Profound Liquid's quantity is still enough for me to create a weapon. Suyu assessed the Black Profound Liquid's reserves. But what weapon suits me? He fell into contemplation. I haven't trained in weapon martial arts, but weapons are usually related to a martial artist's personality and the style of their fist and foot techniques. The mountain-shaking fist and dragon snake prison suppression force are both hard-hitting, strong, and domineering moves. Then, my weapon. As he pondered, the Black Profound Liquid flowed out from his arm and eventually condensed into a heavy sword. A heavy sword? Suyu looked at the black heavy sword formed by the Black Profound Liquid and smiled. Quite fitting for me. With the Black Profound Battlesuit and Black Profound Heavy Sword, without relying on the combat power enhancement of Primordial Creator, I can at least withstand martial artists at the 6th or 7th level of the Blood Cleansing Realm. Against peak Blood Cleansing Realm martial artists, they wouldn't even be able to break through my defense. Suyu felt the defensive power of the battlesuit, his smile widening. Just as he was immersed in the wondrous power of the black profound liquid, his wristwatch suddenly popped up with a message. Suyu lowered his head to look, his eyes suddenly tightening. The location of the ghostly black hand has been discovered. This was a message from the Enlightenment School team. After discovering the phantom black hand, they didn't rush to take action but instead shared the location. After all, the phantom black hand was incredibly powerful, and with bad luck, an entire squad could be wiped out. Rather than fighting individually, it was better to join forces. Next, it would depend on who could strike first and slay the phantom black hand. Phantom black hand. Suyu's eyes lowered slightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted faintly. He didn't particularly care about the cosmic alien races, killing them or not didn't matter. But if he wanted to win the championship in the university competition, he had to take them down. 20 extra points were something Suyu absolutely couldn't pass up. Then let me see just how powerful these cosmic alien races really are. With that, Suyu donned a black battlesuit formed from liquefied black profound material and silently left the laboratory. Inside the tent, Zhao Guoxian, the middle-aged man, and Zhang Xiaotian were staring at a screen. On the screen was the perspective of Bai Zimo and the members of the Qiming School team. They were currently in a spacious area, with stone pillars supporting the surroundings, and dim light illuminating the entire room. At the deepest part stood a broken stone tablet, quietly erect. Beside the stone tablet, a burly figure was clearly visible, Zhao Wuji. No, to be more precise, it was Zhao Wuji possessed by the phantom black hand. Bai Zimo and the others were hiding in a very concealed corner of this space, observing the phantom and waiting for reinforcements from the Martial Alliance and other teams. Why did the phantom black hand choose this place? Zhang Xiaotian was a bit puzzled. Previously, the phantom black hand had fled from Suyu and his group, and they thought it would pick off opponents one by one, relying on devouring blood energy to recover its strength and gradually eliminate the Martial Alliance members and school teams. But now, the phantom black hand had revealed itself and was even easily discovered by the Qiming school team, which was clearly unusual. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes, his gaze not lingering on the phantom but instead fixed on the broken stone tablet beside it. This stone tablet. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. It felt familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Just as he was pondering, urgent footsteps sounded outside the concealed space. Martial Alliance members arrived one after another, and even the Jiangnan No. 2 high school team entered the dim space. Zhao Guoxian's face lit up with a smile. Everyone's here. It seems the phantom black hand has nowhere to hide. The opening of the relic branch was a great opportunity for the Martial Alliance and a critical moment to encircle and eliminate the phantom black hand. The primary task of the Martial Alliance members entering here was to kill the opponent and, if possible, learn from it the secret of why the cosmic alien races had appeared on Blue Star. However, the phantom black hand seemed completely unaware of the crowd, merely staring at the stone tablet with a sinister smile on its lips. Finally, you've all arrived. The phantom black hand slowly raised its head, its gaze sweeping over the crowd, its smile fierce and piercing. What a pity, there's still an old acquaintance who hasn't shown up. But no matter, after devouring you all, I'll naturally go find him. The phantom black hand's voice echoed in the space, its gaze locking onto the Qiming school team's hiding spot. Little ones, come out. Did you think I didn't see you? Bai Zimo's expression turned grim as he led the Qiming school team members out of their concealed corner. They had thought they hadn't been discovered, but it turned out the opponent had been toying with them all along. Damn alien race, you're dead meat, still daring to act arrogant. A Martial Alliance martial artist at the visceral refining stage snorted coldly and charged forward without hesitation. The aura of someone at the 7th or 8th level of visceral refining erupted instantly, and he struck out with a palm, his momentum astonishing. But as he approached within 10 meters of the phantom black hand, his expression changed drastically. The originally powerful blood energy suddenly dissipated, like ice meeting heat, melting away in an instant. My cultivation. My blood energy. The martial artist's face turned pale as he clearly felt a terrifying force suppressing his blood energy, leaving him completely unable to resist. This is, whether in the room or in the tent, the faces of Zhao Guoxian and the other two turned grim. Sir, this. Zhang Xiaotian looked at the middle-aged man, only to see his face dark and cold, as if it could drip water. The blood suppression tablet. The middle-aged man almost gritted his teeth as he spoke in a low voice, carrying a chill. Zhang Xiaotian and Zhao Guoxian looked confused. They had never heard of this term. The middle-aged man continued to explain. In ancient times, when the human race's martial arts were just beginning, to better train the physical body and promote the growth of chi and blood, the blood suppression steel was created. Approaching the blood suppression steel suppresses the chi and blood power within a martial artist. This way, martial artists can better train their physical bodies. Once the physical body's strength improves, leaving the blood suppression steel allows chi and blood to recover rapidly, accelerating cultivation progress. It was originally a treasure to help martial artists improve quickly, but now it has fallen into the hands of the Spectre Black Hand. The middle-aged man's face darkened as he finally recalled the origin of the steel. So what do we do now? Zhao Guoxian's face was grim. Without the support of chi and blood power, even martial artists at the organ refining stage couldn't exert their true strength. Just as he finished speaking, a piercing scream came from the screen. A black mist suddenly erupted from the Spectre Black Hand's body, quickly transforming into a massive black serpent that swallowed a martial alliance martial artist whole in one bite. The black mist rapidly corroded the martial artist's flesh and blood, leaving only a pile of white bones in an instant. Ha! The chi and blood power of human martial artists truly is one of the most delicious energies in the universe. The Spectre Black Hand laughed maniacally. Damn it! The Spectre clan doesn't rely on their own cultivation but instead trains their spiritual power, making them hard to kill. And now, with the help of the blood suppression steel, the people in the Ruins branch are no match for him. Zhang Xiaotian gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Although he was a golden body martial artist, the Ruins branch only allowed martial artists below the bone refining stage to enter. If he entered, it could easily trigger spatial turbulence, and even he, a golden body martial artist, might die without leaving a trace. Unless. Zhang Xiaotian looked at the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. I originally wanted to preserve the integrity of the Ruins branch, but it seems someone insists on courting death. The middle-aged man's voice was calm, but carried an oppressive force. Those familiar with him knew that this statement concealed his extreme anger. At that moment, a figure quietly appeared in their line of sight. Su Yu? Zhang Xiaotian was stunned. When the middle-aged man heard the name, his aura slightly paused, and his gaze shifted to the screen. However, upon seeing Su Yu's next actions, the middle-aged man's expression darkened again. Su Yu had somehow already arrived in the dark space. His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention, including the Spectre Black Hand, whose gaze locked onto him. A trace of anger flashed in the Spectre Black Hand's eyes. It was Su Yu. He had been relentlessly pursued by Su Yu, forced to flee continuously. Old friend has arrived? Perfect. Devouring you will elevate my power to a whole new level. The Spectre Black Hand stared intently at Su Yu. The members of Bai Zimo's team, the Qiming school team, and the Jiangnan No. 2 high school team had all been terrified by the Spectre Black Hand's cruel methods. But hearing his words, their gazes involuntarily turned to Su Yu, with a hint of hesitation in their eyes. What's the situation? Su Yu asked Bai Zimo indifferently. Bai Zimo thought for a moment and recounted what had just happened. After listening, Su Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, a trace of curiosity appearing on his face. To think cultivation power could vanish into thin air? Interesting. Before his words had fully landed, he chuckled lightly and walked straight toward the Spectre Black Hand. Too reckless. With the power of the blood suppression steel present, how can he approach the enemy so easily? The middle-aged man was anxious. He had high hopes for Su Yu. After all, the strength and talent Su Yu had displayed were considered top-tier, whether in Jiangnan City or among the 6 major cities of Blue Star. But he hadn't expected Su Yu to be so reckless, insisting on approaching the enemy despite knowing the situation was unfavorable. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man grew even more anxious and prepared to forcibly open the Ruins branch's space. At that moment, Zhao Guoxian stopped him. Sir, how about we wait a little longer? Chapter 51, Black Shin Gatling. Rat-a-tat-tat. The middle-aged man froze, his gaze returning to the screen. Now in that dim space, not only were the 3 people outside the tent shocked by Su Yu's actions, but even the members of the Martial Alliance and the 2 teams stared at him in a daze. What is going on? At this moment, he dares to court death? Isn't he afraid of repeating the fate of that senior? I've long heard that Su Yu is extremely arrogant. Seeing it today, his reputation is well deserved. Even though the captain warned him that guy isn't simple, he still dares to go up. Is he really not afraid of death? The members of Jiangnan No. 2 high school and the Qiming school team looked at Su Yu, unable to suppress their questions. Some even sneered, "Haven't you heard of Su Yu's reputation? Forming a team by himself, his arrogance is already off the charts. Does he really think that just because he single-handedly defeated the Tianqi school team and made it to the semifinals, he can contend with the alien races of the universe? Come on, that's a master in the blood refining realm." Even if Su Yu has broken through to the blood refining realm, the opponent still has those strange methods. Isn't this just seeking death? They spoke sarcastically, thinking Su Yu was completely insane and just trying to steal the spotlight. Their gazes were full of ridicule. Although the Martial Alliance warriors said nothing, their eyes revealed disdain and surprise. Clearly, they also believed that Su Yu was walking into a dead end this time. What exactly is he trying to do? The middle-aged man frowned deeply. Zhao Guozhen stroked his chin and said, "Sir, we've been observing Su Yu for so long. Could he really be such an impulsive person?" The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, then pondered, but although Su Yu has abilities that can enhance his combat power, that Ghost Hand has the blood suppression tablet. At this moment, he was also puzzled by Su Yu's actions. The blood suppression tablet could suppress the power of blood energy. Even with the enhancement of abilities, it would still be suppressed. When facing Ghost Hand, there would be no chance to fight back. At this time, Su Yu completely ignored the gazes and voices behind him, slowly walking toward Ghost Hand. Ghost Hand stared intently at Su Yu. When Su Yu stepped within 10 meters, he immediately activated the blood suppression tablet. A powerful force suddenly enveloped Su Yu. Immediately, Su Yu felt the blood energy in his body dissipate in an instant, as if it had never existed. Just as Bai Zimo said, "My cultivation suddenly disappeared." No, it didn't disappear, it was just temporarily suppressed. Feeling his state, Su Yu instantly understood the opponent's trump card. Ghost Hand looked at Su Yu with a mocking expression. "I admit, you are a rare genius among the younger generation of the human race, even forcing me to retreat in my injured state. But, in the face of your ancient human race's blood suppression tablet, I want to see what tricks you still have." As soon as he finished speaking, thick black mist emerged from Ghost Hand's body, exuding a chilling aura that caused the surrounding temperature to drop noticeably. Within the black mist, terrifying spiritual energy rippled, accompanied by a powerful sense of oppression. "It's over." The people behind shook their heads and sighed. Previously, a Martial Alliance warrior at the 7th level of the blood refining realm had died under this black mist. Without cultivation to protect the body, there was only one outcome when facing this black mist: death. They believed that with the appearance of the black mist, Su Yu's fate was already sealed. Even the Martial Alliance members looked at him with regret. Although they had orders to protect these young contestants, in the face of the blood suppression tablet, they could barely protect themselves, let alone Su Yu. He can only blame himself for being too impulsive. A Martial Alliance warrior sighed helplessly. While everyone was filled with complex emotions and their gazes were full of pity, Su Yu slowly raised his head and stared directly at Ghost Hand. A pure white smile appeared on his lips. For some reason, seeing Su Yu's smile made Ghost Hand feel a wave of unease. Before he could speak, black droplets suddenly seeped out of Su Yu's body, quickly spreading. "This is black profound liquid?" Ghost Hand recognized the black profound liquid. Black profound liquid? Does Su Yu intend to rely on black profound liquid to resist? It's a good idea, but while black profound liquid can withstand attacks below the 6th tier, the key still lies in the host's strength. Su Yu is only at the 3rd level of body refining. Even with black profound liquid, he can at most withstand attacks up to the 6th level of body refining, while the spiritual power of ghostly black hand is feared even by peak body refining experts. Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but doubt. The middle-aged man and Zhao Guozhen remained silent. Zhao Guozhen squinted his eyes, seemingly pondering something. The aura around the middle-aged man grew increasingly terrifying, as if he could tear apart the space of this ruin with a single disagreement. "Black profound liquid? Ha ha ha, do you really think you can defeat me with something like that?" Ghostly Black Hand looked at the black liquid on Su Yu's body and couldn't help but laugh, his laughter full of mockery. But Su Yu seemed not to hear, his gaze lowered. "Under the suppression of the blood suppression monument, your cultivation, aside from spiritual power, has also been restrained, hasn't it? Which means, you can't unleash Zhao Wuji's blood energy power right now. Then your only advantage is spiritual power?" Ghostly Black Hand's smile suddenly vanished, his expression turning grim as he stared at Su Yu, unsure of what he was about to do next. In the next moment, several drops of black profound liquid, under Su Yu's control, instantly transformed into a Gatling gun. This black Gatling gun gleamed with a cold light, and the muzzle emitted an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Thermal weapons? Turning black profound liquid into thermal weapons? But the damage isn't strong enough, is it? Zhao Guozhen couldn't help but question as he watched the scene unfold. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows tightly, unable to figure out Suyu's plan. Old-era thermal weapons? Forget the old era, even modern thermal weapons can't harm me in the slightest at my level. Ghostly Black Hand sneered. Although he had just been severely injured and his spiritual power could only erupt to the peak body refining level, such outdated weapons couldn't possibly harm him. Is that so? Suyu chuckled lightly, but his heart suddenly surged. Enhance. Black Profound Liquid. *2. In an instant, the last two enhancements of the day from Primordial Creator were all applied to the Black Profound Liquid. Although the enhancement from Primordial Creator was only tenfold, this tenfold increase was extremely domineering, capable of pushing certain things, even intangible concepts like luck, beyond their limits in a short time. The highest grade of Black Profound Liquid was level 5, but with the boost from Primordial Creator, it could temporarily break through the limit, reaching level 6 or even level 7. Of course, this also depended on the strength of the Black Profound Liquid's host. But even so, the Black Profound Liquid boiled continuously, and the transformed Gatling gun spun wildly. In the next moment, rat-a-tat-tat-tat, bullets formed from Black Profound Liquid shot out instantly, accompanied by flames, with their speed even reaching twice the speed of sound. They poured towards Ghostly Black Hand in an instant. Ghostly Black Hand's heart jolted violently, and before he could even use his spiritual power, his entire body was instantly riddled with holes by the Black Profound Liquid bullets from the Gatling gun. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, and a black shadow suddenly burst out from his body, transforming into a ferocious face. Suyu! Ghostly Black Hand screamed, completely unprepared for being reduced to such a state by these outdated weapons. As the sound fell, Suyu silently turned the gun muzzle, aiming at the black shadow and unleashing another round of fire, although he was already seriously injured and his mental strength could only explode to the peak level of organ refinement. This old-fashioned thermal weapon was completely ineffective against him. Is that so? Suyu's lips curled slightly, but his heart suddenly stirred. Enhance. Black Shen Liquid. *2. Instantly, the remaining two enhancements of Primordial Creator for the day were all applied to the Black Shen Liquid. Although the enhancement of Primordial Creator was only tenfold, this tenfold increase was extremely powerful, even capable of pushing certain items or vague fortunes to break through their limits in a short time. The level cap of Black Shen Liquid was 5th tier, but with the enhancement of Primordial Creator, it could temporarily break through the limit, reaching 6th tier or even 7th tier. Of course, this still depended on the strength of the Black Shen Liquid's host. But even so, the Black Shen Liquid began to boil violently, transforming into a Gatling gun that spun madly. The next moment, rat-a-tat-tat-tat, bullets formed from the Black Shen Liquid were instantly fired, accompanied by explosive flames, with their speed reaching twice the speed of sound. The bullets shot straight toward Ghostly Black Hand. Ghostly Black Hand's heart trembled slightly, and before he could even use his mental strength, his entire body was riddled like a sieve by the Gatling bullets formed from the Black Shen Liquid. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, and a black shadow burst out from his body, transforming into a ferocious face. Suyu! Ghostly Black Hand screamed, completely unprepared to be defeated by such an old-fashioned thermal weapon. Just as he finished shouting, Suyu silently turned the gun barrel toward the black shadow and continued firing. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The crisp sound of bullets echoed, and in an instant, the black face was shattered into pieces again. Hiss! Inside the tent, the middle-aged man and the two others watching the scene couldn't help but gasp. Zhang! Xiaotian asked Zhao Guozhen and another middle-aged man in a daze, Black Shen Liquid can be used like this? Zhao Guozhen and the middle-aged man remained silent. Almost all martial artists who possessed Black Shen Liquid either used it as battle armor or forged weapons with it. This was the first time they had seen someone like Suyu directly transform it into a Gatling gun. More importantly, he actually managed to kill Ghostly Black Hand. The middle-aged man stared at the screen, looking at the Gatling gun formed from Black Shen Liquid in Suyu's hand, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. It seems I don't need to intervene anymore. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, gradually understanding the situation. Not having to intervene was naturally the best outcome. Even if he did, it would damage the relic branch, which would be a huge loss for Jiangnan City. Suyu's appearance and his slaying of ghostly Black Hand actually prevented the relic branch from completely collapsing, which invisibly brought great benefits to Jiangnan City's martial alliance. As a result, Zhao Guoxian and Zhang Xiaotian's gazes toward Suyu softened significantly at this moment. In the dim space, the battered ghostly Black Hand ultimately failed to revive. The black mist slowly condensed into a black crystal, silently falling to the ground. Instantly, the entire space fell into a deathly silence. Suyu carried the Gatling gun and shook his head lightly. These cosmic aliens are pretty mediocre. As soon as he said this, the Martial Alliance warriors behind him twitched their mouths. The team members who had previously underestimated Suyu suddenly looked extremely embarrassed. Thinking back to what they had said earlier, it now seemed like a complete joke. Wait, Suyu killed ghostly Black Hand? Does that mean Suyu is now the champion of the high school competition? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked in a low voice. As soon as this was said, many people's expressions changed, especially the members of the Qiming school team, who all looked grim. After all, the champions of the previous high school competitions were almost always from the Qiming school team. Now Suyu had stolen the spotlight. Moreover, ghostly Black Hand was discovered by them first. Thinking of this, they felt bitter. Not necessarily. The exploration of the relic branch isn't over yet, and the high school competition isn't finished. If we steal Suyu's points, someone from the Qiming school team added in a low voice. These words drew many gazes towards Suyu. Suyu's eyes also locked onto the person who had just spoken, and he smiled faintly as the Gatling gun's barrel turned in that direction. Who just spoke? Want to try my Gatling gun? The person's face instantly turned awkward. Try the Gatling gun? What a joke! Even cosmic alien races had perished under this thing. If they tried, it would only lead to death. Seeing everyone fall silent, Suyu sneered inwardly. Human nature is like this, whether it's Lin Xingqing, Luo Hua from the Xingyao school team, or the smart guy just now, they're all the same. Suyu had long seen through this. He turned and walked toward the blood suppression monument, picking up the black crystal formed from the condensed ghostly black mist, examining it closely. What is this thing? It's pretty hard. I wonder what it's used for. Curious, Suyu placed the crystal on his detection wristband for scanning. Soon, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Ghost crystal, a crystal condensed from the death of a member of the Ghost Clan, a cosmic alien race. It contains extremely pure mental energy. After refining, it can enhance mental power. Enhance mental power? Is it the same black mist ability that the ghostly hand used earlier? Suyu raised an eyebrow, his expression curious. The ghostly hand's mental power was indeed formidable. Without the black profound liquid, Suyu wouldn't have dared to challenge it so easily. When mental power reaches a certain level, it can unleash extremely powerful destructive force, even serving as a trump card. However, mental techniques are very rare, and obtaining one comes at a high cost. But the ghost crystal is different. After refining, it can directly enhance mental power, making it useful even without mental techniques. Suyu blinked. This ghost crystal was indeed a treasure. His gaze fell back on the blood suppression monument, and he licked his lips. After the ghostly hand's death, the monument hadn't activated. With his cultivation restored, Suyu could naturally feel the significantly accelerated flow of his vital energy and blood. It's really helpful for cultivation. Just as he was about to store the blood suppression monument in his spatial ring, a notification came from his wristband. This thing belongs to the Martial Alliance. The voice carried a hint of helpless sarcasm from Zhang Xiaotian. Suyu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean it belongs to the Martial Alliance? If I don't hand it over, it's mine. In the camp, Zhang Xiaotian's mouth twitched. This kid really dares. Isn't he afraid that others will find out he has the blood suppression monument and end up getting killed without even realizing it? Zhao Guoxian and the other middle-aged men chuckled. Zhang Xiaotian helplessly explained to Suyu why the blood suppression monument couldn't be taken away, then promised him a spot in the Blue Star training camp. Blue Star training camp? Suyu frowned slightly. What's that? It's a good place, and ordinary. People can't get in, Zhang Xiaotian replied impatiently. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, no longer touching the blood suppression monument. Just as he turned around, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Suyu, I want to spar with you. Suyu recognized the person. It was Bai Zimo, the captain of the Qiming school team and truly a favored son of heaven from Jiangnan City. Trying to take the championship from me? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Bai Zimo shook his head. No, I just want to face a strong opponent. He looked up, his eyes gleaming with intense battle intent. Suyu gave him a deep look. Although he had seen through human nature, he could feel Bai Zimo's sincerity. All right. Suyu agreed readily. A smile immediately appeared on Bai Zimo's face. Behind him, the members of the Qiming school team and Jiangnan No. 2 high school team all showed shocked expressions. Bai Zimo wants to fight Suyu? But Suyu just defeated a cosmic alien race. So what? Captain Bai is the top expert of Qiming High School. Didn't you see that Suyu relied on the black profound liquid to win? Without it, he might not even beat Captain Bai. Exactly. If I had that much black profound liquid, I dare to fight cosmic alien races too. A wave of discussion arose, with the Qiming school team members favoring Bai Zimo. In their eyes, Suyu's ability to defeat the cosmic alien race relied entirely on the black profound liquid. Without it, he might not even be a match for Bai Zimo. Thank you for letting me win. Bai Zimo looked at Suyu, cupped his hands in salute, and his aura instantly changed. A sharp momentum erupted from him. Seeing the change in his opponent's aura, Suyu smiled lightly. I'll only use one move. As soon as he finished speaking, before Bai Zimo could respond, the members of the Qiming school team were already in an uproar. Too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Just because he defeated the cosmic alien race with the help of the black profound liquid, he dares to talk to Captain Bai like that? Humph. Without the black profound liquid, it's hard to say who would win. One move to defeat Captain Bai? What a joke. Absolutely overconfident. Clearly, Bai Zimo held a very high status within the Qiming school team, otherwise, the team members wouldn't have reacted so strongly. However, neither Bai Zimo nor Suyu paid any attention to the commotion around them. They simply stared at each other quietly. In the tent outside, 3 middle-aged men watched the scene with interest. Bai Zimo is a good talent too, strong enough to enter the Blue Star training camp. But I wonder, can Suyu really defeat Bai Zimo with one move? Zhang Xiaotian asked curiously. Zhao Guozhen pondered for a moment. If Suyu uses his special abilities, Bai Zimo indeed won't be his match. But if he doesn't, it's hard to say. Oh? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled. Not necessarily. Zhao Guozhen and Zhang Xiaotian exchanged a glance, but the middle-aged man said no more, simply smiling as he turned his gaze back to the screen. In the dim space, Suyu looked at Bai Zimo, his expression more serious than before. Toward someone as pure as Bai Zimo, Suyu always showed a certain level of respect. The greatest respect he could offer was Dragon Roar. Suyu shouted softly, his blood and energy surging within him, producing a roar like that of a dragon. The turbulent energy gathered in his fist, and the mountain-shaking intent erupted instantly. A powerful aura burst forth from Suyu's body. In an instant, Suyu's fist struck fiercely toward Bai Zimo. Bai Zimo barely managed to block it but was still forced back dozens of steps before he could stabilize himself. His face showed an expression of utter shock, and cold sweat dripped down his temples. He clearly felt that if Suyu had gone all out, he would have been dead by now. I lost, Bai Zimo said with a bitter smile. The entire space fell into a dead silence. The students from the Qiming school team and Jiangnan No. 2 high school were all dumbfounded, completely unprepared for Bai Zimo's defeat. Although Suyu had defeated the ghostly Black Hand, everyone believed it was only because he had the advantage of the black profound liquid. Without it, Suyu might not have been able to beat Bai Zimo. Not only them, but even the experts from the Martial Alliance showed surprise on their faces. Everyone had heard of Bai Zimo's terrifying talent, while Suyu seemed like an unremarkable figure. Yet, in this high school competition, Suyu had defeated Bai Zimo with sheer strength. Thank you. Bai Zimo suddenly bowed slightly to Suyu. This shocked everyone even more. Bai Zimo lost and still thanked his opponent? No one could understand. Bai Zimo's voice rang out again, I know you held back at the end. Otherwise, I might already be dead. He smiled bitterly, with a trace of lingering fear on his face. Although he enjoyed challenging strong opponents, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of death. That feeling of being on the edge of life and death just now had filled him with extreme fear. Everyone's hearts trembled once again. Suyu looked at Bai Zimo, smiled lightly, and said nothing. Inside the tent, Zhao Guozhen and the other two watched the scene. The middle-aged man smiled and said, this year's high school competition ends here. Let these young ones come out. Zhao Guozhen nodded. So, the first place goes to Suyu? But in previous years, the high school competition was open to all the citizens of Jiangnan. Now that the format has suddenly changed, the citizens don't know the details. What if they don't accept it? Zhao Guozian expressed some concern. In this era, public opinion still mattered greatly. The middle-aged man said indifferently, broadcast the footage of Su Yuan by Zimo's duel on the Martial Alliance's official platform for everyone to see. Since people wanted to know, let them see it, there was nothing to hide. Zhao Guozian nodded, then signaled the Martial Alliance staff to inform Su Yu and the others that they could leave the ruins branch. After finishing these tasks, Zhao Guozian looked at the middle-aged man and asked, Sir, what about the blood suppression steel? The middle-aged man squinted his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, Leave it be. Let the first Blue Star training camp be held in Jiangnan City. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guozian and Zhang Xiaotian exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with excitement. The Blue Star training camp was a significant project of the Blue Star Martial Alliance, and the host city would gain numerous benefits. Jiangnan City, ranking lower among the 6 major cities of Blue Star, could seize this opportunity to develop further. As the leader and deputy leader of the Jiangnan City Martial Alliance, they were naturally overjoyed. However, they also understood that this decision was related to the incomplete blood suppression steel. Although the steel was damaged, it was still sufficient for training students preparing for the interstellar college entrance exams. Soon after, Su Yu and the others in the Ruins branch received the notification that the inter-school competition had concluded. Although the teams from Qiming High School and Jiangnan No. 2 High School were unwilling to accept the outcome, they had no choice but to face the reality of Su Yu's overwhelming strength, which had even defeated Bai Zimo. Everyone began to leave the Ruins branch. Su Yu glanced at the blood suppression steel with a hint of regret but ultimately chose to leave. A familiar sensation came over him, and after a moment, Su Yu opened his eyes to find himself back in the real world. Surrounding him were the Qiming High School team, the Jiangnan No. 2 High School team, and the members of the Xingyao High School team who had been eliminated earlier. The Xingyao team members glared at Su Yu with hostility, as if they wanted to tear him apart. After all, their team, which was overall stronger than Jiangnan No. 2 High School, had been directly eliminated by Su Yu, finishing in 4th place and failing to make it into the top 3. Humph. One of the Xingyao team members snorted coldly, their gaze unfriendly. Luo Hua glanced at Bai Zimo from the Qiming High School team and said with a smile, Congratulations, Captain Bai. It seems the champion of this year's inter-school competition will once again belong to Qiming High School. Bai Zimo was well known, and both the Xingyao and Tianqi teams were aware that the Qiming team was almost unbeatable. Thus, Luo Hua naturally assumed the championship would go to Qiming High School. More importantly, the Bai family behind Bai Zimo was a powerful martial arts family in Jiangnan City, and Luo Hua naturally wanted to curry favor. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the Qiming team members, which made him feel a bit uneasy. What's wrong? Luo Hua asked with a forced smile. Bai Zimo glanced at him indifferently and said, The first place is Su Yu. Impossible. Luo Hua exclaimed, turning his gaze to Su Yu, only to see Su Yu smiling at him with a dangerous glint in his eyes. How could this guy win the championship? Luo Hua quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head in shock. Not only Luo Hua, but the eliminated Xingyao team members were also filled with turbulent emotions. Su Yu, come here for a moment. Just as the Xingyao team members were still in shock, Zhang Xiaotian suddenly emerged from a tent and beckoned to Su Yu. Everyone's attention immediately shifted back to Su Yu. Beyond their initial surprise, their eyes now carried a hint of envy and jealousy. After all, even they were not qualified to be personally summoned by Zhang Xiaotian. Not to mention them, even the powerful figures or heads of martial arts families rarely had the opportunity to meet Zhang Xiaotian directly. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Su Yu walked straight into the tent. Inside, he saw 2 unfamiliar faces. This is Zhao Guozian, the leader of the Jiangnan City Martial Alliance, Zhang Xiaotian introduced with a smile. And this? Zhang Xiaotian looked at the middle-aged man with deep respect on his face, is Kong Yunxiao, the Blue Star Inspector of the Martial Alliance. Su Yu's heart trembled. The Blue Star Inspector of the Martial Alliance. Su Yu had a decent understanding of the Martial Alliance. Although the Human Federation was a federal system, the true power lay with the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance was the real official authority within the Federation. On the 6 habitable planets of the Human Federation, the Martial Alliance has established branches. Beneath these branches, there are smaller sub-branches in various cities. In the Blue Star Sub-Alliance, above the city leaders are the guardians and inspectors. Their authority is second only to the vice leader and the leader of the alliance. Across the entire Blue Star, Kong Yunxiao is considered a top-tier expert. What Suyu didn't expect was to meet a Blue Star Martial Alliance inspector here. Inspector Kong, Leader Zhao, greetings. Suyu bowed respectfully. In his eyes, both Kong Yunxiao and Zhao Guozian were significant figures. Kong Yunxiao looked at Suyu and smiled. You've left a deep impression on me. From the semi-finals to the finals, to be honest, I thought that kid Bai Zimo would win. I didn't expect you to become the dark horse. Inspector, you flatter me. Suyu replied humbly. Kong Yunxiao shook his head. This isn't flattery, just the truth. I called you here to inform you that, in a week, the Blue Star training camp will be held in Jiangnan City. You are currently the first person selected. Suyu looked up, feeling a bit puzzled. Previously, when he was at the Ruins branch, Zhang Xiaotian had mentioned giving him a spot in the Blue Star training camp, but he didn't know exactly what the camp entailed. Kong Yunxiao seemed to see through his confusion and explained, the Blue Star training camp is prepared by the Martial Alliance for the geniuses of Blue Star. There, you'll have access to top-tier resources rarely seen outside and even receive guidance from elite experts. By the way, I will be the chief instructor for this training camp. As soon as Kong Yunxiao finished speaking, Zhao Guozian added, Suyu, Inspector. Kong is a gold body level expert. He once single-handedly wiped out thousands of cosmic alien races in the galactic Star River. Suyu's heart trembled. A gold body level expert. There wasn't a single expert above the gold body level in all of Jiangnan City, and yet this person would be the chief instructor of the Blue Star training camp. However, this still wasn't enough to entice Suyu. After all, with the enhancement of the primordial creator, top-tier resources might not hold much appeal to him. Even though the resources at the Blue Star training camp were exceptional, they might not be able to provide something like 9-star quality elixirs. Perhaps seeing through Suyu's thoughts, Kong Yunxiao's voice quietly reached his ears. Additionally, joining the Blue Star training camp will make certain people think twice before causing you trouble. With just one sentence, Suyu's heart was instantly stirred. He looked up, only to find Zhang Xiaotian and Zhao Guozian's expressions calm, without any change. Don't bother looking. I used a sound transmission technique, they can't hear me, Kong Yunxiao's voice echoed in Suyu's mind again. Although I don't know how you managed to kill those two bone refining peak experts from the Xia family, don't think you can avoid my notice just because you evaded surveillance in Jiangnan City. Kong Yunxiao's voice was calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. Suyu looked at Kong Yunxiao, feeling as though the man's eyes could see through everything about him, leaving no secrets. He remained silent. Kong Yunxiao didn't mind and said indifferently, maybe you think the Xia family can't find evidence, but Xia Jie isn't the type to wait for proof. You've offended Xia Ren and are already on his blacklist. Rest assured, joining the training camp won't harm you. Jiangnan City is too small, and the galactic Star River is vast. Even if you leave Blue Star, you're just a speck of dust in the universe. Gaining more knowledge about the universe will benefit you. And, this is also for your own good. Suyu felt a bit helpless, but since the other party had said so, there was no point in refusing. Kong Yunxiao watched Suyu nod and revealed a sly smile, as if he had thought of something, making the atmosphere slightly eerie. Alright, the purpose of calling you here this time is to inform you to enter the Blue Star training camp in a week. The specific time and location will be sent to your Martial Alliance account. Additionally, the extra points for winning the college competition championship will be directly reported to the Martial Alliance, giving you bonus points for the Interstellar College entrance exam. Hearing this, Suyu finally smiled. After such a long preparation, it was all for the 20 extra points in the Interstellar College entrance exam. Although it was only 20 points, they were extremely significant in the exam. Afterward, Suyu left the camp. Upon stepping out, he noticed that the other 3 teams had already departed. After all, only the champion of the finals would receive a substantial reward. Of course, they had already gained opportunities after the preliminary rounds. Without overthinking, Suyu boarded the intercity train, ready to head home. On the train, he closed his eyes and pondered. The Xia family's matter can't be hidden from this inspector. After all, he's a golden body realm expert. However, for now, it seems he doesn't harbor ill intentions toward me. On the contrary, Inspector Kong's words indicate that the Xia family has already set their sights on me. With Xia Jie's personality, he'd rather kill the wrong person than let someone slip away. Of course, on the surface, Xia Jie wouldn't dare to act rashly against me. After all, I'm already the champion of the Interstellar College competition, and the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance are paying attention to me. If he acts recklessly, he won't be able to bear the consequences. but the opponent is a Golden Body Realm martial artist. I need to grow stronger quickly. Even if I can't reach the Golden Body Realm in the short term, I must at least have the ability to protect myself. As Suyu thought of this, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The Xia family, and Luo Hua. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Luo Hua had already been on his must-kill list since the Ruins branch. Moreover, based on Kong Yunxiao's words, aside from Luo Hua, even Golden Body Realm experts like Zhang Xiaotian and Zhao Guozian hadn't seen through his methods. Just wait, for nightfall, to act in the shadows. His voice was soft, dissipating with the wind. After the Interstellar College competition ended, the Martial Alliance's official website quickly released an announcement, instantly igniting the entire Jiangnan city. Champion of this year's Interstellar College competition, Jiangnan First High School Team. As soon as this news broke, the students and citizens of Jiangnan City were in an uproar. What's going on? The Interstellar College competition is already over? I remember the Martial Alliance mentioned earlier that the rules for this year's competition seem to have changed. What a pity, I was hoping to watch the finals in person. Wait, the school team? Jiangnan First High School? What's that? I remember the school team was Suyu's lone wolf team, right? Suyu won the championship? Is that even possible? The announcement left many people stunned at first, then they began to question it. Impossible. How could Suyu win the championship alone? Could it be that the teams led by Li Qingfeng and by Zimo weren't his match? There must be something shady going on. I knew it, a competition held behind closed doors must have some underhanded dealings. If the Qiming school team wasn't led by Zimo, how could the school team suddenly win the championship? There's definitely something wrong. Absolutely something wrong. Uninformed citizens flooded the official website with skeptical comments. In their eyes, the champion should have been either Li Qingfeng's Starshine team or by Zimo's Qiming team. Although Suyu had performed impressively in the semi-finals, he wasn't their ideal champion. Just as the uproar continued, the Martial Alliance directly released a video. The video showed the match between Suyu and Bai Zimo, with data from their wrist devices uploaded to the official website. As soon as the video was released, the previously clamorous crowd fell silent. Everyone could clearly see that Bai Zimo had no chance to fight back against Suyu. Bai Zimo's words after his defeat instantly shook countless residents of Jiangnan City, even shocking students from major schools. Could it be that if Suyu hadn't held back, Bai Zimo would have already been dead? As the video spread, the arrogant voices were instantly drowned out. Although a few people still doubted whether the video had been tampered with, most people understood that Suyu, who could easily defeat Bai Zimo, was fully deserving of the championship. For a time, Suyu's name resounded throughout Jiangnan City. Ha ha ha, fantastic. I've always said that someone who could seize the opportunity left by the old principal would never disappoint me. Jiangnan First High School's principal, Yuan Feng, jumped out of his chair in excitement as he read the announcement on the Martial Alliance's official website in his office. Jiangnan First High School had participated in the Interstellar College competition many times but had never made it to the finals, let alone won the championship. Suyu's rise has significantly boosted Jiangnan No. 1 High School's reputation in Jiangnan City. With the championship of the college competition, our Jiangnan No. 1 High School will definitely receive more resource support next year. Moreover, the Interstellar College entrance exam is still ahead. If Suyu achieves good results in the Interstellar exam, our Jiangnan No. 1 High School will truly soar. Yuan Feng said excitedly. Humph. That Xia Jia actually wanted me to hand over Suyu before? What a delusional thought. Yuan Feng suddenly snorted coldly, as if recalling something. When Suyu went to participate in the finals of the college competition, Xia Jia had come to him, trying to make him hand over Suyu. Yuan Feng understood Xia Jia's intentions. This old man's reputation in Jiangnan City was already well known. His son and grandson died, and now he wants to vent his anger on others? What a joke! How could Suyu possibly be the murderer? This old man is truly senile, unable to see even this clearly. Yuan Feng's heart was full of disdain. However, I still need to remind Suyu. After all, if Xia Jia really goes mad, he could do anything. A trace of worry appeared on Yuan Feng's face. Inside the Xia family villa, Xia Jia stared at the Martial Alliance announcement on the virtual screen and snorted coldly. That little brat, severely injuring my precious grandson, and still daring to win the college competition championship? On what grounds? His eyes flashed with madness. He knew that with Suyu's strength at the refined organ stage, he absolutely couldn't be the real murderer of his son and grandson. But his grandson was dead, and the person who severely injured his grandson had won the championship, which twisted Xiaojie's heart to the extreme. I must make him accompany my precious grandson. Killing intent surged in Xiaojie's eyes. However, that little brat is currently in the limelight. If I act directly, the Martial Alliance definitely won't agree. Then I'll let you live a little longer. After speaking, a ruthless glint flashed in Xiaojie's eyes. The news of the college competition championship spread, eliciting various reactions from people across Jiangnan City. Meanwhile, Suyu, the protagonist, quietly took the intercity train and returned home low-key, without attracting any attention. Time slowly passed, and night gradually fell, enveloping Jiangnan City in tranquility. The crescent moon hung high, shining brightly in the silent night sky. Night has fallen, and now is the time to act. In his room, Suyu slowly stood up, gazing at the bright moon. Outside the window, his figure silently slipped into the darkness and disappeared in an instant. In a spacious flat in Jiangnan City, Luo Hua sat on the sofa, staring at the Martial Alliance announcement on the screen and the video of Su Yu's duel with Bai Zimo. The video played repeatedly, each time fueling Luo Hua's inner rage. In his mind, scenes of Su Yu defeating the entire Starry Glory school team kept replaying, along with the image of the black profound liquid that was so close yet out of reach. Was it him who took the black profound liquid from your hands? A deep voice came from behind. A thin middle-aged man appeared at the door, his face grim and his sharp eyes like a hawk's. Father! Luo Hua stood up, his face showing a dissatisfied expression. This man was Luo Hua's father, Luo Zhongtian. Although Luo Hua was not the child of a martial arts family, his father was a bone-refining stage martial artist, considered a top expert in Jiangnan City. That bottle of black profound liquid could at least be refined into a set of battle armor. If taken to the Commerce Alliance, it could sell for millions. Luo Hua stared at the video of Su Yu, his eyes filled with resentment. It was clearly discovered by our Starry Glory school team, but he took it. Luo Zhongtian narrowed his eyes slightly. The item is ours, it will come back to us sooner or later. His words were light but carried a hint of greed. To him, the value of the black profound liquid was undeniable. However, now that Su Yu has gained fame, acting rashly would cause big trouble. Once the spotlight fades, that black profound liquid will definitely be ours. Listening to his father's words, Luo Hua nodded, though his heart was still full of resentment. An orphan, managing to win the college competition championship, what kind of luck did he stumble upon? Luo Hua's face was filled with jealousy. Apart from the black mysterious liquid, he was even more envious of Su Yu's strength and reputation. It's okay, don't worry about him for now. Friends from Magic City told me that the Martial Alliance has special plans this week. If you seize the opportunity, you could soar to great heights. Luo Zhongtian waved his hand. Although the specifics are still unclear, you need to act quickly. Your performance at Xingyou High School is quite good. If you can break through the organ refining stage in the short term, you might catch this opportunity. Luo Hua frowned slightly. Even you don't know the details? Luo Zhongtian shook his head. Knowing the general idea is already good enough. I've prepared a 7-star organ refining pill for you. Use it well, you might just break through. A trace of joy appeared on Luo Hua's face. Just as he was about to thank his father, a sudden voice echoed in the room. But I think you probably won't be able to seize this opportunity. As the voice fell, Luo Zhongtian's expression instantly turned grim. Who? Luo Zhongtian shouted, and a surge of blood energy erupted like a rushing river, spreading throughout his body with an imposing aura. Su Yu. Luo Hua looked toward the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure. His eyes shrank sharply, and he exclaimed in shock. Luo Zhongtian frowned and also looked at Su Yu. Bone tempering stage? Su Yu had somehow infiltrated the Luo family. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Luo Zhongtian, this time he could still help Su Yu cover up, but if no punishment is given, there might be a next time. After all, he is the inspector. Then let this kid be the scapegoat. Kang Yunxiao suddenly revealed a sly smile and waved to summon someone. Suppress this matter. Although the person was puzzled, they immediately carried out the order. Time slowly passed. The hype around the college competition gradually subsided. Due to Kang Yunxiao's suppression, the deaths of Luo Hua and his son did not stir much commotion in Jiangnan City. Instead, the announcement released by the Martial Alliance afterward caused Jiangnan City to boil over again. Blue Star Training Camp is launching, and the location is in Jiangnan City. At first, many people didn't understand what the Blue Star training camp meant. But once the explanation was released on the Martial Alliance's official website, all the high schools in Jiangnan City exploded. Every school wanted to send their students to the Blue Star training camp. After all, this training camp was organized by the Blue Star Martial Alliance. Entering it not only promised a complete transformation but also a qualitative leap in strength. For the future interstellar college entrance exams, the results would undoubtedly be better. But then the Martial Alliance released another announcement, which was like pouring cold water on the schools. Jiangnan City only had 10 spots, and one of those spots had already been taken by Su Yu. No one said anything about Su Yu taking his spot, as he was the champion of the college competition. But for the remaining 9 spots, the high schools in Jiangnan City began to pull out all the stops, desperately competing for them. However, Su Yu was completely unaware of all this. After killing Luo Hua and his son, Su Yu returned home and devoted himself entirely to cultivation. To him, the threat of Luo Hua and his son had been resolved, but the threat of Xia Jia still hung over him like a sword, constantly pushing him to improve his strength. Su Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, his internal energy spreading out terrifyingly. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a strong wave of blood energy erupted instantly. Refining organs? Level 6. The cultivation speed is still a bit slow. Su Yu frowned, feeling his internal cultivation, and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. With a slight thought, the system panel immediately appeared before him. Character, Su Yu. Ability, Primordial Creator, Amplification Rules. Cultivation, Refining Organs Realm, 61%, Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Fist LV5, Max Level, Mountain Shaking Fist LV5, Max Level. Dragon Snake Suppressing Prison Force LV3, 10%, Technique, Xiantan Breathing Method LV5, Max Level. Attributes, Mountain Shaking Intent, Xiantan Status, Refining Organs Level 6, but the martial arts and techniques I've mastered, except for Dragon Snake Suppressing Prison Force, which isn't maxed out yet. The others have already reached their limits. The next improvement will be slow. I need to find a higher level technique, either 3rd realm or 4th realm. Su Yu narrowed his eyes, falling into deep thought. In Jiangnan City, 1st and 2nd realm martial arts and techniques were relatively easy to find, but 3rd and 4th realm ones were much harder. Even buying them from the Commerce Alliance would cost a lot of money. He had already spent several 9-star quality pills at the Commerce Alliance, and if he continued, it might attract trouble. To be honest, he didn't have much trust in the Commerce Alliance. Looks like I can only rely on the Blue Star Training Camp, Su Yu said softly. The special training program created by the Blue Star Martial Alliance, according to Kong Yunxiao, contained many precious resources. 3rd and 4th realm techniques shouldn't be hard to obtain in the Blue Star Training Camp. As he was thinking, his wristwatch popped up with a message. Su Yu opened it. It was from the Martial Alliance. Student Su Yu, please arrive at the Blue Star Training Camp by 6 p.m. today, or your spot will be forfeited. The message also included the address. The Blue Star Training Camp has already started? Su Yu glanced at the address, which happened to be in the outskirts of Jiangnan City, near the ruins branch he had visited before. He raised an eyebrow and checked the time. 6 hours left, no rush. Su Yu stood up, washed up briefly, and slowly walked out the door. After all, getting there was just a matter of taking the intercity train, which would only take a dozen minutes. He leisurely boarded the intercity train, got off after a dozen minutes, and once again arrived at that patch of forest. As soon as he arrived, Su Yu saw a group of people gathered ahead, and from a distance, he could feel the tense atmosphere. What's going on here? Without thinking much, Su Yu walked toward the crowd, as it was the only way forward. So this is the Blue Star Training Camp? And Jiangnan City is just nearby? Outside the forest, a figure slowly approached. Several young men followed her, their eyes filled with admiration and even flattery. The woman looked at the forest in front of her, frowning slightly. This place is so remote, and there's even a time limit. I really don't understand what the Martial Alliance is thinking. Couldn't they have chosen a better place? Her eyes were full of dissatisfaction and disdain. Exactly, Jiangnan City ranks relatively low among the 6 major cities of Blue Star. How could it compare to Modu? Qianqian. Don't mind these things. Once we get to the training camp, I'll arrange a good dormitory for you, said a young man in luxurious clothing with a smile. Luo Ziqian frowned and ignored him, fanning herself and rolling her eyes. The mosquitoes here are unbearable. If it weren't for that person in my family insisting I come, I wouldn't have bothered with this godforsaken place. In such a remote place, there can't possibly be any decent people. The young man from earlier, unaffected by Luo Ziqian's cold attitude, continued to smile and said, "Of course. From what I know, Jiangnan City only manages to get 1 or 2 people into the top 10,000 of the Interstellar College entrance exam each year. I really don't understand what the higher-ups of the Martial Alliance were thinking, placing the training camp here. If not for this reason, people from Jiangnan City wouldn't even qualify to enter the training camp. But it doesn't matter. Once we're in the training camp, these people will at most serve us tea and water." The young man smiled as he spoke, but his tone was full of arrogance. "What did you just say?" As soon as he finished speaking, several figures appeared in the distance, their faces dark. If Suyu were present, he would have recognized them as Li Qingfeng, captain of the Xingyao school team, Robin, captain of Jiangnan No. 2 High School, and several members of the Qiming school team. Clearly, they had also received training camp invitations and were on their way to report. Hearing such arrogant words along the way, they initially planned to ignore it, but when they heard the other side treating them as servants, they couldn't hold back. In Jiangnan City, they were top-tier geniuses. "Oh?" The young man from Moto looked Li Qingfeng and Robin up and down, sneering. "So, you're locals from Jiangnan? Looks like I wasn't wrong, just a bunch of trash." Hearing this, Li Qingfeng and the others' faces darkened. Further, their auras instantly surging. "Want to fight?" The young man sneered, ready to teach Li Qingfeng a lesson, when suddenly a voice rang out. "Excuse me, could you move aside? You're blocking the way." The tense atmosphere froze instantly at the sound of the voice, and everyone turned to look in its direction. Suyu, wearing a simple shirt, walked over leisurely, completely ignoring Li Qingfeng and the group from Modu, heading straight toward the training camp. Suyu, Li Qingfeng, and the others' eyes lit up as soon as they saw him. The group from Modu, including Luo Ziqian, stared at the newcomer with puzzled expressions. "Another one from Jiangnan City?" The young man from Modu picked up on something from Li Qingfeng's words and sneered. "What? Are you here to back up your fellow locals?" Suyu frowned and turned back angrily. "Are you out of your mind? You're blocking my way." The young man's face stiffened, feeling a bit embarrassed. His original intention in targeting the people from Jiangnan was to curry favor with Luo Ziqian. But being scolded by Suyu like this, he felt humiliated. "You dare insult me?" The young man was furious, and a powerful aura of the 7th level of the refined viscera stage burst forth. As a prodigy selected from Modu to enter the Blue Star training camp, his strength was formidable. "Stop right there." Seeing Suyu walking forward, the young man suddenly reached out, trying to grab him. But just as his hand was about to touch Suyu's figure suddenly disappeared. "Impossible." The young man's pupils shrank, preparing to counterattack, when he suddenly felt a weight on his back. Suyu had already appeared behind him, stomping down hard. Bang! The immense power instantly left the young man defenseless, his entire body pinned to the ground by Suyu, his face pressed against the dirt. Dust swirled in the air, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Li Qingfeng, the others, and even Luo Ziqi all displayed expressions of shock. They hadn't expected that this guy, at the 7th level of refining organs, would be defeated by Suyu in an instant. "Do you know what happened to the last person who dared to lay a hand on me?" Suyu pressed down on him, speaking softly into his ear. The young man struggled desperately but couldn't move. Hearing these words, he felt a chilling killing intent envelop his entire body, leaving him too terrified to move. Suyu looked at him coldly. He hadn't intended to bother with him. If it weren't for the fact that this was a necessary path, he wouldn't have even spared him a glance. He hadn't expected the other party to dare make a move. If they weren't from the same sect, the young man would already be dead. "Let him go." Just as Suyu was about to lift his foot, a sharp reprimand came from behind him. Suyu was about to press down further but stopped his foot mid-air. Turning his head, he saw Luo Ziqi staring at him with a commanding gaze. "I said, let him go." Luo Ziqi pointed at Suyu, her tone carrying a strong sense of authority. Suyu sneered, surprised at where this woman got the courage to dare to command him. "Let him go?" Suyu's voice rang out indifferently. "Who do you think you are?" As soon as he said this, Luo Ziqi's face turned bright red, filled with disbelief. As a member of the Luo family from the Magic City, she had been spoiled since childhood. When had she ever encountered such a situation? "I warn you, I am from the Luo family of the Magic City. You'd better listen, or else." Luo Ziqi spoke in a threatening tone. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Qingfeng and Robin's expressions immediately changed. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The Magic City. Luo family? Suyu searched his memory for these words but felt completely unfamiliar with them. However, judging by Li Qingfeng and the others' reactions, it was clear they knew. You know the Luo family? Suyu looked at them, seeking confirmation. Li Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before saying, Suyu, let it go. We can't afford to provoke the Luo family from the Magic City. They have experts beyond the Golden Body realm backing them. As soon as Li Qingfeng finished speaking, Luo Zixi's face grew even more proud, her gaze filled with a clear sense of superiority as she stared at Suyu. Now you understand? Let him go and apologize to my companion, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, Luo Zixi's eyes were full of threats. Otherwise what? Suyu interrupted her calmly, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery. You! Luo Zixi was incredulous. In the Magic City, as soon as people knew she was from the Luo family, they would show her respect. Even the Martial Alliance wouldn't dare to underestimate her. But Suyu wasn't afraid of the Luo family at all? While Luo Zixi was in shock, Suyu's patience had completely run out. I don't care if you're from the Luo family or the Zhao family. This is Jiangnan City, not your territory. You'd better not provoke me, or else. Suyu said with a smile that inexplicably made Luo Zixi feel a wave of fear. Get lost! Suyu roared, kicking the young man beneath him away. The shout was like thunder, leaving Luo Zixi and her group stunned. By the time they came to their senses, Suyu had already turned and was walking toward the Blue Star training camp. This guy. Luo Zixi felt wronged. She was the eldest daughter of the Luo family. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Miss Luo, this guy is too arrogant. He doesn't even respect the Luo family. The youths from the Magic City chimed in indignantly. If Miss Luo's brother were here, he wouldn't dare act so recklessly. These words made Luo Zixi's eyes light up. Exactly. When my brother arrives, I want to see if he still dares to be so arrogant. She seemed to have found her support, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked in the direction Suyu had left. This small conflict with the youths from the Magic City was nothing more than a minor episode for Suyu. He continued walking toward the Blue Star training camp. Not far ahead, several makeshift campsites came into view. At the entrance of the camp, Suyu saw a familiar stone tablet. Blood Suppression Monument. His eyebrows raised slightly. The worn stone tablet stood quietly, surrounded by a crowd of people. Nearby, a middle-aged man in camouflage leaned against the camp gate, casually observing the young people around him. What's going on? Suyu asked curiously as he approached the gate. Bai Zimo. He spotted Bai Zimo in the crowd. Bai Zimo turned around, saw Suyu, and smiled. You're here? Suyu nodded, his gaze falling on the camp gate. What's happening? He asked. Bai Zimo explained, remember the blood suppression tablet from the ruins branch? Earlier? The Martial Alliance actually brought it out and is using it as the entrance assessment for the camp. Those who fail are directly eliminated. Suyu raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Before he could take a closer look, a sudden exclamation came from the crowd. It's the little martial king from Zhongdu. Didn't expect him to come to the training camp so soon. I've heard of the little martial king's reputation in Huabei City. Finally seeing him in person today. For him, passing this entrance assessment will be a piece of cake. Suyu looked toward the gate. A young man in black stood there barehanded, ignoring the gazes around him. The little martial king strode into the blood suppression tablet's range. The tablet suddenly activated, suppressing the chi and blood within the little martial king's body. Meanwhile, the middle-aged instructor slowly opened his eyes, and an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped the little martial king. This pressure. Golden Body Realm? Suyu recognized it immediately from the crowd. He had felt Xia Jie's aura before when he killed Xia Ren and his father, but the pressure from this middle-aged man was even more terrifying. And this was despite the fact that the man wasn't targeting him. To enter the training camp, you not only have to endure the suppression of the blood suppression tablet but also withstand the instructor's pressure and walk into the camp within the time limit. Exceeding the time means direct elimination. Bai Zimo said seriously beside him. Suyu frowned slightly, his gaze once again falling on the little martial king. The little martial king's body trembled slightly under the golden body pressure, as if resisting a terrifying force. Despite his cultivation being suppressed by the blood suppression tablet, he slowly moved toward the camp gate. 1 step, 2 steps. About a minute later, the little martial king forcefully endured the golden body martial artist's suppression and reached the gate. Past The middle-aged man glanced at the little martial king with a look of approval and spoke slowly. As soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd erupted. As expected of the little martial king, 2 or 3 people have already been eliminated before him, and he only took a minute to reach the gate. Indeed, the title of Little Martial King is well deserved. Voices rose one after another, but the Little Martial King remained indifferent, nodding slightly to the middle-aged man before walking straight into the camp. Interesting. So you watched the scene, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Are you going to give it a try? With your level, you should be able to enter the training camp quickly too, Zemo said to Suyu with a smile. Zemo's words were unreserved, and many people around heard them, turning their gazes toward Suyu. Although Suyu was famous in Jiangnan City, he wasn't well known among the geniuses of the entire Blue Star. Who is this guy? Talking so big? Can he really pass the assessment? Never heard of him, never seen him. Judging by his accent, he's probably from Jiangnan City, right? Does Jiangnan City even have geniuses? The surrounding discussions made Zemo's expression a bit awkward. Suyu glanced around, remaining calm and composed, ignoring the gazes as he slowly walked toward the camp gate. He's really going? I want to see how long it takes him. The crowd immediately grew interested, all eyes fixed on Suyu. At the camp gate, the middle-aged man also noticed Suyu. Is this the promising talent the boss mentioned? Someone even the boss praised must be extraordinary. The middle-aged man watched Suyu enter the blood suppression tablets range with great interest. Instantly, Suyu's cultivation was suppressed, becoming as stagnant as dead water, unable to circulate at all. Immediately after, the middle-aged man's golden body realm pressure erupted, like an invisible giant hand enveloping Suyu entirely. Although the middle-aged man didn't use his full strength, this pressure was enough to make any martial artist in the organ refining or bone tempering realm suffer. However, at the moment the oppressive force descended, the black mysterious liquid behind Suyu quickly condensed. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the black liquid transformed into a propeller. Boom! Amidst the roaring sound, the propeller erupted with immense power, instantly propelling Suyu toward the middle-aged man. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. In an instant, the middle-aged man and the onlookers around the camp all widened their eyes. Silence. Whether inside the camp, at the camp gate, or even outside the camp, the surroundings fell into a dead stillness. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Suyu, who had walked up to the middle-aged man, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Does this mean I passed? Suyu's voice slowly rang out. This. The middle-aged man snapped back to his senses, staring at Suyu for a few seconds before suddenly falling silent. Did this count as passing? The rules clearly stated that as long as one carried the blood suppression monument to the gate, they would qualify, with no other restrictions. But why did he feel so uneasy about it? The middle-aged man was completely stunned. Cheating! This is obviously cheating! Before the middle-aged man could speak, the crowd outside the camp erupted. Yeah! Someone actually used black mysterious liquid to cheat? No way! His qualification must be revoked. Such cheating methods cannot be allowed. Damn, this guy is shameless, even turning black mysterious liquid into a propeller. This is outright trickery. Voices of doubt and anger rose one after another, giving the middle-aged man a headache. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a voice quietly reached his ear, and his expression instantly turned a bit strange, though he quickly returned to normal. Silence! The middle-aged man shouted in a low voice, and his powerful aura immediately suppressed all the noise. Everyone fell silent, their gazes uniformly fixed on him. The rules only state that reaching the gate counts as passing, with no other restrictions. Therefore, Suyu's result is valid. The middle-aged man felt a bit awkward even as he said this. The crowd outside the camp widened their eyes even further upon hearing this, unable to believe that the rules could be exploited in such a way. But he clearly used black mysterious liquid to cheat. Someone still protested. Suyu glanced at that person and sneered. If you have the ability, why don't you get yourself some black mysterious liquid too? Coming here to spout nonsense? Idiot! With that, he ignored their reactions and walked straight into the camp. The person who had been rebuked turned red and then pale, muttering to himself, if black mysterious liquid were so easy to obtain, that would be great. Even as someone from a martial arts family, he couldn't get his hands on such a thing. But Suyu was right, leaving them speechless. As soon as Suyu entered the camp, he felt a sharp gaze fixed on him. Following the gaze, he saw the little Martial King, who had been mentioned by the crowd earlier. Showing off. The little Martial King said coldly, his eyes full of undisguised disdain. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. As he retorted, "What? Jealous? Jealous of you?" The little Martial King was instantly triggered. As the #1 genius of Zhengdu, this was the first time someone had dared to say to his face that he was jealous. Humph. The Blue Star training camp is a place for the strong, not for someone like you who exploits loopholes. The little Martial King snorted coldly. Clearly, he wasn't good at verbal sparring and could only vent his dissatisfaction in this manner. Suyu didn't care at all. He simply chuckled lightly, found a random spot to sit down, and waited for the others to enter. Meanwhile, in a corner of the training camp, Kong Yunxiao and several people in camouflage uniforms were watching the scene at the camp gate. This brat really knows how to exploit loopholes. Kong Yunxiao said with a wry smile, not expecting Suyu to use black mysterious liquid as a propeller to complete the assessment. But, boss, if this continues, shouldn't we revise the rules? Otherwise, it might cause dissatisfaction among everyone, someone behind him couldn't help but say. Kong Yunxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. No changes. Leave it as it is. This will actually motivate others. I also want to see just how capable this kid really is. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Suyu. His eyes filled with anticipation. As time passed, more and more people entered the camp. Although the pressure from the Golden Body Realm experts was intimidating, it was ultimately just an entry assessment, and they went easy on the participants. Most of those who secured a spot spent some time entering the training camp. Once inside, the first thing they did was unanimously fix their gaze on Suyu, with many even gritting their teeth as if looking at an enemy. These people, they must all be infuriated by you. Bai Zimo quietly approached Suyu and whispered. Even Bai Zimo's gaze toward Suyu had changed. Previously, Suyu had defeated him at the branch of the ruins, and Bai Zimo had regarded Suyu as a source of motivation. But today, Suyu's loophole-exploiting behavior felt like the shattering of an idol's aura, leaving Bai Zimo with mixed emotions. However, Suyu didn't care at all. To him, achieving good results was all that mattered. The process was irrelevant. Whether it was through genuine skill or exploiting loopholes, as long as the outcome was favorable, that was enough. Who is Suyu? Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the voice. A long-haired young man with a gloomy expression spoke, accompanied by someone familiar to Suyu, Luo Ziqian. Luo Ziqian scanned the crowd and immediately recognized Suyu, pointing at him and shouting, "Brother, it's him! He's the one who bullied me outside the jungle just now. You have to stand up for me," Luo Ziqian weakly said to the long-haired young man. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people looked at them in astonishment. It's actually Luo Tian. Suyu dared to bully Luo Tian's sister, Luo Ziqian? I remember Luo Ziqian is treated like a little princess in the Luo family, spoiled by everyone. Suyu actually dared to do this? That's nothing. Suyu even dared to break the rules of the Blue Star training camp. Bullying Luo Ziqian is nothing in comparison. Some sneered, some gloated, all eyes fixed on Suyu. Bai Zimo, standing beside Suyu, frowned slightly. How did you end up provoking the Luo family? Suyu didn't answer, but Li Qingfeng and the others awkwardly explained the situation to Bai Zimo. Bai Zimo was momentarily stunned. You are Suyu? Luo Tian slowly walked up to Suyu, his gaze like a knife sweeping over him, speaking with an oppressive tone. Do you know? Luo Ziqian is my sister. Suyu looked up, calmly meeting Luo Tian's gaze. So what? Luo Tian's aura tightened, but his face revealed a hint of anger. I don't even allow anyone to make my sister suffer the slightest grievance, yet you dared to bully her. Are you implying that the Luo family has no one to stand up for her? Luo Tian growled in a low voice. Suyu shook his head. That's your own interpretation. I never said anything like that. You. Luo Tian hadn't expected Suyu to be so defiant, and his anger flared even more. You're courting death. As the pride of the Luo family and one of the top figures in the entire Magic City, Luo Tian had never encountered someone so arrogant. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Luo Tian's body. Peak of the refined organs realm? As expected of the pride of the Luo family, he's actually cultivated to this level. TSK, this is going to be interesting. Offending Luo Ziqian means offending Luo Tian. Suyu is in big trouble now. Previously, Suyu's exploitation of the training camp's loopholes had already made many people dislike him. Now that Luo Tian was about to act, everyone was eager to watch the drama unfold. "Kneel before me," Luo Tian shouted, suddenly swinging his hand, his palm force striking toward Suyu. As a peak expert of the refined organs realm, even Zhao Wuji of the same realm couldn't match Luo Tian's aura. However, Suyu lightly raised his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. "You really want to stir up trouble, huh?" he said softly. In the next moment, an equally terrifying aura erupted from Suyu's body. Amplification law. Fourfold amplification. Roar. Like a dragon's roar, Suyu's blood and energy surged throughout his body, instantly forming a powerful blood and energy storm. Dragon's roar. Prison suppression. Black mysterious liquid transformed into battle armor, covering Suyu's entire body. With an expressionless face, he threw a punch. The third-level dragon snake prison suppression technique instantly unleashed a terrifying force. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, a powerful aura surged outward. Suyu and Luo Tian's attacks collided, causing Luo Tian's body to tremble slightly as he staggered back several steps. Yet Suyu stood firmly in place, completely unmoving. The smiles on the faces of many training camp members watching the scene froze instantly, replaced by tension and worry. "This guy actually forced Luo Tian back," someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. "Impossible." Luo Tian's heart sank sharply, his gaze fixed on Suyu, filled with disbelief. Not only Luo Tian, but even the nearby little martial king looked at Suyu with a face full of confusion. Based on previous performances, he had always thought Suyu was just someone who liked to show off, but he never expected him to shake Luo Tian. Although Luo Tian's strength barely ranked in the top 10 of the Blue Star training camp, he was still one of the few geniuses of Blue Star. Yet now, even if he has some skill, it's just petty tricks exploiting loopholes. Such a person will never understand what true martial arts are. Little Martial King snorted coldly, his opinion of Suyu unchanged. "This guy, even Luo Tian can't handle him. Jiangnan City actually produced such a monster." Not only little Martial King, but other members of the training camp also cast serious glances at Suyu. Clearly, none of them had expected such a situation to unfold before their eyes. "Brother!" Luo Ziqian looked at her brother in shock. In the Magic City, there were almost no people who could surpass her brother, yet someone from Jiangnan City had managed to shake Luo Tian. Because of Luo Ziqian's exclamation, Luo Tian's face grew even darker. He was about to make another move when a faint voice echoed from the plaza. "It seems, you all have a lot of free time." As the voice rang out, everyone turned their heads to see Kong Yunxiao approaching with several instructors. Kong Yunxiao's appearance immediately silenced everyone. Regardless of which city they came from or which martial arts family they belonged to, they all knew that the chief instructor of the Blue Star training camp was not someone to be trifled with. Not only them, but even their elders behind the scenes dared not act rashly in front of Kong Yunxiao. Although Luo Tian was unwilling, he dared not make a move in front of Kong Yunxiao. Kong Yunxiao swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes pausing on Suyu, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "This brat." He shook his head, chuckling self-deprecatingly, and walked with an instructor to the high platform in the plaza. "First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the entrance assessment and successfully entering the Blue Star training camp." Kong Yunxiao's words brought smiles to many faces. Although this was the first session of the Blue Star training camp, everyone knew what being admitted here meant. During your time at the Blue Star training camp, you will experience an unforgettable period of your life. My name is Kong Yunxiao, and I am the chief instructor here. Beside me are Ningfeng, Lu Qian, and Zhao Long, 3 Martial Alliance Golden Body experts who will serve as deputy instructors. Now, I will explain the rules of the Blue Star training camp. Kong Yunxiao's voice echoed across the plaza. Suyu listened, feeling a bit surprised. The lineup of the Blue Star training camp was incredibly strong. Golden Body experts who could serve as deputy leaders of the Jiangnan City Martial Alliance were merely deputy instructors here. And Kong Yunxiao was someone who had surpassed the Golden Body level. In the Blue Star training camp, all resources will be distributed based on rankings. The higher your ranking, the more resources you will receive. Your initial ranking is based on your entrance assessment results. As Kong Yunxiao said this, a teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, as soon as He finished speaking, someone in the plaza immediately voiced their doubts. Chief Instructor, that's not fair. Based on the entrance assessment results, Suyu, who exploited loopholes, scored higher than Little Marshal King? Does that mean he's ranked first initially? As soon as the doubt was raised, others quickly chimed in. Yeah, that's not fair. Why should someone who exploited loopholes take first place? Clearly, there are people stronger than him. I don't accept this. Unless Suyu retakes the assessment, the training camp is unfair. Voices rose one after another, and Suyu could feel the hostile gazes directed at him that he squinted slightly and looked at Kong Yunxiao. Noticing a mischievous smile on the other's lips, he immediately understood. Is this intentionally making me the target of everyone's criticism? Suyu frowned. Kong Yunxiao's words seemed to help him, but in reality, they pushed him into the fire pit. Who wouldn't want to be first? If the first place was earned through strength, no one would say anything. But Suyu took first place by exploiting loopholes. So naturally, some people would be dissatisfied. However, after understanding Kong Yunxiao's intentions, Suyu remained calm. Since he had obtained the initial first place, he certainly wouldn't let go of these freely given resources. As for others' hostility, so what? Kong Yunxiao observed the crowd's discussions and noticed Suyu quickly calming down, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This brat really has a steady mindset. He smiled and continued, of course, the rankings aren't fixed. Every week, the Blue Star Training Camp will adjust the rankings through various methods, allowing you to change your position. Different rankings grant different weekly training points, which can be used to exchange for any resources within the training camp. As he spoke, Kong Yunxiao waved his hand, and Lu Qian behind him nodded, sliding his finger across his wristwatch. Immediately, information popped up on the wristwatches of every training camp member. The crowd looked down and found the Blue Star Training Camp's exchange list displayed on their screens. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly and curiously clicked on the list. What? Third realm martial arts techniques? Wait, there are even fourth realm martial arts techniques? Wow, there are also 8-star quality organ refining pills and bone strengthening pills. Whoa, such high quality. You might not even be able to buy them in the Commerce Alliance. The crowd couldn't help but gasp as they looked at the items on the exchange list. Although many of them had the support of martial arts families, the gap compared to the Martial Alliance was like heaven and earth. What shocked them even more was seeing 5th-tier resources. You must know, 5th-tier resources on Blue Star are treasures even golden body experts dream of. Even Suyu felt a ripple of excitement as he looked at these exchange items. However, although there are 5th-tier resources and advanced martial arts techniques, the price. Looking at the long string of numbers behind the 5th-tier items, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't this just painting a big picture? He rolled his eyes. Kong Yunxiao saw the crowd's reactions. His smile deepening, and continued, besides the items on the exchange list, if you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, you can use points to consult the instructors or even me personally. Of course, if it's something we're not skilled at, as long as you're willing to spend points, I can even help you find top experts in the Blue Star Martial Alliance to guide you. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but gasp, and Suyu was no exception. Everyone knew that Golden Body Realm experts were top figures in any city on Blue Star, let alone higher-level experts. Being able to invite them for guidance was no simple matter. Only the Martial Alliance could achieve this. It seems I made the right choice with this Blue Star training camp. Suyu sighed. Although he had the enhancement of the primordial creator, this didn't mean he wouldn't encounter bottlenecks on his cultivation path. Even the most powerful individuals face challenges. And the most effective way to overcome bottlenecks is to seek guidance from experts. Precisely because of this, Suyu understood one thing: points are extremely important in the Blue Star training camp. No matter what you do, you'll need points. He shook his head and happened to see a notification sound from his personal account indicating points had been credited. Suyu looked. 1,000 points? First place gets 1,000 points? On the exchange list, even third-tier cultivation resources only cost 10 to 20 points each. Calculating it this way, not bad. A smile appeared on his face. Alright, that's all for now. Next, Old Lu, take them to see the training camp dormitories. Kong Yunxiao said to the burly man standing at the camp entrance. The burly man nodded and led the crowd away. From the square, heading in the direction of the camp. As they walked, Lu Qian explained, the dormitories at the Blue Star training camp are excellent. We specifically invited a formation master to set up a 4th-tier spirit gathering array beneath the dormitories. A 4th-tier spirit gathering array. Everyone's hearts trembled slightly. The spirit gathering array is a formation that can concentrate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making the energy within the array far denser than outside. Formation masters are extremely rare, and those capable of setting up a 4th-tier spirit gathering array are as rare as phoenix feathers on the entire blue star. Even martial arts families like the Luo family, which have golden body experts, may not be able to invite a formation master to set up such an array. Only the Martial Alliance has this kind of capability. Of course, although all the dormitories are within the 4th-tier spirit gathering array, the effects of the array vary between dormitories. Lu Qian's voice slowly rose as he glanced at Suyu out of the corner of his eye. The higher the ranking of the dormitory, such as the first-ranked heaven-class grade A room number 1, the stronger the spirit gathering effect within it. Even the second-ranked dormitory is significantly less effective than the first. As soon as these words were spoken, the hostility stirred up earlier by Kong Yunxiao once again focused on Suyu. Suyu thought helplessly, they are really determined to make me the target of everyone's ire. Though resigned, Suyu understood Kong Yunxiao and the others' intentions. They wanted to incite competition among the people in the Blue Star training camp, as only through competition could everyone's fighting spirit be ignited. As for himself, he was merely a tool for them to create a target. But no matter how resigned he felt, Suyu didn't care. With his innate abilities and system, it wouldn't be easy for these people to take the first place from him. Alright, everyone, return to your dormitories according to your rankings. The rest of the time is yours to arrange freely, Lu Qian said, waving his hand before quickly leaving the dormitory area, leaving behind the members of the Blue Star training camp. As soon as Lu Qian left, the gazes directed at Suyu grew colder. In their eyes, Suyu was just a freeloader who had exploited loopholes to reach first place, naturally becoming a thorn in their side. Humph. Someone snorted coldly, their eyes filled with hostility. Others remained silent but looked at him with icy gazes. However, Suyu acted as if he hadn't noticed, walking straight to the door of his heaven-class grade A room number 1. Using his access rights, he opened the door, stepped inside, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is amazing. Just one breath of this spiritual energy makes me feel my cultivation stirring." After speaking, he slammed the door shut. Outside, the crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting in anger. This guy is so shameless. How can someone who exploited loopholes to get first place act so arrogant? Unforgivable. Angry voices erupted one after another. I really want to kill him. Suyu's words had ignited the crowd's fury. The people from Jiangnan City exchanged glances and hurried to their own dormitories, afraid that others might mistake them for Suyu's friends and implicate them. The little martial king stood in front of the door to room number 2, snorted coldly, and stared at room number 1. Next week, first place will be mine, he declared confidently, as if victory was already in his grasp. Back in his dormitory, Suyu sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the room. Time passed slowly, and the energy and blood within his body surged like waves, faintly accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes. As expected of a 4th-tier spirit gathering array. Even without using the enhancement from the primordial creator, I can feel a significant increase in my energy and blood. He smiled and looked at his wristwatch. It's time to choose a visceral refinement technique. Currently, Suyu's martial arts were decent, with the dragon serpent suppressing prison technique providing sufficient offensive power. But techniques were even more important, as they determined future advancement. Without a visceral refinement technique, advancing to the bone refinement realm would be very difficult. He opened his wristwatch and entered the Blue Star training camp's exchange list. He quickly found the techniques section and searched for visceral refinement techniques. A large number of techniques appeared before him. Primordial breathing technique, Great 5 Elements art, Formless heavenly mist technique. So you carefully browsed through the options and finally settled on a visceral refinement technique called the Primordial Formless technique. He chose it because this technique had follow-up advanced methods and was derived from a top-tier technique. It offered great potential for future advancement and a clear path for subsequent cultivation. In the Blue Star training camp, techniques for the bone refining realm and even the golden body realm were available. After selecting a technique, Suyu spent 100 points to purchase it. He used the remaining points to buy ordinary organ refining pills. Although the 8-star organ refining pills were tempting, he had the primordial creator, so there was no need to spend a fortune on high-grade pills. Ordinary organ refining pills, once enhanced, could also reach 9-star level. After exchanging all his points for ordinary organ refining pills, it wasn't long before the training camp staff delivered the technique and pills to him. Once he received them, Suyu didn't delay and immediately began cultivating. In the Blue Star training camp, inside the instructor's office, Lu Qian and other instructors looked at Kong Yunxiao in front of them, their faces full of doubt. Boss, isn't it a bit too much to push Suyu into the fire like this? In their view, Suyu's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the organ refining realm. Such strength might be top-notch in Jiangnan City, but in the Blue Star training camp, it was nothing special. Not to mention others, even Little Marshal King had already broken through to the bone refining realm. Most members of the Blue Star training camp were at the 6th or 7th level of the organ refining realm, yet Kong Yunxiao had made Suyu their competitive target. This undoubtedly placed immense pressure on Suyu. Facing everyone's doubts, Kong Yunxiao smiled faintly. If he hadn't personally seen Suyu defeat Zhao Wuji, who was at the peak of the organ refining realm, in a branch of the ruins, he wouldn't have easily made Suyu a role model. At that time, Suyu's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the organ refining realm. Don't worry, this kid isn't as simple as you think. Kong Yunxiao gently shook his head. Lu Qian and the others exchanged glances. Although they still had doubts in their hearts, since Kong Yunxiao said so, they couldn't say much more and could only wait for the next ranking rotation to see Suyu's performance. Life in the Blue Star training camp seemed mysterious and unpredictable, but in reality, it was extremely calm. No one here forced you to cultivate. After all, everyone who entered was an elite of Blue Star. They were highly self-disciplined and all wanted to achieve good results in the interstellar college entrance exams, so they naturally set strict demands on themselves. Thus, the training camp's task wasn't to force everyone to cultivate but to build a platform, provide abundant resources, and have top experts like Kong Yunxiao stationed to offer guidance. This environment was, in fact, the most conducive to growth. As time passed, some people in the training camp spent points to consult instructors, and news of breakthroughs occasionally spread, gradually enlivening the atmosphere. However, as the time for the first ranking rotation drew closer, some observant individuals noticed something unusual. Suyu hadn't left his dormitory since the training camp began. He hadn't consulted any instructors or entered the camp's special cultivation facilities. This puzzled many people. Isn't the ranking rotation happening tomorrow? Yeah, I wonder if my ranking will improve this time. I don't know about you, but the first place will definitely change. We haven't heard anything about Suyu for so long. This guy has been hiding in his dorm and hasn't come out. Could it be he's afraid to come out? What do you think? If I were him, I wouldn't come out either. Getting first place by exploiting loopholes, I'd feel embarrassed just sitting there. Did you hear? Yesterday, Little Marshal King broke through again. Not just him, the guy from North China City has also reached the bone refining realm. The one from Magic City broke through too, and even Luo Tian is close to the bone refining realm. They've even said they're going to teach Suyu a lesson during this ranking rotation. Tomorrow's going to be quite the show. In the Blue Star Training Camp's plaza, members gathered in small groups, discussing topics that invariably revolved around Suyu. Ever since Kong Yunxiao emphasized the importance of rankings, Suyu had become the biggest topic of discussion in the camp. Especially since he hadn't shown up for so long, many believed he was afraid of being challenged and didn't dare to come out. Phew! Inside room number 1 of the top tier, Heaven Class Du Suyu's eyes flickered with a crimson glow. With a thought, the system panel appeared in his vision. Character, Suyu. Ability, Primordial Creator, Amplification Rule. Cultivation, Organ Refining Realm, 99%, Martial Arts, 8 Extremes Fist LV5. Max, Mountain Shaking Fist LV5, Max, Dragon Snake Prison Suppression Force LV3, 196%, Technique, Primordial Non-Phase Technique LV3. 68%, Attributes, Mountain Shaking Intent, Xian Alter Status. The Primordial Non-Phase Technique has already reached level 3, not far from level 4. However, upgrading the Dragon Snake Prison Suppression Force is still quite difficult. It's been almost a week, and it still hasn't reached level 4. Suyu frowned slightly. A golden body expert hearing this might curse. Their 5-realm martial arts are specifically designed for golden body experts, and even they would need several months or even half a year to possibly upgrade the Dragon Snake Prison Suppression Force to level 4. Yet Suyu, a martial artist in the organ refining realm, has reached this level in less than a month, which is already considered extraordinary. Right now, even without the support of Primordial Creator, I can be considered invincible in the organ refining realm. However, to break through to the bone refining realm, I still need to push the organ refining technique to its limit. I'm just one step away from the bone refining realm. Suyu shook his head, feeling slightly regretful. The slow upgrade of techniques is the key issue. Blood energy breakthroughs in blood refining are quite fast, but from blood refining to organ refining, and further up, each realm requires the technique level to be raised. Previously, he bought blood refining techniques and martial arts from the Trade Alliance, so breaking through to the organ refining realm was smooth. Now, to break through to the bone refining realm, he must upgrade the primordial non-phase technique to its maximum level. But it's close. With the spirit gathering array and the support of Primordial Creator, it will take at most 3 days to reach the maximum level and successfully break through to bone refining. Feeling the progress, Suyu smiled slightly. He stretched lazily, stood up, and took a short break. Why not test my combat limit? He opened his wristwatch, looking to see if there was a place in the Blue Star training camp to test combat power. Soon, Suyu was drawn to a training venue. Starry Sky Virtual Field. Curious, he clicked to check it out. He found that the Starry Sky Virtual Field was somewhat similar to the virtual star tower he had used before at Jiangnan No. 1 High School, but the difference was that this connected to the entire Human Federation. Not only could he spar with members of the Blue Star training camp in virtual space, but he could also compete with the entire younger generation of the Federation, those who were about to participate in the Interstellar College entrance exams. The Starry Sky Virtual Field was very popular in the Blue Star training camp. Many members liked to spar with strong opponents there or practice with others from the camp. After all, it was a virtual space, so there was no danger in dying, allowing martial artists to fight without worry. Quite interesting, worth a try. With curiosity, Suyu left his room and headed toward the Starry Sky Virtual Field. Following the wristwatch navigation, he quickly found a massive building housing virtual pods connected to the Starry Sky Virtual Field. Since it was nighttime, there weren't many people inside, most had already entered the virtual pods. Just as Suyu arrived, Bai Zimo and Li Qingfeng happened to step out of their virtual pods. Suyu? What are you doing at the Starry Sky Virtual Field at this hour? Bai Zimo looked at him in surprise. Tomorrow is the ranking rotation, and you're here now. Bai Zimo hesitated, almost blurting out last-minute effort. Suyu ignored Bai Zimo's question, simply smiling as he found an empty pod and lay down inside. This guy really is doing last-minute effort? Li Qingfeng's expression turned strange. Just one night, how much can he improve? What was he doing all those days before? Li Qingfeng was puzzled. Bai Zimo shook his head, also finding it odd but said nothing. Suyu came to the Starry Sky Virtual Field? At that moment, a figure entered the building. Bai Zimo and Li Qingfeng immediately recognized her. It was Luo Ziqian. She had been holding a grudge ever since Suyu had insulted her before. After entering the training camp, with her brother backing her up, she was even more eager to trouble Suyu. However, after the camp started, Suyu stayed in his dormitory and never appeared, leaving Luo Ziqi without an opportunity. Today, seeing Suyu step out of the dormitory, she followed him. When she saw him lying in the virtual pod, her face lit up with excitement. Finally caught you. Luo Ziqi clenched her fists. She swiped her wristwatch, preparing to inform her brother that Suyu had entered the Starry Sky Virtual Arena. This, Bai Zimo and Li Qingfeng noticed her actions and wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The message had already been sent, and they could only sigh helplessly. This is trouble. Luo Tian. That guy. Didn't he say a few days ago that he had already reached the peak of the organ refining stage and was just one step away from the bone forging stage? I wonder if Suyu can stand up to him. Bai Zimo frowned, full of worry. Outside, Suyu was completely unaware of what was happening. At this moment, he was lying in the virtual pod, connected to numerous data cables. He could feel a gentle current stimulating his entire body, even his brain nerves. The next second, Suyu felt his consciousness begin to blur. Fortunately, This sensation only lasted a few seconds, and his vision quickly became clear again. Looking around, he was surprised to find himself in the vast cosmic galaxy. Is this the cosmic galaxy? Even though it's just a simulation in virtual space, why does it feel so real? Except for not being able to breathe, it feels no different from the real universe. Suyu curiously surveyed his surroundings. Please, register your account. At this moment, a gentle female voice sounded in his mind. Ha? Register an account? Isn't this just like playing a game? Suyu couldn't help but chuckle, but he still followed the instructions to register an account. After successfully registering, several panels appeared in his field of vision. These are the Human Federation rankings, the Blue Star rankings, and rankings for other planets. Suyu curiously examined the panels. On the Blue Star rankings, the first place was naturally the Little Martial King. Since the virtual arena required real name registration, Suyu also saw the Little Martial King's real name, Yang Chen. However, when he turned to look at the Human Federation rankings, he found that Yang Chen wasn't even in the top 100, ranking outside the top 200 and at risk of being kicked out of the top 200 at any time. Seeing this, Suyu's expression turned serious. As expected, Blue Star is the weakest among the 6 life planets. If it weren't for being the ancestral planet, it would probably have been abandoned by the Human Federation long ago. He shook his head. Although helpless, this was the reality. Whether in terms of resources or spiritual energy quality, Blue Star lagged far behind the other 5 planets. So, I can spar with the top experts of the entire Human Federation? Suyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. Fighting against people from Blue Star is boring. I'll directly match with the entire Human Federation. He looked at the matching button, which offered 2 options, local planet matching and Federation-wide matching. Without hesitation, he clicked the latter. Matching for you, please wait. The gentle female voice sounded again. Meanwhile, on a life planet within the Human Federation, Wuho entered the Starry Sky virtual arena out of boredom. Fighting those guys is pointless. Anyone in the top 200 is not to be trifled with. With my strength, I can only get beaten up. Wuho looked at the Federation rankings, full of helplessness. He was the pride of a city on this planet, but in the entire Human Federation, he can only rank outside the top 200, which was already his limit. How about fishing for noobs? Wuho's eyes lit up as he suddenly became interested. He immediately registered a new account and started matching. I get beaten by the top 200 every day, so there's nothing wrong with bullying those ranked lower. Wuho happily clicked the matching button. The long inability to defeat opponents in his ranking range had made him increasingly enjoy the feeling of fishing for noobs. This wasn't the first time Wuho had deliberately targeted weaker opponents. Soon, a gentle female voice sounded in his mind, a suitable opponent has been matched for you. As the voice sounded, an information panel of his opponent appeared before Wuho. Character, Suyu. Registration location, Blue Star. Current rank, 809,563. Oh, it's actually from Blue Star, that place where almost no one goes. Seeing this information, Wuho immediately became interested. As a frequent fish bomber, Wuho was very familiar with players from other planets. Some new accounts might appear weak but could actually be hidden experts, or they might be fish bombers like him, hard to distinguish between real and fake. Even fish bombing carried the risk of failure. But if the opponent was from Blue Star, there was absolutely no chance of failure. Wuho casually glanced at the top-ranked character from Blue Star, who was currently ranked only around 190th and was about to drop out of the top 200. Their strength was similar to his own. As long as it's not the top-ranked guy from Blue Star, I can bomb anyone. Even if it's him using a smooth account, I can still beat him. Wuho was brimming with confidence, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. Little fish, here I come. He laughed and directly entered the battle space. Meanwhile, Suyu also saw Wuho's information. Character, Wuho registration location, Xianming Star, current rank, 809,567 Inchum? A new account like mine, ranked at the bottom? Suyu raised an eyebrow but didn't care much. The only thing that caught his attention was the registration location. Xianming Star is one of the 6 major life planets of the Human Federation, a top 3 powerhouse planet. The residents there have extremely high talent, starting far ahead of us on Blue Star. Suyu smiled, his anticipation for the duel growing. Someone from Xianming Star, how strong are they really? He also entered the battle space. Soon, Suyu and Wu Ho met in the virtual battle space. This space simulated a cosmic galaxy, vast in size, even larger than Blue Star's training camp. The moment he saw Wu Ho, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. With his peak-refined viscera cultivation, he keenly sensed the powerful blood and energy fluctuations within Wu Ho, even stronger than his own. Bone refining realm? Suyu was surprised, not expecting his randomly matched opponent to also be a bone refining realm expert. Indeed, someone from Xianming Star. Suyu sighed inwardly and immediately unleashed his full cultivation. Peak refined viscera? Not bad for Blue Star. Facing Suyu's aura, Wu Ho merely smiled faintly, full of confidence. But a mere peak refined viscera is just a slightly bigger fish in my fish bombing pool. He clasped his hands behind his back, striking a masterful pose. Kid, I'll let you make 3 moves first. As soon as he finished speaking, a peculiar expression appeared on Suyu's face. The next second, Suyu darted out like a cheetah, his speed astonishing. Too fast. Wu Ho's pupils shrank. Even though he had just broken through to the bone refining realm, he still felt tense facing Suyu's sudden burst of speed. What Wu Ho didn't know was that although Suyu was only at the peak of refined viscera, once cultivated to the limit, he could break through to bone refining at any moment. Not to mention the constant fourfold enhancement from the amplification rule he carried. A dragon's roar echoed. Blood and energy surged like a roaring dragon, and Suyu swept out a punch. Bang! Before Wu Ho could react, he was struck squarely in the face by a heavy punch. Although breaking through to bone refining made his bones tougher, this punch shattered him completely. Victory! Wu Ho's body exploded, and the word victory appeared in Suyu's vision. I lost? Lost to a rookie from Blue Star? Inside a virtual pod on Xianming Star, Wu Ho sat up in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion. Wu Ho, went fish bombing again? Who did you bully today? A friend nearby asked with a laugh. Ha! Wu Ho sneered, his face full of grief and indignation. I got bombed like a fish myself. What? His friend was stunned, his face full of doubt. He was well aware of Wu Ho's strength. Fish bombing was a piece of cake for him. But someone capable of bombing Wu Ho was definitely not an ordinary player. Could it be one of the top 100 experts? Fish bombing in the virtual arena? He thought only such top-tier experts could achieve this. Wu Ho grew even angrier. Top 100? I was bombed by a rookie from Blue Star. Impossible, his friend exclaimed. Blue Star ranked at the bottom among the 6 major life planets of the Human Federation. Even the current top player from Blue Star was only on the fringe of the top 200 in the Federation's virtual rankings. With such strength, how could someone bomb Wu Ho? What's his name? His friend's expression turned serious. Wu Ho had no choice but to pull up Suyu's profile. Suyu? Seeing Suyu's information, Wu Ho and his friend fell silent. Suyu punched his matched opponent away, and the word victory appeared before his eyes once again. He opened his own information. Blue Star ranking, 68 human. Federation ranking, 709,563 inch only 5 wins, and my rank has already jumped by 100,000 places. But why was my first opponent quite strong, while the rest were all at the organ refining stage? Suyu was puzzled. He had thought the virtual arena was full of experts, as his first match was against a bone refining stage fighter. But after defeating Wu Ho, the next 4 opponents were all at the organ refining stage and were easily defeated by him. Could it be they're deliberately lowering the difficulty? Suyu's expression turned a bit odd, thinking, does that make me the one reverse farming points? He chuckled, shook his head, and said, forget it, I've pretty much adapted to my current strength. No need to keep playing. Suyu didn't care about the rankings in the virtual arena. After all, the rankings didn't bring him any real benefits. Even if they did, it would only matter if he broke into the top 100, which would require a significant amount of time. Suyu didn't have that kind of free time. So, after defeating his 5th opponent, Suyu directly chose to exit the virtual arena. Suyu is in the virtual arena? In the virtual cabin room, Luo Tian walked in excitedly. Yes, brother, I saw him just lie down in a virtual cabin. He's online now, Luo Ziqian said to Luo Tian. Great. I thought I'd have to wait until tomorrow, when the rankings update to teach him a lesson. Looks like I don't have to wait that long. Luo Tian rubbed his fists, a hint of fierceness appearing on his face. Although I can't make him suffer too much in the virtual arena, I'll make sure he knows that not just anyone can bully my sister. With that, Luo Tian quickly walked to a virtual cabin and lay down without hesitation. As the news spread, many people in the training camp came to watch the show. Seeing Luo Tian enter the cabin, mocking smiles appeared on their faces. Suyu probably didn't expect that after hiding for so long, he'd still get targeted by Luo Tian right before the rankings update. The training camp encourages battles. Once Luo Tian challenges him, Suyu can't refuse. Time for some entertainment. Let's go, let's check out the virtual arena. They headed toward the virtual cabins. Just as they were about to enter, a virtual cabin not far away slowly opened. Suyu stepped out. Suyu? Everyone froze, their minds unable to process what had just happened. Suyu didn't pay them any attention and walked straight out of the virtual cabin. By the time they snapped out of it, he was already gone. Instantly, the virtual cabin room fell silent, as if lifeless. Wait, didn't Suyu just leave? Yeah, seems like it. No doubt about it, he left. Then what are we watching? Then, what about Luo Tian? Luo Tian is probably still excited, thinking about challenging Suyu, right? In the silence, someone whispered, "Oh no, Luo Tian is going to be a laughingstock this time." At the same time, Luo Tian entered the virtual pod and directly connected to the Starry Sky virtual arena. Without hesitation, he searched for Suyu's name as soon as he entered, preparing to challenge him. According to the rules of the Blue Star training camp, members ranked lower could challenge those ranked higher. As long as the opponent was online, they could not refuse the challenge. This rule was designed to motivate everyone to strive for higher rankings. Last time you dared to act tough, but today I'm just one step away from the bone refining realm. Let's see if you can still beat me. You bullied my sister and humiliated me in front of so many people. Luo Tian sneered, his gaze locked on the search bar. Soon, Suyu's name and information appeared on the screen. But when Luo Tian saw Suyu's status, his expression immediately turned grim. Offline. Luo Tian was filled with question marks. The surroundings fell silent, and the atmosphere became suffocating. Luo Tian's mind was flooded with countless doubts. Moments later, his confusion turned into a blaze of anger, burning fiercely. Suyu, he roared. Not long after, Luo Tian, with a dark expression, exited the Starry Sky virtual arena. When he stood up from the virtual pod, he could clearly feel the gazes directed at him. Those gazes were like they were watching a defeated clown. Brother! Luo Zishi hesitated to speak, her expression making Luo Tian's face even darker. Suyu. Fine. Very well. Luo Tian's chest heaved violently. This time, I'll let you off the hook. Tomorrow. During the ranking rotation, I'll see if you can keep hiding. Anger twisted Luo Tian's face into a somewhat ferocious expression. The next day, sunlight bathed the Blue Star training camp. Suyu slowly opened his eyes in his room and exhaled deeply. Glancing at the system panel, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Not bad progress, an increase of 22 points. I'm just one step away from the 4th level of the bone refining realm. I estimate I can break through within 3 days. He stretched lazily and looked at the time on his wrist. Today is the ranking rotation. After a simple wash, Suyu prepared to head out. I've just used up all my points. Next, I need to secure first place and find a way to replenish points. After all, the bone refining technique still needs to continue. He walked toward the virtual pod room. His wristwatch had just received the ranking rotation rules released by Kong Yunxiao and the others, which would take place in the Starry Sky virtual arena this time. When Suyu arrived, many people were already waiting for him. As soon as they saw him enter, all eyes immediately focused on him. Among them, Luo Tian's fiery gaze was the most obvious. As Suyu appeared, whispers began to spread in the room. But Suyu acted as if he didn't hear them, finding a seat where no one was sitting and quietly waiting for the ranking rotation to begin. Time passed second by second, and more people gathered in the virtual pod room. Members of the Blue Star training camp arrived one after another. Kong Yunxiao and Lu Qian, along with other instructors, also appeared. Kong Yunxiao looked at everyone and smiled as he began to speak. I'm sure you've all been looking forward to this ranking rotation for a long time. I won't say much, let's get straight to the rules. This ranking rotation will take place in the Starry Sky Virtual Arena, and everyone will participate in 5 rounds of random matches. After 5 rounds, those with a win rate below 60% will be directly eliminated, and the latest results will determine the rankings for the next week. After 5 rounds, another round of matches will take place, and those with a win rate below 70% will continue to be eliminated, and so on. By the 10th round, the 2 participants with the highest win rates will face off in a final duel to determine the first place. After speaking, he gestured for everyone to enter the virtual pods. Without hesitation, everyone complied. Suyu lay down in his virtual pod. Luo Tian sneered and lay down as well. Once everyone connected to the Starry Sky Virtual Arena, Kong Yunxiao and the instructors focused on the large screen in the virtual pod room. The screen was divided into multiple small windows, each displaying the view of a training camp member. Kong Yunxiao smiled and asked, "Who do you think will take first place this time?" Lu Qian hesitated and said, "I think little Marshal King Yang Chen is the most likely. He broke through to the bone refining realm a long time ago. Although there are a few others in the training camp who have also broken through, they're still no match for Yang Chen." "That's not necessarily true." Zhao Long shook his head. "Yang Chen is strong, but Zhao Chang from Wabe City is no weakling either. The previous gap was mainly due to their different levels. Now that Zhao Chang has also broken through to the bone refining stage, it's hard to say who will win." Ningyi chuckled, "Old Zhao, everyone knows Zhao Chang is your junior. Why are you still pretending?" Zhao Long smiled without refuting. Listening to the 3 instructors' conversation, Kong Yunxiao raised an eyebrow. "Do you all not have faith in Suyu?" "Suyu?" The 3 exchanged glances. Lu Qian shook his head. "That kid is quite clever and has decent potential, but catching up to Yang Chen and the others in a short time is still a bit difficult. Maybe if you give Suyu some time, he could surpass them, but for now, Yang Chen and the others are still a step ahead." Hearing their analysis, Kong Yunxiao smiled faintly without saying much. Yang Chen and the others were indeed strong, but Kong Yunxiao knew that when Suyu was only at the 3rd level of organ refining, he had already defeated a bone refining stage expert using his special abilities. Although Suyu couldn't compare to Yang Chen and the others back then, now that his cultivation had improved, the outcome of this match was truly unpredictable. In the virtual starry battlefield, Suyu slowly opened his eyes. Before him was the familiar cosmic galaxy battleground. He stood quietly among the stars, waiting for the match to begin. Before long, a familiar gentle female voice echoed in his mind, "Matching in progress. Please wait." As soon as the voice fell, a few seconds later, a figure suddenly appeared in Suyu's field of vision. "Suyu!" The person immediately broke into an excited smile upon seeing Suyu. "I didn't expect to meet you in the first match." The person looked at Suyu with excitement. Suyu tilted his head, glancing at the person, but had no recollection of them. It didn't matter though, winning was all that mattered. In an instant, Suyu's figure flickered across the virtual battlefield, appearing before the person in the blink of an eye. The opponent's face froze, seemingly unable to react before Suyu's punch landed. Boom! A muffled sound echoed across the battlefield. The opponent's figure instantly exploded, disappearing from the battlefield. After finishing, Suyu shook his hand, puzzled, as he looked at the spot where the opponent had vanished. "So weak, yet so excited to face me?" Suyu muttered, confused. He knew some people claimed he got first place through backdoor means, but surely no one would challenge him so recklessly, right? After pondering for a moment without an answer, he continued matching. In the next 4 matches, regardless of the opponent's cultivation levels, they all seemed unusually excited to face Suyu, as if holding the championship in their hands. Yet without exception, every single one of them was instantly defeated by Suyu. 5 matches are done. The ones who should be eliminated are out. Now, the real top contenders of the training camp will be my opponents. Suyu's lips curled into a confident smile. No one can take first place from me. Meanwhile, in the virtual cabin, Kong Yunxiao and the others were watching the screen. Yang Chen and Zhao Chang truly live up to their bone refining stage status, 5 wins each. And that group from Luo Tian, who are about to break through to bone refining, also performed well. After all, they're from major cities, all undefeated. The members from Jiangnan City and Southwest City are a bit lacking, none of them are undefeated. Wait. Lu Qian's eyes suddenly widened as if noticing something. Suyu's win rate is also 100%? Wasn't he the one who relied on black profound liquid to withstand my golden body pressure back then? As Lu Qian spoke, the other two instructors also looked at Su Yu in surprise. Soon, Zhao Long chuckled, lucky guy. But in the sixth match, his opponent is the top contender from Zhengdu, second only to Yang Chen. Su Yu's undefeated streak might end here. As Zhao Long's voice fell, Su Yu's sixth opponent appeared in the virtual battle. Space. It's you. The opponent was initially surprised, then broke into a smile. I didn't expect. Before he could finish, Su Yu interrupted him. I'm not interested in what you have to say because people who say such things have already lost. Su Yu spoke coldly, and as soon as the words left his mouth, his figure lunged toward the opponent. The opponent's face flashed with anger. A brat from Jiangnan who got first place by exploiting loopholes dares to interrupt me. He roared, remember, my name is, before he could finish. Su Yu had already made his move. The sound of a dragon's roar erupted as the dragon serpent prison suppression technique combined with the max-level mountain shaking fist, unleashing the power of shaking mountains in an instant. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in the virtual space, and the opponent's figure vanished instantly. Su Yu's eyes lowered slightly. Why, does everyone like to waste words? The virtual cabin fell into silence. Zhao Long's expression froze, his smile disappearing in an instant, replaced by an extremely grim look. That's it? He lost? Zhao Long couldn't help but question. Beside him, Ning He and Lu Qian wore complex expressions. Kong Yunxiao stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips, as if he had expected this all along. Not only the instructors, but even the training camp members who had been eliminated with less than a 60% win rate in 5 matches, were staring intently at Su Yu's screen. This Wang Tianfeng was actually defeated by Su Yu in an instant? How is that possible? Even though Wang Tianfeng hasn't broken through to the bone refining realm, he's the second strongest in North China. Am I still dreaming? Su Yu's strength is actually this terrifying? The eliminated training camp members were all in shock. Ningyi stared at the screen and said in a deep voice, this guy has actually reached the peak of organ refining. It seems this kid isn't as simple as we thought. Boss, did you know this all along? Lu Qian looked suspiciously at Kong Yunxiao, and seeing the smile on his lips, his suspicion deepened. Kong Yunxiao said nothing, but Zhao Long spoke up instead. Reaching the peak of organ refining does show talent, but in the training camp, if he wants to secure first place, it's almost impossible. There are 3 people in the bone refining realm alone in the camp, while Su Yu is only at the peak of organ refining. That first place should go to someone else. Zhao Long's tone carried a hint of helplessness, as if Su Yu had inadvertently slapped him in the face. Lu Qian and Ning He exchanged a smile. Then let's see how far this kid can go. Everyone turned their attention back to the virtual space. The 6th match ended, and Su Yu's 7th opponent appeared. Luo Tian? Su Yu. Both were surprised to see each other. Luo Tian quickly calmed down, a sinister grin appearing on his face. Yesterday, you escaped from the Starry Sky virtual arena. Today, I'll completely reclaim my dignity. He rubbed his fists, both excited and ruthless. Oh, Su Yu responded indifferently. Luo Tian's momentum faltered for a moment, then his entire body ignited in blazing flames. This is Luo Tian's ability, Burning Heaven. Burning Heaven is one of the most destructive A-level abilities, second only to lightning attributes. With it, Luo Tian is a top-tier talent in Magic City, second only to Guyu of Magic City. It's said that when Luo Tian was at the 7th level of organ refining, he used Burning Heaven to defeat a veteran peak organ refining martial artist. Now that he's at the peak of organ refining, with this ability, he might even contend with a beginner bone refining expert. The eliminated members in the virtual cabin gasped at the sight. A-level ability was already impressive in the Blue Star training camp, not to mention Luo Tian at the peak of organ refining. Looks like Su Yu is in for a tough time. His previous opponents didn't have time to use their abilities, otherwise, they might not have lost. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes glued to the screen. Su Yu looked calmly at Luo Tian, who was engulfed in flames, his expression serene. Blazing fire. Burning heaven. Luo Tian roared, and the raging flames erupted, scattering like petals. The scorching energy caused the surrounding virtual space to distort slightly. Dare to bully my sister? Today, I'll show you that the Luo family isn't someone A country bumpkin like you can insult. Luo Tian roared, like a fiery beast, his flaming fists howling as fireballs rained down. Determined to crush Su Yu. Country bumpkin? The Lord of Shanghai is indeed domineering. Su Yu chuckled lightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. What are you pretending for? Su Yu stepped forward, unleashing the power of a peak organ refining expert, quietly activating the fourfold amplification rule. One punch. If I can't break you, my surname isn't Su. Su Yu growled, his blood energy roaring like a dragon, sweeping out in an instant. The violent power forcibly suppressed the falling fireballs, colliding head-on with Luo Tian's flaming fists. At the moment of impact, Luo Tian clearly heard the crisp sound of his bones breaking. Crack! The next moment, intense pain quickly spread throughout the body. In the spectator's view, Su Yu threw a punch, and Luo Tian instantly turned into a beam of white light, disappearing from the screen. One punch, still a one-hit kill. How is this possible? After a brief silence, a shocked voice echoed in the virtual cabin. The eliminated participants stared at the screen showing only Su Yu, their faces filled with disbelief. Luo Tian, a peak-level refined viscera expert. A genius from Magic City with top-tier A-level ability, burning heaven. And yet, he was defeated by Su Yu in a single move? Everyone knew that with burning heaven, Luo Tian could even hold his own against a newly advanced bone refinement martial artist. But now, the situation was completely different. The crowd fell silent. They suddenly realized that this person, who had taken the top spot in the camp entrance exam by exploiting loopholes, was far stronger than they had imagined. On the contrary, Su Yu's strength was terrifyingly overwhelming. 2 consecutive one-hit kills left everyone speechless. Kong Yunxiao and the others reacted slightly better, as Su Yu had already one-hit killed a top expert from North China City before defeating Luo Tian. This guy, in the entire Blue Star training camp, he's practically invincible at the refined viscera level. Lu Qian couldn't help but exclaim. Even Zhao Long, who had previously been humiliated and held no goodwill toward Su Yu, had to admit that Su Yu was an absolute terror among the refined viscera martial artists in the training camp. However, after 7 matches, with Su Yu's 100% win rate, his next opponents will be experts like Zhao Chang from the bone refinement stage. He probably won't hold out much longer. Ning, he said softly. The group nodded, except for Kong Yunxiao, who smiled confidently as he looked at Su Yu on the screen. In the virtual space, Su Yu stood quietly. A few minutes later, a new match began. Since the subsequent matches were based on win rates, the higher the win rate, the stronger the opponents. With 7 consecutive victories, Su Yu's next opponent. Su Yu slowly looked ahead as the sound of a successful match echoed in his ears. Immediately, a young man in white appeared in his view. North China City. Zhao Chang. Su Yu softly uttered the opponent's name. Although he had barely left his room this week, Su Yu was still familiar with the big names in the Blue Star training camp. Zhao Chang from North China City was one of them. Zhao Chang looked at Su Yu, raising an eyebrow with a hint of surprise on his face. You actually made it this far? Zhao Chang was clearly surprised by Su Yu's appearance. Soon, he chuckled, you seem to have some skill, but I also want to try for the top spot. As his words fell, Zhao Chang moved, dashing toward Su Yu like a gust of wind. As his blood surged, the faint glow of white jade could be seen emanating from his bones, bursting forth in an instant. He's up against Zhao Chang now. As expected, the higher the win rate, the stronger the opponents. Su Yu is probably at his limit now, especially since his opponent is Zhao Chang. That's right, Zhao Chang's bone refinement has reached the white jade level. Truly impressive. In the virtual cabin, as Su Yu faced his 8th opponent, the crowd couldn't help but start discussing again. Truly worthy of being North China City's top genius, to have refined his bones to the white jade level. Lu Qian couldn't help but smile in admiration as he watched. Indeed, the bone refinement stage has levels of gold, silver, and bronze, and white jade bones are an extremely high level above gold. The harder the bones, the greater the future potential. Those who achieve white jade bones are at least starting at the golden body level. In the future. More importantly, within the same stage, the harder the bones, the stronger the combat power. Although Zhao Chang has just entered the bone refinement stage, with white jade bones, he can easily defeat even 2nd or 3rd level bone refinement experts. Ning, he nodded in agreement. This time, it will be much harder for Su Yu to win. The gap between the refined viscera stage and the bone refinement stage is just too vast. Not to mention that Zhao Chang is also an ability warrior. Zhao Long said in a low voice. White jade bones? Looking at the fleeting white jade glow within Zhao Chang's body, Suyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He naturally understood the grading of bone strength in the bone refining realm and was somewhat surprised that Zhao Chang possessed white jade bones. However, then I must see for myself just how strong this so-called number one genius of North China really is. Suyu smiled faintly, stepped forward, and instantly unleashed the black profound liquid. The black profound battle armor appeared, accompanied by a heavy, black profound sword, carrying a heavy aura. It pressed toward Zhao Chang in an instant. Black profound liquid? A trace of vigilance flashed in Zhao Chang's eyes. Although the power of black profound liquid is related to one's cultivation as a special life liquid, the combat power enhancement it brings is extremely terrifying. It cannot completely bridge the gap between the organ refining realm and the bone refining realm, but it can significantly narrow the difference in strength between the two sides. I've seen too many warriors relying on external objects, but their fate is always the same, and that is, defeat at my hands. Zhao Chang shouted, and his bone refining realm cultivation erupted instantly. Great desolation hand. Boom! Torrential blood energy surged out, the aura exploded instantly, transforming into a terrifying palm imprint carrying destructive power, slamming toward Suyu. Suyu's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the amplification rule was immediately activated. Mountain shaking intent, activated. Fourfold combat power enhancement, plus an additional 50% boost. At this moment, Suyu's cultivation erupted completely. Prison suppression. In an instant, surging blood energy infused into the black profound sword, carrying an unparalleled oppressive force, slashing directly toward the blood-colored palm imprint. Bang! Two powerful forces collided, triggering a wave of energy. In just a moment, Zhao Chang's figure was sent flying. This is 5. Realm Martial Arts. Zhao Chang's eyes widened, filled with shock. It must be noted that although Zhao Chang had broken through to the bone refining realm, he had not yet mastered 5 realm martial arts. 5 realm martial arts are only accessible to strong practitioners. In the golden body realm. Zhao Chang wanted to speak, but before he could finish, Suyu's figure appeared before him like a ghost. Bone refining realm is nothing special. A faint voice sounded in Zhao Chang's ear, and his heart sank. Immediately, the black, profound sword swung again. Dragon snake. Suyu murmured softly, as if a giant dragon of blood energy and a giant serpent of blood energy entwined around the sword. The dragon and snake roared, fiercely striking Zhao Chang. Bang! Another muffled sound, and Zhao Chang's figure disappeared from the battle space. What? Even Zhao Chang was defeated. In the virtual cabin, the members of the Blue Star training camp were shocked and overwhelmed as they witnessed this scene. Previously, they could accept that Luo Tian and other peak organ refining realm warriors lost to Suyu. But now, even Zhao Chang, a bone-refining genius with white jade bones, was defeated by Suyu, which was truly unbelievable. This scene brought them immense shock. This guy, how is this possible? An organ-refining realm warrior defeating a bone-refining realm warrior? And a bone-refining genius with white jade bones? Is this even human? Many faces showed fear. The combat power Suyu displayed was truly astonishing, beyond their comprehension. Not only them, but even Golden Body Realm instructors like Lu Qian and Ning He widened their eyes at this moment. Impossible. The gap between the bone refining realm and the organ refining realm is so vast, how could Suyu possibly? They couldn't understand how Suyu achieved this. Indeed, even with 5 realm martial arts, it shouldn't be possible to enhance combat power this much. Moreover, although Suyu's mastery of 5 realm martial arts is proficient, to fully unleash its power, he would need to step into the golden body realm. Lu Qian and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, Kong Yunxiao slowly spoke. Suyu's ability is a special power that can enhance his combat strength. Lu Qian and the others were stunned. Zhao Long frowned and said, "No, boss, I checked Suyu's profile, and it clearly states his ability is an A-level ability enhancer. Could it be?" Zhao Long suddenly seemed to realize something. His heart tightened, and he stared at Kong Yunxiao intently. Kong Yunxiao met his gaze and nodded slightly. Hiss! The 3 of them simultaneously gasped, and Lu Qian's face even showed an excited expression. I didn't expect it to be dual abilities. It's been so long since the younger generation of Blue Star has seen someone with dual abilities. Doesn't this mean Su Yu's future is limitless? Lu Xian took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with confidence. Several instructors were whispering to each other, and Su Yu's opponent for the ninth match slowly emerged. It was the top talent from Magic City, a bone-refining realm expert who had condensed white jade bones. His strength was similar to Zhao Chang's. Since Zhao Chang had already been defeated by Su Yu, this guy naturally stood no chance against him either. Sure enough, after a few rounds, this expert was also smoothly eliminated by Su Yu. As the ninth match ended, the atmosphere in the virtual cabin became quiet. After 9 matches, more and more training camp members were eliminated. Luo Tian and the others had already exited the virtual space and returned to reality. But Su Yu, who remained in the virtual space, had an expression that made people feel complicated. Now in the virtual space, only Su Yu and little Marshal King Yang Chen are left, right? Which means, the top rank this week will be decided between the two of them? I think little Marshal King has a high chance of taking first place, but Su Yu, this guy. Many people showed hesitation. Those who had previously looked down on Su Yu couldn't help but glance at him now. Could Su Yu really defeat even little Marshal King? But that's little Marshal King, the son of Blue Star's Marshal King. In the virtual cabin, a voice slowly echoed. In the summary interface of the virtual space, Su Yu calmly stared at the space before him. 9 matches done, just one more to secure the ranking. Logically, the final opponent should be him. Su Yu spoke softly. As soon as his voice fell, a shadow quietly appeared. As time passed, the shadow gradually became clear, and little Marshal King's figure emerged before Su Yu. Yang Chen looked at Su Yu, a hint of surprise on his face. To be honest, he hadn't expected Su Yu to become his final opponent. Zhao Chang and the others actually didn't eliminate you? Yang Chen frowned slightly. What a bunch of useless trash, he said coldly, his tone full of disdain. In the virtual cabin, Zhao Chang and the bone-refining realm genius from Magic City both looked somewhat embarrassed. But since it was Yang Chen speaking, no one dared to say much. This guy is still so arrogant, really annoying. Honestly, I kind of hope Su Yu wins. Zhao Chang gritted his teeth, staring at the screen showing little Marshal King. But it doesn't matter. During the entrance assessment, you got lucky and took first place. This is probably the last time you'll sit in that position. Yang Chen shook his head indifferently, flipping his hand to reveal a sharp sword. The moment he gripped the sword, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. At this moment, Yang Chen seemed like a divine weapon about to pierce the heavens. But, has anyone ever told you? Your attitude is really annoying. A cold voice rang out, and Su Yu suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of provocation. What the hell are you trying to pull in front of me? Are you just putting on a show? Su Yu spoke coldly. Little Marshal King? You're really arrogant. Su Yu stared at Yang Chen before him, his eyes full of disdain. You! Yang Chen glared at Su Yu fiercely, his gaze darkening to the extreme. Since birth, he had displayed extraordinary talent. While others were learning to speak, he could already recite textbooks. At 3 years old, he began attempting martial arts cultivation. At 6, he stepped into the Qi and Blood realm, officially becoming a martial artist. At 8, he reached the Blood refining realm, becoming the undisputed top genius of Central City. If not for later being taken by his father into a secret realm to refine his abilities, he might have already reached the peak of the bone refining realm by now. No matter where he was, even at the headquarters of the Blue Star Martial Alliance, those golden body experts and even stronger beings praised him as a top-tier genius. But in front of Su Yu, suddenly, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from Yang Chen's body. I want to tear your mouth apart. Yang Chen roared, lightning jumping across his body, each arc carrying destructive power. The lightning fluctuations even caused ripples in the surrounding space. S-level ability, world-destroying thunder. Inside the virtual cabin, you're just showing off. Su Yu spoke indifferently. Little Marshal King? You're really arrogant. Su Yu stared at Yang Chen in front of him, his eyes full of disdain. You! Yang Chen turned his head sharply, his gaze instantly darkening. From birth, he had displayed top-tier talent. While others were still learning to speak, he could already recite textbooks fluently. At 3 years old, he began practicing martial arts. At 6, he entered the Chi and Blood stage, becoming an official martial artist. At 8, he broke through the blood refining stage, firmly establishing himself as the #1 genius in Jiangdu. If not for being taken into a secret realm by his father to train his abilities, Yang Chen might already be a peak bone refining expert by now. No matter where he was, even at the headquarters of the Blue Star Martial Alliance, those golden body experts and even top-tier beings beyond the golden body praised him endlessly. S. Instead of trying to prove something. Because the more one tries to prove themselves, the more likely they are to fall into the trap of self-limitation. Suyu deeply understood this. As Suyu left, the quiet virtual cabin gradually filled with sound, but this time it was no longer mocking, it was full of admiration. If before, some people were still unconvinced about Suyu's ranking, thinking he had taken shortcuts, after this week's ranking rotation, all that remained in their hearts was respect for Suyu. In this era, true strength is always respected. Kang Yunxiao watched Suyu leave without hesitation and couldn't help but smile wryly. This kid actually managed to pull it off. I haven't even announced the rules for the second week's ranking rotation yet. Looking at the expressions of the crowd below and the dejected little Martial King, Kang Yunxiao's eyes flashed with a hint of light. Perhaps it's time to adjust the plan, he thought to himself, then turned to the crowd. Now, I will announce the rules for the second week's ranking rotation. Everyone's attention immediately focused on Kang Yunxiao. Kang Yunxiao said, the second week's ranking rotation will be conducted in a battle royale format. We will simulate a combat environment in the virtual Starry Sky Arena. As time progresses, the survival space will continuously shrink. What you need to do is fight other members in the shrinking space and defeat them. Survival time and the number of kills will both count towards your battle royale score. The person with the highest final score will become next week's #1. However, Kang Yunxiao's words did not excite the crowd. Instead, they looked at him calmly. The scene of little Martial King Yang Chen being instantly defeated by Suyu still lingered in everyone's minds, making them less inclined to underestimate Suyu and even reducing their courage to challenge him. Kang Yunxiao was well aware of what these people were thinking, but he didn't mind. He simply said, indifferently, this time, there are no rules in the battle royale. You can act alone or temporarily form teams. However, when only one team remains, you must determine the top member within your team, as there can only be one champion. Kang Yunxiao smiled as he looked at the crowd. His hint was already clear. If they still didn't understand, there was nothing he could do. He was somewhat helpless in taking this approach. Originally, he had intended to use Suyu to inspire everyone's motivation for training, but unexpectedly, Suyu had completely disrupted the situation during the first week's ranking rotation. Although the stronger Suyu became, the happier Kang Yunxiao was. As the chief instructor of the Blue Star training camp, he also had to consider the training status of the others. Sure enough, as soon as Kang Yunxiao finished speaking, some people's expressions began to change. Zhao Chang and Gu Yun, the top individual from Magic City, exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. Yes, if we form a team, one person might not be able to defeat Suyu, but if there are many of us, even Suyu might not win. Perhaps, for next week's ranking rotation, we should eliminate Suyu first? Although it's unfair, results are what matter most in the training camp, not the process. The virtual cabin was immediately filled with discussions. Ninghe and the other 3 instructors exchanged glances and walked up behind Kang Yunxiao. Boss, isn't this a bit too much? Lu Qian said softly. They were well aware that these rules were unfavorable to Suyu, even completely detrimental. Kang Yunxiao replied softly, if we don't do this, do you think these kids will still be motivated? Besides, do you really think Suyu won't be able to take first place next week? These words left the 3 momentarily stunned. Kang Yunxiao continued, just wait and see. If Suyu can still take first place next week, I will apply to headquarters to adjust the subsequent training plans. Perhaps we can invite young competitors from other planets to challenge them. Hearing this, the 3 felt a slight tremor in their hearts. At this moment, Suyu had already returned to his dormitory. He was unaware of the news about next week's ranking rotation. In any case, with the time he had, he preferred to use it for training. The Hanyuan Wuxian technique is about to reach perfection. Once perfected, not only will I gain new abilities, but I can also start bone forging. Suyu said softly, his eyes filled with anticipation. He opened his wristwatch and checked the exchange list of the Blue Star training camp. Since earning first place, the points for the week had already been credited. Without hesitation, Suyu used his points to exchange for a batch of ordinary organ refining pills. With the identity of Hunyuan creator, Suyu could obtain the highest level cultivation resources at the lowest cost. After completing these tasks, Suyu immersed himself in cultivation again. The Hunyuan Wuxiang technique operated, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously poured into Suyu's body. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside room number 1 of the heaven grade, Suyu sat cross-legged on the bed, exuding a powerful aura. Although it was still the aura of the peak organ refining stage, it was noticeably more robust and heavier. Along with this, his physical body seemed to have become subtly stronger. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu finally opened his eyes slowly. A hint of crimson flashed in his gaze. The Hunyuan Wuxiang technique is finally perfected. As Suyu's voice fell, subtitles simultaneously appeared in his field of vision. Hunyuan Wuxiang technique upgraded to LV Max, gained entry Wuxiang body, talent and comprehension increased by 100%, cultivation efficiency doubled. Seeing this subtitle, Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wuxiang body? This entry is even more powerful than the Xintan Fate. Is it because the Hunyuan Wuxiang technique belongs to the organ refining category? In other words, the higher the level of martial arts techniques, the stronger the entry effect obtained after reaching perfection? If I could acquire a 9-realm martial arts technique and cultivate it to perfection, how terrifying would the entry effect be? A wave of anticipation surged in Suyu's heart, slowly spreading. Not bad. He smiled faintly, and with a thought, the system panel immediately appeared before him. Character, Suyu, ability, Hunyuan creator. Amplification rule. Cultivation, organ refining stage, 99%, martial arts, 8 extremes fist LV5, max level, mountain shaking fist LV5, max level, dragon snake suppressing prison. Force LV3, 98%, technique, Hunyuan Wuxiang technique LV5, max level, entries, mountain shaking intent, Xintan Fate, Wuxiang body. Next, I can start trying bone forging. Suyu stared at the panel and smiled faintly. Once the Hunyuan Wuxiang technique was cultivated to the maximum level, bone forging could begin. Bone forging is divided into 3 levels: gold bone, silver bone, and copper bone. Most bone forging martial artists are copper bone, which is the most ordinary and least valuable level. Generally, copper bone martial artists can only reach the bone forging stage at most and will never achieve the 5-realm golden body stage. The previously defeated Luo Zhongtian was a martial artist who had forged copper bone. Typically, silver bone has some chance of breaking through to the golden body stage, while gold bone is almost certain to enter the golden body stage. As for the higher level white jade bone, that is the mark of true masters, such as Yang Chen, Fang Cheng, and Gu Yun. They all possess white jade bone. Those with white jade bone will achieve at least a level higher than the golden body stage in the future. Bone forging cannot be started casually, it requires abundant spiritual energy and cultivation resources. If the conditions are insufficient, the bone forging process will be interrupted, and the bones will fail to strengthen. So, Suyu fell into deep thought. As the Hunyuan creator, he was not worried about issues with himself but was most concerned about external environmental limitations. After all, bone forging would affect his future achievements. Perhaps I should consult instructor Kong, Suyu said, immediately contacting Kong Yunxiao. Soon, the call connected, and upon hearing Suyu's words, a trace of excitement flashed in Kong Yunxiao's eyes. You're ready to start bone forging? Kong Yunxiao asked. Suyu nodded. Wait for me in your dormitory, I'll take you to the bone forging location. After speaking, Kong Yunxiao directly hung up the phone. Suyu was curious but obediently waited in the dormitory. Moments later, Kong Yunxiao arrived at the dormitory door and took Suyu away. Come on, I'll take you to our Blue Star training camp's specialized bone tempering site, Kong Yunxiao said excitedly, leading Suyu out of the camp. As the surrounding scenery changed continuously, Suyu felt increasingly familiar. When an ancient stone gate appeared before them, his expression turned somewhat peculiar. So, the specialized bone tempering site is actually inside the ruins? Suyu's face showed a complex expression. He had long guessed that the Blue Star training camp would have a place suitable for bone tempering, otherwise, he wouldn't have sought out Kong Yunxiao. But he hadn't expected it to be in a branch of the ruins. Suyu remembered that during his time in the ruins branch, he hadn't found anything suitable for bone tempering. Kong Yunxiao seemed to see through his doubts and rolled his eyes at him, saying, "The place you explored before was just a small part of the ruins of Research Institute number 18. After you left the ruins, branch, our martial alliance conducted further in-depth exploration. In the ruins of Research Institute number 18, we discovered a research room filled with gravity and spiritual energy from heaven and earth, which is the most suitable place for bone tempering. Fong Chang and Gu Yun both tempered their bones there. Don't forget, the Blue Star training camp was chosen to be in Jiangnan City not just because of the blood suppression monument. The treasures in Research Institute number 18 are countless." After hearing Kong Yunxiao's explanation, Suyu finally understood. "Alright, this isn't your first time at Research Institute number 18, so just go in directly. The space inside is somewhat unstable. I'll give you a map of the research room, you can go in on your own." Kong Yunxiao waved his hand. Suyu nodded and walked toward the stone gate without hesitation. A flash of light passed, and Suyu's figure disappeared into the void. After Suyu disappeared, Kong Yunxiao entered a nearby tent and pulled up the screen of the detection wristband. Shortly after, Ning He and 2 other instructors arrived at the tent. Looking at the screen, Lu Qian couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect Suyu to start tempering his bones so soon. I thought he'd need more time to practice." The Blue Star training camp's exchange records clearly showed that Suyu had exchanged for the visceral refinement technique only 10 days ago. Even if he had reached the peak of visceral refinement, without perfecting the technique, he couldn't start bone tempering. Suyu starting bone tempering now meant that he had perfected the visceral refinement technique within 10 days. This speed was simply astonishing. We don't know yet what grade of bones Suyu will temper, but with his talent, tempering jade bones shouldn't be a problem. "Ning," he said with a smile. "Exactly, Suyu's strength and talent are top-notch. Coupled with his dual ability awakening, jade bones are practically guaranteed." Zhao Long nodded in agreement. Kong Yunxiao smiled and asked, "Haven't you considered other possibilities?" The 3 were stunned, then immediately understood Kong Yunxiao's implication. "Flawless bones?" they exclaimed. Lu Qian frowned and said, "Flawless bones are not easy to temper. Across the entire Blue Star, very few have managed to temper flawless bones. Suyu's talent is good, but to temper flawless bones, talent, environment, and luck are all indispensable. Flawless bones are just too difficult." Lu Qian shook his head. He wasn't doubting Suyu's strength, but rather pointing out the element of luck involved. Luck is like air, intangible and uncontrollable. Let's observe first. Even if he doesn't temper flawless bones, with Suyu's talent, jade bones are a certainty. Moreover, jade bones can support martial arts up to the 7th or even 8th realm. Kong Yunxiao shrugged and said no more. Everyone's gaze turned to the screen. Suyu had already arrived at Research Institute number 18 and, following the wristband's instructions, entered the bone tempering laboratory. As soon as he entered the lab, an invisible force enveloped him. The gravity here is 10 times that of outside. Suyu immediately felt the difference. Although he had reached the peak of visceral refinement, the tenfold gravity still made him somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is much denser than outside, even stronger than my top-grade heaven-class room number 1. Suyu was a bit surprised. Perfect, the ideal environment for bone tempering. He smiled, casually found a spot to sit cross-legged, and let the knowledge of bone tempering echo in his mind. Tempering bones involves mobilizing qi and blood to strengthen the skeleton, similar to refining organs, but the difficulty is much greater. Whether it's spiritual energy or luck, neither can be lacking. Suyu thought to himself, "I have 3 enhancement opportunities. First, I'll use one to increase the probability of producing high-quality bones during bone tempering by enhancing my luck. Then, I'll enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the environment. As for the elixir, I've already enhanced it to 9 stars. The last one will be used to boost my bone tempering ability. In this way, the effect of this bone tempering session can be maximized, and the chances of producing high-quality bones will be greater." Having figured this out, Suyu immediately used all 3 enhancement opportunities of the mixed yuan creator for the day. In an instant, a mysterious wave surged into his body. "Begin bone tempering," he said, activating the full-level mixed yuan wuxiang technique. Suddenly, a 9-star bone tempering pill appeared in his hand, and Suyu swallowed it without hesitation. The pill transformed into a powerful medicinal force, combining with tenfold spiritual energy and the surging qi and blood within his body, instantly forming a torrent that rushed toward his bones. The moment the qi and blood surged, a sharp, piercing pain struck Suyu's mind. The pain of bone tempering was far more intense than organ refining. Fortunately, he had already temporarily reached the bone tempering stage and quickly adapted to the pain. In just an instant, under the impact of the powerful energy and the tenfold gravity, Su Yu's entire skeleton began to emit a faint bronze glow. However, this bronze glow only lasted a few seconds before a trace of silver light quietly appeared. The bones have already reached the silver bone level so quickly? Inside the tent, Kong Yunxiao and the others were visibly astonished at the sight. The speed of bone tempering is too fast. I remember Fong Cheng and Gu Yun, those two kids, took several minutes to temper their bones to the silver bone level, but Suyu managed it in just a few seconds? Lu Qian's eyes widened. Although Ninghe and Zhao Long said nothing, the shock on their faces was evident. A glimmer of light flashed in Kong Yunxiao's eyes as he was about to speak, but his pupils suddenly contracted. This is... Before he could finish, a golden glow suddenly radiated from Suyu's body. Golden bones. In less than a minute, Suyu directly tempered golden bones. The expressions of Lu Qian and the other three changed drastically, and they couldn't help but exclaim. This speed was simply too fast. What is this guy doing? How can he temper golden bones so quickly? His foundation is unbelievably deep. Even as Golden Body Realm warriors, Lu Qian and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. However, before their shock could subside, the screen displayed another flash of white light. This time, the white light was distinctly different from the previous silver glow. White jade bones. The four of them were shaken to their core, and even Kong Yunxiao, who had surpassed the Golden Body Realm, couldn't hide his astonishment. Boss, how long did it take you to temper white jade bones back then? Ninghe asked curiously. Kong Yunxiao was silent for a moment before replying bitterly, it took me a full half hour. As someone who had reached the sixth realm beyond the Golden Body Realm, Kong Yunxiao was a top-tier genius on Blue Star. But compared to Suyu, the gap was like heaven and earth. Even Kong Yunxiao felt a sense of inferiority. His words made the other three Golden Body Realm instructors' expressions grow heavier. Could it be, this guy can really temper flawless bones? Ninghe asked slowly, his voice filled with anticipation. All eyes were fixed on Suyu. Flawless bones. Across the entire human federation, it was already extremely rare and terrifying for one or two individuals with flawless bones to appear each year. On Blue Star, since the revival of spiritual energy, there had only been 2 or 3 such individuals. Can Suyu really temper flawless bones? Someone whispered, and the atmosphere in the tent immediately grew tense. In the laboratory, the white jade glow on Suyu's body continued to flicker. No one knew how much time had passed before Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. An overwhelming, oppressive aura erupted from his body, accompanied by a flash of dark golden light. His bones turned dark gold. Flawless. Golden bones. Flawless bones. It's actually flawless bones. Inside the camp, as the dark golden light spread out, Kong Yunxiao and the other three's eyes widened in shock. They stared intently at the screen before them, their eyes brimming with excitement. Although they had speculated earlier, seeing this dark golden radiance in person still filled their hearts with uncontrollable excitement. No way. Kong Yunxiao squinted slightly, focusing on the image of Suyu, his eyes flashing with barely concealed excitement. This dark golden radiance is so intense, it must be the pinnacle of flawless bones, the flawless golden bone. As soon as he said this, Lu Qian and the others were once again shaken. Flawless golden bone. That was the pinnacle of flawless bones. They hadn't expected that Suyu not only forged flawless bones but had also reached the level of flawless golden bone. This, Lu Qian wanted to speak but suddenly felt his mouth dry. So, this year, our Blue Star might give birth to a top genius in the top 100 of the Interstellar College entrance exam. Ninghe said excitedly. It was worth noting that in previous Interstellar College entrance exams, the best result from Blue Star had only been just shy of the top 100, and it had never made it in. Although Suyu had forged flawless golden bones, which was already the peak of flawless bones, and likely no one else this year could reach this level, the geniuses across the Federation couldn't be underestimated. After all, there were less than 2 months left until the Interstellar College entrance exam, and the Federation had already seen geniuses at the Golden Body Realm. In less than 2 months, even if Suyu had flawless golden bones and could cultivate to the peak of bone forging quickly, it would still be difficult to close the gap with those Golden Body Realm experts. Top 100, ha! Kong Yunxiao took several deep breaths, his excitement growing stronger. At this moment, within the branch space of the ruins, Suyu sat quietly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously pouring into his body, making his aura more stable and solid. Moments later, Suyu slowly opened his eyes. Finally, I've entered the bone-forging realm, he said, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In Jiangnan City, a bone-forging realm martial artist was already considered a first-class expert, not to mention Suyu had forged flawless golden bones. After forging flawless golden bones, I found that my cultivation speed has increased significantly. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. This wasn't an illusion, flawless bones inherently carried such advantages. Flawless bones were sturdy and flawless, allowing Suyu to maximize the conversion of spiritual energy into blood essence to strengthen his bones when absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Naturally, his cultivation efficiency was much higher than before, and he could clearly feel the speed of his cultivation increasing. With the Wuxiang physique, Xiantan fate, and flawless golden bones, my cultivation speed now, even without the support of primordial creator, can surpass by Zimo. Suyu smiled. As a genius who awakened the A-level ability enhancer, Suyu's talent was already strong, but most of his time had previously been wasted on dealing with trivial matters. Now, with the addition of the traits and flawless golden bones, even without primordial creator, he had already surpassed Jiangnan's top genius by Zimo. Next, I need to choose a bone forging technique in 4 realms martial arts, Suyu said as he slowly stood up and walked out of the ruins branch. Upon stepping out, he found Kong Yunxiao and Lu Qian, the 2 instructors, already waiting outside. Kid, you've really opened my eyes. Flawless golden bones, TSK. I used to hear about such geniuses on other planets, but I never thought Blue Star would have such talent. Ha ha ha, fantastic. Lu Qian laughed heartily, his straightforward personality shining through. Ning He and Zhao Long didn't speak, but their faces showed satisfied smiles. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. Chief Instructor, can I choose some 4 realms martial arts and techniques? Not just 4 realms martial arts, I can even find you 5 realms ones. Lu Qian patted his chest in assurance. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Yunxiao stared at him intently, and Lu Qian's expression froze instantly. Kong Yunxiao shook his head helplessly, his peripheral vision catching Suyu's mischievous smile. You brat, trying to take advantage of me again, Kong Yunxiao said irritably, slapping Suyu on the head. Oh no, I've been caught. Suyu awkwardly smiled and rubbed his head. Let's go. Seeing that you've trained to achieve flawless golden bones, I'll make an exception and agree this time, Kong Yunxiao said with a smile. Suyu pretended to hesitate, but wouldn't that be not quite appropriate? Kong Yunxiao's mouth twitched, he was really putting on a good act. Forget it, stop pretending. Kong Yunxiao rolled his eyes. Yes, of course, I want it, Suyu said cheerfully. Then, the two headed together to the martial arts library of the Blue Star training camp. They quickly arrived at the library. With a wave of Kong Yunxiao's hand, the pitch-black room instantly lit up with flashes of orange light, each beam seemingly hiding countless secrets. This is the collection of all 4 realm martial arts and techniques from the Blue Star training camp. You can choose 1 technique and 1 martial art for free. Suyu nodded and began carefully selecting. Soon, Suyu picked out the 4 realm martial art and technique that suited him. Kong Yunxiao glanced at his choices but said nothing. Train well when you return. In a few days, the next ranking rotation will take place. If you want to maintain first place, it won't be easy, Kong Yunxiao reminded him. Suyu frowned slightly but didn't take it to heart. With his current strength, the triple enhancement from Primordial Creator stacked together allowed him to withstand, or even suppress, opponents who had just entered the Golden Body realm. As for the people in the Blue Star training camp, Suyu didn't take them seriously at all. Soon, Suyu returned to his room and took out the 4 realm martial art and technique he had just obtained from the library, a post-stage technique, primordial formless technique, and a weapon-based martial art, mountain-suppressing heavy sword path, primordial free technique. Both were 4 realm level. Suyu took a deep breath, enhanced his comprehension, and began training in these 2 martial arts and techniques, preparing to officially master them. Time passed day by day. A day later, Suyu sat cross-legged on his bed, exuding a vigorous aura with each breath. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Finally mastered these 2 martial arts and techniques. Suyu smiled. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Character, Suyu, Ability, Primordial Creator, Amplification Rules. Realm, Bone Refining Realm, 2%, Martial Arts, Mountain Suppressing. Heavy Sword Path LV1, 1%, Dragon Snake Prison Suppression Force LV3, 99%, Technique, Primordial Free Technique LV1, 1%, Attributes, Mountain Shaking Intent, Mystic Alter Status. Formless Body. Suyu's gaze lingered on Dragon Snake Prison Suppression Force. He frowned. Why is Dragon Snake Prison Suppression Force stagnated at level 3, 99%? I thought it was a realm limitation before, but now I've already broken through to the Bone Refining realm. Why is it still stuck at 99% without progress? Logically, with the comprehension enhancement from Primordial Creator, even 5-realm martial arts could be forcibly trained. But Dragon Snake Prison Suppression Force had been stuck at this stage for a long time, with no improvement. Suyu fell into deep thought. After pondering for a long time without any clues, he decided to spend points to consult Kong Yunxiao. If consulting could help Dragon Snake Prison Suppression Force reach level 4, his strength would definitely improve, making the points spent worthwhile. Soon, Kong Yunxiao approved the request and appeared as a projection before Suyu. After hearing Suyu's question, Kong Yunxiao smiled and said, "This isn't hard to understand. 5-realm martial arts are meant for Golden Body Realm warriors to train. You're only at the Bone Refining realm now, so being able to train it to mastery is already impressive. Of course, realm limitation is one reason, but more importantly, you're missing a bit of intent. Intent? Suyu asked, puzzled. Kong Yunxiao nodded and explained, for a Bone Refining realm warrior to break through to the Golden Body realm, not only must their bones reach silver bone level or higher and their cultivation be complete, but they must also grasp intent. Without intent, you'll never break through to the Golden Body realm. The same goes for 5-realm martial arts. Without intent, you can't truly train them to perfection. Then, how can one cultivate intent? Suyu asked humbly. Kong Yunxiao explained. Comprehending intent is related to both a warrior's comprehension and their mastery of martial arts. The deeper your mastery of martial arts, the greater your chance of enlightenment. But that's not enough, you also need extensive combat experience. A true martial artist is forged through struggle. Struggle for the earth, struggle for the sky, compete with other strong individuals. Only by facing more masters can you break through, comprehend the essence, and have the opportunity to achieve the golden body, fully mastering the 5 realms of martial arts. Kong Yunxiao's words instantly opened Suyu's mind. Combat? Suyu's eyes slightly narrowed, and an idea formed in his heart. He hung up the communication and slowly stood up. The Dragon Snake Suppressing Prison technique hasn't broken through. The key is still the lack of combat experience, or rather, the lack of opportunities to face strong opponents. Coach Kong is right, only by fighting strong opponents can there be a chance to comprehend the essence. Right now, no one in the Blue Star training camp can pressure me, so I'll go to the Starry Sky Virtual Arena. After all, the Starry Sky Virtual Arena is open to the entire Federation's geniuses who are about to take the Interstellar College entrance exam. Although some geniuses haven't joined, it still gathers a large number of the Federation's top masters. Here, maybe I can find a breakthrough to comprehend the essence. Saying this, Suyu quickly freshened up, left his room, and headed toward the Starry Sky Virtual Arena. At this moment, the night was deep, the starlight sparse, and darkness enveloped the earth. Suyu walked alone through the camp and arrived at the virtual cabin. He lay down in his designated cabin and connected to the Starry Sky Virtual Arena. He opened the information panel and saw, registered character, Suyu Blue Star ranking, 74 Human Federation ranking, 871,634. His ranking had dropped significantly, but this was normal. Suyu had only fought a few matches in the Starry Sky Virtual Arena before and hadn't returned since. Naturally, his ranking had fallen quite a bit. This ranking now poses no challenge to me. I must challenge stronger opponents with higher rankings. Suyu looked at the leaderboard and noticed Yang Chen's ranking. Yang Chen has actually dropped out of the top 200? It seems the Federation's masters are all improving. I can't underestimate them. A flash of surprise crossed Suyu's eyes. Previously, Yang Chen could still make it into the top 200, but now he had fallen to over 270, even though he was frequently online and challenging others. It seems that while we are improving, the geniuses from other planets aren't idle either. Suyu casually selected an opponent ranked in the top 300 to challenge, but the screen displayed a prompt, insufficient ranking difference, unable to challenge. The Suyu account cannot challenge opponents with a ranking difference exceeding 1,000. A ranking difference of no more than 1,000? Suyu frowned. Looks like I'll have to climb step by step. Helpless, he chose an opponent ranked 1,000 places higher than himself and initiated a challenge. Soon, the opponent accepted, and Suyu's vision instantly shifted to the cosmic star river. Battlefield. Meanwhile, at a training camp on Xianming Star, Wu Ho and his friend Luo Ming were staring intently at the ranking panel of the Starry Sky virtual arena. Why hasn't that damned guy logged in yet? Wu Ho's eyes were red, his face haggard. Luo Ming's expression wasn't good either. After hearing about Wu Ho's defeat at Suyu's hands last time, his curiosity about Suyu had grown stronger. Especially knowing that Suyu was from Blue Star, his interest was even greater. Both of them wanted to face Suyu. Wu Ho wanted revenge, while Luo Ming simply wanted to see how strong Suyu really was. So, they had been keeping an eye on Suyu. But since Suyu's last appearance in the Starry Sky virtual arena, he hadn't logged in again, driving Wu Ho and Luo Ming crazy. Is this guy just here to mess around? Or is he too scared to come back? Wu Ho anxiously scratched his head, his face dark. Luo Ming shook his head. Forget it, I'm not interested in him anymore. You wait by yourself, I can't keep this up. Wu Ho panicked upon hearing this and was about to grab Luo Ming when he suddenly noticed Suyu's account had logged in. He's online. Ha, that guy is online. Wu Ho's eyes immediately lit up, like a lost man finally finding an exit. Luo Ming didn't know when he had returned, but he was staring at the screen with Wu Ho, fixated on the word Suyu. He's finally here. Luo Ming's eyes reddened. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment? 3 days and 3 more days. Today, I must crush him completely. If I don't, how can I maintain my reputation in the fish blasting community? Wu Ho roared and immediately issued a challenge to Suyu. At this moment, Suyu had just defeated his opponent in seconds, raising his rank by a full 1,000 places. In his flawless golden bone state, Suyu could easily break into the top 500 even without any assistance. Just after defeating his opponent, a message popped up on the screen. Wu Ho has challenged you. Wu Ho. Seeing the message, Suyu was slightly stunned, feeling a sense of familiarity. Soon, his expression turned a bit peculiar. Isn't this the guy who used to blast fish? Why is he challenging me again? Could it be that he's still unwilling to accept defeat after I beat him? Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected that the person he had casually defeated would be so persistent, still wanting to challenge him. But this guy's strength isn't bad. It might be worth seeing if I can feel some pressure from him. Suyu smiled faintly and readily accepted the challenge. From their previous encounter, Suyu had gauged that Wu Ho's strength was roughly on par with Yang Chen's, perhaps even slightly stronger in cultivation. However, back then, Wu Ho might have underestimated him or had other reasons for not showcasing his full abilities, leaving Suyu uncertain about his true power. But it didn't matter, the outcome was still destined to be submission. The opponent has accepted your challenge. On Xianming Star, Wu Ho saw the message and couldn't help but grin. Finally, I can get my revenge. Last time, I underestimated him and didn't use my abilities. This time, Wu Ho shouted, and his figure instantly disappeared. Beside him, Luo Ming decided to stay and watch the spectacle. In the virtual battlefield of the cosmic galaxy, Wu Ho and Suyu appeared simultaneously. Wu Ho stared at Suyu, his eyes turning crimson as a heavy aura erupted from his body. Wu Earth! Wu Ho shouted, and a yellowish-brown light instantly transformed into a set of rocky armor, covering his entire body. This was his ability. A top-tier A-grade ability, Power of Wu Earth. Kill! Wu Ho went all out this time, sparing no effort, determined to avenge his previous defeat. But when Suyu sensed Wu Ho's aura and power, his brows furrowed slightly. Second level of bone refinement? His cultivation is higher than Yang Chen's, and this power of Wu Earth is quite strong, but this power... Suyu shook his head. Still far from strong enough? It can't even put pressure on me. As he spoke, he sidestepped, and in the next moment, his fist shot out fiercely. No need to waste time. His fist struck Wu Ho's chest with lightning speed. The speed was so fast that Wu Ho couldn't react at all, and his entire body instantly disappeared from the battlefield. Watching the scene before him, Luo Ming's pupils contracted. As a spectator, he couldn't even understand how Suyu had defeated Wu Ho. When he came to his senses, he realized he had already been kicked out of the viewing room. Wu Ho's figure reappeared, but his face was full of confusion. Did I get defeated in seconds again? Luo Ming fell silent. This guy is really tough. I don't believe it. Clenching his teeth, Luo Ming snorted coldly. A guy from Blue Star, could he really defeat me? Luo Ming's cultivation was even higher than Wu Ho's. Seeing Su Yu easily defeat his friend, he naturally felt unwilling. After waiting for so long, he couldn't let it go without facing Su Yu himself. Thus, Luo Ming also issued a challenge to Su Yu. Xuanming star Luo Ming has challenged you. Su Yu saw the message pop up and fell into silence. Another person challenging me? Su Yu's expression changed slightly. First Wu Ho, and now another martial artist from Xianming Star challenging him. Did I offend Xianming Star? He felt a bit helpless but still accepted the challenge. As Kong Yunxiao had said before, the most important thing now was to engage in more battles with other martial artists through actual combat. Not only can he become more proficient in using the Dragon Snake Prison Suppression technique, but he can also comprehend its essence faster under pressure. In this way, he can cultivate the Dragon Snake Prison Suppression technique to the 4th level of perfection, and even reach the standard for breaking through to the golden body ahead of time. Therefore, the more battles, the better. Let me see just how strong the people of Xianming Star really are. Su Yu's expression remained calm as he confirmed the challenge. The next moment, Luo Ming appeared before him. So you're the one who defeated my brother Wu. Luo Ming was about to say something when Su Yu suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo Ming's pupils shrank, and before he could react, Su Yu's fist had already struck. Bang! With a muffled sound, Luo Ming's figure instantly dissipated. In the virtual Starry Sky arena, Wu Ho looked at Luo Ming, who had just been defeated, and couldn't help but laugh. Old Luo, you got knocked out too. Wu Ho chuckled foolishly, causing Luo Ming to helplessly furrow his brow in frustration and angrily retort, "You're the one who got knocked out. Your whole family got knocked out." Luo Ming grumbled, staring at Su Yu's name with a face full of unwillingness. "I can't believe it, a guy from Blue Star actually turned the tables. Let's go, call for reinforcements. If we can't even beat someone from Blue Star, how are we supposed to get good rankings in the Interstellar College entrance exams? Starshine Camp absolutely cannot lose to Blue Star." Luo Ming took a deep breath and left the virtual arena. After defeating Luo Ming, Su Yu shook his head. Still too weak. His strength is slightly better than Wu Ho's, but he hasn't even reached the 3rd level of bone refinement. He can't put any pressure on me at all. I'll just focus on improving my ranking and see if there's anyone in the top 200 who can challenge me. With that, he continued to climb the rankings. Time ticked by, and Su Yu's ranking soared rapidly. He challenged opponents almost at his limit speed, quickly rising from over 800,000th place to over 500,000th place in just over 10 minutes. This speed was incredibly shocking. Even Su Yu's ranking on Blue Star rose from over 70th place to over 60th place. But after just over 10 minutes, his speed had to slow down. Standing in the virtual space, Su Yu frowned as he looked at the pile of challenge notifications in front of him. Xianming Star Zhao Tiansheng has challenged you. Xianming Star He Weifeng has challenged you. Xianming Star Chu Zishi has challenged you. Xianming Star Zhua Tianyu has challenged you. Wow, no wonder I've stirred up trouble. So many people are challenging me. Su Yu's eyes widened at the sight. He had only defeated Luo Ming and Wu Ho, but unexpectedly, this had attracted so many challenges. Xianming Star. Su Yu pondered, stretching his neck. Do they really think I'm an easy target? A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If they want to play, then I'll play with them properly. Su Yu sneered and clicked on the challenge requests, accepting them one by one. At this moment, in the virtual Starry Sky arena, the members of Xianming Star's Starshine Camp were gathering. Is that Su Yu? Is he really that strong? You guys couldn't beat him? A group of people looked at Luo Ming and Wu Ho in confusion. Luo Ming and Wu Ho were originally quite strong in Starshine Camp, ranking at least in the top 20. Yet, they had been defeated by someone from Blue Star? It should be noted that the top-ranked individual from Blue Star was only ranked over 200th in the Human Federation. Moreover, many people hadn't entered the virtual Starry Sky arena yet, so in a few days, Blue Star's top ranking might drop even further. How could someone ranked so low defeat the strong members of Starshine Camp? When they were first called over, no one believed it. Is he really that strong? I went all out and was still instantly defeated. Wu Ho said with a bitter smile. This is getting interesting. I have to check it out. The geniuses of Starshine Camp became intrigued. Zhao Tiansheng went in? He accepted the challenge? Someone noticed the situation. and quickly followed Zhao Tiancheng into the room to watch. "Let's go, let's all take a look." The crowd eagerly followed suit. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Tiancheng already defeated by Su Yu. Lost so quickly? This guy is really tough to deal with. He Wei Feng has entered and started fighting Su Yu. As the voices sounded, Su Yu accepted one challenge after another from the Xingyao camp. However, after the geniuses excitedly engaged in battle, they all discovered a cruel truth: no matter how high their ranking was, the outcome was always the same: defeat. Hiss. Zhuo Tianyu is ranked 5th in our Xingyao camp and is already a white jade bone expert at the 3rd level of bone refinement, yet he lost to Su Yu? Is this guy really from Blue Star? Could he be an imposter from another planet, opening an account on Blue Star? I think it's very likely. How could Blue Star possibly have someone this strong? The people of Xingyao camp stared at the virtual battlefield screen, watching one companion after another being defeated by Su Yu, their eyelids and mouths twitching involuntarily. Damn! Even Chao Tian lost? What the hell is going on? Is he really from Blue Star? As more and more talented players from Xingyao camp fell, everyone began to look at Su Yu with increasingly serious expressions, their faces growing grim. Wu Hou and Luo Ming exchanged glances in the crowd, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of monster have we brought in? Wu Hou said bitterly. He had thought the opponent was just an ordinary player, but it turned out to be a humanoid super battle beast. Despite so many strong players from Xingyao camp stepping forward, not a single one could pose a threat to Su Yu. Even the top 3 ranked experts were all defeated. Luo Ming's expression was dazed as he shook his head blankly, his eyes full of confusion. "What are you doing?" As the two were talking, a steady voice came from behind them. They trembled and turned around to see a young man in black, carrying a large sword, walking slowly toward them. His entire being exuded an aura as steady and heavy as a mountain. Boss Wang. When Wu Hou saw Wang Teng, his neck instinctively shrank, showing a hint of fear. Wang Teng was the #1 in Xingyao camp on Xin Ming Star, a white jade bone expert at the 5th level of bone refinement, extremely rare. Even more impressive, he had already mastered a 5th realm martial art at the 5th level of bone refinement, showcasing extraordinary talent. In Xingyao camp, even the 2nd-ranked expert seemed as insignificant as an ant before him. Because of this, Wang Teng held extremely high prestige in Xingyao camp. Wu Hou dared not hide anything and immediately reported the situation in detail. "A guy from Blue Star? Even you all couldn't beat him?" Wang Teng raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Although the people of Xingyao camp were no match for Su Yu, they were top-tier geniuses on Blue Star. Yet, a Blue Star native had swept through all Xingyao camp members except for himself. "Interesting," Wang Teng said with a faint smile. "Pause everyone else's battles. I want to challenge him personally." As soon as these words came out, Wu Hou and the others were all shocked. "Boss Wang, you're going to take action yourself?" Luo Ming asked in surprise. Wang Teng ignored him and walked straight toward the battle space. With Wang Teng's appearance, the spectators from Xingyao camp erupted in excitement. Boss Wang is going to take action personally? This guy is really bold to attract Boss Wang's attention. Finally, someone can deal with him. A guy from Blue Star, and none of us could beat him. It makes you want to see how he loses. With Boss Wang stepping in, this guy is finished. Everyone started discussing, their eyes filled with excitement. Inside the battle space, Su Yu threw a punch, easily defeating another Xingyao camp genius. At this moment, a challenge notification appeared before Su Yu. "Xuanming Star Wang Teng has challenged you." Su Yu glanced at it and immediately accepted the challenge without hesitation. To him, the strength of these people didn't differ much. But in the spectator room, when the people of Xingyao camp saw Wang Teng appear in the battle space, smiles spread across their faces. Boss Wang has made his move. This guy probably hasn't realized how formidable Boss Wang is, yet he managed to pass his challenge so quickly. Yeah, does he really think that defeating us means he can contend with Boss Wang? Don't forget, Boss Wang is someone who can single-handedly take on all the top geniuses of Starshine camp. He's currently ranked 154th in the Human Federation. He's a monster with the strength to challenge the top schools of Galaxy University. Although I'm no match for him, Boss Wang will definitely deal with him easily. The members of Starshine camp discussed among themselves, their eyes fixed on the battle space. Wang Teng looked at Su Yu in front of him, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "So, you're the one who defeated the people from Starshine camp? Starshine camp? Suyu tilted his head, showing no recollection. Are you planning to avenge them? Suyu said indifferently. Wang Teng shook his head, but excitement gleamed in his eyes. I wouldn't call it revenge. I just enjoy sparring with strong opponents. Defeating them means you're qualified to be my opponent. Wang Teng smiled, gripping the heavy sword behind him tightly. A powerful aura immediately emanated from him. It's the mountain-shaking intent. Boss Wang may only be at the 4th level of bone refinement, but with his entry-level mountain-shaking intent, he can even fight warriors at the 6th level of bone refinement. I didn't expect Boss Wang to use his intent right away. Suyu is in big trouble now. The members of Starshine Camp exclaimed in the observation room. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the steady and heavy aura, which carried a fierce strength within it. Could this be the intent that Instructor Kong mentioned? I've actually encountered someone who has mastered intent. A smile appeared on his face. Coming to the virtual Starfield was precisely to comprehend intent. Now that he had met an expert in intent, fighting him was naturally a great opportunity to deepen his understanding of it. Perfect. Suyu smiled as he stepped forward. The Black Shen liquid transformed into the Black Shen heavy sword, and he charged at Wang Teng. To defeat so many of us with just the strength of the 1st level of bone refinement, you're already impressive. But against me. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. You have only one path, defeat. As his words fell, Wang Teng swung his heavy sword fiercely. Bang! 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 In the battle space, the sound of heavy swords clashing echoed repeatedly. With each collision, Suyu felt as if he were shaking a mountain. A tingling sensation spreading from his tiger's mouth. So this is intent? The opponent hasn't even used his full strength, yet I'm already nearing my limit. Suyu frowned deeply. Although he hadn't activated the amplification rule, or primordial creator, the fact that the opponent could easily push him to his limit was already terrifying. Of course, if he used his abilities, he could completely contend with or even defeat the opponent. But he came here to comprehend intent, so there was no need to use ability amplification. Thinking of this, a fiery passion ignited in Suyu's eyes as he charged at Wang Teng again. However, in the face of Wang Teng, who had mastered entry-level mountain-shaking intent, Suyu was almost completely suppressed. The members of Starshine Camp couldn't help but laugh as they watched. As expected, when Boss Wang makes his move, even if this guy is a bit unusual, he can only be crushed. Coming from Blue Star and having this level of strength is already impressive. Losing to Boss Wang is still an honor. Knowing Boss Wang's personality, the battle should be ending soon. The crowd discussed among themselves. In the battle space, Wang Teng saw Suyu being easily suppressed, and his patience gradually wore thin. With this level of strength, how could you defeat those useless guys of ours? Wang Teng shook his head, forcing Suyu back with a swing of his sword. I've wasted enough time. This battle should end now, he said indifferently. But just as his words fell, Wang Teng suddenly became alert and looked sharply at Suyu. He felt a peculiar aura spreading from Suyu. This is his pupils contracted. Just as he was about to speak, Suyu's voice suddenly rang out. Instructor Kong was right. Only by fighting strong opponents under pressure can I comprehend intent. I really should, thank you. Suyu stood still, his lowered eyes slowly lifting, and a bright radiance flashed. Intent, prison suppression. His voice echoed through the battle space. The next moment, an incredibly domineering aura erupted from Suyu. This is an intent. Wang Teng's pupils shook, his eyes filled with shock. This guy was using me just now to comprehend his intent? Wang Teng felt strange inside, not expecting to be used as a tool. But soon, his eyes revealed an even more fervent expression. This makes it even more interesting. Laughing loudly, Wang Teng charged at Suyu again. The intent of shaking mountains suddenly exploded. Intent. This guy actually comprehended an intent too. How is that possible? Across the entire Starshine Camp, only Boss Wang has comprehended an intent. Even on our Xianming star, geniuses who can comprehend an intent are extremely rare. Who would have thought that a guy from Blue Star could also comprehend an intent? Who exactly is this guy? In the observation room, the members of Starshine Camp widened their eyes, staring at Suyu in disbelief. They simply couldn't believe the scene before them. Even if he comprehended an intent, he's no match for Boss Wang. Don't forget, this guy just comprehended it, while Boss Wang mastered the shaking mountain intent a month ago. Exactly. With Boss Wang here, he can't stir up any trouble. The crowd comforted themselves one after another. At this moment, in the battle space, Suyu stared at Wang Tang charging toward him, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With the intent comprehended, the battle should end now, Suyu said softly, stepping forward as a sudden sound of dragon and snake hissing came from within him. A subtitle quietly appeared before Suyu's eyes. Dragon. Snake suppressing prison force upgraded to LV4. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Violent blood energy transformed into dragons and snakes, coiling around the black Shin heavy sword, carrying immense pressure as it roared out from behind Suyu. Entry-level intent. Suppressing prison intent. Fourfold amplification rule. Flawless golden bones. Bang! The black Shin heavy sword fiercely struck Wang Tang's heavy sword, two powerful forces colliding and stirring up layers of energy ripples. In an instant, Wang Tang's expression changed drastically. The next moment, a white light flashed, and Wang Tang's figure disappeared from the battle space. Moments later, the energy dissipated, the battle space returned to calm, leaving only Su Yu standing alone. The observation room fell into dead silence. After several breaths, a trembling voice slowly broke the silence. Boss Wang, actually lost? Our Starshine camp was single-handedly defeated by this guy? As the words fell, all the members of Starshine camp trembled slightly. Wu Ho and Luo Ming exchanged glances, their faces even more terrified. After all, this ruthless character was someone they had invited, and the members of Starshine camp were also called by them. Suyu being able to single-handedly defeat the entire Starshine camp was inseparable from them. What's going on? Why are you all in the virtual Starry Sky arena? I don't usually see you this enthusiastic. Suddenly, a voice filled with laughter rang out. A middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared in the virtual space at some unknown time. Coach! Coach! Wu Ho and Luo Ming looked at him, forcing a bitter smile. What exactly happened? The coach scanned the two, then looked at the stunned members of Starshine camp, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Finally, comprehended the intent. Suyu exited the virtual Starry Sky arena, sitting upright in the virtual cabin, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Character, Su Yu. Ability, Primordial Creator, Amplification Rule Cultivation, Bone Refining Realm, 3%, Martial Arts, Suppressing Mountain Heavy Sword Path LV1, 6%, Dragon Snake Suppressing Prison Force LV4, 1%, Technique, Primordial Freedom Technique LV1, 8%, Intent, Suppressing Prison Intent LV1, 1%, Attributes, Shaking Mountain Intent, Shin Alter Status, Formless Body. Not only did I comprehend the Suppressing Prison Intent, but the Dragon Snake Suppressing Prison Force also broke through to level 4 perfection. Kong Yunxiao sat in his office, leisurely sipping tea. Suddenly, his watch rang urgently. He glanced at it, a faint smile appearing on his face. Why is old Qin calling at this time? Shaking his head, he answered. The call. Soon, a projection appeared before him. A middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared, his face dark and frightening. Kong Yunxiao smiled and said, Old Qin, what trouble have you encountered? You look so upset. Tell me, and I'll help you figure it out. This gray-robed man was Kong Yunxiao's college friend. After graduating from university, Kong Yunxiao returned to the Blue Star Martial Alliance as an inspector, while Qin Tianbao went back to his hometown, the Xianming Star Martial Alliance, serving as the chief instructor of a training camp. Qin Tianbao stared at Kong Yunxiao with a gloomy face and sneered, You still have the nerve to ask me what happened? Look at the students you've trained. Kong Yunxiao was puzzled. What students? What happened to the students I trained? Qin Tianbao frowned, You don't know? Could it be that you didn't secretly arrange this? No, what are you talking about? Kong Yunxiao furrowed his brows. The more Qin Tianbao looked at him, the more annoyed he became, his chest heaving with anger. The members of your Blue Star training camp completely crushed all the members of my Xingyao camp. Kong Yunxiao's mind went blank for a moment, utterly incredulous. Suyu had single-handedly defeated the entire Xingyao camp. Although Xingyao camp wasn't the strongest on Xianming Star, it was at least one of the top 10 training camps. Suyu managed to single-handedly challenge and defeat the entire camp? Kong Yunxiao was stunned. Where did you find such a genius? Did you dig him up from another planet? Qin Tianbao was deeply suspicious, convinced that Suyu couldn't be a native of Blue Star but was instead a treasure Kong Yunxiao had lured from another planet. Nonsense! Kong Yunxiao rebuked angrily. Suyu is a genuine Blue Star native, unable to train good students. Yourself, You come to me looking for a sense of superiority? I didn't put you in your place back in college, and now you want to continue this? Get lost. The two exchanged angry insults, their voices filling Kong Yunxiao's office. Moments later, the call ended. Kong Yunxiao's face broke into a smile. I didn't expect this kid to be so impressive now. I originally planned to have them compete with Qin Tianbao's training camp in the third week, to let them experience true talent. Looks like Xingyao camp is just too weak. Kong Yunxiao smirked, his eyes filled with disdain for Xingyao camp and Qin Tianbao. He had intended for Suyu and the others to spar with geniuses from other planets, with Xingyao camp being one of the chosen opponents. But now, maybe, I should try that braggart instead. He's been boasting in front of me for so long, it's time for me to show him what I've got. Kong Yunxiao's eyes gleamed mischievously, a sly smile appearing on his face. After comprehending the prison suppression intent, Suyu spent a day in his room consolidating his strength before entering the virtual Starry Sky arena again. He discovered that actual combat improved his intent far faster than mere cultivation. The higher his intent, the faster the enhancement of the Dragon Snake Prison Suppression Force. Suyu was filled with anticipation for the powerful boost that mastering the 5th level martial art would bring. Over the next few days, he practically lived in the virtual Starry Sky arena, constantly sparring with geniuses from other planets. During a battle, Suyu threw a punch, his strength so immense that the space trembled, accompanied by bursts of explosive sound. A flash of white light, and his opponent vanished instantly. After the battle ended, Suyu exited the space and opened the information panel. Registered character, Suyu Blue Star ranking, 1 Human Federation ranking, 169th few. I've risen to 169th place. At this rank, the competitors are either strong practitioners at the 5th or 6th level of bone refinement, or a few who have comprehended intent at the 1st or 2nd level of bone refinement. And this is just the top 100 or so. If I make it into the top 100. Suyu stared at the list of names on the leaderboard, a glint flashing in his eyes. The top 100 are almost all experts close to the golden body realm, and some have even broken through. Suyu let out a long sigh. Although he was constantly improving, other geniuses weren't idle either. Moreover, the resource conditions on other planets were far superior to those on Blue Star. He shook his head, his thoughts shifting as he pulled up the system panel. Character, Suyu ability, Primordial Creator, Amplification. Rules. Cultivation, Bone Refining Realm, 21%, Martial Arts, Mountain Suppressing Heavy Sword Path LV1, 76%, Dragon Serpent Prison Suppressing Force LV4, 19%, Technique, Primordial. Freedom Technique LV1, 68%, Artistic Conception, Prison Suppressing Conception LV1, 35%, Attributes, Mountain Shaking Intent, Mysterious Alter Status, Formless Body. Although the upgrade speed of martial arts and techniques in the 4 realms is decent with the support of the Amplification Law and Primordial Creator, the progress of Dragon Serpent Prison Suppressing Force and Prison Suppressing Conception is just too slow. Suyu shook his head. The improvement of Artistic Conception, especially elevating Dragon Serpent Prison Suppressing Force to the perfect level, is extremely difficult. After all, these are things only experts in the 5 realms golden body stage can master. Moreover, the 4th level Dragon Serpent Prison Suppressing Force is already maxed out. It is only due to the unique settings of Suyu's system that he can break through the max level and reach the 5th level, a realm that only the creator of the martial art can achieve. In other words, Suyu's current mastery of Dragon Serpent Prison Suppressing Force is second only to its creator. So, it's normal for the progress to be a bit slow. But fortunately, my cultivation has also broken through, reaching the 2nd layer of the bone refining realm. Suyu smiled slightly. Now, even without the Amplification Law and Primordial Creator, I can easily suppress experts at the 4th or 5th layer of the bone refining realm. Once I activate the Amplification Law, even experts at the 6th layer would be overwhelmed. Suyu's face was full of confidence. Tomorrow is the 2nd ranking rotation. The words Instructor Kong mentioned before. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment, then walked out of the Starry Sky virtual field. In room number 2 of the Heaven Class A section, Yang Chen sat quietly cross-legged on the bed, his entire body radiating a jade-like glow, with tiny arcs of electricity dancing around him. Suddenly, an extremely powerful thunder force erupted from within him. Immediately after, Yang Chen opened his eyes. Bone refining, 3rd layer. And the 5 realms martial art my father taught me, I've successfully entered the beginner stage. A faint smile appeared on Yang Chen's stern face. Although I haven't fully comprehended the artistic conception, with my current strength, I'm more than capable of securing a spot in the top 300 of the Human Federation. Tomorrow, the second ranking rotation begins. The first place will be mine. Su Yu. Yang Chen murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. The next morning, Su Yu woke up early. After stretching and a quick wash, he headed to the virtual cabin. When Su Yu arrived, the cabin was already filled with people. As he appeared, all eyes turned to him in unison. However, the atmosphere this time was different from the first ranking rotation. Previously, everyone was excited and expectant, but now, their gazes carried a hint of wariness. After all, in the last ranking rotation, Su Yu had claimed first place purely through his own strength. Although some were dissatisfied, his strength was undeniable, leaving no room for argument. However, thinking about the new rules for this ranking rotation, everyone exchanged glances and revealed subtle smiles. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the cabin. Moments later, instructor Kong Yunxiao and other training camp instructors, including Lu Qian, also arrived one after another. Kong Yunxiao scanned the room, his gaze lingering on Su Yu, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ahem! Kong Yunxiao cleared his throat, and the cabin instantly fell silent. I hereby announce that the second ranking rotation of the Blue Star training camp officially begins. Everyone, enter the virtual cabins. As Kong Yunxiao's words fell, the crowd began moving toward the virtual cabins. Determination flashed in the eyes of Yang Chen, Gu Yun, and Zhao Chang as they lay down in their respective cabins. Su Yu was no exception. Once everyone had entered the virtual cabins, Kong Yunxiao signaled the staff to activate the Starry Sky virtual field. Lu Qian and the other 3 instructors fixed their eyes on the screen, chuckling. This second ranking rotation, Su Yu will find it much harder to keep his first place. Yeah, even though Su Yu has already condensed the flawless golden bones, once these little guys team up, the outcome of this ranking match is unpredictable. As long as they cooperate well, even if Su Yu has flawless golden bones, he might not secure the first place. The 3 of them spoke, their gazes turning to Kong Yunxiao. Boss, what do you think? Kong Yunxiao raised his eyebrows slightly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I think Su Yu will definitely win. Lu Qian and the other 2 were stunned upon hearing this, staring at the screen in confusion. As their gazes fell, the second round of rankings officially began. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, and before him was a desolate world. Yellow sand danced wildly in the air, and the sky was a murky gray. The sunlight was obscured by thick layers of dust. A thought stirred in his mind, and a piece of information appeared in his vision: earn points through kills and survival time. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. Su Yu immediately understood the rules of this round. Is this a battle royale mode? Su Yu had seen similar gameplay in games before. In other words, there are no rules here, and the goal is to survive until the end. The map will continuously shrink over time, leaving only one safe zone in the end. Su Yu squinted his eyes. You either actively kill others to earn kill points or rely on survival time to win. As for me, he said softly, stepping forward into the swirling sand, hiding has never been my choice. I can only take the initiative to attack. As his words fell, Su Yu's figure charged into the sandstorm, gradually disappearing. In a corner of the sandy world, several members of the Blue Star training camp gathered, exchanging glances. Just the few of us? Where are the others? They're probably still looking for teammates. This map is too big. Let's hurry and meet up with Zhao Chang and the others. With our strength, encountering Su Yu is a dead end. Right, we need to regroup quickly. The group nodded, preparing to head to the agreed meeting point along the planned route. Just as they were about to move, they suddenly noticed a figure appearing before them. Su Yu. Recognizing the newcomer, their expressions changed drastically. You're planning to team up? Su Yu looked at them, raising an eyebrow, clearly having overheard their conversation. The group exchanged glances and didn't hesitate. Run, one of them whispered urgently, and they scattered in different directions. They knew that Su Yu had defeated Yang Chen, and they were still in the organ refining realm, completely outmatched. Instead of engaging, it was better to scatter and escape, hoping to survive. As long as they could regroup with the main team, Su Yu would have no choice but to be eliminated. But just as they started to flee, Su Yu's figure flashed and appeared in front of them. Got you. Don't think you can escape. His voice was cold, and their hearts tightened. Before they could react, a powerful surge of blood energy erupted from Suyu. The roar of a dragon echoed through the heavens, his blood energy raging like a furious dragon. The black Xian heavy sword slashed with immense power, instantly obliterating their figures. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back in the virtual cabin. Just like that, we lost? They were dazed. They had started running at the first moment, yet in front of Suyu, they didn't even have a chance to escape. Moments later, they stepped out of the virtual cabin, staring at the virtual screen. Suyu looked at his increased kill points, raising an eyebrow. As expected, just by killing a few people, my kill points have jumped to first place. The others' points haven't changed yet. It seems they really are planning to team up against me. Suyu squinted his eyes, his expression calm, completely unfazed by their alliance. Then let's see how strong your alliance really is. He spoke softly, slowly heading toward the center of the map. That was where the final safe zone would be after the map shrank. Since he knew they were planning to team up against him, Suyu decided not to bother looking for others. Instead, he would wait for them all to gather and take them down in one go. What is he planning to do? In the virtual cabin, Lu Qian and the others watched Suyu's actions, unable to suppress their curiosity. Heading to the final area so soon? Isn't he afraid of an ambush there? And, judging from the conversation of those people earlier, he should have realized that now is the perfect time to take them down one by one. Only this way does he have the greatest chance of winning. But he went straight to the final area. Lu Qian frowned, looking puzzled. Ninghe and Zhao Long also squinted slightly, unable to understand Suyu's intentions. Only Kong Yunxiao, looking at Suyu, immediately understood. This guy, he's really bold, and his strength is truly extraordinary. Kong Yunxiao shook his head and smiled. The three of them, Zhao Long included, were momentarily stunned before they reacted. Is he lying in wait? Waiting for everyone to come to him? Lu Qian exclaimed, a trace of shock appearing on his face. This guy is way too confident, isn't he? The other side has everyone working together, including top-tier Blue Star experts like Yang Chen, Zhao Chang, and Gu Yun. Isn't he afraid of being overwhelmed? Lu Qian couldn't make sense of Suyu's approach. Logically, now was the best time to take them down one by one, which would be the safest strategy. But Suyu's approach of facing them head-on and waiting for everyone to gang up on him was far too risky. One small mistake, and he could be eliminated early. If that happened, he wouldn't even make it to the top 10. Afraid of capsizing? Kong Yunxiao squinted his eyes slightly, his gaze toward Suyu full of anticipation. If he hadn't known that Suyu had once single-handedly challenged the Xingyao camp, Kong Yunxiao would also have found his actions strange. But after learning about that, Kong Yunxiao was left only with anticipation. Let me see what cards he has up his sleeve to dare to challenge the Xingyao camp alone. Kong Yunxiao murmured softly. At the same time, in the virtual space, a group of people was gradually gathering. Yang Chen, Gu Yun, Zhao Chang, and other top experts from the Blue Star training camp were all assembling in the final area. You're actually willing to team up with us? Zhao Chang looked at Yang Chen in surprise. Yang Chen first glanced in the direction of the final area, where Suyu's position had been under constant surveillance. Then he said calmly, that guy is indeed very strong. Gu Yun sneered, so what if he's strong? If we join forces, we can still take the top spot. Take down Suyu first, then we'll each do our part. Alright. As their conversation ended, the members of the Blue Star training camp all nodded in agreement. Let's go. Time to show Suyu what we're capable of. Zhao Chang took the lead, stepping forward toward the final area on the map. In an instant, the members of the Blue Star training camp gathered in a mighty formation, following Zhao Chang and the other two as they slowly advanced toward Suyu's location. The vast yellow sand covered the entire sky and earth. Suyu sat quietly on a massive boulder, letting the sand blow around him. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that the sand couldn't get anywhere near him. The world was silent. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with an unparalleled calmness. He looked up in a certain direction not far away, a faint glimmer flashing in his eyes. Finally, they're here. Suyu said softly, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. He then stood up from the boulder. He stared ahead and spoke indifferently. Since you're here, stop hiding. It's too boring. As his words fell, several figures instantly appeared around Suyu. They're here. In the virtual cabin, Kong Yunxiao and the others saw the scene. their expressions shifting slightly as they stared intently at the virtual screen. Those figures formed a circle, tightly surrounding Suyu. Each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Their blood and energy surged, as if they were about to drown the endless yellow sand. Among the crowd, 3 figures slowly emerged. Zhao Chang, Yang Chen, Gu Yun, the 3 top-tier geniuses from the Magic City, Central City, and North China. The 3 of them stared at Suyu with heavy gazes. "Are you planning to team up and take me down?" Suyu smiled, deliberately asking. Yang Chen gave Suyu a deep look. "Although it's a bit dishonorable, rankings in the training camp mean everything. We're just trying to secure more resources." "Sorry about this." As Yang Chen's voice fell, arcs of electricity instantly leaped across his body, transforming into dense thunder plasma, as if he had donned a layer of thunder armor. It wasn't just Yang Chen. Zhao Chang and Gu Yun's strength also erupted fully at this moment, their supernatural energy fluctuations extremely terrifying. Behind the 3, the members of the Blue Star training camp surged with momentum. Simultaneously, "Kill!" Yang Chen shouted in a low voice, and all the members of the Blue Star training camp, including the 3 top talents, instantly charged toward Suyu. The aura of several bone-refining realm martial artists combined with that of numerous organ-refining realm martial artists intertwined, instantly engulfing the vast yellow sand. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth echoed with deafening roars, and the violent energy fluctuations seemed to devour everything. Although the Blue Star training camp can't compare to the training camps of other planets, with so many people attacking together, even a bone-refining third-layer martial artist with flawless golden bones might not be able to withstand it. Suyu might have been too confident this time. In the virtual cabin, Lu Qian sighed, his face showing a complex expression. Indeed, although Suyu has condensed flawless golden bones, and his combat power is unrivaled in the same realm, facing so many people joining forces, he has overestimated himself. Ning He nodded in agreement. Kong Yunxiao remained silent, simply staring at the screen, waiting for Suyu's response. Suyu stood alone at the center of the turbulent airflow. Even as those terrifying auras swept past him, his expression remained calm. The next moment, a pitch-black battle blade quietly condensed in his palm. Black profound heavy sword. As the black profound heavy sword appeared in his hand, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Suyu's body. Facing the siege of the crowd, Suyu took a step forward, and the aura within him instantly surged outward. This aura was like a transparent mountain suddenly descending. Feeling this aura, the faces of Kong Yunxiao, Lu Qian, and the others in the virtual cabin instantly changed. This is Kong Yunxiao's pupils contracted sharply, unable to suppress his exclamation. Intent. Suyu has mastered intent. Kong Yunxiao's words caused Lu Qian and the others to tremble slightly, and when they looked at the screen again, their eyes were filled with disbelief. "How is this possible?" Lu Qian exclaimed. As strong practitioners of the Golden Body realm, they were well aware of the significance of intent. To step into the Golden Body realm, the quality of bone refinement alone was not enough. The most crucial factor was mastering intent. Without mastering intent, even the best flawless golden bones and peak bone refinement would be useless. But once intent was mastered, shaping the golden body would become incredibly smooth. They had once speculated that Suyu might master intent someday, perhaps around the time of the interstellar entrance exams, but they never expected. Suyu had just condensed flawless golden bones and immediately mastered intent. Compared to Lu Qian and the others, Kong Yunxiao's inner turmoil was even greater. He clearly remembered that not long ago, Suyu had come to ask him how to break through the bottleneck of 5 realms martial arts, and he had mentioned intent. And now, Suyu had directly mastered it. Kong Yunxiao was momentarily speechless. He finally understood why Suyu could challenge the entire Starshine camp alone. With Suyu mastering intent, his combat power was several times that of others in the same realm. It seems there's no suspense in this ranking rotation. Kong Yunxiao shook his head lightly and said slowly. As his words fell, in the virtual space, Suyu took a step forward, and the black profound heavy sword instantly slashed forward. Prison suppression. The terrifying power of intent suddenly erupted, and his blood energy transformed into coiling dragons and serpents, wrapping around the black profound heavy sword. The dragons and serpents roared, carrying a fearsome and overwhelming power. In an instant, a black sword light hurled forth, directly striking toward the members of Blue Star. Those Blue Star training camp members who had just stepped into the organ refining realm only touched the sword. Light for a moment before their bodies instantly dissipated, eliminated from the virtual space without even a chance to resist. Even Luo Tian, a genius who had recently managed to step into the bone refining realm, could only show a look of terror on his face, unable to fight back at all. After holding on for a few seconds, he too disappeared from the virtual space. As the sword light gradually dissipated, the virtual space immediately returned to calm, even the vast yellow sand suppressed into oblivion by the terrifying power. Now, only Su Yu, Yang Chen, Zhao Chang, and Gu Yan remained. Compared to Su Yu's calm demeanor, Yang Chen, Zhao Chang, and Gu Yan's faces were filled with dazed expressions, as if they hadn't recovered from the shock of that terrifying sword aura. You three, will you leave on your own, or shall I help you? Su Yu's voice echoed across the heavens and earth. The three trembled slightly, looking up at Su Yu with eyes full of fear. Before they could react, Su Yu had already raised the black Shin heavy sword and stepped closer to them. Bang! A muffled sound exploded, and Yang Chen and the others had no chance to resist, disappearing instantly into the void. In an instant, only Su Yu remained in the virtual space, standing quietly. Glancing around, Su Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Done. With that, he focused his thoughts and exited the virtual space directly. Moments later, Su Yu sat upright in the virtual cabin. As soon as he sat up, countless gazes gathered around him. Those eyes were a mix of emotions, fear, seriousness, wariness, but above all, admiration. Whether it was the Blue Star training camp, the entire Blue Star, or even the entire Federation, people always respected the strong. Su Yu had clearly earned everyone's respect through his strength. Not only the members of the Blue Star training camp but even the three Golden Body Realm instructors, including Lu Qian, looked at him with complex expressions. Previously, Su Yu was just a student in their eyes. But now, having forged flawless golden bones and mastered intent, Su Yu could already be considered their peer. On the path of martial arts, one cannot truly grow without reaching the Golden Body Realm. Only by achieving the Golden Body can one truly step into the martial path. Although Su Yu had not officially entered the Golden Body Realm yet, with the talent he had displayed, it wouldn't be long before he successfully forged his Golden Body. The virtual cabin was silent. After a while, Kong Yunxiao's voice slowly broke the silence. First of all, congratulations to Su Yu for achieving first place in the second week's ranking rotation. As these words fell, Yang Chen and the others showed bitter expressions. They had clearly joined forces to defeat Su Yu, but instead, they had helped him become the star of the show. Now, I will announce the requirements for next week's ranking rotation. Kong Yunxiao's voice rang out again, and everyone turned to look at him. In next week's ranking rotation, you will compete against a training camp from another life planet. At that time, we will adjust the rankings based on your performance. As Kong Yunxiao finished speaking, many people felt a wave of excitement. Even Su Yu couldn't help but look at Kong Yunxiao. Compete against a training camp from another planet. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Yu's eyes. For Su Yu now, the fastest way to improve his strength and martial arts level was through actual combat. While self-cultivation could enhance his techniques and cultivation, actual combat was the quickest shortcut. Interesting. Su Yu smiled faintly. Kong Yunxiao's gaze lingered on Su Yu for a moment before he smiled and said, the next ranking rotation is mainly to let you experience a larger stage. If you perform well, I can apply to the Martial Alliance to open the entrance to the Starry Sky Ruins for you. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire virtual cabin erupted, stirring up waves of excitement. Starry Sky Ruins? That's the most precious place of the Blue Star Martial Alliance. If I can enter, my chances of getting into a top martial arts academy during the Interstellar College entrance exams will greatly increase. I heard that a genius from 2 sessions ago managed to enter by chance, and when they came out, they were just one step away from condensing their golden body. The Starry Sky Ruins are full of incredible opportunities. Whispered discussions filled the cabin. Starry Sky Ruins? Su Yu was still unfamiliar with the term. He looked at Bai Zimo with a questioning gaze. Bai Zimo nodded and explained, the Starry Sky Ruins are special spaces left on Blue Star by ancient cosmic races. During that era, both technology and martial arts were highly advanced, but they mysteriously disappeared later. At that time, the human race had already connected with the cosmic starry sky, and some cosmic races had entered Blue Star. After the extinction of the ancient era, these cosmic races also vanished, leaving behind these special spaces. The Starry Sky Ruins contain many heaven-defying opportunities. After listening to Bai Zimo's explanation, Suyu understood. Starry Sky Ruins, if there's a chance, I absolutely can't miss it. He smiled, silently making up his mind, but to get in, I need to perform well in next week's ranking rotation. Looks like I need to step up my game. Since next week's ranking rotation involves competing against other training camps, it will definitely be team-based by camp. The captain role will be handed to Suyu, no objections, right? Kang Yunxiao said. Everyone immediately looked at Suyu, shaking their heads to show no objections. Who would oppose a master capable of taking on an entire training camp alone? What a joke! Even the proud Yang Chen didn't dare to object. Kang Yunxiao nodded in satisfaction. Alright, it's settled then. Prepare well this week. Those close to breaking through bone tempering, come to me to apply for the bone tempering grounds. Also, this week's point rewards will be doubled. After speaking, Kang Yunxiao clapped his hands and turned to leave the virtual cabin. Double points? Looks like Instructor Kang is determined to win the next ranking rotation. Suyu vaguely sensed Kang Yunxiao's intentions. He shook his head and turned to head back to the dormitory. Double points were good news for him, as it would significantly speed up his cultivation progress. 1 week. I'll focus on advancing my cultivation in the first few days, then head to the Starry Sky Virtual Arena in the latter days to climb the rankings and strive to improve my intent level. Suyu already had a detailed plan in mind. Xianming Star, Tiansu Training Camp. A thin, hook-nosed middle-aged man stared at the information on the virtual screen in front of him, his brows furrowed. Kang Yunxiao, that guy, actually wants Tiansu Training Camp to have a friendly match with Blue Star. Training camp? Zheng Feng pondered for a moment, feeling something was off. He and Kang Yunxiao had once been from the same sect but had always had a tense relationship. Kang Yunxiao returned to work for the Blue Star Martial Alliance, while he stayed with the more resource-rich Xianming Star Martial Alliance. Because of this, Zheng Feng's career far surpassed Kang Yunxiao's. He had always looked down on Kang Yunxiao, even mocking Blue Star's training camp, thinking they could never amount to anything. But now, Kang Yunxiao suddenly invited him for a friendly match, which made Zheng Feng suspicious, feeling that Kang Yunxiao must have ulterior motives. His fingers tapped the desk, the tapping sound crisp. After a moment, Zheng Feng looked up and approved the application without hesitation. Looks like he's still upset about my previous mockery and wants to show me his strength. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Don't forget, my Tiansu training camp is one of the top 5 elite camps on Xianming Star. What is a Blue Star training camp even worth? My Tiansu training camp is not like that Xingyao camp that was easily defeated by a single challenger. Zheng Feng laughed. The news of Xingyao camp being easily broken through by some genius had somehow reached Xianming Star, and he was well aware of it. But in Zheng Feng's view, it must have been a top-tier genius from another planet. In Xianming Star's #1 ranked Xianming training camp, there were several experts who could easily crush Xingyao camp. Just don't end up being utterly crushed by my Tiansu training camp, Zheng Feng said with a laugh, his tone full of obvious disdain, not taking Kang Yunxiao's invitation seriously at all. To him and the entire Tiansu training camp, the friendly match invitation from Blue Star training camp was nothing more than a small amusement in life. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed since Blue Star training camp's last ranking update. At this moment, in the Starry Sky Virtual Arena, Suyu stood in the virtual combat space, facing a burly young man wielding a golden staff. The staff instantly transformed into countless shadows, rushing fiercely toward Suyu. A trace of solemnity flashed in Suyu's eyes as the black profound heavy sword roared out, carrying an overwhelming suppressive force, erupting violently. Prison suppression. Bang! 2 powerful forces collided, producing a muffled sound. The staff shadows exploded instantly, and the burly young man's face showed a look of terror. The next moment, he was engulfed by a powerful force, disappearing entirely from the combat space. After finishing, Suyu exhaled a deep breath, a hint of emotion appearing on his face. The rankings in the later stages of the Starry Sky Virtual Arena are getting harder and harder to break through. After speaking, Suyu's figure disappeared and returned to the virtual hall. His gaze fell on his information panel. Registered character, Suyu Blue Star ranking, first Human Federation ranking, 215 only ranked in the top 300, almost every opponent has mastered the power of intent, and many are even bone-refining experts. If I don't use the amplification rule, I start to feel the pressure around rank 220. Even With the amplification rule, I can only barely break into the top 200. Suyu looked at the panel and shook his head slightly. The Human Federation had too many geniuses, especially with the interstellar college entrance exams approaching. More and more strong individuals were flooding into the virtual Starry Sky arena, making it increasingly difficult to climb the rankings. Although Suyu was progressing quickly, he had spent quite a bit of time with the Jiangnan High School team earlier, while those top-tier geniuses had grown with abundant resources and long-term training. That guy Yang Chen has already been pushed down to over 400th place. The gap between Blue Star and other planets is really too obvious. The most critical thing is, at my ranking, most of them have at least reached the 4th level of bone refinement. If it's the top 200, even with the power of intent or refined jade-like bones, one must reach the 6th level of bone refinement. Looking at the overall ranking of the Human Federation, Suyu shook his head helplessly. But fortunately, the progress during this period has been quite significant. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Suyu's face. Then, he moved his thoughts and brought up the system panel. Character, Suyu. Abilities, Primordial Creator, Amplification Rule, Realm, Bone Refinement Stage, 41%, Martial Arts, Mountain Suppressing Heavy Sword Path LV3, 56%, Dragon Serpent Prison Suppressing, Force LV4, 42%, Techniques, Primordial Freedom Technique LV3, 48%, Intent, Prison Suppressing Intent LV1, 69%, Attributes, Mountain Shaking Intent, Profound Alter Status, Formless. Body. In 1 week, I broke through to the 4th level of bone refinement. My martial arts and techniques have also reached the 3rd level of mastery, and even the prison suppressing intent is not far from minor success. Not bad at all. Suyu smiled slightly. In the later stages, advancing in realm became increasingly difficult, especially for bone refining. Martial artists like Suyu, who had cultivated flawless golden bones, the stronger the foundation, the harder the training. But even so, Suyu's cultivation speed was still considered astonishing within the entire Human Federation. Judging by the time, it's about time to update the rankings. A glint of light flashed in Suyu's eyes. The Starry Sky ruins, and the confrontation with other training camps. He murmured softly, then exited the virtual space and sat upright in the cabin. The next ranking rotation would still take place in the virtual Starry Sky arena, so Suyu simply stayed in the virtual cabin, waiting for the others. Time passed by the minute, and more people gathered in the virtual cabin. Members of the training camp arrived one after another, and when they saw Suyu, they all showed respect on their faces. Although it had been a week since the last ranking rotation, they still couldn't help but feel a bit of awe toward Suyu. It could be said that in the upcoming confrontation, as long as Suyu gave orders, they would never go against him. Soon, instructors like Kong Yunxiao also arrived one after another. Seeing that everyone was in good condition, Kong Yunxiao showed a satisfied smile. Very good, your condition makes me very pleased. He scanned the group and continued, next, you will face members from the Tiansu training camp of Xinming Star in a map created within the virtual Starry Sky cabin. The rules are simple, defeat as many opponents as possible. The training camp with the most remaining members wins. Hearing this, many people looked surprised. Tiansu training camp? Xianming Star has 109 cities, each with a training camp, and Tiansu training camp ranks in the top 5. We're going to challenge such strong opponents? Those who were familiar with the situation on other planets showed concern on their faces. The resources and foundation of Blue Star are far inferior to other planets. Facing a top-ranked training camp suddenly, everyone was nervous. Yang Chen, Gu Yun, and Zhao Chang all looked serious. The first place in the Tiansu training camp is ranked 187th in the Human Federation. Zhao Cheng spoke slowly, his tone heavy. 187th? Yang Chen frowned deeply. The interstellar college entrance exam was approaching, and improving the Federation ranking had become exceptionally difficult. He had initially been in the top 300 but had now dropped to over 400. Kong Yunxiao restrained his smile and looked at everyone. What? Are you scared before it even starts? If you're like this, you might as well go home and wait for the interstellar exam. If you can't even face a strong opponent, do you deserve to be called warriors? He sneered, his words making the members of the Blue Star training camp feel deeply ashamed. Kong Yunxiao's gaze finally fell on Suyu. Suyu, what do you think? Suyu responded calmly, no problem. Good. Kong Yunxiao's smile returned. Since there's no problem, everyone get into the virtual pods and prepare for the confrontation. Everyone lay down in the virtual pods one after another. Lu Qian and the other two looked serious. Boss, isn't it too soon to compete with the Tiansu training camp? Although competing with other planetary training camps was part of the training plan, it was usually scheduled for later stages, and they typically chose lower-ranked teams to build confidence. But this time, Kong Yunxiao had moved it up and chosen such a strong opponent. Su Yu's strength is impressive. He climbed to 210th place in just a week. But the higher the rank, the greater the gap. Not to mention, it's said that the top figures in the Tiansu training camp have already broken through to the 6th level of bone refining, and their mastery of intent is nearing minor accomplishment. This confrontation might be tough. The three voiced their concerns. Kong Yunxiao felt the pressure, but, thinking of how Su Yu always created miracles, his gaze became firm, shining with determination. I believe in Su Yu. Soon, Kong Yunxiao and the other three also entered the virtual starfield. In the virtual space, after Kong Yunxiao and his team appeared, another group of figures appeared one after another. Old Kong, long time no see. Zheng Feng said with a smile. Why the sudden idea to have my little guys compete with yours? Is this to make them understand the real gap? His words were full of mockery. Although Lu Qian and the others knew the Tiansu training camp was formidable, hearing Zhang Feng's words still ignited their anger. Kong Yunxiao glanced at Zheng Feng indifferently. Knowing one's gap is good. After all, it's much better than someone not knowing the height of the sky or the depth of the earth. Zheng Feng's smile faded slightly, and his gaze shifted to the large screen in the virtual space. Confidence comes from strong power. Old Kong, do you believe, within 10 minutes, your blue star training camp will definitely lose? After speaking, Zheng Feng gave Kong Yunxiao a provocative smile. This guy, really annoying. The hot-tempered Lu Qian almost couldn't sit still, but fortunately, Ningyi and Zhao Long held him back. Don't be impulsive, we can't beat him. Ningyi comforted, and Lu Qian finally calmed down. Kong Yunxiao stared at Zhang Feng and suddenly smiled. 10 minutes? How about a bet? What kind of bet? Zheng Feng's interest was piqued, and he asked with a smile, Old Kong, I remember I won most of our bets back in the academy. What are you planning to wager this time? Kong Yunxiao squinted slightly. I bet that your Tiansu training camp can't defeat our Blue Star training camp within 10 minutes. If you win, I'll give you a heaven and human pill. If you lose, give me the mother nest essence you got from the Void Zerg. How about it? Zheng Feng raised an eyebrow. The mother nest essence was no ordinary item, it was a treasure filled with powerful life energy. Although the one he had was only a 5th grade essence, it was extremely valuable to a Golden Body Realm Warrior. He had originally planned to save it for his juniors, but he hadn't expected Kong Yunxiao to directly propose a bet for it. However, compared to the mother nest essence, the heaven and human pill was slightly more valuable. Deal. Zheng Feng agreed without hesitation. From both the value and the odds of winning, he had the upper hand and was naturally willing to bet. Kong Yunxiao listened, a smile appearing on his face. The heaven and man pill. The boss's trust in Su Yu is a bit too much. If Su Yu can't handle it, it'll be a huge loss. Lu Qian and the others exchanged glances, their expressions turning tense. Zheng Feng stared deeply at Kong Yunxiao and whispered to the instructor of the Swift camp behind him, tell Luo to finish the match quickly. Don't let me lose face. The instructor nodded and left the virtual room. Kong Yunxiao watched the scene but did not intervene, his gaze returning to the virtual screen. Su kid, I've already given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it depends entirely on you. Kong Yunxiao silently thought, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The scene shifted, the void twisted. In the next moment, Su Yu found himself in a dense forest. The members of the Blue Star training camp also appeared one after another. They looked around, their gazes eventually landing on Su Yu. Su Yu, what do we do next? Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, his expression serious. Facing the high-ranking Swift camp, it was inevitable to feel nervous. Su Yu scanned the surroundings. First, conduct a quick reconnaissance to see if we can gather useful intelligence and prepare for battle. Those skilled in reconnaissance, step forward and form a scout team to monitor the surroundings. Report back immediately if there's any movement. Su Yu said calmly. A few people stepped out from the crowd. Although Su Yu hadn't thoroughly understood the specialties of each member of the Blue Star training camp before, it no longer mattered. At the blood refining stage, tactical coordination and teamwork could still win team battles. But at the bone tempering stage, individual strength far surpassed the advantage of numbers. Previously, during the Battle Royale, Suyu had single-handedly taken down all the members of the Blue Star training camp, proving this point. My ability is Spirit Thread, which allows me to use mental power to detect the surroundings. Someone in the crowd raised their hand softly. Suyu looked over and saw that it was Luo Tian's sister, Luo Ziqian. The once proud, eldest daughter of the Luo family now had fear in her eyes. When she noticed Suyu's gaze on her, she instinctively avoided it. Spirit Thread? Suyu's mind stirred. He had heard of this special mental ability, which could extend mental power like squid tentacles, making it impossible for any subtle movement to escape its detection. More importantly, Spirit Thread could transmit information to teammates using mental power. On the interstellar battlefield, this ability was an absolutely top-tier intelligence relay tool. You're in charge of the scout team as the leader. Report to me immediately if there's any situation, Suyu said coldly. Luo Ziqian was stunned, not expecting Suyu to appoint her as the leader. She pursed her lips, said nothing, and turned to leave, followed by several reconnaissance-skilled companions. After the scout team left, Gu Yun, Zhao Chang, and the others all looked at Suyu. The scout team has already set out. Next, they waited for Suyu to assign tasks. However, Suyu simply glanced ahead, then sat cross-legged in front of everyone and closed his eyes. Next, do nothing. What? Everyone was stunned, not expecting such an order. Although they had doubts in their hearts, they could only obey Suyu's command and waited in place. A few minutes later, Luo Ziqian's anxious voice suddenly came through. A large group of people is rushing over from the southwest direction. It seems the other side also has sensory abilities and can detect our presence. Suyu, we. Before she could finish, her voice abruptly stopped. At that moment, everyone opened their eyes wide, goosebumps rising on their skin. Luo Ziqian had used Spirit Thread to transmit the message as soon as she discovered the enemy, but her communication was cut off after just a few words. There was no need to think. Everyone knew she had likely been captured or even eliminated. The opponent's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Suyu, we. Luo Tian stood up. As a protective brother, he was anxious. When he heard his sister's voice suddenly disappear and looked at Suyu urgently. Everyone else also turned their gaze to Suyu, who had become their pillar of support. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm like a deep well, without any ripples. They're here, let's take them down. His voice was not loud, but it was full of confidence. Everyone was stunned. Take them down? The people from the Skyspeed camp? Such arrogance? Just as everyone was speculating, a mocking voice rang in their ears. Heh, so these are the people from the Blue Star training camp? That's all? The instructor even gave us 10 minutes to deal with them, but it looks like we won't even need 5. Does Blue Star even have any good talents? Any random person from our Skyspeed camp could dominate the Blue Star training camp. Those scouts earlier were okay, but too weak. They were taken down in no time. Let's finish this quickly, or the instructor will get angry. These words made the faces of the Blue Star training camp members change drastically. They looked around and realized that, at some point, many powerful figures had surrounded them. The weakest among these people were at the peak of the refined viscera stage. We're surrounded. A member of Blue Star turned pale. These guys are terrifyingly strong. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly and roared, "What did you do to my sister?" "Oh, that pretty one is your sister," one of the Skyspeed camp members said with a smile. Her ability wasn't bad, and she was quite alert. But I managed to take her out with just one hand. Ha, old one, you're ruthless. That chick was pretty cute. Aren't you planning to pursue her? Pursue her? If I were to pursue someone, it would be at the Martial Arts Academy. Someone from Blue Star is nothing. The group laughed, not taking Luo Tian seriously at all. Damn it, so arrogant. Luo Tian's eyes turned red as he listened to their words, and he charged at the Skyspeed camp members. Humph. Just as Luo Tian made his move, the previously mocking Skyspeed camp member's expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward. Trash, should know their place. Get lost. The man coldly shouted, flipping his hand and striking out with a palm. A surge of intense blood energy erupted, forming a blood-red palm print that pressed down on Luo Tian. Bang! In an instant, Luo Tian's figure turned into a white light and disappeared into the void. In the distance, Gu Yun, Zhao Chang, and Yang Chen watched the scene before them, their pupils involuntarily contracting. The three of them were the top fighters in the Blue Star training camp, aside from Suyu. But the opponent's move was so fast that they couldn't even react before Luo Tian was instantly defeated. The strength displayed by the opponent made their expressions grow heavy. Meanwhile, in the virtual space, Zheng Feng smiled faintly and turned his gaze to Kong Yunxiao. Old Kong, it looks like your Heavenman pill is mine. Zheng Feng said with a smile, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. What's the rush? It's not over yet. The Blue Star training camp hasn't been completely eliminated, Kong Yunxiao replied, crossing his arms with a confident expression, completely unfazed by Zheng Feng's words. Heh, still. So stubborn. But stubborn people often get slapped by reality, Zheng Feng chuckled, his gaze returning to the virtual screen. These guys are too strong. Get ready to fight. Hold out. As long as you can, Zhao Cheng took a deep breath and said to Gu Yun and Yang Chen, his blood energy surging within him. Gu Yun and Yang Chen nodded, preparing to activate their internal cultivation when a figure quietly stepped out from behind and stood in front of them. The three of them were stunned. It was Suyu, who had somehow stepped forward without them. Seeing Suyu's back, the three of them inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Suyu, are you about to make your move? Zhao Chang asked softly, his eyes filled with anticipation. A week ago, Suyu had been able to take on the entire Blue Star training camp by himself. Now, a week later, how much stronger had he become? If the Blue Star training camp had even a sliver of hope against the Skyspeed camp, that hope rested on Suyu. In an instant, all eyes were on Suyu. Judging by your stance, you're the leader of the Blue Star training camp? The previously eliminated member of the Skyspeed camp, who had defeated Luo Tian, looked at Suyu with a grin. Doesn't seem like much, he said, preparing to continue. Mocking his companions when suddenly Suyu's voice came through slowly. Did I give you permission to speak? As soon as the words fell, the man felt a strong gust of wind hit him, followed by a piercing pain spreading throughout his body. Before he could react, his vision blurred. When he regained consciousness, he had already been eliminated from the battlefield. At this moment, the faces of the Skyspeed camp members on the battlefield stiffened as they looked at Suyu with difficulty. They realized Suyu was still standing there, while their companion had somehow been eliminated. Just then, Suyu's voice rang out again. I don't like noisy people, so I got rid of him. You all don't have any objections, do you? The battlefield suddenly fell silent. The members of the Skyspeed camp looked at Suyu, but this time their gazes carried a hint of seriousness. To eliminate one of their companions without them noticing, his strength was undoubtedly extraordinary. More importantly, the person Suyu had eliminated wasn't weak. His ranking in the Human Federation was over 500, which on Blue Star was enough to rival Yan Chen. This guy. A member of the Skyspeed camp was about to speak when suddenly a black light flashed by. Bang! A muffled sound broke the silence of the battlefield. The member who was about to speak instantly turned into white light and disappeared from the battlefield. Seems like you're still not convinced by what I said. Suyu returned to his original position, his cold gaze sweeping around, causing several members of the Skyspeed camp to instinctively shrink their necks. Are you treating my words like air? Suyu spoke softly, but it stirred a storm in the hearts of the Skyspeed camp members. Who just said that trash should accept their fate? I eliminated him. Facing the shocked gazes, Suyu casually dug at his ear and suddenly revealed a smile. Call out your leader, don't waste time. The entire field fell silent, with only the sound of rapid breathing echoing. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, crisp footsteps sounded from not far away. The members of the Skyspeed camp turned their heads and immediately made way. A young man dressed in white slowly approached, a sinister smile on his lips that sent chills down one's spine. I thought I could rest during this competition, but it seems, the Blue Star training camp has produced an interesting guy. The young man stared directly at Suyu. Let me introduce myself, I'm Skyspeed Camp's Wu Feng. Suyu looked at Wu Feng, raising an eyebrow. The leader of Skyspeed Camp? You could say that. Wu Feng smiled, a hint of madness hidden deep in his eyes. Alright, I love challenging leaders. Suyu grinned. As soon as the words fell, Suyu charged at Wu Feng. Black Xian liquid instantly covered his body, his black trench coat billowing in the wind. The Black Xian heavy sword roared out of its sheath, accompanied by a dragon's cry. The madness in Wu Feng's eyes grew stronger. Blue Star people are really arrogant. But that's what makes it fun, Wu Feng said as a dark golden light burst from his body. Impeccable bone. Yang Chen and the others' pupils shrank, exclaiming in shock. It's impeccable bone. This guy actually condensed impeccable bone. The three's expressions changed drastically. For a martial artist at the bone refining stage, condensing impeccable bone was extremely difficult. Throughout Blue Star's history of interstellar college entrance exams, only one or two had succeeded. And this Wu Feng turned out to be a top-tier genius. Damn it, this guy from Skyspeed Camp is terrifying. Yang Chen clenched his fists tightly, staring at Wu Feng with despair rising in his heart. Before joining the Blue Star training camp, Yang Chen had always thought of himself as the number one. Among Blue Star's younger generation, and even among the Human Federation, he was considered top-notch. Until he met Su Yu, and now saw Wu Feng's impeccable bone. Can Su Yu handle this guy? Zhao Cheng clenched his fists, his expression tense. After all, it was impeccable bone. Impeccable bone? Just a piece of trash. Just as everyone was still worried, Su Yu let out a disdainful sneer. The crowd's hearts trembled, and they hurriedly looked at Su Yu. Clad in a black mysterious battle robe, Su Yu suddenly erupted with an even more intense dark golden radiance, its strength surpassing that of Wu Feng. This is... As this dark golden radiance, stronger than Wu Feng's, appeared, the members of the Blue Star training camp, the Skyspeed camp, and even Zhang Feng and others in the virtual space were all shocked, their eyes widening in disbelief. Flawless golden bones. How is this possible? A guy from Blue Star actually managed to forge flawless golden bones. This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Feng growled in a low voice, his face filled with incredulity. Kong Yunxiao said leisurely, "Instructor Zhang, get your mother nest essence ready." At this moment, a relaxed and carefree smile appeared on Kong Yunxiao's face. Zhang Feng's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly, "Don't rush, it's not over yet." As his words fell, Wu Feng stared intently at the flawless golden bones within Su Yu's body, his eyes gleaming with madness. Ha ha ha, flawless golden bones. Truly flawless golden bones. This feeling, it's driving me crazy. Wu Feng laughed wildly, a peculiar aura slowly emanating from his body. I love suppressing top-tier geniuses like you the most. That feeling is simply addictive. He laughed maniacally, and suddenly, a dark red dagger appeared in his hand, stabbing toward Su Yu in an instant. The moment the dagger collided with the black mysterious heavy sword, Su Yu felt a chilling wave enter his body, causing his internal blood flow to momentarily stagnate. What is this? Su Yu frowned. Realm bloodthirst. Wu Feng's low voice suddenly echoed in Su Yu's ear. The next moment, Su Yu clearly felt the blood in his body slowly draining away. And the direction of the blood loss, it was flowing into Wu Feng's body. Wu Feng's face showed an expression of enjoyment. The blood of flawless golden bones is indeed extraordinary. This feeling is simply amazing. Although his blood was continuously draining, there was not a trace of fluctuation on Su Yu's face. Instead, a mocking smile appeared. You want to suck my blood? Then go ahead and suck to your heart's content. I want to see just how much of my blood you, a piece of trash, can absorb. Su Yu sneered coldly, and in the next moment, a powerful surge of blood erupted within his body. Amplification law activated. Base fourfold amplification. Primordial creator activated. Cultivation level increased tenfold. In an instant, Su Yu's cultivation level skyrocketed from bone refining stage 4 to bone refining stage 6. Vast blood energy surged forth, and not only did Su Yu not suppress Wu Feng's absorption of his blood, but he actively mobilized his blood, letting it flood toward Wu Feng. Wu Feng sensed the change in Su Yu's blood energy and was momentarily stunned, unable to understand Su Yu's intentions. But in the next moment, he clearly saw the increasingly playful smile on Su Yu's lips. Is that enough, child? Su Yu's deep voice suddenly exploded in Wu Feng's ear. Immediately after, Su Yu's mind moved. Primordial creator activated again. Second tenfold cultivation enhancement. Boom! The double tenfold enhancement caused Su Yu's blood energy to surge like a roaring river, the thunderous sound shaking the heavens and earth. In reality, Su Yu might not dare to easily perform two enhancements, as this would mean a hundredfold amplification, which could overload his body and cause it to collapse. But this was the virtual space. Since Wu Feng wanted to suck blood, let him suck to his heart's content. Come on, keep going. Su Yu snorted coldly. Third tenfold enhancement. Boom! The sound of blood energy surging like ocean waves echoed once again within his body, and his cultivation level soared to the peak of the bone refining stage. Although Su Yu had not yet forged a golden body and could not reach the true golden body realm, after 3 enhancements, the Strength of his blood energy was already comparable to that of a true golden body expert. Something's wrong. Wu Feng finally sensed that something was amiss. The endless influx of blood energy caused his entire body's meridians to ache, as if they were about to burst in the next second. Without hesitation, Wu Feng immediately terminated the bloodthirst state. But, in the next moment, Su Yu's figure appeared like a ghost in front of Wu Feng, one hand unceremoniously grabbing his neck, his icy gaze sweeping over Wu Feng's entire body like a blade. Did I not tell you to keep inhaling? Wu Feng struggled desperately, trying to break free from Su Yu's grip, but no matter how hard he tried, he found himself completely unable to escape the restraint. I said, keep inhaling. Su Yu's voice exploded in Wu Feng's mind like a bomb, instantly draining the color from his face. Did you hear what I said or not? Su Yu flung Wu Feng to the ground, stepping on his chest, leaning down to whisper demonically in his ear, keep inhaling. Outrageous. Who allowed him to act like this? Zheng Feng's eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to spew fire. If it were just Wu Feng losing, Zheng Feng wouldn't have been this furious, but the situation was different now. Wu Feng was completely overpowered by Su Yu, even publicly humiliated by him, which was intolerable for Zheng Feng. Old Zhang, it's just a scuffle between young people, no need to take it so seriously, right? Kong Yunxiao interjected with a light-hearted tone. You. Zheng Feng glared at Kong Yunxiao, his gaze as if he wanted to devour him alive. After all, this is a virtual space, just a simulation, no one actually gets hurt, so there's no need to be so serious, Kong Yunxiao responded calmly. Zheng Feng took a deep breath, his face turning an ugly shade. What, don't want to inhale anymore? Weren't you enjoying it earlier? So you pressed down on Wu Feng, his eyes glinting coldly. Wu Feng swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes. Though he was a madman, facing someone even crazier like Su Yu, all he felt was fear. Wu Feng tried to speak, but Su Yu gave him no chance. Su Yu slowly lifted his foot and then stomped down hard. Bang! The terrifying force instantly crushed Wu Feng's head, and his body turned into a beam of white light, disappearing completely from the virtual battlefield. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at Su Yu in shock. Whether it was the Blue Star training camp or the Skyspeed camp, they were all stunned. They never expected this guy to suppress Wu Feng so effortlessly. After all, Wu Feng was ranked just outside the top 100, a top-tier genius who had condensed flawless bones. A chill ran down the spines of the Skyspeed camp members, their bodies trembling slightly. Su Yu straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Those he looked at dared not meet his eyes, lowering their heads. Instead, Skyspeed camp? So confident, huh? Su Yu suddenly chuckled, flexing his wrists as the sound of bones cracking echoed clearly. Here's your choice, either I take you all on one by one, or I fight all of you at once. Arrogant. The faces of the Skyspeed camp members turned red with anger and frustration. Usually, they were the strongest training camp. But now, facing Su Yu, they felt utterly stifled. Not convinced? Su Yu raised an eyebrow, his expression mocking. Then I'll beat you until you are. As soon as the words fell, Su Yu's figure disappeared like a flash of lightning. His speed was so fast that the Skyspeed camp members couldn't react in time. Ah! A scream rang out. One member of the Skyspeed camp was sent flying, followed by more being struck, their bodies tracing arcs through the air. Bang! 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 A series of dull thuds accompanied the sight of bodies falling like dumplings. In just a few breaths, the Skyspeed camp members were all sprawled on the ground, their faces twisted in pain, grimacing. Su Yu walked up to the fallen Skyspeed camp members, looking down at them from above. Now, convinced? His tone was calm, but it was met with a silent response. No one dared to defy Su Yu. Looks like the Blue Star training camp has won. Kong Yunxiao smiled, his gaze playful as he looked at Zheng Feng. Brother Zhang, don't forget about your mother nest essence. Zhang Feng's face was as dark as it could get. He ignored Kong Yunxiao, his eyes fixed on Su Yu on the virtual screen. Since he had taken charge of the Skyspeed camp, he had never encountered such a situation. Perhaps the true experts of the Xianning camp could achieve this, but for someone from the Blue Star training camp. Su Yu? Very well, I'll remember you. Zheng Feng's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. I will give you the mother nest essence. Farewell. The Tiansu camp was completely defeated, and even Zhang Feng lost his bet with Kong Yunxiao. Humiliated, he immediately exited the virtual space. Who would have thought this guy would have his day? But I must admit, Su Yu is truly terrifying. Lu Qian shook his head with a smile. This time, in the Interstellar College entrance exam, Blue Star might really produce a dark horse. Dark horse? Kong Yunxiao smiled faintly, shook his head, and said no more before exiting the virtual space as well. In the virtual battlefield, Suyu glanced indifferently at the members of the Blue Star training camp before exiting the virtual space. This guy is too powerful. Zhao Cheng sighed. I originally thought I could snatch first place from him, but now it seems I was just being foolish. Gu Yun nodded silently. Yang Chen fell into silence. The virtual pod door opened, and Kong Yunxiao appeared beside Suyu. Well done. Come to my office later, I have something good for you. Kong Yunxiao looked at Suyu with a smile, growing more fond of him the more he looked. Suyu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Kong Yunxiao to approach him proactively, and his heart was instantly filled with curiosity. If Kong Yunxiao said it was something good, it must be extraordinary. After speaking, Kong Yunxiao returned to the high platform of the virtual pod room, a smile on his lips as he scanned the crowd. First of all, congratulations on defeating the Tiansu camp. To be honest, I never expected such a result. As soon as Kong Yunxiao finished speaking, the members of the Blue Star training camp couldn't help but glance at each other, their faces showing bitter expressions. None of them had expected the outcome to turn out this way. What made it even harder to bear was, this victory seemed to have little to do with them. Apart from the scout team sent by Suyu and Luo Tian's confrontation with the Tiansu camp, the others had no chance to engage directly with the Tiansu camp. The subsequent events were almost entirely carried by Suyu alone. As soon as Kong Yunxiao finished speaking, everyone felt sour inside. There was no helping it, it was just too embarrassing. These proud sons of Blue Star seemed like mere children playing in front of Suyu. Kong Yunxiao didn't mind, instead, he thought it was a good thing that they felt embarrassed. Only by feeling ashamed would they be motivated to improve themselves. This, in turn, was a positive outcome. He encouraged everyone. Briefly before leaving the virtual pod room, Suyu watched Kong Yunxiao leave, remained silent for a moment, and then followed him. Soon, he arrived at Kong Yunxiao's office. Kong Yunxiao saw Suyu arrive and raised his eyebrows slightly. Here so soon? The item hasn't arrived yet. Suyu pursed his lips lightly. You didn't specify when to come. Kong Yunxiao sighed, patting his forehead. Fine, it's almost here anyway. As he spoke, he took out a special device. Inside the device was a peculiar energy particle, and when Suyu sensed it, his heartbeat unexpectedly quickened. This is a small-scale superluminal teleportation array, a piece of black technology developed by Human Federation scientists after years of research. It can transmit small items without being limited by distance, Kong Yunxiao explained. Suyu stared curiously at the teleportation array, incredulous. Unlimited by distance, direct transmission? This is too advanced. Just as he was examining it closely, the energy particles in the teleportation array suddenly became active. In an instant, a beam of light flashed, and energy surged continuously. Soon, a special meatball, about the size of a bird's nest, appeared on the teleportation array. What is this? Suyu squinted his eyes. The meatball looked like an insect egg, yet it emitted a strong life energy. He even felt his own vitality stirring restlessly. Kong Yunxiao smiled and said, this is the mother nest essence. In the universe, there exists a void insect race. This species revolves around a single mother insect, with all other insects obeying the mother insect's commands. They reproduce rapidly, and the growth rate of their larvae is astonishing. Within a few years, the strength of the larvae can approach that of the mother insect. This is related to the life energy within the mother insect. The essence of the mother nest in front of you is the carrier of the life energy within the mother insect, similar to the inner core of a fierce beast. Larvae grow rapidly by absorbing its power. The mother nest essence here is of the 5th tier, capable of enhancing the golden body of a strong practitioner once. If it's a martial artist in the bone refining stage, refining it will significantly boost their strength. Kong Yunxiao's gaze fell on Suyu. I got this from winning a bet with the instructor of the Sky Speed camp, and now it's yours. Mine? Suyu was astonished, not expecting Kong Yunxiao to hand over such a precious item without hesitation. That's right. Although the 5th tier mother nest essence is valuable, it's useless to me. But for you, without your help, I might not have been able to obtain it. The interstellar exam is less than a month and a half away. Giving this to you might allow your strength to leap forward before the exam, bringing you closer to the golden body stage. Kong Yunxiao's eyes sparkled with hope. You know the status of Blue Star among the Federation's life planets, right? It seems like our home, but in reality, no one cares about it. Blue Star's spiritual energy recovery time is too short, unlike other planets where the recovery is at its peak. Blue Star needs achievements to prove itself. According to the Blue Star Martial Alliance's estimates, it will take decades or even a century of peak spiritual energy to compete with other planets. But that time is too long. While we improve, others are also getting stronger. Your emergence has given me and the Blue Star Martial Alliance hope. If you achieve excellent results in the interstellar exam, the Federation Martial Alliance will take notice of Blue Star. Resource allocation will accelerate Blue Star's growth, narrowing the gap with other planets. Listening to Kong Yunxiao's words, Suyu understood. Kong Yunxiao was investing in him, hoping for greater returns in the future. Of course, those returns were for the benefit of all Blue Star. I understand, Suyu nodded. Kong Yunxiao smiled. Go back and refine it as soon as possible. Once it's fully refined, you'll have a greater breakthrough in the Starry Sky Ruins. Your cultivation is still a bit lacking. Hearing Kong Yunxiao's words, Suyu's heart trembled slightly. From his tone, it seemed that the Starry Sky Ruins were no simple place. His current bone-refining fourth-layer strength was still not strong enough in Kong Yunxiao's eyes. However, Suyu didn't dwell on it. Continuing to improve himself was the most important thing. After leaving Kong Yunxiao's office, Suyu returned directly to his dormitory. He immediately took out the Mother Nest essence he had received from Kong Yunxiao earlier. As soon as he took it out, a strong surge of life energy filled the entire room. With just one breath, Suyu felt his blood and energy boiling within him. Indeed, it's the Mother Nest essence. Although it's only 5th tier, its life energy is incredibly potent, specifically nourishing an entire race. Looking at the essence in his hand, Suyu's lips curled into a smile. Perfect. By absorbing this, my cultivation and strength can improve rapidly. Although I don't know what's in the Starry Sky Ruins, Instructor Kong said the stronger, the better. With that thought, Suyu sat cross-legged on the bed and began to operate the Hunyuan Wuxiang technique. A powerful suction force erupted from his dantian. Instantly, he felt streams of life energy pouring into his body from the Mother Nest essence. This life energy seemed to awaken every muscle cell in his body, each cell ravenously absorbing the energy as if starved. Time passed by the second. Sitting on the bed, Suyu suddenly felt his body tremble slightly. Immediately after, a black substance oozed out of his body, accompanied by a foul stench that filled the air. Frowning, Suyu opened his eyes without hesitation and rushed into the bathroom. He spent half an hour washing before the stench gradually dissipated. After washing, he carefully sensed the changes in his body. Why does my body feel lighter? Suyu showed a surprised expression. Although he had undergone bone refining before, his body always felt heavy, as if carrying an invisible burden. Now, the sudden lightness was particularly noticeable. Could it be? A thought flashed through Suyu's mind. He opened the Martial Alliance Forum, a hub where many martial artists gathered to share various information. Suyu posted about the sensation of his body feeling lighter. Soon, the forum was flooded with replies. Suyu carefully read through them and finally found the answer. So that's it. The forum explained that the body feeling lighter was due to impurities starting to be expelled. From birth, the human body accumulates various impurities that are difficult to eliminate. As martial artists enhance their strength, these impurities are gradually cleared. However, before bone tempering, completely expelling impurities is not easy. Only after bone tempering does the process of expelling impurities become much smoother. When I tempered my bones, I forged flawless bones, which actually started expelling impurities from the bone marrow. But impurities in the human body are not just in the bone marrow, they exist in the blood, internal organs, and even every cell. To completely eliminate these impurities, one must cultivate to the golden body realm. The 9 revolutions of the golden body, each revolution expels impurities, shaping a flawless golden body. When the golden body is cultivated to its peak, all impurities in the body are eradicated, and no external energy can leave toxins behind. This is why martial artists in the golden body realm are considered extraordinary and transcendent. Suyu muttered to himself, but I'm only in the bone tempering realm now. The fact that I can start expelling impurities is entirely due to the powerful vitality in the Mother Nest essence. In other words, thanks to the Mother Nest essence, I've already initiated the impurity clearing process during bone tempering. This way, By the time I reach the golden body realm, the impurities will have significantly reduced, and my cultivation speed will naturally be much faster. In other words, while absorbing the mother nest essence, I've already begun cultivating for the golden body realm. Thinking of this, Suyu's face lit up with a radiant smile. I didn't expect the mother nest essence given by Instructor Kong to have such great benefits. He licked his lips and grinned. Let's continue. Without hesitation, Suyu once again immersed himself fully in the cultivation of absorbing the mother nest essence. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Suyu sat cross-legged on the bed, his body exuding a strong life force. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. Immediately, a system panel appeared in his vision. Character, Suyu abilities, Primordial Creator, Amplification Laws. Cultivation, Bone Tempering Realm, 46%. Martial Arts, Mountain Suppressing Heavy Sword Technique LV3, 56%, Dragon Serpent Prison Suppressing Force LV4, 42%, Cultivation Method, Primordial Freedom Technique LV3, 86%. Intent, Prison Suppressing Intent LV1, 70%. Looking at the system panel before him, Suyu's smile grew even brighter. In just one night, my cultivation has advanced several levels. This is the power of the mother nest essence? What excites me the most is that the progress of the primordial formless technique has increased even more. Before long, the primordial formless technique will level up. The primordial formless technique was an advanced cultivation method of the four realms, naturally difficult to cultivate. But with the mother nest essence, Suyu had increased its progress by dozens of points in just one night. This speed was simply astonishing. More importantly, once the primordial formless technique was mastered, Suyu would face no bottlenecks when breaking through to the golden body realm. I didn't expect the mother nest essence to have such a use. Suyu's face lit up with a smile. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, his wristwatch suddenly chimed with a message notification. Opening it, he saw it was from Kong Yunxiao. The Starry Sky Ruins will open in 7 days. All training camp members, please prepare. In 7 days, we will set out to enter the Starry Sky Ruins. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The Starry Sky Ruins were the reward Kong Yunxiao had promised the Blue Star Training Camp. As long as they defeated the Xianming Star Training Camp, they would get to explore it. He hadn't expected it to open so soon. The Starry Sky Ruins, huh? A trace of anticipation rose in Suyu's heart. I need to hurry and improve my cultivation. Instructor Kong said that to seize great opportunities in the Starry Sky Ruins, one's strength must be sufficient. With my current level, I'm afraid I won't gain much benefit. However, this doesn't account for the enhancement ability of Primordial Creator. Once I use it, the situation will be completely different. Suyu's lips curled into a smile as he calmed his mind and continued cultivating. 3 days passed quickly. When Suyu opened his eyes again, his entire body was not only brimming with vitality but also exuding a powerful aura of pressure. 6th level of bone refining. Suyu took a deep breath, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. In just 3 days, he had advanced directly from the 4th level of bone refining to the 6th level, an astonishing speed. Looking across the entire Blue Star, who could match his cultivation speed? Not to mention, Suyu was cultivating the flawless bone technique, which naturally made his cultivation speed slower than other bone refining stage martial artists and required more resources. But fortunately, he had a cheat. Aside from reaching the 6th level, my primordial formless technique has also been cultivated to level 5, just a little bit of experience away from max level. But that's not a problem. With my current self, as long as I use the enhancement of Primordial Creator once, my strength can rival the invincible beings below the Golden Body stage. As long as I don't encounter Golden Body stage opponents in the Starry Sky Ruins, I am invincible. Suyu was brimming with confidence, his entire being radiating a strong aura. It's time to head out. Thinking of this, Suyu smiled and walked out of the dormitory, heading toward the training camp square. Before long, his figure appeared in the square. At this moment, the square was already crowded with people. As soon as Suyu appeared, all eyes immediately focused on him. Many looked at him with complex expressions. The scene of Suyu single-handedly taking down the Xianming Star Swift Training Camp was still fresh in their minds. They all knew that the Swift Training Camp was not to be trifled with. Yet, even so, Suyu had managed to deal with the entire training camp alone. They couldn't help but admire him. At this moment, Luo Tian walked up to Suyu, his burly figure exuding a sense of pressure. The crowd was momentarily puzzled, but Luo Tian suddenly bowed to Su Yu. Even Su Yu was taken aback. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, Su Yu, although there have been some conflicts between us during the confrontation 3 days ago, even though you didn't do it to help me, you eliminated the people from the Swift training camp and helped me vent my anger. Thank you. After speaking, Luo Tian returned to his position with a blank expression. Su Yu looked at him and smiled. Luo Tian, although a sister-obsessed person who had clashed with him before, was only acting out of concern for his sister. Overall, Luo Tian was still upright and forthright. Even when he wanted to challenge Su Yu, it was always done openly and fairly, which led to the current scene. Thinking of this, Su Yu smiled lightly. Let bygones be bygones. He had no interest in dwelling on the past. Soon, all the training camp members arrived. Kong Yunxiao and the other instructors also appeared in the square. Standing on the high platform, Kong Yunxiao's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering particularly on Su Yu. A look of surprise appeared on his face. With his cultivation level, he could clearly sense that Su Yu's aura was completely different from a few days ago. The entire person was radiating an extremely strong power. This guy, I didn't expect his cultivation to improve again, Kong Yunxiao said in surprise. Then, he smiled. The stronger Su Yu became, the happier Kong Yunxiao was. Kong Yunxiao looked around at the crowd and slowly spoke. Everyone should already know about today's matter, right? As his voice fell, the crowd's faces lit up with excitement. The Starry Sky Ruins. These were relics left on Blue Star by ancient times and other cosmic races. Although Blue Star's status in the Human Federation was somewhat awkward now, long ago, Blue Star's reputation resounded throughout the universe. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say countless races came to visit. The opportunities and secrets hidden in these ruins were immensely powerful. Even the top experts in the Human Federation were envious, let alone them. As promised, I have already applied to the Blue Star Martial Alliance headquarters to open the Starry Sky Ruins for you to enter. Kong Yunxiao's voice echoed across the square. However, the tone shifted as he continued, this time, those entering the Starry Sky Ruins are not just you. As soon as this news broke, the members of the training camp all changed their expressions. Could it be that they weren't the only ones qualified to enter? Just as everyone was speculating, Kong Yunxiao slowly spoke, the activation of the Starry Sky Ruins requires a massive amount of resources, so every time, the Blue Star Martial Alliance headquarters sends additional personnel to enter together. This time, the location of the Starry Sky Ruins is a level 4 Starry Sky Ruin in the southwest of Jiangnan City. In other words, besides you, there will also be martial artists from Jiangnan City entering at the same time. Su Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Martial artists from Jiangnan City? This complicates things. How many resources you can obtain in the Starry Sky Ruins depends on your own strength. Kong Yunxiao swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes resolute. Low murmurs immediately arose in the square. Martial artists from Jiangnan City are coming too? Most of the resources in a level 4 Starry Sky Ruin are for the 4th realm of martial arts. There's even a chance for bone refining realm martial artists to break through to the Golden Body realm, which will definitely attract many peak bone refining experts. The members of the training camp grew solemn. Although they were top-tier geniuses of Blue Star, the gap was still evident when facing peak bone refining experts. No wonder Instructor Kong said that with my current strength, I'm not strong enough to seize opportunities in the Starry Sky Ruins, Su Yu thought to himself. It turns out I'll have to compete with peak bone refining martial artists. However, he quickly revealed a faint smile. As long as the opponents are all peak bone refining, I'm not afraid. With his flawless bones, combined with his mastery of intent power and the 5th level Hunyuan Wuxiang technique, his strength was enough to surpass most bone refining martial artists. Even without using enhancement effects, he was already formidable. Alright, everyone, head to the camp gate immediately and prepare to enter the Starry Sky Ruins. Kong Yunxiao interrupted the discussions. The crowd began moving toward the camp gate, where several hovering buses were parked. Everyone boarded in turn. Kong Yunxiao and the other instructors also got on the buses, which started and quickly headed toward the designated direction. Meanwhile, at the gates of Jiangnan City, figures gradually appeared, their powerful auras rippling through the air. Every one of them exuded the aura of the bone refining realm. They were all bone refining martial artists. Excitement and even a hint of exhilaration were evident on their faces. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaotian, the deputy leader of the Jiangnan City Martial Alliance, had informed them that the Starry Sky Ruins were about to open, and they would be entering alongside the Blue Star training camp members. This was considered support from the Martial Alliance for Jiangnan City. After all, this opportunity was largely due to Suyu. Without Suyu, the Blue Star training camp would have been no match for the Tiansu training camp. Suyu's solo challenge against the entire Tiansu training camp had greatly impressed the Martial Alliance headquarters. Therefore, when Kong Yunxiao submitted the application, the Martial Alliance headquarters approved it directly and even allowed Jiangnan City's martial artists to participate. After all, this was Suyu's hometown. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out, and Zhang Xiaotian appeared with his group. Deputy Leader Zhang. The martial artists of Jiangnan City greeted him respectfully. Zhang Xiaotian nodded and waved, leading everyone forward. After an unknown amount of time, the group arrived at a picturesque valley filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The air carried a faint floral scent, and just one breath made everyone feel relaxed. But Zhang Xiaotian noticed two hovering buses parked not far away, with members of the Blue Star training camp standing beside them. Kong Yunxiao and several instructors stood at the forefront, exuding a powerful presence. "Greetings, Inspector Kong." Zhang Xiaotian stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The martial artists of Jiangnan City followed suit. Kong Yunxiao waved slightly, no need for formalities. Suyu observed the martial artists Zhang Xiaotian had brought and silently noted, "These people are all in the bone refining realm, with the weakest at the 7th level of bone refining. If I didn't have other means, it would indeed be difficult to gain an advantage." Shortly after, Kong Yunxiao and Zhang Xiaotian exchanged a few words, and Kong Yunxiao led everyone to the training camp members. Then, he strode forward and instantly appeared in the center of the valley. Accompanied by the powerful aura emanating from his body, a cluster of blue starlight appeared in Kong Yunxiao's palm. The starlight flickered and scattered around the valley. As the starlight merged into the valley, it began to tremble. In an instant, more and more blue radiance emerged from all directions, eventually converging into a blue, illusory portal. A strong life force emanated from within the portal. The door was engraved with numerous intricate patterns, exuding a sense of mystery. "Open!" Kong Yunxiao shouted, and a surge of immense power directly pushed the blue door open. Once the door opened, a blue vortex was revealed inside, radiating a powerful suction force, as if it could devour everything. The starry sky ruins had finally been activated. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the blue door. Through the blue vortex, a dense energy quickly spread outward. The eyes of the bone refining realm martial artists glimmered with fervent light. Compared to the geniuses in the training camp, although their cultivation levels were higher, their talents were far inferior to those young members of the camp. Their current cultivation levels had almost reached a bottleneck, and without a special opportunity, they might never break through in their lifetime. But the activation of the Starry Sky Ruins gave them a glimmer of hope. "Everyone, prepare to enter the Starry Sky Ruins." Kong Yunxiao's voice rang out slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of breaking through the air echoed continuously. One by one, the crowd rushed into the blue vortex, and moments later, all the figures near the vortex had disappeared. "I wonder if these young ones can seize opportunities from the hands of those old veterans," Lu Qian said with a smile. "Unlikely." Ningyi shook his head, his gaze fixed on the Starry Sky Ruins. "However, if it's Suyu, there might be a chance." As soon as Ningyi finished speaking, the other instructors, including Kong Yunxiao, all smiled. They were well aware of Suyu's strength. Although the martial artists of Jiangnan City were formidable, Suyu had the terrifying ability to challenge the entire Tiansu training camp on his own. Therefore, they had high hopes for Suyu. Suyu only felt the surrounding scenery suddenly blur, and in the next moment, his feet were firmly on the ground again. When he opened his eyes, what greeted him was a desolate world, seemingly devoid of life. "What's going on? The life force outside was so abundant, but now I can't feel any of it?" Suyu looked around in confusion, then slowly walked in one direction. Just as he took his first step, cracks suddenly appeared on the ground beneath him. Bang! With a muffled sound, a black shadow swiftly lunged at Suyu. Its speed was astonishing, and if an ordinary bone refining realm martial artist were careless, they might have been struck. But although the shadow was fast, Suyu was faster. As soon as the shadow appeared, Suyu's figure swiftly dodged to the side, and then he threw a punch. A burst of immense power erupted instantly, all concentrated on the black shadow. Screech! A sharp cry rang out as the black shadow exploded into countless pieces of black flesh under the impact, scattering across the ground. Then, a black bead floated in mid-air. What is this? Suyu was surprised. The life force in it is so dense. Although the life force within the black bead was not as pure as the essence of the mother nest, it was still incredibly potent. Suyu silently recited a mantra, and his palm emitted a strong suction force, instantly drawing the life force from the black bead into his body. He closed his eyes to feel it and thought to himself, the life force in this black bead is different from the essence of the mother nest. The essence of the mother nest has very pure life force, which has limited effects on cultivation and mainly helps to cleanse impurities. But the life force in this black bead can enhance vitality and directly boost cultivation. No wonder the cores of these black creatures here can rapidly increase cultivation levels. Suyu had already formed a hypothesis in his mind. So that's it. No wonder so many people are scrambling to enter the Starry Sky ruins. As long as you kill enough black creatures, your cultivation can increase rapidly. This Starry Sky ruins is truly a treasure trove. Suyu exclaimed, and his figure once again darted off in a certain direction. Time passed, and Suyu had already spent 3 hours in the Starry Sky ruins. During this time, the number of black creatures he had killed reached double digits. Relying on the life essence within these black creatures, Suyu's cultivation was now close to the 7th layer of bone forging. The speed was astonishing. Just as Suyu was about to continue searching for black creatures, a figure suddenly appeared not far away. The person seemed to have noticed Suyu as well and, upon seeing him, rushed toward him. A dangerous glint flashed in Suyu's eyes, and he narrowed them slightly. But before the person got close, they shouted, "Suyu, I'm a teacher from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Do you remember me?" Hearing this, Suyu squinted and looked carefully, realizing the person's face seemed somewhat familiar. After searching his memory, he confirmed that this person was indeed a teacher from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Soon, the person arrived in front of Suyu. Suyu asked, "Mr. Wang, how did you end up here?" Wang Shun, the director of education at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. He was second only to Principal Yuan Feng in the school hierarchy. However, Wang Jin was a low-profile person who rarely appeared in front of students, so in the eyes of many students, Zhao Wuji was considered the second most important figure after the principal. Suyu had seen Wang Jin once before, and had found him extremely intimidating at the time. But now, he didn't seem as frightening. Wang Jin smiled at Suyu and said, "You truly are the most outstanding genius of Jiangnan No. 1 High School." Wang Jin looked Suyu up and down, unable to help but sigh in admiration. But when he noticed the trace of vigilance in Suyu's eyes, he realized something. He quickly said, "I came here not only to improve my own cultivation but also because the principal asked me to deliver a message to you. The Xia family might be planning to make a move against you." The Xia family. Hearing Wang Jin's words, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that the Xia family really intended to target him? "Mr. Wang, has someone from the Xia family also entered the Starry Sky ruins?" Suyu asked. Wang Jin shook his head. "The Xia family members shouldn't be here. If they were, I wouldn't let our own people enter the Starry Sky ruins. Then, the issue on your side is quite obvious, and the Xia family should be well aware of it. Although Xia Jia is impulsive, he still has some sense. However, according to the principal, it seems the Xia family has hired people from the black market in Jiangnan City." The black market? This term made Suyu's eyes narrow even further. The black market was a special area outside the jurisdiction of the Martial Alliance. As long as you could pay, there were plenty of unscrupulous experts there who would do your bidding. It was even rumored that, for the right price, they dared to assassinate martial artists in the Golden Body realm. Being targeted by the black market was definitely trouble. "The black market, huh?" Suyu murmured softly. "It seems I need to be extra cautious." Although Suyu was powerful and unafraid of these bone-forging realm martial artists, if he wasn't prepared, unexpected situations could arise. He said to Wang Jin, "Thank you for the warning." Wang Jin waved his hand with a smile. "No need to thank me. You're a student of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, and as a teacher, I certainly won't stand by and do nothing. I understand the opportunities in the Starry Sky ruins this time. Because of this, I'll also help the principal keep an eye on you." Suyu smiled faintly and said nothing, deciding to team up with Wang Jin. Along the way, Suyu continued to eliminate the black creatures in the Starry Sky ruins. These black creatures were not weak, but in front of Suyu, they were almost all instantly killed. Wang Jin watched Suyu's performance with a look of shock on his face. He even felt a hint of threat from Suyu. truly worthy of being the top genius of Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Wang Jin sighed. Even I feel somewhat inferior. Suyu merely smiled faintly, and did not respond. The two continued to explore the starry sky ruins. Suyu had no idea how much essence he had absorbed, but his cultivation had already advanced from the 6th layer of bone forging to the 7th layer, and it had only been a little over an hour, with the starry sky ruins still open for a full day. Moreover, the essence of the black creatures was just a minor treasure here. The opportunities in the starry sky ruins were truly terrifying. After an unknown amount of time, a structure resembling a nest suddenly appeared in the desolate land, towering over the ground. Near the nest, there were several figures. Suyu and Wang Jin both looked over. Suyu was shocked to discover that the little martial king, Yang Chen, was there. These people were wary of each other, clearly showing signs of conflict. Is this a void insect nest? Wang Jin exclaimed in surprise. Could this starry sky relic be related to the void insect clan? The void insect clan was very unique in the universe, primarily feeding on life and being one of the main enemies of the Human Federation. However, their treasures were of great help to martial artists. The mother nest essence that Kong Yunxiao had previously given to Suyu was a treasure of the void insect clan. Most importantly, these treasures were all hidden within insect nests. The insect nest before them naturally attracted the attention of many martial artists. Suyu, there must be good stuff in this insect nest. Wang Jin licked his lips, his eyes full of desire. Suyu squinted slightly, and the moment he saw the insect nest, he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, the power of the mother nest essence was still fresh in his memory. Just as Suyu was deep in thought, Yang Chen noticed him. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. With Suyu here, the chances of seizing the insect nest were greater. Yang Chen's appearance naturally drew the attention of other martial artists. When they saw Suyu and Wang Jin, their expressions immediately turned grim. These martial artists from Jiangnan City might not recognize Yang Chen, but they definitely knew Suyu and Wang Jin. Suyu had taken first place in the university competition, his fame spreading throughout Jiangnan City. Wang Jin, on the other hand, was the director of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, a figure of high status. For a moment, many gazes were fixed on Suyu, filled with wariness. Suyu, Wang Jin, are you two also here to fight for this insect nest? A bone-refining realm martial artist asked in a deep voice. He didn't say much, just stared at Suyu. Facing everyone's gaze, Suyu straightened his chest. This insect nest is mine. His words were full of dominance, as if the insect nest was already in his possession. This statement made everyone's expressions even darker. They hadn't expected Suyu to be so overbearing. Kid, don't think you can act so arrogantly just because you joined the Blue Star training camp. Everyone has a share here. Who gave you the right to be so domineering? A bone-refining realm martial artist couldn't help but shout. Although Suyu was already famous in Jiangnan City, in the eyes of these bone-refining realm martial artists, he was still a junior. Not to mention Suyu, even Wang Jin, the director of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, wasn't worthy of their respect. They were all bone-refining martial artists who would fear whom. If it were something else, Suyu and Wang Jin might have earned some respect. But the insect nest before them was clearly a void insect clan nest. It might hold the opportunity for them to break through and become golden body martial artists. Even though Suyu was somewhat famous in Jiangnan, they wouldn't give him any face. This was about whether they could advance further in martial arts. The temptation was too great. Although they knew that entering the Starry Sky Relic this time was thanks to Suyu's help, no one was willing to back down in the face of such temptation. Come if you dare, Suyu said coldly, a powerful aura instantly erupting from his body. Bone refining level 7, combined with the support of flawless bones, unleashed a violent pressure that swept across the heavens and earth. Even when facing these bone refining realm experts, they couldn't help but have a drastic change in expression. The pressure is too strong, a bone refining realm martial artist couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Jin glanced at Suyu, a flash of shock crossing his face. Yang Chen, on the other hand, smiled. Although being suppressed by Suyu in the Blue Star training camp was frustrating, he knew that with Suyu taking action, he might still get a share of the spoils. Perhaps being suppressed for too long had changed Yang Chen's mindset. Everyone attacked together. I don't believe he can take us all on. A cold voice suddenly came from the crowd. As soon as this voice sounded, many people's expressions changed. Suyu was strong, but after all, he was just one person. If they all attacked together, they still had a chance of winning. Suyu squinted slightly, his gaze searching the crowd for the source of the voice. Wang Jin leaned in and whispered, "This voice is unfamiliar. I know the bone refining martial artists in Jiangnan City, and this is the first time I've heard this voice. Something's off." Su Yu's mind stirred. Wang Jin had previously mentioned that the Xia family had hired people from the black market to deal with him. Now, someone was inciting their courage. It was likely related to the black market. Humph. Su Yu snorted coldly. If it were an open and fair confrontation, he wouldn't care. But this kind of underhanded scheming disgusted him. Hiding in the shadows? Then I'll drag you out, you rat. Su Yu spoke calmly, then stepped forward, and a powerful force erupted from his body in an instant. Facing several bone refining martial artists from Jiangnan City, Su Yu's face showed no trace of fear. The next moment, he threw a punch, his blood and energy surging within him, unleashing a violent force. The imprint of his blood and energy manifested between heaven and earth, pressing fiercely toward the group of bone-refining martial artists. Boom! A loud explosion resounded as the ground cracked with countless fissures. Those bone-refining martial artists were struck with immense force, sent flying, and crashed heavily to the ground, writhing in pain. It was a one-sided defeat. Wang Jin and Yang Chen were shaken to their core. They hadn't expected Su Yu to act so decisively and with such terrifying power. They imagined that if they had faced Su Yu just now, they would have met the same fate. Their gazes toward Su Yu changed. "Was it you stirring up trouble just now?" Su Yu stepped forward to stand in front of someone. The man was a thin middle-aged man, and when he saw Su Yu standing before him, his face turned pale. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," the middle-aged man stammered, his eyes filled with terror. "Do you know? If you had confronted me openly, I might have spared your life. But using such despicable means." Su Yu's gaze turned icy, as cold as piercing frost. His stare made the middle-aged man's skin crawl. "Then go to hell." As Su Yu's words fell, he struck with a punch. Bang! The immense force instantly reduced the man to a bloody pulp. This scene left the bone-refining martial artists from Jiangnan City pale with fear. They hadn't expected this 18-year-old youth to be so cold and decisive. "Since I'm in a good mood, I'll give you 3 seconds to leave," Su Yu said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, those still writhing in pain on the ground seemed to be injected with energy, scrambling to their feet and fleeing into the distance. This place felt like hell, and no one dared to linger. Moments later, only Su Yu and his 2 companions remained. Yang Chen looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression. Ever since being defeated by him, Yang Chen had regarded Su Yu as a target to chase. But the longer time went on, the greater the gap became, like an insurmountable chasm that could never be bridged. "Let's go," Su Yu said calmly, stepping into the insect nest. Yang Chen and Wang Jin remained silent for a moment before finally following. From the outside, the insect nest didn't seem large, only about a dozen square meters. But once inside, they discovered that the nest extended deep underground, with the subterranean earth hollowed out by the void insect race. Narrow passageways stretched deep into the ground, and no one knew where they led. These passages were like a labyrinth, leaving one completely disoriented about which direction to take. "What should we do next?" Yang Chen frowned as he looked at the maze-like insect nest before them. The nest was enormous, and the passages were densely packed, making it impossible to discern the way forward. Both Yang Chen and Wang Jin turned their gazes to Su Yu. At this moment, they regarded Su Yu as the core of their team, waiting for him to speak. Su Yu scanned the passages, pondering for a moment, and then a thought crossed his mind. "I'll use the ability of the primordial creator to enhance the chances of finding something valuable in the insect nest." They had entered the nest to seek precious opportunities. By using his ability to increase the probability of discovering treasures, Su Yu hoped for unexpected results. Sure enough, with the enhancement of the primordial creator's ability, Su Yu felt as if something intangible was guiding him. His gaze swept across the passages and finally settled on a narrow one. "Let's go this way," Su Yu said softly, stepping into the depths of the passage. Yang Chen and Wang Jin exchanged glances, not quite understanding why Su Yu had chosen this path. But seeing him enter, they quickly followed. The 3 of them moved forward slowly. The passage was narrow, with almost no light, and the surroundings were pitch black. Fortunately, all 3 were bone-refining martial artists, and even the faintest light allowed them to see their surroundings. They walked for a while but still found nothing. Yang Chen and Wang Jin began to feel a bit anxious. "Did we take the wrong path? We've been walking for so long and still haven't reached the end." Wang Jin couldn't help but ask. Suyu glanced at him indifferently, without answering, and continued walking forward. Wang Jin turned to look at Yang Chen, only to find him silent as well, merely following Suyu's pace. Helpless, Wang Jin could only continue moving forward with them. After some time, they finally saw the end of the passage, where a strange door stood quietly. The door was engraved with numerous raised patterns, intricate and mysterious. These patterns seemed to be the script of the Void Insect Clan? Wang Jin said in surprise. Insect Clan has a script too? Suyu asked, puzzled. Of course. The Void Insect Clan is also a life form in the universe. Do you think only humans have written language? Yang Chen explained, not to mention, some life forms in the universe have technology even more advanced than ours. So, what do we do now? Yang Chen asked, looking at the door. Should we open it? As he spoke, he stepped forward, his internal energy surging, and struck the door forcefully. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yang Chen's attack was completely blocked by the door, which remained motionless. Yang Chen's face showed an awkward smile. Ah, this door is really sturdy. Suyu glanced at Yang Chen but said nothing. He stood alone in front of the door, gently touched it, and then stepped back. His internal energy roared like rivers rushing through his body. Suyu slightly bent his waist, and his fist suddenly exploded. With power, the prison suppression intent was instantly unleashed. The immense force struck the door directly. The door, which Yang Chen couldn't budge no matter how hard he tried, began to tremble under Suyu's attack. Bang! With a muffled sound, Suyu forcibly punched a hole through the door. Yang Chen's expression grew even more awkward. Behind him, Wang Jin stared at Suyu's back with a deep gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Let's go in, Suyu said softly, taking the lead to step through the door. After passing through the door, the space ahead suddenly opened up. The walls around them were embedded with beads of various colors, which emitted dazzling lights, illuminating the entire space. There are so many void insect eggs here. Wait, these aren't ordinary insect eggs, they're spirit insect eggs, Yang Chen exclaimed. Spirit insect eggs? Suyu looked at Yang Chen in confusion. Yang Chen immediately explained, the Void Insect Clan's queen nurtures offspring through egg laying. The eggs contain special life essence, and the effects vary depending on the type of egg. For example, the eggs of the Bloodline Insect Clan can enhance a warrior's vitality and blood. The eggs of the Mechanical Insect Clan can even improve the grade of machinery or metals. The white eggs in front of us are spirit insect eggs. Their life essence is rich in spiritual energy. Once consumed, a warrior's spiritual power will be enhanced. Yang Chen said excitedly. Listening to Yang Chen's explanation, Suyu understood. But soon, he frowned slightly. So, spirit insect eggs don't offer much improvement for us? In Suyu's view, the path of a warrior focused on vitality and personal strength, and enhancing spiritual power wouldn't be of much help to him. Yang Chen shook his head and said, You're thinking too narrowly. For warriors at lower levels, spiritual power might not seem that important, as everyone is more or less the same. But once you reach the later stages of the golden body realm, spiritual power becomes extremely crucial. To break through the golden body stage, after meeting the requirements for bones and vitality, the shaping of spiritual power becomes decisive. Moreover, for warriors at the golden body realm, to become stronger and break through to the next level, spiritual power must be enhanced. In other words, if your spiritual power isn't sufficient, reaching the golden body realm might be the limit of your life. And spirit insect eggs can enhance spiritual power. Now you should understand how precious they are, right? After hearing Yang Chen's explanation, Suyu looked at the transparent insect eggs, his gaze growing more intense. Most importantly, spirit insect eggs are incredibly tempting treasures for those races that specialize in cultivating spiritual power. For example, the Spirit Clan. Yang Chen's voice slowly echoed. The Spirit Clan? Suyu looked at Yang Chen with some confusion. Yang Chen explained, there is a very special race in the universe called the Spirit Clan. They live by cultivating spiritual power. A powerful Spirit Clan member can control an entire planet, or even an entire galaxy, with just their spiritual power. Of course, in the later stages of our martial artist system, we also need to enhance our spiritual power, but when it comes to spiritual power cultivation, the Spirit Clan is absolutely the most knowledgeable. A third-tier spirit insect egg, if sold to the Spirit Clan, is worth as much as a 9-star third-tier pill. After hearing Yang Chen's explanation, Suyu immediately understood the value of these spirit insect eggs. Especially since there were quite a few of them, at least dozens. More importantly, Suyu was surprised to discover that all these spirit insect eggs were of the 4th tier. In other words, if sold to the spirit clan, they could be exchanged for dozens of 9-star quality 4th tier pills. After doing the math, Suyu couldn't help but show a shocked expression. The two quickly walked toward the pile of spirit insect eggs. As they approached, Suyu's nose suddenly twitched. What is that smell? He frowned, catching a faint, elusive fragrance wafting into his nostrils. As the fragrance spread, Suyu felt as if his blood and energy were being suppressed by some force, and their flow noticeably slowed. Yang Chen beside him also froze, quickly noticing the anomaly. My blood and energy are actually being suppressed. Yang Chen's heart trembled as he suddenly looked at Suyu. At that moment, a faint chuckle came from behind them. Apologies, but these spirit insect eggs can only be taken by me. As the voice sounded, Suyu and Yang Chen immediately turned to look at Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen had a smug smile on his face, holding a thin incense stick that was already lit. The faint fragrance was emanating from this incense. This is blood-suppressing incense. Yang Chen's face instantly darkened when he saw the incense. What is that? Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Yang Chen quickly explained, blood-suppressing incense is a special type of incense. When lit, its scent can suppress the blood and energy within the body. It's somewhat similar to the blood-suppressing steel in the training camp. Although it's not as strong as the steel, it still affects one's cultivation. However, the effect of blood-suppressing incense is limited. It doesn't work on those beyond the bone-refining realm. Yang Chen spoke quickly, but his expression grew increasingly grim. Although the blood-suppressing incense was not as powerful as the blood-suppressing steel, both of them were bone-refining realm martial artists. And a single stick of blood-suppressing incense was enough to make their blood and energy unable to flow normally. Now, they were like fish on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. Not bad, as expected of the descendant of the martial king. Wang Zhen laughed as he looked at Yang Chen. But despite Yang Chen's words, Suyu remained calm and composed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Wang Zhen. You wouldn't happen to be Teacher Wang, would you? Wang Zhen raised an eyebrow, a strange expression appearing on his face. Figured it out. Unfortunately, even if you realize it now, it's too late. Wang Zhen said indifferently, suddenly reaching out and tearing off a layer of transparent human skin from his face. Immediately, his body began to change dramatically, his previously thin frame becoming burly and strong. Someone from the black market? Suyu raised an eyebrow and asked softly. So, everything you said before was just to lure me in and gain my trust? Wang Zhen smiled. Of course. I investigated you. In the Blue Star training camp, you single-handedly wiped out the entire Xianming Star Skyspeed camp. If I treated you as an ordinary bone-refining realm martial artist, I might have already died. To be honest, it's not easy for Blue Star to produce a genius like you, but someone offered too high a price. For people like us who live on the edge of a knife, once we hear such a price, we can't stop ourselves. Wang Zhen spoke slowly, clearly not intending to spare Suyu just because he was a genius from Blue Star. But do you think I would fall for it so easily? Wang Zhen's face carried a confident smile. But Suyu quietly revealed a faint smile. Hearing Suyu's words, Wang Zhen's expression subtly changed. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Black liquid surged out from Suyu's body, instantly forming a set of black battle armor that tightly enveloped him. The effect of the blood-suppressing incense is decent, but as long as I isolate myself from the scent, it becomes useless. Suyu spoke calmly, and in the next moment, the blood and energy within his body surged like a dragon's roar boom. The powerful surge of blood energy, accompanied by a terrifying pressure, instantly filled the entire underground space. Impossible. Wang Zhen's eyes widened in shock as he froze in place. He hadn't expected Suyu to detect him in advance. Clearly, you hid so well. How did you figure it out? Wang Zhen stared intently at Suyu, hoping to find an answer from him. However, all he saw was Suyu's faint smile. But to Wang Zhen, that smile resembled a demon emerging from hell. His skin instantly crawled with goosebumps. When you're dead, you'll naturally understand, Suyu said coldly. In the next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. A terrifying force erupted instantly. To be honest, Wang Zhen's acting was quite convincing, even Suyu almost believed the words he had said earlier. Suyu's suspicion began when he activated the Mixed Origin Creator. The Mixed Origin Creator greatly increased Suyu's chances of obtaining opportunities within the insect nest. It was as if his luck had been enhanced, and luck itself is an elusive thing. With the probability increased, Suyu could rely on his intuition to accurately locate places hiding great opportunities. For instance, he found the area filled with spirit insect eggs purely through this enhanced intuition. However, if interference factors appeared, Suyu could still sense slight anomalies through his intuition. At that time, after activating the Mixed Origin Creator's enhancement, Suyu not only sensed the location of the spirit insect eggs but also detected someone trying to prevent him from obtaining the opportunity. Within the insect nest, the only ones capable of interfering with him were Yang Chen and Wang Jin. Suyu knew Yang Chen well. Although this guy had decent talent, without Suyu's permission, he couldn't possibly get his hands on the spirit insect eggs. The interference could only have been caused by Wang Jin. Thus, when Suyu enhanced himself with the Mixed Origin Creator, his first reaction was to be wary of Wang Jin. As soon as the blood suppression incense was lit, Suyu immediately used black profound liquid to create an oxygen-isolating barrier, blocking most of the smoke, leading to the current situation. Damn it! This guy is so vigilant. Wang Jin's face darkened. As a black market assassin, he had killed countless people, deceiving many with his disguises and acting skills. But in front of Suyu, his usual tricks seemed like a joke. Escape! Wang Jin decided without hesitation to flee. He knew how strong Suyu was. Their confrontation outside the insect nest had already proven everything. In a one-on-one fight, he was absolutely no match for Suyu, otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Trying to run? Just as Wang Jin was about to move, Suyu locked his gaze on him. I told you, I despise people who use despicable methods the most, Suyu said coldly, stepping forward. His blood energy roared like a dragon, enveloping his fist. The black profound battle armor amplified his strength even further. In the next second, Suyu suddenly threw a punch. Bang! The extreme speed and terrifying power exploded instantly. Wang Jin's chest was struck by the heavy punch, and he let out a miserable scream as his chest caved in. Before he could react, Suyu stepped on his chest. Are there any more black market people in the Starry Sky ruins? Suyu's cold gaze fixed on Wang Jin. Wang Jin felt a chill in his heart. Despite having killed many people, facing Suyu's cold gaze felt like being sentenced to death. Suyu clearly didn't value human life at all. Wang Jin hesitated. Suyu didn't give him a chance, grabbing one of his fingers and snapping it with a crack. Wang Jin's screams echoed through the underground space. I'll give you 2 breaths time. If you don't speak, I'll break your fingers one by one. Suyu threatened coldly. Wang Jin's pupils shrank sharply. Although the opponent was only 18 years old, his ruthlessness and decisiveness were terrifying. The pain continuously stimulated his nerves, forcing him to speak quickly. The Xia family issued a gold star level assassination order for you in the black market, Wang Jin said. This level of order has attracted many people, I'm just one of them. As far as I know, there are at least 5 assassins who entered the Starry Sky ruins this time. I don't know about the others. Can you let me go? Now. His eyes were filled with a desperate desire to survive. Suyu said indifferently, hand over all the information about these people. If you hide anything, I'll make you wish you were dead. Wang Jin nodded frantically and revealed everything he knew without hesitation. After listening, Suyu suddenly stomped down, and the sound of Wang Jin's thoracic vertebrae shattering echoed. Wang Jin's eyes widened, unable to comprehend why Suyu had so decisively killed him even though he had already handed over all the information. When it was all over, Suyu slowly turned around. Beside him, Yang Chen finally came to his senses. When he looked at Suyu, there was now a trace of fear in his eyes. Although Yang Chen was a genius from Blue Star, he hadn't killed many people and had never seen someone as cold-blooded and decisive as Suyu. Are these people all black market assassins? Yang Chen swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask. Suyu nodded, then walked toward the spirit insect eggs, preparing to collect them. Yang Chen followed, curiously asking, who exactly did you offend? The black market actually sent people to hunt you down. Jiangnan City, the Xia family, Suyu replied expressionlessly. Yang Chen shrank his neck, feeling that Suyu was terrifying right now. As if something major was about to happen. So, what are you planning to do? Yang Chen asked cautiously. Kill them, Suyu said flatly, pausing slightly as he finished collecting all the spirit insect eggs. I'll leave some of these spirit insect eggs for you. Next, I'm going to kill. If you want to follow, then follow. After speaking, Suyu walked out of the passage without hesitation. Yang Chen watched Suyu leave decisively, stunned for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and chose to follow. To be honest, Yang Chen still hadn't come to terms with the idea of killing. But deep down, a voice told him that if he didn't follow, he would definitely regret it. So, he followed Suyu without hesitation. The starry sky ruins are so vast. How do you plan to find those people? Yang Chen asked curiously as he followed behind Suyu. Although Wang Zhen had revealed the information, appearances, and cultivation levels of those people before his death, even he didn't know their current whereabouts. Suyu said he was going out to kill, but Yang Chen couldn't imagine how he planned to locate them. More importantly, these people represented the bone refining realm experts of Jiangnan City who had entered the starry sky ruins. If they killed the wrong person or accidentally injured other bone refining realm martial artists from Jiangnan City, it would cause a lot of trouble. Suyu glanced back at Yang Chen. To be honest, he was a bit surprised that Yang Chen had followed him. He shook his head and handed a portion of the spirit insect eggs to Yang Chen. These are for you. Yang Chen took the spirit insect eggs, but his mind was still full of questions. How exactly did Suyu plan to find those black market assassins? Suyu looked around and focused his thoughts. Use the enhancement skill to increase the probability of finding the black market assassins. Twice. Without hesitation, he used the last two enhancements of the day on this. In the starry sky ruins, everyone was in the bone refining realm, and there were no experts in the golden body realm. Although Suyu hadn't yet reached the peak of the bone refining realm, his strength was enough to be considered invincible below the golden body realm. So, there was no need to use enhancements to boost his strength. On the contrary, those who wanted to kill him for the bounty filled Suyu with murderous intent. He wouldn't feel at ease until he hunted them all down. With the two enhancements, a mysterious sensation enveloped Suyu. This way. Suyu pointed in a direction, his intuition telling him that the black market assassins were there. This probability enhancement made his intuition more precise, allowing him to accurately locate his targets. This was how Suyu planned to find the black market assassins. Yang Chen was curious about why Suyu was so confident but didn't say much. He quickly followed Suyu in the direction he pointed. In less than 10 minutes, in this desolate land, the two of them keenly noticed a burly figure ahead, fiercely battling a black monster. That person. Seeing the burly figure, Yang Chen's eyes widened. Wang Zhen had told him about the black market assassins, and the person before him was one of the remaining four. Yet Yang Chen still found it hard to believe that Suyu had managed to find them so easily. Could this guy be some kind of ferocious beast that tracks like a dog? Yang Chen couldn't help but ask Suyu. This was too unbelievable for him. Take action, Suyu said coldly. What? Yang Chen's eyes widened. He looked at the burly figure fighting the black creature and swallowed hard. No way, man, the opponent seems to be at the peak of the bone refining realm, and you're just charging in like that? Yang Chen's face was full of surprise. Although Suyu had previously taken on everyone at the Sky Speed training camp single-handedly, this guy was at the peak of the bone refining realm. Moreover, having been in the starry sky ruins for so long, the opponent's strength had been significantly enhanced by the essence of the black creature, making him even stronger than a typical bone refining peak expert. For Suyu to directly make a move seemed overly reckless. While Yang Chen was still in shock, Suyu had already rushed toward the burly figure. Yang Chen was momentarily speechless. What happened next left him even more astonished. Suyu walked straight toward the opponent, who immediately noticed him. As a black market assassin, the moment he saw Suyu, he instantly understood that Suyu was his target. But he hadn't expected Suyu to be so bold. Appearing Yang Chen didn't know that Suyu, after killing the last assassin mentioned by Wang Zhen, still felt his intuition faintly pointing in a certain direction. This meant that there were other black market assassins in this starry sky relic. So many people were attracted? Suyu squinted his eyes slightly, beginning to feel that he had underestimated this Venus-level commission. It should be noted that a total of more than 10 bone refining realm martial artists from Jiangnan City had entered the starry sky relic this time. Excluding the 6 he had killed, there were only about 10 left. Yet among these 10 bone refining martial artists, there were still black market assassins. The Xia family. A trace of coldness flashed in Suyu's eyes. The root of all this was clearly related to the Xia family. Suyu was certain that when he killed Xia Ren, he left no clues behind. After all, the one capable of killing them would definitely be a golden body realm martial artist, while he was only in the organ refining realm at the time. Logically, that old Guy Xiaojia would never suspect Suyu. But the other party was willing to pay such a high price to send black market assassins to trouble him, indicating that the Xia family had other motives for targeting him. Could it be for the 5-realm martial arts I possess? Suyu had a vague guess in his heart. For Golden Body realm martial artists, 5-realm martial arts were extremely tempting. After all, even for those in the Golden Body realm, obtaining a 5-realm martial art was rare. It's a pity I can't see the commission information. If I could, I might find some clues. Suyu shook his head helplessly. What are you thinking about? Yang Chen stared at Suyu in confusion, completely unable to understand why he was still troubled when all the assassins had been dealt with. Just as Suyu was about to speak, he suddenly felt that intuition disappear. Time's up? Suyu frowned. The enhancement from the mixed origin creator had a time limit, and the half-hour had passed, causing the enhancement effect to vanish. Now, even though he knew there were still assassins, he could no longer precisely locate them. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a bit irritated but quickly shook his head to dispel the frustration. This starry sky relic was left behind by the void insect race on Blue Star. You know more about cosmic alien races than I do. What do you think is the most valuable aspect of the void insect race? Suyu suddenly looked at Yang Chen and asked. Since he couldn't find the assassins now, it was better to be cautious. The most important thing was to seize the opportunity in the starry sky relic to quickly enhance his strength. With increased strength, he wouldn't fear encountering black market assassins. Besides, with his current cultivation level, those bone-refining realm martial artists were no match for him. I know why you're frowning, Yang Chen said with a confident smile. You asked me this, and it just so happens that I know. Yang Chen patted his chest. Apart from the treasures hidden in the insect nests, the most valuable aspect of the void insect race is their mother insect. Do you know about the mother nest essence? Suyu nodded. Of course, he knew about the mother nest essence. He even had one given to him by Kong Yunxiao. The mother nest essence is a treasure nurtured by the mother insect's location. Besides the mother nest essence, there are many precious resources around the mother insect. The mother insect of the void insect race is a special creature with an extremely high concentration of life essence, surrounded by a large number of rare materials and treasures. Its powerful vitality allows these treasures to grow rapidly. This is the most valuable aspect of the void insect race. As long as we find the location of the mother insect, we can find a large number of life-filled treasures. Yang Chen said, his eyes sparkling. Can you find the location of the mother insect? Suyu asked indifferently. Yang Chen rolled his eyes. Don't underestimate me. Follow me. With that, Yang Chen took out something that looked like an ordinary meatball from his storage ring. But this meatball emitted an extremely strong life aura. Suddenly, patterns appeared on the surface of the meatball. These patterns slowly unfolded, resembling a map. Yang Chen looked at the patterns on the meatball and said decisively, Found it, follow me. Suyu curiously glanced at the meatball in Yang Chen's hand. What is this thing? Yang Chen shook the fleshy ball in his hand and said with a smile, This is a treasure. The Human Federation used a special method to refine the void zerg into a guiding worm. This guiding worm is particularly sensitive to the presence of the queen. With it, we can accurately locate the queen's position. The queen is a very unique existence within the void zerg. Even if it dies, it leaves behind a distinct energy fluctuation. Because of this, with the guiding worm, we can find the queen, whether it's alive or dead. After hearing Yang Chen's words, Suyu's face showed surprise. There's something this amazing? Soon, Suyu and Yang Chen followed the guiding worm's direction and moved forward quickly. They didn't know how long they had been walking when they finally stopped on this desolate land. What's wrong? Suyu asked in confusion. Yang Chen looked surprised. The guiding worm says the queen is right here. Suyu looked around and fell silent. The area within a few hundred meters was barren, with nothing but yellow sand swirling in the wind. Then where exactly is the queen? Suyu looked at Yang Chen, and Yang Chen looked back at Suyu. Both of them remained silent. Could it be underground? Suyu squinted his eyes, staring at the ground. Yang Chen froze for a moment before understanding. Yes, the Void Zerg Queen usually hides in the safest place. There's nothing on this barren land, so the queen is likely underground. Yang Chen's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Start digging. Suyu punched the ground. The immense force shattered the surface, revealing a large pit. Seeing this, Yang Chen joined in the excavation. Both of them were experts at the bone refining stage, and with their full effort, they quickly dug through the ground. They didn't know how much time had passed, but they had already dug dozens of meters deep. Their figures continued to descend into the earth. At that moment, a shadow quietly appeared on the desolate land above. The Queen? The Shadow's face showed excitement. I was just planning to complete my mission and earn some money, but I didn't expect to find the Queen by following them. Suyu, you're truly my lucky star. The shadow let out a sinister laugh, its presence suddenly vanishing, making it almost invisible as it stood there. Then, it slowly moved toward the tunnel Suyu and Yangchen had just dug. How much longer? Suyu asked as he continued digging, glancing at Yangchen. Yangchen stared at the guiding worm in his hand. As they dug deeper, the guiding worm's guidance kept changing, leading them to open new paths. According to the guidance, we're still 1 kilometer away from the Queen, Yangchen said slowly. 1 kilometer? Suyu frowned. Although the distance wasn't far, being underground meant the pressure was far greater than on the surface. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure around them, and the heavier the burden on their bodies. Let's hurry up. Suyu shook his head. Since they had come this far, turning back would be a waste. The two of them sped up their digging again. Despite the increasing pressure, their movements didn't slow down, instead, they became even faster. About 10 minutes later, Suyu punched the rock in front of him. Boom! With a loud noise, the rock shattered, revealing a massive space. The pitch-black underground chamber was illuminated by various glowing lights. These lights came from strange plants that Suyu couldn't name. These plants are emitting a rich life force. The Queen is definitely here. Yangchen felt the vitality around them, his eyes shining. Suyu nodded and walked deeper into the underground space. The intense life force surrounded them, even seeping into their bodies. Just breathing the air here makes me feel my blood and energy surging. Yangchen said in amazement. Suyu nodded and continued forward. They didn't know how long they had been walking when suddenly, a group of strange creatures charged at them. There are still small bugs, Yangchen exclaimed. Suyu reacted quickly, stepping forward as his energy surged into his fist. In the next moment, he swept his fist across. Boom! The immense force instantly crushed the swarm of strange bugs. A sharp, piercing screech echoed throughout the underground space. Squeak! 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 The sound was deafening, as if it could tear through their eardrums. The ground began to tremble as well. Wait, look over there. What is that? Yang Chen's voice carried fear as he pointed in a certain direction. Suyu hurriedly looked over. But when he saw the scene, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The strange insects he had killed earlier were now crazily surging out from the deepest part of the ground. Pairs of scarlet eyes gleamed like rubies, filled with intense killing intent, and instantly charged toward the two of them. Damn it! It's been so long, and there's still a swarm attack.